Chapter 101. Subduing Miltank me. Miltank let out a high-pitched sound. Cain didn't quite understand what it meant. Did shaking her head imply she didn't know who would win in a fight? Yadin, Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue as he used telepathy, directly connecting with Miltank's consciousness, and the two Pokemon began communicating immediately. Cain watched Slowpoke and Miltank from the side without interfering, trusting that Slowpoke wouldn't do anything pointless. Telepathy is a form of communication at the consciousness level, so the conversation between the two Pokemon ended quickly. The effect was quite evident. Although Cain didn't know exactly what Slowpoke had said to Miltank, he could see that the alertness and rejection in Miltank's eyes had disappeared. When she looked at Cain, there was a hint of calm in her gaze. Master, her story is very similar to mine, except she was separated from her group when she was young. She hopes you can help her find her group, and if you do, she will be willing to follow your orders. Slowpoke's voice resonated in Cain's mind. He was getting better at using telepathy. In reality, the communication between Slowpoke and Miltank wasn't limited to that. Slowpoke also shared some of his experiences with Cain and how Cain had changed his life, ultimately convincing Miltank. Their similar experiences made Miltank more willing to listen to Slowpoke's advice, so she finally decided to try approaching Cain. Of course, Slowpoke's strength was also an important factor in Miltank's decision. For a human who had captured a Slowpoke stronger than her and made him so loyal, Miltank's resistance to being captured wasn't very strong. Upon hearing what Slowpoke had said, Cain was momentarily surprised. He knew it wasn't that simple, but if Slowpoke said so, it meant he had managed to convince Miltank with his own method. A smile appeared on Cain's lips as he slowly approached Miltank. Although she looked at him with a bit of discomfort, Cain gently placed his hand on her head. "Please take care of me from now on, Miltank," Cain said with a smile. He hadn't expected Miltank's capture to go so smoothly. He originally thought he would have to battle, and then offer her something to earn her trust. "Me?" Miltank stiffened when Cain's hand approached her, and when she finally felt his hand on her head, she remained still. She felt the warmth emanating from Cain's small hand, a friction that conveyed trust. It was the first time she had felt something like that since being separated from her group. She had been living alone all this time, finding food and shelter without anyone's help, which had made her lonely. Survival in the wild is harsh, and since she didn't like fighting, her life had been even harder. The moves she had learned were taught by other kind Pokemon in the wild who showed her how to heal herself when she got hurt, so she only knew supportive moves. When she was captured, she didn't put up much resistance. In fact, she was the calmest among the Miltank in that room, seeing humans as just another type of Pokemon. Losing a fight was something she was used to. But when Slowpoke, who had similar experiences, explained to her the difference between humans and Pokemon and told her about the bonds between them, she decided that it might be worth giving it a try. She wanted to see what humans and Pokemon were all about. Looking at Miltank, who had remained still, Cain smiled again and patted her head, pulling out an intermediate-level Pokeblock specially prepared for her from his ring. "Miltank, would you like to try this?" Miltank sniffed and caught an aroma she had never smelled before, a scent so delicious that she involuntarily began to salivate. Hesitating, she looked at Cain, finding a look of affirmation in his eyes. Is he really going to give me something so delicious? Miltank thought. Yadin, the sound from Slowpoke, gave her the final confirmation, and Miltank ate that strange and beautiful object that smelled so good in one bite. The instant the Pokeblock entered her mouth, Miltank's eyes lit up, and she began to chew slowly at first, then more quickly, finally swallowing with a hint of regret. Under the watchful eyes of Cain and Slowpoke, Miltank's pink cheeks blushed slightly. Cain, seeing Miltank's expression captivated by the Pokeblock, nodded with satisfaction. He had finally won over the timid Miltank. However, Cain added at the end, "Miltank, I promise I'll help you find your group, but now that you're my Pokemon, you must follow my orders. If at any point you disobey and it affects our battles, I might not be as understanding." Cain adopted a serious expression. Although he trusted his Pokemon, there were things he needed to say as a trainer. "I know you probably don't like fighting. I can reduce the number of times you have to battle, but you must not neglect the necessary training. My only requirement is that you strive to survive and take care of your teammates," Cain continued. Miltank, seeing Cain, who had been smiling, suddenly turned serious, understood the importance of his words. After a brief moment of doubt, she nodded firmly. Miltank had talent and good potential. Although Cain considered her mainly as support, he needed to ensure she learned moves to protect herself. "Come on, let's go have lunch, and I'll introduce you to your new teammates," Cain said, satisfied, patting Miltank's head. Back in the room at the Pokemon Center, Cain released Murkrow and Ghastly to meet their new teammate. Ghastly was the most excited. As the last one to join the team, he had always been the youngest, and although he had two older brothers who took good care of him, he didn't want to remain the youngest. Finally, with the arrival of a new companion, Ghastly was thrilled, spinning around Miltank, showing his joy, which made the shy Miltank feel even more bashful. As for Murkrow, as the team leader, he flew onto Miltank's back and patted her shoulder with his wings, indicating that she could come to him anytime. Knowing that Miltank was the first girl on the team, they worked even harder, promising to protect her at all costs. Miltank, encountering so many Pokemon wanting to approach her for the first time, felt a bit embarrassed, but being clever, she invited them all to try her delicious milk. One Miltank's milk is extremely nutritious and tasty, always commanding a high price in stores. In the blink of an eye, all the Pokemon who tried it were won over by Miltank. The milk not only tasted amazing but also revitalized their bodies, tired from the morning training, making them feel full of energy. End of chapter. Even Ghastly, who is usually mischievous, puts in the effort to make her laugh. During the afternoon, Cain stayed in the room making Pokeblocks, while the Pokemon continued with their internal training, just as they had done in the morning. Currently, Murkrow is carrying a 10 kilograms weight. This weight affects his speed, but it doesn't greatly limit his combat capability. As for Slowpoke, everything in the room has become an object he controls with his psychic powers. His control over his psychic abilities is becoming increasingly precise, lifting each object and placing it in its proper spot, which enhances his mastery of his powers. One Ghastly, due to the space limitations, can't train his special moves, so his training focused on physical exercises throughout the day. He's left his mark in every corner of the room. Miltank, who joined the training for the first time, wasn't very accustomed to it, but it's evident she's making an effort to fit in. Today, Cain assigned her simple tasks, doing some basic physical exercises to restore her body's condition, as she had been locked up for a while, and producing some milk to replenish the energy of the Pokemon. All the remaining milk was stored in Cain's spatial ring. Although the training was tough, watching her companions train so diligently filled Miltank with motivation. Cain collected the last completed Pokeblocks. With this, all the purchased materials have been turned into high-quality Pokeblocks, enough to feed the Pokemon for over a month. A month's worth of food will cost more than $1 million Pokedollars, and with more Pokemon joining and getting stronger, they will eat even more. Earning money has become an urgent need. After storing all the Pokeblocks in his storage space, Cain finally had time to review the psychic training manual that Sabrina had left him. He had read a brief introduction before, explaining how a psychic should use their abilities. Currently, Cain can barely lift a small pebble the size of a thumb with his psychic power, and not for very long. Overall, it's not very useful. I hope this book has more useful information, Cain thought as he looked at the thin manual. However, when he started reading the content, he became completely absorbed. A whole new world opened up before his eyes. 2 hours later. Phew. He exhaled deeply. Although it was just a few-page book, it took Cain 2 hours to read it. It turns out that both psychics and aura power users, known as aura warriors, have similar classifications, ranging from the initial level to intermediate, advanced, and finally, the maximum level. The book didn't describe the classifications for aura power or aura, but it did dedicate quite a bit of space to explaining the classifications for psychics. Among psychics, there's an item called the telekinetic pearl, which isn't very expensive but allows one to assess the level of a psychic. It also works for Pokemon. When a psychic can lift 100 orbs, they're considered an initial level psychic. If they can lift 1,000 orbs, they're intermediate level, and if they can lift 10,000 orbs, they're advanced level. The book didn't describe how a maximum level psychic is classified, possibly because the author didn't know of its existence or because such a level is just a conjecture. I don't know what level Sabrina is at, but if she hasn't reached the maximum level, then very few in this world could have. Another part that caught Cain's attention was the talent classification among psychics. That's right, just as Pokemon have different levels of potential, each psychic has a unique talent, and this talent largely determines how far they can go. The minimum requirement to awaken psychic abilities is to have 5 times the mental capacity of an average person. According to what Slowpoke explained to him, Cain barely meets this threshold, and if it hadn't been for Sabrina's psychic stimulation, he probably never would have awakened his powers. People with 5 times the mental capacity of an average person have the lowest talent level. The book mentions that if they train consistently and are lucky enough, they might become initial level psychics in about 30 years. Upon reading this, Cain almost threw the book away. 30 years? By the time he becomes a psychic, it'll be too late to be useful. It's worth noting that some of the basic abilities of psychics, such as telepathy, can only be used once they become initial-level psychics. And according to the description in this book, Cain probably won't have any relation with telepathy in his lifetime. With patience, he continued reading. He discovered that those who awaken with 10 times the mental capacity of an average person are considered ordinary psychics and have the possibility of reaching the initial level in about 5 years. 2. If they awaken with 20 times the mental capacity of an average person, they have a possibility of reaching the intermediate level, but it's only a possibility. To become an intermediate-level psychic, one needs to have 50 times the mental capacity of an average person upon awakening, which would also give them a chance to reach the advanced level. The book didn't detail talent classifications beyond this. Aside from all this, most of the book explained how to use basic psychic abilities, like the levitation Cain had been practicing with small stones. There were a few pages marked as important, describing the basic training methods. This is why Sabrina had left the book for Cain. Cain tried to follow the instructions to meditate, but found that he couldn't enter the meditation state described in the book. He spent 2 hours sitting without achieving anything. System, scan and record the content of this book, and search the database for any methods to quickly improve mental capacity or psychic abilities, Cain ordered in his mind. Beep. Database is being created. Searching for information. Estimated time for results, 3 days. Time remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. Seeing that it would take 3 days, Cain accepted it. Then, he set a new task. System, calculate how long it would take me to become an initial-level psychic. Beep. Task set. Estimated time to become an initial-level psychic, 31 years. Time remaining, 31 years. End of chapter. Chapter 103. Encounter on the train, 31 years. I simply shouldn't have gained this ability. They give you a bit of hope only to extinguish it with a bucket of water. Cain couldn't help but complain in his mind. It seems that trying to improve psychic abilities with just the training methods in this book won't be very likely. I still need the help of some external items. I hope the system can find something useful in the database. The entire afternoon passed this way. The Pokémon also trained all afternoon. Since leaving Judgment Island, they hadn't had effective battles, so with their overflowing energy, they could only release it through training. This should be Cain's last day in Saffron City, as tomorrow he will head to Goldenrod City in Johto. After an early dinner, he gave his Pokémon a full massage. Except for Ghastly, who could only watch enviously, Murkrow and the others relaxed a lot under Cain's skillful hands, easing their tense bodies after a whole day. After watching his Pokémon sleep comfortably after the massage, Cain also wished Ghastly good night before going to sleep. As for Ghastly, nighttime is his most active time. During the day, he can rest in Cain's shadow, so Ghastly has always been the team's most resilient sentry. Although the Pokémon Center is a very safe place, Ghastly, who has the habit of staying up late, continued to keep watch. The next morning, Cain and his Pokémon quickly finished breakfast and headed to Saffron City's central train station, the most convenient means of transportation connecting Kanto and Johto, the magnetic levitation train. With his League ID card, he spent 5,000 Poké-dollars to buy a premium seat ticket on the magnetic levitation train. A car was divided into several small rooms, each with only 2 seats, which were extremely comfortable. Now that he has money, Cain doesn't mind making his life a bit more comfortable. Additionally, this allows Slowpoke and Miltank not to have to stay in their Pokeballs. As for Murkrow, unfortunately, there was no other option. For now, he can only stay in his Pokeball. Cain is currently presenting himself with his League identity, and to avoid future issues if his identity is revealed, Murkrow will have to bear with this temporarily. Just as Cain was sitting down and letting Slowpoke and Miltank out of their Pokeballs to relax, the train speaker announced that it was about to depart. Is the other passenger in this room not coming? Cain was surprised to hear the announcement and couldn't help but wonder. SSH bang. While Cain was lost in thought, the room's sliding door suddenly opened, and the sound of the door sliding and hitting the wall echoed loudly. A head peeked through the door. The woman's pink hair was tied in 2 pigtails. After taking a look inside, the woman blushed, scratched her head in embarrassment and entered, saying, "I'm so sorry, I almost didn't make it on time, so I'm a bit excited." "Sorry." As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed to Cain in apology. The woman who entered looked about 15 or 16 years old, similar in height to Cain, with 2 pink pigtails that swayed as she walked. She wore a white t-shirt that radiated vibrant youth. Cain looked at the young woman and nodded slightly to indicate there was no problem. Slowpoke and Miltank, who were resting on the floor, seeing that the person entering was a young girl without any threat, lay back down to take a nap. This magnetic levitation train travels directly from Saffron City in Kanto, passing through MT Silver, to Goldenrod City in Johto. Although the train speed is fast, the trip is still quite long, with an estimated arrival time of 5 hours. The young woman who had just sat down hadn't even warmed her seat when she noticed the 2 pink Pokémon beside Cain. Her eyes immediately lit up. She jumped out of her seat and ran to observe Slowpoke first, and then Miltank. Cain noticed the young woman's behavior and couldn't help but frown slightly. Observing another trainer's Pokémon without permission is disrespectful. Although Cain didn't sense any malice from the young woman, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't until after a few minutes of close observation that the young woman realized her behavior had been rude. Sorry. I didn't mean any harm. I just... She suddenly became nervous and didn't know how to explain herself. Then, as if she remembered something, she struck her right fist into her left palm and took a Pokeball from her belt. She pressed the button on the Pokeball, enlarging it. The Slowpoke lying on the floor, noticing the young woman's behavior, immediately opened his eyes and began to tense his body. This was Slowpoke's attack-ready stance. Cain reached out and patted the head of the Slowpoke that had stood up, signaling him not to worry. He now remembered who this young woman was. "Come out, Miltank." The young woman, completely unaware of Cain and Slowpoke's reaction, released the Pokeball. After a flash of red light, a rather robust Miltank appeared in the room. "Me?" Cain's Miltank, upon seeing the other Miltank released by the young woman, immediately got up with wide-open eyes. Cain's Miltank didn't know how long it had been since she last saw another of her species. Incredibly, on the second day after joining Cain's team, she encountered another of her kind. "Hee, I'm also a Miltank trainer, so I couldn't resist seeing these adorable pink Pokémon. I hope you don't mind," the pink-haired girl said, scratching her head in embarrassment, then proudly patting her Miltank's head as she mentioned her. "Me." The young woman's Miltank also noticed Cain's Miltank and greeted her with a soft call. Pokémon, Miltank, dark green, gender, female level, 23 type, normal ability, thick fat equipped item, none egg moves, endure, seismic toss basic moves, tackle, growl, defense curl, stomp, milk drink, bide, roll out learn moves, heal bell, block, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch TM moves, dynamic punch, hidden power, water, protect, rest, sleep talk. Seeing the data scanned by the system, Cain's eye twitched a bit. The children of wealthy families really have it easy. Just seeing the 3 elemental punches among the top moves, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This Miltank has excellent stats and moves. If Slowpoke or Murkrow were to battle her one-on-one, they wouldn't necessarily win. Additionally, at a glance, this Miltank's body and muscles are clearly more robust and solid than the one Cain just captured. Evidently, it's a Pokémon that has been diligently trained, not one of those Pokémon used by pampered youngsters to show off. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Whitney, the Goldenrod City Gym leader. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Whitney from Goldenrod City. The smiling girl extended a hand while looking at Cain. Cain stood up from his seat, shook Whitney's hand, and replied coldly, "Cain." He didn't mention where he was from or say anything else, keeping his tone quite distant. But Whitney didn't seem bothered at all and kept smiling. "Cain, your Miltank was caught in the wild, right?" Cain nodded silently, as if agreeing with her statement. Though Miltank was purchased from the Hunters Association, saying it was caught in the wild wasn't exactly wrong. Do you want to know how I knew?" Her big eyes fixed on Cain, with a look that seemed to say, ask me already." Cain felt a bit uncomfortable under her persistent gaze, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Because my family owns a Miltank farm. Most of the Miltank come from our farm, and I don't recognize this one of yours, so it must be wild." "I know all the Miltank on our farm," Whitney said proudly. So this was Whitney, the heiress of the Goldenrod City Gym, the prize gem of the richest family in Goldenrod City. Nearly all the Miltank in the Pokémon world are controlled by this family, much like the Joy family controls Chansey and the Jenny family Growlithe. It's rare to find wild Miltank nowadays. Through the sale of high-quality Moo milk, Whitney's family has earned enormous wealth. Goldenrod City, being the largest city in the Johto region, holds an equivalent status to that of Saffron City in Kanto. And the most powerful family in Goldenrod City is Whitney's family, with their Miltank farm as their most lucrative business. As for Whitney's claim that she knows all the Miltank on her family's farm, Cain preferred not to comment. With thousands of Miltank on the farm, how could she possibly know them all? It's no wonder Miltank is her signature Pokémon. Her love for them is obvious. Whitney had a very lively and chatty personality. Though sometimes she was a bit clumsy and careless, she was generally kind-hearted. Because Cain also had a milk tank, Whitney kept chatting with him throughout the journey. However, most of the time it was Whitney talking and Cain listening. Hey Cain, where did you capture your milk tank? Cain, your milk tank doesn't seem fully developed. I have a suggestion. Want to try it? Cain, your slowpoke is so adorable.
Cain.
As the energetic Whitney kept talking, Cain began to feel a headache, but couldn't do much about it, so he just endured her questions in silence. Even if he didn't respond, Whitney seemed to answer her own questions without waiting for Cain's reply. Talk, talk, talk. Finally, a knock on the door interrupted Whitney's interrogation. A staff member of the levitating train entered with a friendly smile and asked, "Excuse me, it's lunchtime. Would you like to order something?" Finally, Cain could breathe a sigh of relief as Whitney was interrupted. "Please bring me a steak with rice." "Thank you." Whitney responded politely, showing it wasn't her first time on the train and that she was familiar with the food on board. Cain didn't care much about the food as long as it filled him up. He wasn't picky, so he also ordered a steak with rice. "Please bring me a steak with rice as well." After taking both orders, the staff member smiled and nodded. "Very well, please wait a moment. Your lunch will be ready shortly." With that, he slowly left the compartment, closing the sliding door behind him. Being interrupted, Whitney fell silent for a moment, allowing Cain to relax a bit. Slowpoke remained lying by Cain's chair with its eyes closed. To others, it would appear as if it was sleeping, given the natural habit of Slowpoke. But in reality, it was training its meditation, essentially using the move Calm Mind. Cain's plan was for Slowpoke to be able to meditate anytime and anywhere, which required a long period of practice. For now, Slowpoke could only meditate while resting, and it was nearly impossible for someone without psychic abilities to notice. Though Cain's psychic abilities were weak and newly awakened, he could perceive the powerful psychic energy flowing within Slowpoke. Meanwhile, Miltank was sitting next to Whitney's Miltank on the floor. Chatting. Whitney's Miltank would occasionally pat Cain's Miltank on the shoulder, as a sign of comfort and encouragement. Clearly, Whitney's Miltank sympathized with Cain's Miltank's experiences. Of course, it hadn't mentioned to Whitney's Miltank that it had been captured by Pokémon hunters before Cain purchased it. The 5,000 Poké price for this train ticket was definitely worth it. The onboard service was excellent, and the food Cain and Whitney ordered arrived quickly, emanating a delicious aroma. Cain didn't start eating right away, but instead took out 2 Pokémon food dishes from his ring and poured Poke Blocks into them for Slowpoke and Miltank. Slowpoke, having been training for several hours, was already hungry. Upon seeing its favorite Poke Blocks, it began to eat slowly and contentedly. Miltank also stopped chatting and approached Cain. The delicious aroma of the Poke Blocks, combined with the joy of having found a companion, made it start devouring them quickly. Seeing Slowpoke and Miltank eating the Poke Blocks with such delight, Whitney's Miltank couldn't help but gulp. The aroma of the Poke Blocks was unmistakable to her. Though Slowpoke's Poke Blocks looked more crystalline, the ones Cain's Miltank was eating clearly appealed to her more. Cain's Miltank noticed and quickly pushed its food dish toward Whitney's Miltank, inviting her to share as a good friend. Whitney's Miltank swallowed and looked at her trainer for permission. "Cain, where did you get those Poke Blocks? Miltank seems to love them." Whitney didn't pay much attention to Slowpoke's Poke Blocks, since as an heiress from a wealthy family, she was used to seeing high-quality Poke Blocks. However, the Poke Blocks Miltank was eating, though they looked ordinary, clearly appealed to her. With Whitney's permission, her Miltank also joined in, and it was evident she had a bigger appetite than Cain's Miltank, as Cain had to add Poke Blocks 2 more times. Hearing Whitney's question, Cain hesitated a bit before replying, "I make them myself." End of chapter. Chapter 105. Poke Block order, you made them yourself? Yourself. Whitney exclaimed in surprise when she heard Cain's words, and then, realizing she had raised her voice too much, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She leaned closer to Cain and cautiously asked, "You made these Poke Blocks yourself? Are you an advanced breeder?" Her eyes shone with admiration. Cain put his hand to his forehead, a bit worried, but still answered, "No. Do you really think I could make advanced Poke Blocks at my age? I made the intermediate ones for Miltank myself. The ones for Slowpoke I bought elsewhere." "Oh," Whitney said with a long exclamation, but the admiration in her eyes didn't diminish one bit. "You look about my age, yet you're already an intermediate breeder, while I still don't have the skills to inherit my family's gym." "Ugh," Whitney said, feeling a bit down. Is an intermediate breeder on the same level as a gym leader? However, considering Cain's age, if he were really an intermediate breeder, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. After all, the average age for registered intermediate breeders in the league is around 25, while Cain is only 15. Whitney didn't doubt what Cain said, because the process of making advanced poke blocks is too complex. At his age, Cain didn't seem like he could be an advanced breeder. Cain didn't try to console Whitney because she quickly cheered herself up. But then, her expression turned a bit hesitant, quite different from her usual carefree and cheerful attitude. Seeing her expression, Cain couldn't help but ask, although he regretted it immediately. What's wrong? Cain, could I place a long-term order for Miltank poke blocks with you? Don't worry, I'll pay you a price you'll be happy with, Whitney said hesitantly. Seeing how much her Miltank enjoyed the poke blocks, Whitney hadn't even given her the advanced poke blocks she'd specially prepared. Although advanced poke blocks have a better effect, it seemed that, in terms of flavor and certain special aspects, Cain's poke blocks were more suited to her Miltank. Hearing Whitney's proposal, Cain was slightly surprised, then smiled and replied, "No problem. How many do you want? I may not be able to make that many right away. You might have to wait a bit." Cain's affirmative response made Whitney smile widely. Great. The time doesn't matter. The market price for intermediate poke blocks is usually between 50 and 80 poke dollars. Yours are a bit special, designed specifically for Miltank. So, how about 100 poke dollars each? That price was quite high. Keep in mind that advanced poke blocks generally cost between 400 and 500 poke dollars, but the production cost of advanced poke blocks is much higher than that of intermediates. Whitney mentioned that the usual price for intermediate poke blocks was around 50 poke dollars, and here they were talking about double that amount. Since someone was willing to pay such a high price for the poke blocks he made, Cain had no objections to making a bit of money. Wouldn't he seize any opportunity? As an esteemed member of the league, Whitney may be a bit naive, but when it comes to trust, she's someone you can rely on. She promised Cain she wouldn't reveal to anyone that he could make poke blocks without his permission. Cain, in turn, was cautious and didn't mention that he could make advanced poke blocks. If word got out, his true identity could be exposed. Intermediate breeders are relatively rare in the league, but not rare enough to attract the attention of high-ranking officials. However, if a 15-year-old could make advanced poke blocks, even if he wasn't an advanced breeder, it would cause quite a stir. So, how many do you need? Now that they had agreed to keep it a secret, Cain asked directly. Whitney thought for a moment, then started counting on her fingers. One for red, one for white, one for pink, one for... As she counted, her fingers quickly added up, almost running out, but Cain, watching her, began to sweat. Was she planning to order poke blocks for every Miltank on her farm? In the end, Whitney lost count and decided to wave her hand, giving up. Well, how about we order 100,000 pieces to start with? Her big, blinking eyes looked at Cain innocently, not giving much thought to the quantity or the fact that it was a transaction worth over $1 million poke dollars. Do you think being rich is impressive? Could you repeat that? Cain, with a slightly stiff expression, asked. 100,000 pieces, is that okay? No, the previous question. I'm ordering intermediate poke blocks for Miltank? Yes, but no. 100,000 pieces is too much. I don't have that much time. Cain wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, directly refusing. Even though making intermediate poke blocks became easier with the right tools and assistance from the system, the quantity of 100,000 was still enormous and too time-consuming, which was something Cain had the least of at the moment. Is that so? Well, let's start with 10,000 pieces then. Whitney scratched her chin and, after thinking it over, said, she truly didn't see anything unusual in the quantity she proposed, as when her family buys poke blocks, except for the advanced ones, they always buy them in units of 100,000. She was simply used to it, without considering that Cain was just one person and couldn't produce that many. 10,000 pieces at 100 poke dollars each came to $1 million poke dollars. And considering that the cost of producing an intermediate poke block is around 10 poke dollars, this was an extremely lucrative deal. 10,000 pieces I can accept, but you'll have to wait a while, as I'm the only one making them, and I also need to buy more materials. For Cain, who was in dire need of money, this $1 million poke dollars would be a welcome relief. Perfect. No problem. When we get to Goldenrod City, you can stay at my house for a few days. I'll have someone help you gather the materials, and you can enjoy the city in the meantime. I'm not in a rush. Whitney invited him directly to stay at her place so that he could help her make the poke blocks. Cain thought it over a bit, then nodded, agreeing. not only to earn money but also to give his recently captured Miltank the opportunity to meet more of its kind. Perhaps that would help improve its shy nature. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Arrival in Goldenrod City on the magnetic levitation train. After agreeing on the specific price and quantity, Whitney transferred 1 million poke dollars to Cain's bank account, with a carefree expression that once again reminded Cain of the generosity of wealthy people. Although Whitney talked a lot, she didn't have the typical bad temper of a rich girl, and even shared some of her knowledge about Miltank breeding with Cain during the trip. She also discussed different training methods based on the various developmental paths for Miltank. These topics piqued Cain's interest, so they had a harmonious conversation throughout the journey, with Whitney talking and Cain listening. About 2 hours after lunch, the magnetic levitation train finally arrived in Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Originally, Cain intended to enjoy the scenery of MT Silver during the trip, but due to Whitney's chatting, he didn't get to see anything interesting. Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Please collect your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. The train announcement was repeated 3 times. Cain didn't have much luggage. He returned Miltank to her Pokeball and, with Slowpoke by his side, exited the train. Since Miltank was rather shy and easily frightened, Cain kept her in her Pokeball. She needed time to adjust to her new environment and current situation. Whitney also returned her Miltank to its Pokeball and followed Cain out of the train. Cain, why don't you stay at my house first? Anyway, you don't have a place to stay in Goldenrod City, and staying at the Pokemon Center isn't as comfortable as my house. Besides, I can't have someone help you gather the materials you need, Whitney said, running to catch up with Cain. All right. Cain thought for a moment and then accepted. He mainly wanted his Miltank to get familiar with others of her kind, which might help improve her character. Also, he had heard that there were many wild Pokemon around the Miltank farm. Cain hoped he might find a Nidoran there. Just as Cain was about to raise his hand to call a taxi upon leaving the station, a long luxury car stopped in front of them. An elderly man, about 50 or 60 years old, dressed in a black suit, stepped out from the front passenger seat. With a kind expression and a smile, he approached Whitney and respectfully said, "Miss, your departure has worried the master. Let's return home as soon as possible." Hearing this, Whitney stuck out her tongue and habitually scratched the back of her head. Hee hee, Sebastian, I just wanted to go out for a bit. The house is so boring and lonely. Then, she quickly changed the topic and pushed Cain forward, saying, "Sebastian, this is my new friend. His name is Cain. He's amazing." Hearing Whitney's words, the elderly man, as a good butler of a great family, smiled kindly and said, "Pleased to meet you, young Cain." Cain nodded without saying anything but began to slightly regret accepting Whitney's invitation. All right, Sebastian, let's stop chatting here. It's not very polite. Let's go home. I can't wait to see Grandpa." Whitney shook Sebastian's hand, speaking in a pleading tone. All right, let's go home first." Sebastian, though he looked a bit overwhelmed by Whitney's enthusiasm, couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. The 3 of them got into the long luxury car. Cain, resting his head on one hand, gazed at the scenery outside the window while listening to Whitney's non-stop chatter, lost in thought. Goldenrod City, as the largest and most developed city in the Johto region, held a status comparable to Saffron City in the Kanto region, though with some differences. Goldenrod City has a more technological feel, but lacks the overwhelming crowds of Saffron City. Instead, the people on the streets seem more relaxed, or perhaps lazier. One of the defining characteristics of the Johto region is its rich religious culture, with its most prominent deity being Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokemon. The most well-known legend is that of Ho-Oh saving 3 Pokemon in the Bell Tower, who then transformed into the 3 legendary beasts, serving as Ho-Oh's representatives on Earth. Due to the influence of this belief, Johto's inhabitants live in harmony with their Pokemon. Goldenrod City, as Johto's economic and technological center, boasts 4 iconic buildings: the Radio Tower, Goldenrod Department Store, the Game Corner, and the Gym. The gym is run by Whitney's family, although it's unclear who currently holds the leader position. However, Whitney is expected to inherit it soon. That's right, inherit it. Though the Pokemon League doesn't require gym leaders to be from the current leader's family, in practice, the leader is usually chosen by the current leader and approved by the league. As long as the heir isn't completely incompetent or the league doesn't have any specific objections, the current leader has the final say in choosing their successor, with the league performing only a superficial inspection to show its presence. As expected from a powerful family, if they can choose, they'll ensure the successor is one of their own. However, not all league gyms are controlled by large families. Some gyms are founded by individuals who have earned merits or achieved high ranks in league tournaments. Their heirs are usually chosen from among the gym's apprentices. But most citizens who establish a gym tend to form their own small families around it, ensuring their descendants won't return to being ordinary citizens. Whitney is the heir to the only gym in Goldenrod City, the largest city in the Johto region, and an influential member of the league. Additionally, there's the Radio Tower, a famous TV and radio station that broadcasts in both the Kanto and Johto regions. Professor Oak, the most famous Pokémon researcher from Kanto, is a regular guest on one of its shows, underscoring the importance of this station. The radio tower is located next to the magnetic levitation train station. It's said that it was originally an ancient tower, but over time it deteriorated, and the league rebuilt it as a radio station. During reconstruction, a rainbow feather and a silver feather were found at the top of the tower, adding an air of mystery to this historical structure. It's one of the most iconic buildings in Goldenrod City. The Goldenrod department store is also a famous place, once promoted as a location where you could find any item or move. Though that promotional claim was later removed, it demonstrates the impressive variety of products they offer. Few stores would dare make such a claim. Moreover, the Goldenrod department store has not only above-ground structures, but also multiple underground levels. No one knows exactly how many there are, or what they contain. In his past life, Cain received a mission to infiltrate the underground levels, but he had to abandon it due to the strict security. It was one of the few missions he couldn't complete. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Long-awaited training. Finally, there's the Game Corner, a massive entertainment center located in the heart of the city. The Game Corner is filled with various types of game machines, many involving betting mechanics. Slot machines are the most popular, attracting both ordinary people and trainers with their exciting gameplay. Emotions run high here, with constant cheers and groans of frustration, making it a lively place. Originally, this Game Corner belonged to the largest criminal organization in Goldenrod City, but due to the vast interests and complex relationships involved, it was eventually absorbed by the Pokémon League. However, Team Rocket is also involved in running this place, though Cain doesn't know the details of how the profits are divided. Despite being part of the league, the Game Corner is still mostly managed by members of the city's former criminal organization, although they now answer to the Pokémon League and are officially under the jurisdiction of the Goldenrod City Gym. Team Rocket maintains a strong presence in the Game Corner, where a high-ranking member oversees operations. Cain isn't sure of their identity, but he knows that anyone capable of challenging the gym isn't a weak opponent. The Game Corner is not just a gaming venue. Every token used in the games can be exchanged for items from the Game Corner's list. Rumor has it that even rare and powerful Pokémon are available for trade, though no one has ever been known to obtain one. The exchange rate is straightforward, 100 Poke Dollars for a Game Corner token, and these tokens can be exchanged at any time for Poke Dollars. However, few people make this exchange, as items that cannot be bought with Poke Dollars are often available in the Game Corner. The quality of these items, however, is something each person must evaluate for themselves. While Cain reflected on all this, the luxury car they were in entered a huge mansion on the outskirts of Goldenrod City. This is Whitney's home. Whitney interrupted his thoughts. Cain, we're here. Do you want to meet my grandpa? Or would you rather explore on your own? After thinking for a moment, Cain replied, I'd prefer not to meet your grandpa for now. It's my first time in the Johto region, and I'm more interested in the local Pokémon. I want to explore a bit on my own. Whitney's grandfather is the clan leader and at least an elite-level trainer. Knowing he would have no chance against someone of that caliber, Cain decided to avoid the encounter for now. All right, I'll go see my grandpa first, then I'll come find you. Sebastian, please prepare a room for Cain, Whitney said, not giving it much thought. Of course, Sebastian replied, nodding. With that, Whitney ran off toward the main mansion. Sebastian handed a key to Cain and said, Here's the key to your room. You'll be in the West Wing, in the guest house. The rooms have already been prepared. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call the servants. Thank you, Cain replied, taking the key. He didn't mind staying in the guest house next to the main mansion. Many families prefer to separate guest rooms from the main ones, which benefits both parties. Cain nodded his head in thanks and headed toward the exit of the property. Sebastian watched Cain as he left, with a thoughtful look. Young people these days are getting harder and harder to read, he murmured to himself. Of course, Cain was unaware of this. Although Whitney's mansion was on the outskirts, there was a wide road connecting directly to Goldenrod City. However, instead of heading toward the city, Cain took a side path and entered a small nearby forest. As he ventured deeper into the woods, wild Pokémon began to appear, but none approached due to the intimidating presence of Cain's Slowpoke. After walking for about 30 minutes, Cain reached an area full of undergrowth, completely alone, surrounded only by increasingly strong Pokémon. In the Johto region, Lediba and Spinarak replace Weedle and Caterpie as the most common forest Pokémon. These Pokémon tend to lazily rest on branches or leaves, moving only if startled by a Spearow or Pidgey. "Come out, Murkrow and Miltank," Cain said, throwing 2 Pokeballs. When Cain captured Miltank, he changed her original Pokeball for a Great Ball, ensuring his Pokémon were as comfortable as possible. Caw. Murkrow, excited to be out after a long time, flew in circles, letting out a loud cry. Miltank, on the other hand, remained calm, staying quietly to the side. "Ghastly, you come out too. Make sure there's no one around," Cain ordered. Ghastly. The Pokémon emerged from Cain's shadow and, upon receiving the command, faded into the shadows to scout the area for other trainers. Soon after, Ghastly returned, indicating that the area was clear. "Good job, Ghastly," Cain said, praising the Pokémon. "It's been days since we've had serious training. Today, since there's no one around, let's do some skill training." "Caw. Yadin." "Me." Murkrow and Slowpoke were excited to hear this, while Miltank, being new to this type of training, just followed along, slightly confused. Cain didn't pay much attention and began planning each Pokémon's training. "Murkrow, today you'll work on controlling Dark-type energy. Also, try to increase the speed with which you launch the hidden power move. Slowpoke, your training today will focus on Water-type energy control. Try to fire off Water Gun as quickly as possible and use your Confusion move to control the water flow, creating an effective spinning attack." After assigning the training tasks to Murkrow and Slowpoke, Cain paused to consider Ghastly and Miltank's training. "Ghastly, your level is still low, so you'll be battling the Pokémon in this forest. You need to defeat as many as you can. Miltank, you'll be providing support, supplying milk to replenish energy as needed. Additionally, you'll do some physical training to recover the nutrition you lost while surviving in the wild. Your body hasn't yet reached its full potential." With the orders given, each Pokémon began their training. Cain, taking advantage of the time, took out his psychic skill training manual and continued attempting to enter a meditative state. Although he wasn't sure if he'd succeed, Cain didn't want to give up on the possibility of developing psychic powers. End of chapter. Chapter 108. The Goldenrod Game Corner. Cain spent the entire afternoon training. Murkrow and Slowpoke methodically carried out their movements training, while Miltank, besides occasionally providing milk for the other Pokémon, spent most of her time doing basic conditioning exercises. Through his conversations with Whitney, Cain also learned about some of Miltank's weaknesses and ways to improve them, so even though Miltank's training wasn't very intense, the results were quite evident. As for Ghastly, it engaged in intense battles with the Pokémon in the area. Since the wild Pokémon weren't very high level, it often found itself facing multiple opponents at once. Despite the risky nature of some battles due to Ghastly's provocative temperament, it emerged victorious in all of them. By mid-afternoon, Ghastly leveled up, reaching level 15. Its low level and fast growth were factors, but another important reason was that since birth, Ghastly had been trained intensively in the Ghastly Cave on Judgment Island. This rigorous training from an early age, with moves and basic exercises, allowed it to progress quickly. However, as its level increases, the cumulative effect of the prior training will start to diminish. In the future, Ghastly is likely to level up less rapidly and enter a phase of more steady progress. As for Cain, after an afternoon of attempts, he finally managed to enter a meditative state for half a minute, although he quickly snapped out of it. Meditation requires a person's mind to be completely blank, which becomes increasingly difficult with age. The more a person has lived, the more complex their mind becomes, and Cain is a clear example of this. Having lived 3 lives, his mind is filled with complex experiences and thoughts. Therefore, what may be the easiest part of meditation for others has become the biggest obstacle for Cain to develop his psychic abilities. Fortunately, Cain has begun to master some techniques, though it takes him much longer than others to enter a meditative state. This makes training his psychic abilities nearly impossible. During this time, Cain also took a moment to have Ghastly bring out the Skorupi and Larvitar eggs and give them some attention. The Skorupi egg is expected to hatch in 2 days, while the Larvitar incubator still shows an unknown hatching time. In the southern part of Goldenrod City is a Pokémon daycare very famous in the Johto region. If time allows tomorrow, Cain plans to visit the daycare to see if there's a way to speed up the hatching of the Larvitar egg. If possible, Cain also wants the system to access the daycare's database to expand his knowledge and search for cases similar to the Larvitar egg. However, these are plans for tomorrow, and how he proceeds will depend on what he finds at the daycare. Dusting off his clothes, Cain had Murkrow and Miltank stop their training. After a full afternoon of training, none of the Pokémon showed obvious signs of fatigue, thanks to Miltank's milk, which helped ease their physical exhaustion. But this doesn't mean they can train indefinitely. Mental fatigue is often harder to bear than physical, and an afternoon of intense training is already the limit for Murkrow and the others. Cain returned to the main road from the forest, this time taking only 20 minutes, 10 less than when he first arrived. The sun was already setting, but Cain had no intention of returning to Whitney's home just yet. Instead, he headed directly toward the center of Goldenrod City. After walking for about half an hour, he finally saw his first car, making him realize just how vast Whitney's family property was and reflecting once again on the strength of great families. Eventually, Cain managed to flag down a taxi, and under the driver's understanding gaze, he asked to be taken to the Goldenrod Game Corner. Cain was quite familiar with this famous game corner in the Johto region, as he used to frequent it in his past life, especially after learning how to use the system. One of the Pokémon from his second team in his previous life was obtained here, although he later stopped going for fear of being caught cheating. There's no denying that the Game Corner's prize list, which includes both Pokémon and items, is very complete, almost comparable to Team Rocket's trade list. If it weren't for the fact that only Game Corner tokens can be used to redeem prizes, many wealthy people would be willing to spend large sums of money to get the Pokémon they desire. Of course, the Pokémon's quality is also a crucial factor. The Game Corner doesn't operate to lose money. Although there are many types of Pokémon available for redemption, their quality varies greatly. If you're lucky, you might get a high-level Pokémon, like one of green or blue quality, but if you're unlucky, you might end up with one of red or orange quality. This kind of redemption is a form of gambling in itself. After all, the Goldenrod Game Corner is a betting hub. Cain paid the taxi driver 200 Poke Dollars and got out of the car with Slowpoke. However, before he could enter the Game Corner, the guards at the door stopped him, pointing to a sign that read, "No Psychic Pokémon Allowed." Since Slowpoke is a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon, it was included in this restriction. This rule at the Game Corner is quite standard, as Psychic-type Pokémon can manipulate the slot machines without activating the internal mechanisms, which is strictly forbidden by the Game Corner. Cain had forgotten this rule, so after a brief pause, he returned Slowpoke to its Pokeball and calmly entered the Game Corner under the guard's watchful gaze. As soon as he entered, a wave of noise engulfed him, mixed with various smells, making Cain almost sneeze. Most of the machines in the Game Corner are traditional slot machines. Although the game is simple, many people are hooked. The allure of gambling lies in the thrill of an all-or-nothing outcome, with no in-between. Even though it was almost dinner time, many people were still playing. Some winners shouted with joy, drawing the attention of others and showing off their achievements. Others, disheartened by their losses, banged on the machines in frustration, cursing loudly. Defeated expressions were everywhere. Looking around, it was clear that there were far more losers than winners, and few left the Game Corner happy. Losers often want to keep playing to recover their losses, while winners believe their luck will let them win more, meaning that, in the end, few manage to redeem the most valuable prizes, or practically none. This is the main way the Game Corner profits. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Family Cain's arrival went mostly unnoticed, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Aside from creating a slight, barely perceptible ripple, it didn't impact the vast sea at all. He passed by those absorbed in the world of games and gambling, observing the scene throughout the Game Corner. There weren't many differences from the last time he was here in his previous life. The Game Corner lights were dazzling, and although it was already night outside, inside it was as bright as day. Each night marked the real start of the Game Corner's profits. In every corner and hallway of the Game Corner, there was an employee dressed in a black suit with wireless earpieces. Their sharp eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, constantly watching what was happening. Those who tried to cheat rarely escaped their scrutiny. However, there were always some who, driven by the desire for big winnings, took risks, but inevitably, they were caught and taken to a small dark room. In addition to these men in black, the Game Corner was full of visible and hidden cameras, closely monitoring every move. Upon reaching the counter, Cain ignored the overly sweet smiles of the receptionists as he sat in front of the exchange computer, earning himself a few disdainful glances. There were about 20 computers lined up for players to exchange items with Game Corner tokens. Thousands of people were playing in the Game Corner, but only a few were checking the exchange list on these computers. This showed how many actually came out victorious, and even then, those attempting to exchange didn't have many tokens. Cain slightly shook his head and focused his attention on the computer screen. This Game Corner, now under the Alliance's control, offered an incredibly abundant exchange inventory. All kinds of rare Pokémon and precious items for Pokémon were available. Yet the exchange prices still surprised Cain, even after seeing them so many times. Especially the first 3 on the list, which were extremely rare. The first of them was none other than Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Johto region. But the exchange price was so high that it gave Cain pause. 50 million tokens. And those were only Game Corner tokens. If converted to Poke Dollars, it would equal 5 billion Poke Dollars. It was even more ridiculous than Team Rocket's price for a pseudo-legendary. If Team Rocket points were converted to Poke Dollars, a pseudo-legendary would be worth around 3 or 4 billion. Team Rocket was already expensive, but here it was even more exorbitant. Clearly, these rewards were there only for people to see. No one really knew the quality of those pseudo-legendaries, and it was unlikely anyone would choose to exchange for them, especially since most didn't have nearly that many tokens. The wealthy wouldn't need to come here to exchange for a pseudo-legendary, so it was clearly a lure to attract customers. In any case, the top 100 items on the reward list were all incredibly rare and precious, and the exchange prices started at 1 million tokens. Most people could only look at them. Although Cain had criticized this exchange system many times in his previous life, seeing it again, he couldn't help but do so once more. This Game Corner really knew how to make money. Scrolling down the list, Cain only wanted to browse the place and see if there were any differences from his previous life, checking if the items he wanted to exchange were available. Today's purpose was merely to make a preliminary inspection. Tomorrow would be when he would really begin. Upon leaving the Game Corner, he felt relief in his ears and headed directly to a small restaurant outside the Game Corner. Under the happy gaze of the owner, he ordered food for 10 people. With Miltank's addition, the team's hungriest Pokémon went from being Slowpoke to Miltank. He stored all the food in his ring and took a taxi to Whitney's family mansion. Under the surprised look of the taxi driver, Cain entered the mansion naturally. As if they knew Cain would return, just as he crossed the main door, Sebastian came out to meet him and said, "Young Cain, you've finally returned. The master wants to see you. He's been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Cain was surprised. The master? The owner of this mansion? One of the powerful figures in Goldenrod City? He nodded to show he understood, and then followed Sebastian to the mansion's hall. Although he didn't really feel like meeting that old man, who had some reputation in the Alliance, since he had waited so long, he had no choice but to go. They took several turns through the castle-like luxurious hallways until they finally stopped in front of a simple door. Sebastian gently knocked and said, "Master, young Cain has returned. Come in." An elderly voice replied from inside, full of energy, showing that he was in excellent health. Sebastian opened the door and motioned for Cain to enter. After Cain went in, he closed the door and patiently waited outside. Cain entered the room and noticed that, unlike the luxury outside, it was extremely simple. There was only a desk and a few chairs. Whitney was sitting in one of the chairs, playing with her feet. Upon seeing Cain enter, she stuck out her tongue and gave him an apologetic look. "Haha, this young man must be Cain, right?" A young and promising lad, an old man with white hair and a white beard sitting behind the desk laughed cheerfully and motioned for Cain to sit. Cain didn't say anything, nodding slightly and sitting in the chair next to Whitney. When Cain sat down, Whitney quickly leaned over and whispered, "Cain, I'm sorry. I mentioned the request to my grandfather, so that was it." If the head of a family didn't know what the people under him were spending money on, it would be very irresponsible, especially if it was his granddaughter, the family's future heir. Large families pay close attention to their heirs. Every friend they make is thoroughly investigated. Cain had hidden his ties to Team Rocket well, so nothing was uncovered, but that only made him seem more suspicious. How could someone capable of making mid-level poke blocks have such a sparse background? It was only mentioned that he was a commoner, with no details about where and how he had learned to make them, nor any notable achievements mentioned. Cain gently shook his head to indicate it didn't matter. After a moment of silence in the room, the old man was the first to break it, saying, "Young man, although Whitney has already mentioned it to me, I still want to ask you where you got the recipe for making those mid-level poke blocks." End of chapter. Chapter 110. The true face of a great family. Hearing those words, Cain immediately frowned. This was very rude behavior, especially for breeders. Each breeder has their own experiments and creates formulas that are entirely their own. Asking in that way was already invading a breeder's privacy. If it had been someone with great power or influence, they might have reacted very negatively. "Grandpa." Cain didn't say anything, but next to him, Whitney was the first to speak up. She wasn't a child who didn't understand the situation. She knew how disrespectful her grandfather's words had been. Besides, Cain was a friend she had brought home, and now her own grandfather was interrogating him as if he were a criminal. Whitney's grandfather paid her no mind. He just kept his eyes fixed on Cain, waiting for his answer. Grandpa, I won't speak to you anymore. Whitney, seeing that her grandfather ignored her, huffed angrily and crossed her arms, pouting. Cain looked at him directly, without showing any emotion in his eyes. This is the disadvantage of trainers without power or influence. When facing a great family, they don't have the same standing. Even a mid-level breeder has only a slightly higher status than a common trainer, but it's hardly a difference. It's a formula I created myself, Cain replied coldly. Anyone would be annoyed if treated this way, so the old man didn't get angry at the coldness in Cain's response. The old man observed him closely, as if trying to memorize every detail of Cain. Haha, I'm sorry. When one gets old, sometimes one asks meaningless questions. Young man, don't take it the wrong way, said the old man, suddenly changing his tone and showing a friendly attitude, as if he were a kindly grandfather. Cain, however, only smiled to himself. Although the old man apologized, Cain understood clearly what his true intentions were. Oh, by the way, my name is Howard. I'm the current gym leader of Goldenrod City and Whitney's grandfather. Howard coughed a couple of times to ease the tension in the room. At his age, he had already seen it all. I've already heard about the deal between you and Whitney, and I've tried those mid-level poke blocks. Truly, they're very suitable for our milk tanks. After eating them, their milk production increased by 30%. Howard praised the effectiveness of Cain's poke blocks, surprised for the first time to hear about a poke block that could specifically increase a Pokemon's milk production. I want to ask if you'd be willing to sell me the formula. I'm willing to pay you 30 million poke dollars for it, Howard said after circling around the subject, revealing his true purpose. 30 million poke dollars. For an inexperienced trainer, that would be a fortune. With those 30 million poke dollars, he could invest in raising a Pokemon and, hopefully, become a quasi-elite level trainer. Then, he could participate in league missions, perhaps even changing his fate and becoming a league trainer. Although the difficulty in achieving this is what stops 99% of Pokemon trainers. Cain shook his head without hesitation. Although 30 million poke dollars was a considerable sum, he knew that, if he worked steadily, he would earn much more. Besides, he didn't need that much money. With the items he already possessed, his assets exceeded 30 million. Howard was somewhat surprised by Cain's refusal. For a commoner, 30 million poke dollars is a significant sum. But he didn't have many options. He couldn't just take it by force, as if anyone found out, his enemies in the league would seize the opportunity to attack him, and he knew many resented his control over the milk tank. After thinking for a bit, Howard proposed, "Then let's do this, young man. No matter how many of those poke blocks you make, we'll buy them all. As a condition, we'll pay you 120 poke dollars for each one." They raised high-quality milk tank, which needed to consume many poke blocks daily to produce milk with high nutritional value, intended for exclusive clients. The common moo-moo milk sold on the market came from milk tank that only ate grass and had a much lower nutritional value. The profits they earned couldn't compare to those simple 20 poke dollar differences, so Howard was a good businessman. "I want a training manual for milk tank," said Cain. When it came to raising milk tank, no one in the world knew more than this family. Even though what they would give him wouldn't be their most prized technique, even the basics would be more useful than what Cain could figure out on his own. There was no need to be so direct about what he wanted, but since Howard had proposed an exchange, Cain wasn't going to refuse. As for great families, they tend to be very cautious. Even a seemingly unbacked commoner like Cain wasn't someone they would attack thoughtlessly. They preferred to resolve things peacefully, as long as their core interests weren't touched. All right, Howard agreed to Cain's demand without hesitation. After all, it was only a basic training manual. Howard knew Cain wouldn't expect to receive their most valuable techniques. Are you done? Satisfied? Finished talking? Cain, let's go." At that moment, Whitney jumped out of her seat and grabbed Cain's hand, pulling him along. Cain didn't resist and followed her. He knew the true nature of this seemingly kind old man. People like him were everywhere in the league, controlling half of its power. It could be said that the corruption in the league was largely their fault. They were a plague upon the league. After Whitney and Cain left the room, the butler, Sebastian, entered and looked at Howard, asking quietly, "Sir, is this all right?" Howard stopped smiling and pulled out a detailed report from his desk. If Cain had been there, he would have seen it was a complete report of his identity within the league. In just one afternoon, they had investigated everything. It's just a small amount of money. That boy is interesting. Today's young ones in the league are truly remarkable. From that boy of the Dragon Tamer clan to this boy, they're hiding something, but even with our power, we couldn't uncover his true origin. It's best not to be too aggressive, Howard said, reflecting on Cain's report. End of chapter. Chapter 111. The Pokémon daycare. Whitney led Cain directly outside of the entire building. Once outside, she kept apologizing to Cain, as even though she had promised not to say anything, her grandfather had managed to coax the information out of her. Cain waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind too much. He was prepared for this situation from the beginning. Moreover, thanks to the false identity provided by Team Rocket, even with the influence of Whitney's family within the Alliance, they couldn't discover anything. This shows just how deeply Team Rocket has infiltrated the Alliance. Obtaining a Miltank care manual could also be considered a fair exchange. Besides, Cain really needed money, so by risking making a deal with Whitney, he was already prepared. The heirs of major families often have no other choice. Cain declined Whitney's offer to give him some items as compensation and returned alone to his room. Up until that moment, his Pokémon had not yet had dinner. Following his usual routine, he asked Ghastly to check for any surveillance devices in the room. Although the possibility was low, it's always necessary to maintain a level of caution. Come out, Slowpoke, Murkrow, Miltank. After confirming that there was no surveillance, Cain called out his Pokémon. He then prepared their dinner, taking out the packed food. His hungry Pokémon did not hesitate to start devouring the food as soon as Cain gave them permission. Miltank, who had recently joined the team, fit in perfectly after earning her place with her milk. While eating, the Pokémon exchanged their dishes, making sure to try everything. After dinner, their usual training session followed before bedtime. Cain did not do his meditation training, but instead performed simple physical exercises alongside his Pokémon. At 15 years old, his body was in full development, and proper nutrition had made him lose the skeletal appearance he had while on the trial island. The next morning, following his biological clock, Cain got up and left the huge grounds with his Pokémon. He didn't say goodbye to Whitney, but they had exchanged contact information earlier. It's likely that Cain won't return to that place for a long time. Although he didn't show Miltank to her peers, after interacting with Whitney's Miltank, her shy personality improved a bit. With the communication and support of the other Pokémon, she no longer blushed when trying to interact. An hour later, Cain arrived at the southern edge of Goldenrod City, standing before a Pokémon daycare famous throughout the Johto region. He wore simple trainer clothes and was accompanied by a pink-colored Slowpoke. There weren't many people around, but a few trainers carried newly hatched Pokémon or Pokémon eggs. There were also parents who brought their children, strolling around the daycare. Cain, the young man who had just arrived, had never been to a place like this in his previous life. This was his first time visiting a professional Pokémon daycare. Upon entering, he noticed that a public class was taking place. A young woman, about 20 years old with thick glasses, was fluently explaining the basics of Pokémon care. Some technical terms that could be difficult to understand were turned into simple and clear expressions when they came out of her mouth, causing the listeners to nod in understanding. Cain's arrival did not cause any commotion. He saw a few people taking notes on what the young woman was saying. In fact, the content of the class was very basic, almost mandatory for any novice trainer. But that was ideal, as the audience was made up of young people who had just received their first Pokémon or were not yet trainers. Alright, that's all for today. Remember to take good care of your Pokémon. If you have a Pokémon egg, it's best to keep it in an incubator to ensure a healthier birth. With these words, the class came to an end. Cain did not approach immediately, as the young woman was surrounded by many people asking basic questions. In the Pokémon world, many novice trainers, especially those not belonging to families within the Alliance, often lack a solid understanding of Pokémon. Even those who do belong to the Alliance, like Ash, who will eventually become a champion, are not always well informed when they begin their journey. Not all trainers have access to a Pokédex during their travels, so these public classes are very popular among beginner trainers. Finally, after half an hour, the crowd around the young woman dispersed, allowing Cain to approach. Hello, do you have any questions? The young woman adjusted her glasses as she saw Cain approaching. Excuse me, I'd like to know if you have computers here to look up information. I might have encountered a problem, said Cain, explaining his purpose. The computers here aren't available to the public. However, if you tell me what the problem is, I might be able to help. And if I don't know, I can ask my grandparents. They're the experts at this daycare, the young woman responded after hesitating a bit. In the Pokémon world, knowledge is rigorously protected. Famous daycares like this one often have secret information accumulated over the years, which they do not share with the public. The fact that they offer free classes already places them among the most responsible daycares. Some daycares charge exorbitant fees for classes, and the prices for Pokemon care can be extremely high. Cain nodded, understanding the situation. I'd like to ask if you've ever come across a case where a Pokemon egg shows all normal indexes, but the hatching time appears as unknown. The young woman adjusted her glasses again, resting her head on her hand while she pondered. After a moment, she smiled apologetically. Sorry, I've never seen a case like that. Also, we don't know what that egg has been through, so it's difficult to make a judgment. If you have time, you could wait for my grandparents to return. They're at a breeders' conference and might take a while. Cain was asking about the larvitar egg, a topic that had been quite puzzling to him. I'd like to ask again if I can access the computer to look up information. Don't worry, you can supervise the entire time to make sure I don't do anything inappropriate. Plus, I'm willing to pay, Cain insisted. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Stealing data. The young woman was a bit hesitant. However, as long as she supervised Cain while he operated the computer, she saw no reason not to allow it. Usually, her grandparents allowed a few close trainers to use their computers, since there was confidential data that could only be accessed with a password. What also piqued her interest was the case Cain mentioned, one she hadn't come across before. As an expert in Pokemon breeding, unknown knowledge always sparked her curiosity. Moreover, the young man in front of her, with his honest appearance, didn't seem like a bad person. Additionally, his slowpoke seemed well cared for, indicating Cain was a trainer with a good level of knowledge. Well, first I'll need to register your Alliance ID card, and then you can use the computer under my supervision, the young woman said after a moment's reflection. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of knowledge, revealing her scholarly side. Cain gave an innocent smile and nodded gratefully. All right, thank you very much. Following the young woman, they arrived at a study room at the back of the breeding center. Inside, there were several shelves full of books. Some were old and yellowed, while others were newer. There were titles like Study of Pokemon Eggs, Incubation Techniques, Fundamentals of Pokemon Breeding. Each shelf had labels indicating the theme of the books in that section. In a corner of the study, there was a computer, spotless, showing it was frequently used. The young woman sat in front of the computer, skillfully turned it on, entered the password, and opened the database. Evidently, the person who used this computer the most was this young scholar before Cain. Once everything was ready, the young woman stood up and indicated that Cain could start using it. Cain nodded politely and sat in front of the computer, deliberately searching for information. As someone knowledgeable in Pokemon breeding, Cain knew exactly which terms to look for, which made the young woman see him with new respect. What the young woman didn't know was that, while Cain operated the computer, another operation was happening in secret. System, start analyzing the information on this computer, Cain ordered mentally. In his previous life, when he input data into the system, he did so in this manner. However, the system had a limitation. It couldn't access databases through the network. Only when Cain physically touched the computer could the system infiltrate the database through the body's microelectric currents, leaving no trace. Beep. Task started. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Beginning transfer, 10 minutes later. Task completed. Cain stood up and said, I didn't find anything useful, but thank you anyway. Here's my Alliance ID card. Please register me. The scholarly young woman was also disappointed. Not finding the knowledge she was missing left her with an empty feeling. Nevertheless, she took Cain's ID card and registered his details in the reception computer. I think you're quite a capable breeder. Even if you haven't found the right incubation method, don't be discouraged. Would you like to exchange contacts? I can ask my grandparents tonight, and if you find the solution, please let me know. I'd be willing to exchange information with you on an equal basis, said the young woman, handing Cain's ID card back to him. Agreed. By the way, how much should I pay? You can deduct it directly from this bank card. Cain forced a smile. No need. I'm more interested in the Pokemon egg you mentioned, the young woman replied, declining Cain's offer of payment. For her, money wasn't the most important thing. Otherwise, with her teaching ability, she could have earned much more. That Pokemon egg, I only heard about it from a friend. I haven't seen it personally, but I'm interested in learning more about this subject. Hearing she couldn't see the egg, the young woman showed a look of great disappointment. However, the fact that Cain was interested in knowledge made her eyes shine with excitement, as if she had found a kindred spirit. With a look of deep regret from the scholarly young woman, Cain quickly took his leave from the breeding center. After leaving, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Talking with these scholars was as exhausting as a difficult exam. The more he tried, the more enthusiastic they became, and eventually, Cain had to find an excuse to escape. As he left, the young woman reminded him to let her know if he found the answer. However, regardless of everything, Cain had achieved his goal. He had obtained the data from this breeding center's database. Fortunately, the expert grandparents weren't there. Otherwise, with their experience, it wouldn't have been so easy. System, compare the database and find a solution for the larvitar egg, Cain ordered after leaving the breeding center. Beep. Task started. Beginning analysis. Estimated time, 3 days. Remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. The system could only compare the database information and then simulate possible solutions. Even so, the effectiveness of the solutions could only be determined through trial and error. Even after comparing the database, the system might not find a definitive solution. But in the current situation, Cain had no choice but to wait. Additionally, even if Cain managed to hatch the pseudo-legendary larvitar, it might not be of much help immediately and, in fact, could become a burden. After all, raising a pseudo-legendary required an astronomical amount of resources, and in its early developmental stages, pseudo-legendary Pokémon weren't as useful as other common Pokémon. Even if Cain knew how to hatch the larvitar egg, he wouldn't opt to do it unless he could provide the necessary resources for its development. What he needed to do now was continue strengthening his Pokémon team and prepare for Umbra's missions and, more importantly, Team Rocket's final trials. For now, Cain was temporarily away from Team Rocket's test island, which was already an exception. Before the trials ended, Cain still needed to return to the island to complete the final tests. If everything went well, he might have a great opportunity, but if he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Cain clearly remembered what Umbra had told him before leaving the island. This trial would be different. Observing carefully during the last evaluation, Cain had noticed some peculiarities. In short, what he needed to do now was improve his strength as quickly as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 113. The Lucky Guy at Noon, right at 12 o'clock. When the Goldenrod Game Corner just opens, a crowd of players and gambling addicts who have been waiting rush inside as soon as the doors open. Although the Game Corner generates huge profits and always has players, the managers prefer to close at 2 in the morning and not reopen until noon the next day. This strategy is a form of scarcity marketing. If players were allowed to play non-stop, their desire would diminish or they would spend all their money at once, which could leave the Game Corner empty. Controlling the opening and closing times ensures a constant flow of people, creating an atmosphere of always full that attracts more players. The Game Corner, officially registered under the league, cannot appear willing to do anything for money, nor allow anyone to play non-stop for days, which could lead to tragic incidents and affect the league's reputation. All of this contributes to the bustling image of the place. As soon as the doors open, those who have been waiting, with evident eagerness, rush inside. 2 young men who look tired, clearly not having slept enough, are leaning against the prize exchange counter, watching the crowd enter, while one of them yawns. "Hey, Sato, did you adjust the machines and set the people up?" asks a young man with an earring in his ear, wiping away a tear that escaped during his yawn. "Relax, Wataru. The machines are set, and the actors are in place. Everything's ready for the show," replies the other young man, Sato, enthusiastically. The young man with the earring, named Wataru, nods with satisfaction, showing an approving expression. These are common tactics in the Game Corner. To prevent players from thinking it's impossible to win, there are always a few actors to show that it's possible to get rich quickly. The odds on the machines are controlled by technicians who can adjust the chance of hitting the jackpot to, for example, 1 in 10,000, or the second prize to 1 in 5,000. It all depends on what the managers decide. 2 hours later, everything in the Game Corner is proceeding as usual, with some players celebrating small wins and others cursing as they stare at the machines, bloodshot eyes, clearly caught in the addiction. "Hey, Sato, everything going all right?" asks Wataru, waking up from a nap. "Everything under control, Wataru. There's just one really lucky guy who's already won almost 1,000 tokens, replies Sato, unable to hide the envy in his voice. 1,000 tokens amount to tens of thousands of poke dollars, an insignificant sum for the Game Corner but a fortune for someone like Sato, who has only recently started working there. "Are you sure it's just luck? Nothing strange?" asks Wataru, now more alert. Wataru, unlike Sato, has years of experience working in the Game Corner. Though young, he has seen many veterans come and go, and he's one of the few who has stayed to supervise the place. His experience tells him something might be off. No, he's lost more times than he's won, and he's never hit a jackpot. He's just been lucky with a few small prizes, replies Sato, hesitating a bit. Sato had observed the guy, watching as he won 1,000 tokens, then dropped to 800, and then went back up to over 1,000 with a minor prize. Everything seemed to indicate he was simply a lucky player. Maybe it's just a stroke of luck. He'll probably lose it all soon. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to sleep a bit more. I'm exhausted, says Wataru, lying back down on the counter, and soon, he's asleep again. Sato, feeling envious of Wataru's ability to sleep so easily, keeps watching the place, wishing he could prove himself and get a promotion in the future. 2 hours later, Sato is drenched in sweat, nervous and unsure of what to do. Finally, he makes a decision and wakes up Wataru. Wataru, wake up. Something's not right. What's up? Wataru replies, annoyed at being woken up, though now feeling more rested. It's the lucky guy. He's now won almost 10,000 tokens, says Sato urgently, with sweat still dripping down his forehead. What? Wataru jumps out of his seat at hearing this. 10,000 tokens are like 1,000,000 poke dollars, an amount that would take them decades to earn with their salaries. Although this sum is small compared to the casino's daily profits, a loss of over 1,000,000 would catch the supervisor's attention, and they could be in trouble. Let's go check it out, says Wataru, quickly getting up. Yes, replies Sato, following closely behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Making a good profit. When Wataru and Sato arrived at the Lucky Guy's slot machine, there was already a crowd around it. The boy, with an ordinary appearance and a somewhat clumsy expression, stared intently at the machine in front of him. His hands were on the machine and only moved when he needed to insert coins, proving that he was alive. Wow, he really is lucky. He's won quite a lot. So, you can play this way, just keep inserting coins, and even if you don't win the jackpot, the small prizes keep coming. Wow, he's won more than I make in a year. Sometimes fools are lucky. Hey, I'm just curious, could he be cheating? That winning rate seems a little high. Are you dumb? If he were cheating, those guys in black would have already caught him. Besides, there's someone else over there who's won even more. The crowd murmured around him. Sometimes, when you can't get something yourself but see others achieve it easily, you feel a bit resentful. Did you call the technicians? Is the machine okay? Asked Wataru, noticing nothing unusual about the boy. His hands were visible on the machine, with no way to cheat. They already came and checked it out, and they're still watching. They also adjusted the machine this morning. There are no issues, replied Sato quietly. However, as the crowd grew, the boy's luck seemed to run out. He inserted more than 100 coins without winning anything. Kid, I think your luck's over. You might want to go cash in your tokens. It doesn't make much sense to keep going, said a well-meaning middle-aged man. But the boy seemed not to hear and kept inserting coins into the machine. 100, 200, 300. In the end, he inserted close to 500 tokens without winning anything. Looks like his luck's run out, Shoo, don't say anything. I want to see if he keeps playing. Someone muttered with a hint of malice, but it expressed what everyone was thinking. No one else pointed it out. Wataru and Sato, watching from the back, breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't exceed 10,000 tokens, meaning they could avoid bigger problems. Finally, after the boy had inserted nearly 900 tokens without winning, he decided to stop. When the number of tokens is high, the Game Corner employees automatically convert them into a storage card. So the boy, though he had many tokens, only had one card. Each coin insertion was virtual, not physical. So, when the boy got up to leave, he only had a card with the Game Corner's logo on it. Ignoring the envious gazes from the crowd, the boy walked over to the computer to redeem his prizes. After he left, his machine became very popular. Veteran players knew that sometimes there were glitches in the Game Corner's machines and thought the boy might have found one. Others tried to copy the boy's method, choosing a random machine and starting to insert coins non-stop, whether they won or lost. But these clever strategies would probably only make them lose all their money. The clumsy boy sat in front of the computer and began operating it awkwardly, clearly someone who didn't use computers often. After 5 minutes of struggling, he finally added items to his cart, then paid with his card using his earned tokens. He'd redeemed 2 TMs for the Move Protect and 1 for the Move Toxic, spending a total of 6,000 tokens. He converted the remaining 3,000 tokens into poke dollars. He went to the counter, ignoring the looks from Wataru and Sato, and quietly waited for his items to arrive. Soon, a door behind the counter opened, and a middle-aged man in a work uniform came out with a box. He placed the box on the counter and left. Here's your stuff and an anonymous bank card with 375,000 poke dollars. Check everything, said Wataru grumpily, pushing the items towards the boy. Although they had avoided a bigger issue, they knew they would likely lose their monthly bonus, which left them in a foul mood. Moreover, seeing this boy win more than they could earn in years stirred deep envy. The boy nodded, picked up the box, and left the game corner, ignoring the looks from others, including some tattooed youths who murmured things as they watched him go. When the boy left the game corner, the sun was already on the horizon. He walked with his head down but couldn't help but smile slightly. This clumsy boy was none other than Cain. He had entered the Goldenrod game corner at noon, following the crowd. With his previous experience in game corners, slightly manipulating the machine's internal system through his own system was very easy for him. However, to avoid raising suspicion, Cain ensured his token gain wasn't too fast. He earned tokens bit by bit, with more losses than wins, but with a total gain that exceeded the losses, allowing him to win consistently. Cain knew that as long as his earnings didn't exceed 1,000,000 poke dollars, he wouldn't attract the game corner management's attention, and he would only cause the employees to lose some bonuses. After all, in a gambling game corner, it's normal for there to be wins and losses. As long as the business remains profitable, the management won't worry too much about occasional small losses. Knowing he was close to winning 1,000,000 poke dollars, Cain deliberately lost a bit to ease the employees' nerves, then redeemed some needed moves and left. Cain had no intention of turning the game corner into his personal ATM. He knew that even if he used disguises, he'd eventually be discovered if he visited too frequently, as things like height or visible hands and feet are harder to conceal, even if a person can change their appearance. That's why Cain saw the game corner only as a place where he could get some TMs and earn a bit of money from time to time, without returning for a while after each visit. Wow, money really can corrupt people. Cain shook his head, knowing that his winnings would surely provoke envy in some. And although he anticipated that someone might try to rob him, he didn't expect them to be so impatient. He had barely left the game corner when he was already being followed. When Cain left the game corner, some of the criminals who frequented these places had already marked him and began to follow him clumsily. With his experience in Team Rocket, Cain easily noticed this crude attempt at a tale. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Turning the hunt around, however, the people who had set their sights on Cain were not mere common thugs. They were members of a small gang in Goldenrod City. Though they didn't even qualify as a real gang, they barely formed a small organization. These individuals spent their days loitering around game rooms, intending to prey on those who seemed weak but were lucky enough to win money at the machines. Today, Cain's appearance perfectly matched the profile of their target. Moreover, Cain had won a considerable amount of money, which had sparked their greed. They kept their distance, following Cain without making any sudden moves, waiting for other members of their group to join. Although Cain appeared physically weak, as if anyone could easily defeat him, they followed their leader's orders. No matter what the prey looked like, they should always attack with full force. Their organization was so weak that they preferred to wait until they had a greater advantage before acting. One of them had already sent a signal, and it wasn't long before their leader arrived with all the members to initiate the attack. To them, a sum of 1,000,000 poke dollars was considerable, enough to justify such a display of force. Cain, for his part, made it easy for them by heading toward a less crowded area. In Goldenrod City's complex layout, he began to move back and forth and, before long, entered one of the old town's alleys. His behavior only made the thugs feel more confident, afraid to lose their big prey. Cain released a pokeball and called out his Murkrow. This situation was ideal for him, and since Cain wore a completely new human skin mask, there was no risk of his identity being revealed. Furthermore, since they were in an almost deserted area, aside from Cain and his pursuers, there was no one else in sight. As the light diminished, those following Cain began to grow impatient. Some, more impulsive, stopped hiding and sped up, closing the distance with Cain. Although they saw the Murkrow on his shoulder, they didn't feel the need to back down. On the contrary, they became more furious. What they didn't know was that Cain, who was ahead, had been controlling his pace to ensure they wouldn't lose sight of him. His lips began to curve into a smile, and even the Murkrow on his shoulder seemed excited, barely able to contain its eagerness. Since leaving the Challenge Island, Murkrow hadn't had a decent fight, and its repressed combat desire was finally about to be fully unleashed. The daylight was fading, and the alleys began to darken. The few remaining people had completely disappeared from view. The leader of the group following Cain judged it the perfect moment. He gestured with his hand, signaling everyone to attack. At his signal, those who were already impatient picked up the pace, running directly toward Cain. Hearing the rushed footsteps behind him, Cain grabbed the pokeball containing his slowpoke and suddenly sped up, quickly turning into another alley. "Hurry! Follow him!" the leader shouted. Realizing Cain had discovered them, they no longer bothered to hide and started pursuing him with full force, calling on their fastest Pokémon. After surviving on Challenge Island for over half a month, Cain was no longer the weak, skinny young man he used to be. Although he didn't have a muscular build, his body had been significantly trained in the jungle. Additionally, thanks to the deliberate training during that time, Cain was physically well above these street thugs. Moving with the agility of a leopard, Cain navigated the city's alleys. With the darkness on his side, he quickly lost his pursuers. However, compared to Cain, who was an outsider, the members of the small gang knew Goldenrod City much better, having grown up there and spent their days wandering the streets. Therefore, they weren't worried about losing sight of Cain. "Split into pairs," ordered the leader. To be safer, he decided it was best for them to move in pairs. Although he felt that using such precautions against a young man seemed excessive, he knew there were many young people in this world with great strength. His subordinates, who had clearly worked together before, quickly grouped up and spread out through the various alleys. What they didn't know was that the person they were looking for was now dressed in black, practically invisible in the dark alleys. A pair of cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, watched them silently as they separated. Cain adjusted his breathing, trying to remain silent. The Murkrow on his shoulder also tensed up, ready to strike at any moment. This reversal of roles between hunter and prey was what he enjoyed most. The thugs, who had previously had the advantage in numbers, possessed Pokémon such as Rattata, Beedrill, and Pidgey, common Pokémon. Though they weren't powerful individually, their numbers represented a considerable force. However, now that they were dispersed, nothing could stop Cain's offensive. Once he had completely steadied his breathing, Cain emerged from the alley. Murkrow, with its excellent night vision, guided him, allowing him to move with ease. The Ghastly, which had been hiding in the shadows until then, also appeared beside Cain. In this environment, it was like its kingdom. It didn't take long before Cain spotted two of his pursuers. Ghastly approached stealthily, and before the thug's Pokémon could react, it used the hypnosis move to put the trainers to sleep. Then, Murkrow, with its speed and attack power, took out all the Pokémon in a single strike. These were just street thugs, and their Pokémon, obtained illicitly, were of poor quality. Additionally, they hadn't received proper training, and combined with the level difference, they couldn't withstand even one of Murkrow's attacks. "If you try to attack me, you better be prepared to be taken down." Both thugs slept deeply under the effect of Ghastly's hypnosis move. Cain, with the dagger he had used on Challenge Island, approached. His eyes gleamed with a cold flash as he covered their mouths with one hand and plunged the dagger into their throats. As was his habit, he wiped the blood off the dagger on the thug's clothes before collecting their valuables. Although there was nothing of great importance, it was better than nothing. As for their Pokémon, Cain saw no value in them, so Murkrow held nothing back and took them all out. After dealing with the two, Cain, along with Murkrow and Ghastly, vanished into the darkness once again. The hunt continued. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Complete massacre. The old district was quite large, and they had spread out considerably. The scent of blood from the two Cain had killed didn't permeate the whole area, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Taking advantage of Murkrow's night vision and Ghastly's ability to move through shadows, Cain soon found another pair. Before they could react, he easily dispatched them the same way. 4. Based on my previous observations, there should be 9 left, Cain murmured as he faded into the darkness. 6. 8. Cain silently counted the victims. Originally, there were 13, and now only 5 remained. That's when the faint scent of blood began to spread through the alleys, and the group finally realized something was wrong. Through several signals, the leader of the remaining 5 gathered everyone. However, there was no trace of the arrogance and ferocity they had shown earlier. The only expressions on their faces were worry and fear. The only one who remained somewhat calm was their leader. He had once been a small member of a major gang in Goldenrod City, but after failing in a power struggle, he barely survived and gathered a group of street thugs to sustain his life. But despite everything, he was the only one among them who had seen the world. He knew that some prodigies existed in this world, people who, despite their young age, possessed formidable strength. That's why he always acted with extreme caution, afraid of provoking the wrong person. It was precisely this caution that allowed him to survive in a large city like Goldenrod City. However, this time, it seemed he had really hit an iron wall. Boss, what do we do? It seems we've bitten off more than we can chew this time, said the most cowardly member of the group, trembling with fear. The leader's face was dark and grim. Despite his extreme caution, he had made a serious mistake. Looking at his 4 companions, who stared at him pale and fearful, knowing he was their only hope, the leader gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! Whatever happens, happens. What's there to fear? All 5 of us, let's leave the old district. If we reach a busy area, he won't dare make a move." The hatred in his heart urged him to confront Cain, but his reasoning told him that with their power compared to Cain's, there was no chance. Survival was more important. Retreat. But retreating also depended on whether Cain allowed it. With few enemies left, Cain, guided by Murkrow and Ghastly, found the last group of 5. Hidden in the darkness, Cain listened to their conversation, a cold smile forming on his face. They came looking for me. Now, it won't be so easy to escape. Once someone becomes my enemy, death is their best fate. Cain followed them at a safe distance. Now they were on high alert, and it wasn't the right time to strike. Only when they let down their guard would it be time to launch a deadly attack. Walking slowly, vigilant of their surroundings, after about 10 minutes, the 5 were finally close to leaving the old district. The bright city lights beckoned them. Phew, we're finally almost out. I'm scared to death. I'm never coming back here, said the most cowardly one, sighing in relief and patting his chest. Hearing his words and seeing that only one alley stood between them and the safety of the city lights, everyone let out a small sigh of relief. They only needed to cross that alley to be safe. That was everyone's thought. After being on high alert for 10 minutes, they now relaxed a bit. This was the best time to strike. Cain didn't hesitate. He charged toward them with Murkrow and Ghastly, closing in quickly. Ghastly, use hypnosis. Murkrow, attack the leader. Don't give him a chance to react, Cain ordered loudly. Kakik. Ghastly sped up, moving through the shadows and reaching the 5 in an instant. Ghastly used hypnosis, targeting the 5 humans as its primary objective. The 5, seeing the sudden appearance of a ghostly shadow, were stunned, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. Their bodies began to fail, especially their eyelids, which felt as heavy as mountains, forcing them to close their eyes. The only one who managed to react was the leader, with a mental scream of, "This is bad." But his body already wouldn't respond. He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain pulling him out of hypnosis trance, and he rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging Murkrow's attack. Murkrow, missing its first strike, didn't pursue him but instead used the opportunity to eliminate the other's Pokémon. After using hypnosis, Ghastly tangled with the leader's Pokémon. Though not strong enough to win, Ghastly could delay it without issue. Ghastly was known for being especially troublesome. The leader, after dodging Murkrow's attack, endured the pain in his tongue and tried to reach for a Pokeball on his belt. Bang! A foot stomped on his hand, pressing down with force. Looking up, he saw the young man who had once seemed harmless. But now, there was no trace of the dumb, lost expression from before. His sharp eyes glinted with an icy coldness, staring at him without a hint of emotion, as if he were looking at a beast about to be slaughtered. Cain's foot pressed on his hand with incredible strength, like a vice holding it firmly in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. Murkrow, finish that Pokémon. Murkrow obeyed Cain's orders and joined Ghastly in the fight. Under the combined assault, the leader's Beedrill was defeated without a chance to resist. Watching his Pokémon being killed before his eyes, but powerless to do anything, a furious expression crossed the leader's face. The cold-bloodedness he had developed in the big gang resurfaced. With his other hand, he drew a knife from his waist and aimed it at Cain's foot. But Cain was faster. Always attentive to his movements, Cain threw his own knife, striking the leader's other hand with precision. With a cry of pain, the leader dropped his knife. Cain crouched down, looking into his eyes and said coldly, "In your next life, don't provoke those you shouldn't." With that, he pulled the knife from his hand and, with a swift motion, slit his throat. He kicked the lifeless body aside, picked up the Pokeballs from his belt, and locked them away, putting them in his pocket. Then, he checked for valuables and storage tools, placing them in his ring. The thug's Pokémon didn't interest him, but the leader's Pokémon held some value. End of chapter. Chapter 117. Skorupi's hatching. When Cain reappeared on the streets of Goldenrod City, he was once again wearing his League identity mask. This method of having multiple identities allowed him to act as he pleased in many situations. As long as he controlled that his identities didn't interfere with each other, he could avoid many problems. For example, When he had just dealt with those thugs, he wore the mask of a taciturn young man. Even if someone tried to investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace anything back to Cain. Goldenrod City at night was even more beautiful than during the day, with twinkling lights illuminating the whole city in a multicolored splendor. Cain was unaffected in the slightest by having just killed someone. Since his previous life, when he had come to fully understand this world, he had grown accustomed to such blood-filled days. Skillfully, he found Goldenrod City's black market and sold the recently captured Pokémon along with their Pokeballs to a Pokémon merchant there. In total, he made 80,000 Poke Dollars. It's likely that the Beedrill slain by Murkrow and Ghastly was that person's main Pokémon, so the other Pokémon together only sold for 80,000. As for why he didn't exchange the Pokémon at the Hunters Guild, it was because the guild follows the law of the wild and does not accept domesticated Pokémon. This time, he didn't stay long in the black market nor caused much commotion. After selling the Pokémon, he used the money to buy a large quantity of supplies, including various antidotes and sufficient healing potions. When he left the black market, the moon was already high in the sky, and the streets were almost deserted. Cain found a nearby luxurious-looking hotel and paid 3,000 Poke Dollars to rent a luxury suite. Anyway, that money had been obtained by force, so he didn't mind spending it. Following the hotel room number, he found his room. It wasn't called a luxury suite for nothing. The room was very spacious, even allowing for more complex physical training for Pokémon. Dinner had already been taken care of before he went to the black market. It cannot be denied that Cain and Murkrow are quite similar. Right after dealing with some thugs, they went to eat, and the food tasted even better. Murkrow, after releasing his long-repressed combat desire, ate more enthusiastically than usual. However, Slowpoke felt a bit disappointed for not being able to participate in the fight. After entering the room, Cain locked the door, and Ghastly, on his own initiative, began inspecting the room's security. Tomorrow it would be time to leave Goldenrod City. Cain had previously bought the locations of some reliable Nidran colonies on the black market. While hunter missions don't generate large earnings at first, as you level up, the rewards become more lucrative. Now, he needed to level up quickly. Just as he sat on the couch, ready to plan how to head to Mahogany Town, Ghastly suddenly interrupted him. "What's wrong, Ghastly?" Cain asked upon seeing Ghastly's strange behavior in front of him. "Kakeek." Ghastly let out a laugh, and then dove directly into Cain's shadow. Could it be? Seeing Ghastly's behavior, Cain had a hunch. As Cain had suspected, Ghastly soon emerged from his shadow again, this time holding an incubator in his smoky hands. Seeing the incubator, Cain's eyes gleamed. Skorupi. Taking the incubator containing the Skorupi egg from Ghastly's hands, he saw that the marked hatching time was less than 5 minutes. Slowpoke and Murkrow also noticed Ghastly's actions and approached with expressions of joy. The first team member to hatch would also be the youngest of the group. The arrival of a new teammate generally brings joy, and the training paused as Cain and his 4 Pokémon attentively observed the Pokémon egg. Slowpoke felt it the most. With his mastery of psychic powers, he could clearly sense the vibrant life energy within the egg and the increasingly strong heartbeat. Time, which normally passed quickly, seemed to have stopped. Every second felt like hours. Finally, the 5 minutes were up, and the egg began to tremble slightly. The incubator slowly opened, as if blooming, as the countdown ended. The Pokémon egg was now fully exposed to the air, and a faint violet vapor started to appear around the egg, which was now shaking more vigorously, as if something inside was struggling to break free. Crack. The first crack appeared in the egg, and the surrounding violet vapor, as if finding an escape route, rushed toward the fissure. With the help of the violet vapor, the crack expanded more and more, and the cracking sounds became more frequent as fissures spread all over the egg. Boom. Finally, the eggshell couldn't withstand the force of the little being it contained any longer, and it broke completely, revealing a small blue and violet Pokémon now in front of Cain. The little Pokémon, about the size of a palm, was full of energy. Its blue eyes looked at Cain, filled with closeness and a bit of curiosity. Its tail, which took up half of its body, was upright, and its small white pincers were raised above its head, waving in the air like a child asking for a hug. Welcome to this world, little one." Seeing the little creature that showed such closeness to him, Cain smiled sincerely and extended his hand toward Skorupi. Skorupi looked at Cain and then at his hand, hesitated for a moment before happily jumping onto it. Cain immediately took out a bottle of milk he had obtained from Miltank, and then, after placing a straw in the bottle, put it in front of Skorupi and said, "Try this. I'm sure you'll like it." Skorupi, who had just hatched, had expended a lot of energy breaking the shell. Seeing Cain offering him something to eat, he curiously sniffed the straw. Sensing a peculiar milky aroma, his eyes lit up, and he began drinking enthusiastically. As he drank, he found the milk more and more delicious, and eventually, he took the entire bottle from Cain's hands. His small pincers held the bottle perfectly, much heavier than he was, and in between sips, Skorupi made little sounds of joy. While Skorupi drank the milk, Cain activated the system to scan his stats. Pokemon, Skorupi, light blue, gender, male level, 1 type, poison plus bug ability, sniper held item, none egg moves, screech, agility, poison tail, pursuit basic moves, bite, poison sting, leer learn moves, none TM moves, none. Cain's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't expected Skorupi to have the sniper ability. Although all of Skorupi's abilities have good development paths, Cain had always preferred the sniper ability. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Growth direction. The sniper ability allows for an increase in the power of critical hits. If in the future Cain can find an item that boosts the critical hit rate for Skorupi, then he, or his evolution Drapion, will become his highest instant damage attacker. Especially for Pokemon whose types are weak to Skorupi's attacks, they'll be almost instantly defeated if struck at a critical point, even if there's a level difference of up to 5 levels. Additionally, to Cain's surprise, Skorupi already knows 2 useful moves, Poison Tail and Agility, which demonstrate his talent. The light blue color of his quality is the highest among Cain's Pokemon. The difference in combat power between Pokemon of different quality colors is significant, even if they're at the same level. After Skorupi hatched, Murkrow and Slowpoke were particularly happy. They wanted to pet the little one but feared hurting him due to their strength. That attitude of wanting to pet him but not daring to made Cain smile. To give them confidence, Cain petted Skorupi's shell. It wasn't hard yet, and had a slightly rough texture. Following Cain's example, Murkrow and Slowpoke gently petted the little Skorupi, who was so focused on drinking milk that he didn't notice them petting him. Soon, Skorupi finished the milk bottle and, after a satisfied burp, climbed up Cain's arm to his neck, where he gently nuzzled his head against Cain's neck before falling asleep. His tiny pincers gripped Cain's clothing firmly, and despite his size, Skorupi held on tightly, so much so that not even running would make him fall. Skorupi's pincers have small hooks that easily latch onto the fabric fibers. Unless pulled firmly, it's hard to detach him. After Skorupi fell asleep, Murkrow and Slowpoke took one last look at him before resuming their basic training. Skorupi has just been born and is still a baby. He'll spend most of his time sleeping. Cain didn't intend to put him in his Pokeball immediately, as it posed no problem to keep him outside, and his small size made it difficult for anyone to notice he was a living creature. Before evolving, Skorupi is a poison and bug-type Pokemon. Upon evolving into Drapion, his types will change to poison and dark. Although his types change, he won't forget his bug-type moves, which will enhance his offensive versatility. Bug-type moves are effective against grass, psychic, and dark types. Poison-type moves are effective against grass and fairy types. Dark-type moves are effective against ghost and psychic types. Although some of these types overlap, bug-type moves are still quite powerful. In the Pokémon world, Poison-type is one of the most dangerous. Unlike the games, Pokémon here can release toxins at any time, not just during moves. These toxins can have effects like corrosion or paralysis. In nature, Poison-type Pokémon are the most feared. Poisoning is one of the most dangerous statuses, and antidotes are essential, though not always effective due to the variety of toxins. Skorupi, though newly born, already has toxins in his body. As he grows, these toxins will develop and form a specialized organ, making him even more lethal. Cain decided that, with the sniper ability, Skorupi will not adopt the attrition strategy used by Ghastly. Instead, he'll focus on inflicting deadly poison that takes down opponents in a single hit. Skorupi will be like a king cobra, able to defeat enemies in an instant. To achieve this, Cain will seek items that enhance Skorupi's poison, reserving his toxins until his poison organ is fully developed. Additionally, Drapion will be able to learn a variety of moves, making him a very versatile attacker. With Miltank's milk, Cain is confident that Skorupi will quickly transition from his infant stage to his juvenile stage, at which point his training will begin. With a smile, Cain watched his 4 Pokemon continue their training. Momentarily, he stopped thinking about Skorupi's growth plans, trusting in his past experience to manage the process. He took out the psychic training manual he had received from Sabrina and began reading it again. Despite having read it multiple times, he always found something new, as if the simple text could be analyzed from different angles, revealing different results. Cain couldn't help but admire the author of the manual, though he regretted that he only had the first part and that it wasn't complete. Suddenly, Cain felt an urge. System, how much time remains to complete the analysis of the rapid psychic skill upgrade task? Due to the database expansion, the analysis time has been extended. Remaining time, 6 hours, 31 minutes, 42 seconds, the system responded. It seems that the inclusion of additional data has lengthened the analysis time. Tomorrow morning, I should have the results. Cain thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 119. The Pokémon at the peak. The morning sun had barely risen when a young man of ordinary appearance, dressed in the standard league trainer uniform, appeared in the northern outskirts of Goldenrod City. Beside him walked a light pink slowpoke, and on his shoulder perched a small, violet-blue Pokémon. If one didn't look closely, it would be difficult to confirm it was a Pokémon. Cain had woken up before dawn and left Goldenrod City, venturing into the forest surrounding the city in search of a Nidoran. In his hands, he held a map with several small circles drawn on it, marking areas where Nidoran might likely be found. He had purchased this information the day before from an informant in the black market. Though it wasn't completely reliable, at least it saved Cain from searching blindly. Comparing the nearby hill with the map, Cain confirmed he was at the first possible marked location and headed directly there, following the map's directions. Although the hill seemed close, it took him almost an hour to reach it. Fortunately, Cain was already accustomed to the harsh conditions of Judgment Island, so the forest on the outskirts of Goldenrod City felt like a small grove to him. As he ventured deeper into nature, signs of human activity became less frequent, while the levels of wild Pokémon began to rise. However, all were within Slowpoke's skill range. It should be around here. I don't know if there will be any, but come out now, Murkrow, and look for traces of Nidoran. Cain released Murkrow's Pokeball. As a flying-type Pokémon, Murkrow could use his wide field of vision to help with the search. Additionally, in this remote place, there was no need to worry about being seen with his Pokémon. Caw. Murkrow flew out and, with a slight flap, became a black shadow disappearing into the sky. As he watched Murkrow disappear into the distance, Cain fell into deep thought. That morning, the system had finished analyzing the task, and to Cain's surprise, the system's database really contained methods to quickly increase psychic energy, or in other words, the level of psychic abilities. However, upon seeing the strange names of the required items, Cain began to wonder if he really had lived another life. He hadn't heard of any of the names except one, a tool called the Meditation Pearl, which supposedly could increase the speed and efficiency of psychic meditation. However, the authenticity of this tool remained to be verified, or even if it truly existed. The system's database only stored data and didn't discard items based on feasibility or efficacy. Even if the system filtered out some items, Cain couldn't be entirely sure of their effectiveness. Perhaps in this life, he was not destined to become an advanced psychic. If he had never awakened psychic abilities, Cain probably wouldn't feel so dissatisfied. But now that he had awakened this rare power, he couldn't help but feel frustrated at remaining at a novice level. Every time he thought about it, a sense of discontent arose within him. This is human nature. If an object never had any connection to you, no matter how valuable, you would feel only a slight desire for it. But when you discover that you have a chance to obtain it, that desire grows. You wonder, what if it were mine? What if I could get it? Cain was caught in that state. This had nothing to do with experience, but simply with human nature. After a brief pause, Cain continued walking towards the hill with Slowpoke. Although Murkrow had not yet returned, that didn't prevent Cain from exploring the area. It wasn't necessary to find a Nidoran for him to capture a Pokémon. If he encountered a relatively rare Pokémon or one with great potential, Cain would capture it as well. After all, it was all money. As he climbed the hill, the levels of wild Pokémon began to fluctuate significantly. Below, Pokémon were numerous but around levels 13 or 14. However, on the hill, the levels quickly jumped to 18 or 19, with even some level 20 Pokémon appearing. But the quality of these Pokémon wasn't very high. It was clearly noticeable that the frequency of high-quality Pokémon in the wild was significantly lower than on Judgment Island. Although the levels of the wild Pokémon had risen, that didn't prevent Slowpoke from defeating them. At this moment, Cain also had Ghastly join the battles. Ghastly's level was lower compared to the rest of the team, so increasing the number of battles would help speed up his progress. After all, for Ghastly to start showing his combat potential, he needed to evolve. However, because of this, progress became slower. As they climbed the slope, Murkrow finally returned. Perching on Cain's other shoulder, Murkrow shook his head, indicating he hadn't found any trace of Nidoran. It's fine. We'll take this as training. Cain took out an advanced poke block for Murkrow and gave it to him to replenish his energy. Although Murkrow hadn't found Nidoran, that didn't mean there definitely weren't any. Murkrow had only taken a look from the sky, so Pokémon hidden in caves or dense brush might have gone unnoticed. After this, Cain's pace quickened. With Murkrow joining the battles, his coordination with Slowpoke was so skillful that no Pokémon could withstand their combined attack. Ghastly occasionally launched support moves for training as well. The Pokémon distribution on the hill wasn't as clear as on Judgment Island. Various Pokémon species lived mixed together, and competition for resources wasn't as fierce. Perhaps because of this, the wild Pokémon here weren't as strong in combat. Ever mischievous, Ghastly even provoked some Pokémon that looked fierce, only to retreat when outnumbered, then return with his two companions for revenge. Cain didn't say much about it, as it was part of Ghastly's nature, though he couldn't help but enjoy it. However, the closer they got to the peak, the fewer Pokémon they encountered. They even found some empty areas, with no trace of life. Looks like there's a strong Pokémon up ahead, Cain thought. The most likely cause of this situation was that a very powerful wild Pokémon, or a strong group, was at the peak. But based on what he had seen so far, Cain believed it was a powerful individual wild Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke had noticed this too. As Pokémon, their sensitivity surpassed Cain's. Suddenly, they felt a new surge of energy. The previous battles had been exciting, but their opponents were too weak to make a lasting impression. However, this possible powerful opponent piqued their interest. Ghastly, the trickster, also squealed excitedly at his side, showing not the slightest sign of worry. Since everyone wants to take a look, let's recover a bit and face it at full strength. Seeing his Pokémon's excitement, Cain smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Arbok Cain released his best assistant on the team, Miltank, who provided the most nutritious milk for Murkrow and Slowpoke, helping them recover their energy. With the additional support of advanced poke blocks, they quickly reached their peak performance. All right, we've rested enough. Let's go face the king of this place, Cain said, smiling as he dusted off his pants. Caw. Yaden. Kakik. Ready for battle, Murkrow and Slowpoke looked excited, while Ghastly simply wanted to join in to not miss out on the action. It knew it probably wouldn't be a match for that Pokémon, but as a good spectator, it didn't want to miss the show. As for Miltank, she maintained her peaceful stance, not looking for trouble, and Cain had no intention of making her fight. So, she simply stayed off to the side, enjoying the enthusiasm of her teammates. The group headed straight to the top of the hill. Unlike the dense forest on the slope, the trees on the summit were much sparser, and almost no wild Pokémon could be seen. In the center of the summit, a purple body coiled around a large tree, lazily basking in the sun and flicking its forked tongue. It was Arbok. Cain's group slowly appeared in its line of sight, causing Arbok to lift its head. The huge eyes on its chest, known as intimidating eyes, were fully exposed, and the frequency of its tongue flicks noticeably increased. Its narrow snake eyes filled with coldness, and as it observed Cain, they even flashed with a hint of hunger. Arbok had been the ruler of this place for a good while, and few Pokémon dared to challenge it. Today, however, it seemed as if its meal had come directly to it. Before taking control of this territory, Arbok had been active in the human world and was quite familiar with bipeds. Not because they were a threat, but because they were delicious. This was a human-eating Pokémon. When Arbok's intimidating eyes were fully displayed, Cain felt a slight jolt and frowned. Was it the intimidate ability? However, this didn't affect Murkrow and Slowpoke much. Although the intimidate ability could reduce their attack power, it didn't diminish their fiery desire to fight. Arbok slowly descended the tree trunk, its purple scales scraping against the ground and producing an unpleasant sound. As it approached, the sound of its breathing became more evident to Cain and his team. When it was within scanning range, the system displayed Arbok's information before Cain's eyes. Pokémon, Arbok, light green, gender, male level, 23 type, poison ability, intimidate held item, none egg moves, poison fong, poison tail basic moves, crunch, ice fong, thunder fong, fire fong, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare, screech, acid learn moves, gastro acid, bind, snatch TM moves. None seeing this Arbok's data, Cain's eyes gleamed slightly. A light green quality Arbok? However, he wasn't interested in capturing it. The hungry look that Arbok directed at him made it clear this Pokémon had eaten humans before, likely more than once. Cain didn't want a time bomb like this on his team. Although he had no problem eliminating a human, as a human himself, He had a strong aversion to the idea of a Pokémon eating people. Besides, this Arbok's arrogant attitude suggested it had been ruling this place for quite some time, which meant it would be extremely difficult to capture. Cain wasn't willing to waste time on something not worth it. What interested him was that a Pokémon of good quality with a strong wild instinct might attract a lot of interest in the Hunter Guild. So you're really the king of this place. All right, Murkrow, Slowpoke, let's go. 2 against 1. Neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke complained. In the wild, nobody fights one-on-one. That's an idea that only exists within the Pokémon League. If you can defeat an opponent with all your power without taking any damage, why match your strength and end up injured, even if you win? It's simply irrational thinking. Survival of the fittest includes having allies as a form of strength. Otherwise, why would so many Pokémon species form colonies to seize resources? It's the advantage of numbers. Arbok wasn't surprised. Facing Murkrow and Slowpoke, it lunged toward them. In terms of types, Slowpoke had a slight advantage with its psychic moves and used them skillfully. Slowpoke used Confusion. Murkrow used Tailwind and then Wing Attack. Cain ordered. A powerful psychic wave emanated from Slowpoke, slightly distorting the space as the energy struck Arbok's head. Cha! Arbok felt a sharp pain in its head and halted its advance for a moment. At that moment, Murkrow, propelled by Tailwind, quickly arrived and attacked Arbok's head with a gleaming wing. Bang! The impact sent Arbok flying 3 meters backward. A snake's head is its hardest part, so even though Murkrow's attack hurt it, it also snapped Arbok out of the confusion caused by Slowpoke's confusion move. Arbok's mouth suddenly opened, releasing a foul breath as it fired several poisonous needles toward Murkrow. Immediately after, its body hit the ground and lunged like an arrow after the needles. Arbok's attack was powerful, especially in close combat. Once it coiled around its prey, the pressure of its muscles was enough to crush almost any Pokémon. Murkrow, dodge and use Dark Pulse. Slowpoke, stop it with Confusion and then use Calm Mind. Slowpoke's Confusion once again struck Arbok, slowing its advance. Murkrow dodged the poison needles and quickly gathered Dark Energy, releasing a Dark Pulse towards Arbok. Ghastly, you join in too. Use Nightshade, Cain said, addressing Ghastly, who was already eager to jump in. Nightshade, a ghost-type move, is effective regardless of level differences since its effects aren't reduced as much as other moves. Kakik. Ghastly laughed enthusiastically and joined the battle to support its teammates. Arbok finally realized that its opponents were extremely strong and perfectly coordinated. Additionally, that small pink Pokémon kept using psychic moves, making it even harder for Arbok to approach. End of chapter. Chapter 121. Capturing Arbok, even if it fought with all its strength, it might not even be able to get close to the 2 Pokémon, rendering half of its moves ineffective. Moreover, both Pokémon's attacks were extremely powerful, and it realized that its body could no longer withstand them. Seeing the unfavorable situation, it immediately decided to flee. Having grown to this point from its weaker days, escaping had become an instinct for it, so running away this time also seemed completely natural. Keep fighting? Await death? Seeing that Arbok was clearly attempting to flee, Cain maintained an expressionless face and said coldly, Slowpoke, full power, use Confusion. After a successful Calm Mind, Slowpoke's special attack was boosted, and a bright blue glow appeared in its eyes. An invisible psychic wave surged toward the fleeing Arbok. Having already taken 2 rounds of attacks, enduring the double damage from Confusion and being occasionally struck by Ghastly's Nightshade, Arbok was now exhausted, both physically and mentally. Under the full-powered Confusion from Slowpoke, the swiftly moving Arbok suddenly halted. Its eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground, drained. Cain pulled out a simple red and white Pokeball from his ring and threw it toward Arbok. The Pokeball opened upon contact, and after a flash of red light, Arbok was captured within. Beep! After a slight shake, the central button of the Pokeball glowed red, indicating a successful capture. Slowpoke used its psychic power to float the Pokeball back to Cain, who smiled and patted it on the head in congratulations. Then, he released Arbok. The recently released Arbok had already regained consciousness. It looked at Cain, who was surrounded by Slowpoke and Murkrow, with fear, and its body shrank involuntarily, causing its wounds to sting, making it hiss in pain. I don't care what you think. Obey my commands. You have only 1 life. If you try anything, you won't ever open your eyes again. Cain looked down at Arbok, his words cold and devoid of emotion. Hearing Cain's words, Arbok glanced at Slowpoke and Murkrow, who seemed ready to hurt it if it disobeyed. and submissively nodded. Isn't staying alive better than anything else? Cain took out a healing spray and casually used it to treat Arbok, ensuring it wouldn't die from its serious wounds, but didn't fully heal it either. Cain didn't completely trust this crafty venomous snake. As long as it didn't die before he sold it, that would be enough. After quickly treating Arbok's wounds, he returned it to its pokeball under the resentful gaze of the snake. Overall, Cain was quite satisfied with this battle. Slowpoke and Murkrow had worked in excellent coordination. With the double damage from psychic-type moves, Slowpoke was the main attacker in this battle. Additionally, the extra effects of the psychic moves provided added control. Meanwhile, Murkrow took on the role of restraining Arbok, switching between close and long-range attacks, perfectly coordinating with Slowpoke's control. This was the synergy they had developed over time. This Arbok's level wasn't low, and its potential wasn't weak either. Despite Slowpoke's type advantage, it still took 3 rounds of attacks with Murkrow to defeat it, though Arbok only managed to use Poison Sting once. However, it had to be admitted that Arbok held great value. Even if he didn't find a Nidoran this time, he had already gained something valuable. Let's see if there's anything good around here, Cain said with a smile, satisfied with capturing a high-value Pokémon. Ghastly, skilled at treasure hunting, began to explore. Nothing could escape its gaze as it slipped through obstacles. Under the tree where Arbok lived, numerous white bones were piled up. The dense, deathly atmosphere provided a great meal for Ghastly, and the purple mist around it grew denser. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 Pokémon, they found several valuable items, totaling around 50,000 Pokedollars in materials. Some of these materials were poison type, which Cain planned to save for Ghastly and Skorupi. By the way, the recent battle had nothing to do with Skorupi, who had been peacefully sleeping on Cain's neck, completely unfazed by the fight. Cain was continually amazed at Skorupi's deep sleep during its growth. After clearing the battlefield, Cain and his Pokémon left, heading to another marked location on the map. 3 hours later, Cain hadn't found success at the second spot the information broker had marked as a possible Nidoran habitat. Aside from defeating a few weak wild Pokémon along the way, there was nothing special. He didn't even encounter a yellow-quality Pokémon, so it was really a waste of time. During the search, they stopped for a break and solved the lunch issue. With plenty of time, Cain decided not to settle for dry rations. The Pokémon enthusiastically caught some wild rabbits and chickens and enjoyed a rare barbecue, which they all missed. The one who ate the most was Miltank, who was tasting Cain's barbecue for the first time. Her recent training had increased her appetite, and she ate more than all the other Pokémon combined. Meanwhile, Cain took a moment to give milk to Skorupi. After sleeping all morning, Skorupi woke up, drank a lot of milk, let out a satisfied burp, and went back to sleep. Cain was getting used to taking care of a newborn Pokémon. However, it's worth mentioning that after a morning of continuous battles, Ghastly's level had reached level 16, and Murkrow's level also increased, reaching level 21. This was Murkrow's first level up since leaving Challenge Island. After leveling up, Murkrow asked Cain to increase the weight of its load. Cain agreed and increased Murkrow's load to 15 kilograms. Cain knew why Murkrow wanted to do this. Murkrow felt that it wasn't progressing as quickly as Slowpoke. Though Slowpoke didn't level up this time, it was because there were many bug-type Pokémon in the forest, which gave Murkrow a great advantage, allowing it to level up first. Cain was sure it wouldn't be long before Slowpoke leveled up as well. Murkrow, being competitive, asked to increase its load, not out of jealousy of Slowpoke's progress, but because it was determined to work as hard as possible to keep up with Cain. Moreover, Ghastly's rapid improvement also made Murkrow feel a slight sense of urgency. It knew that its advantage over Slowpoke and Ghastly was mainly due to its type advantage. It also understood that its potential was slightly lower than that of Slowpoke and Ghastly. As the one who always considered itself the leader of the group, Murkrow was determined to give its best effort, to train hard and grow quickly, taking on more responsibilities for the entire team. This way, even if its companions caught up, it would feel it had done enough. At least it had tried. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Discovery of Nidoran. Upon observing the third marked location on the map, he saw that it was the farthest from Goldenrod City. On the map, it showed a lake surrounded by a large forest, where some Nidoran likely lived. Originally, Cain's plan was to first inspect the 2 closest locations. If he managed to find and capture a Nidoran, he could return to Goldenrod City the same day, deliver the mission at the Hunters Guild, and then continue on his journey. However, if he didn't find a Nidoran in the first 2 locations, he would have to head to the third and farthest spot, which would not allow him to return the same day. In that case, he would choose to camp outdoors and then continue north, crossing several forests until reaching Ekrutik City. He carefully stored the map in his ring and, without hesitation, headed to the last search location. After all, when they were on Judgment Island, Cain and his Murkrow regularly camped outdoors, and the conditions there were much harsher than here, so he felt no pressure. For trainers who have just started their journeys, or those who have been traveling for only a year or two, survival in the wild is their greatest enemy. Every year, many young trainers lose their lives while camping outdoors, but that doesn't stop those who keep trying. The Pokemon League not only doesn't discourage these practices but actively promotes them. With such a large population, they're not concerned. Those with true talent, or who are of interest to the League, will have no trouble overcoming these challenges, and if they fail, it just means they weren't well prepared enough. That's why the League sees these journeys as a filter for beginner trainers, weeding out the less capable ones. Those who manage to become intermediate-level trainers have already passed certain trials, and basic survival in the wild is no longer a challenge for them. These trainers form the backbone of the League, being the most numerous group after beginner trainers. Becoming an advanced-level trainer isn't easy, and survival in the wild becomes routine. The number of advanced-level trainers is an indicator of an organization's strength. 4 hours later, Cain, along with a Murkrow and a fully energized Slowpoke, finally arrived at the lake marked on the map. As they ventured further, signs of human activity disappeared, finding themselves in a true Pokemon paradise. The Pokemon levels also increased. Near the lake, the average level had already reached level 20. Looking at the enormous lake, almost blending with the sky, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The location marked on the map was this lake, but on the map, the lake didn't seem so large. However, the lake before him was impressively sized, and circling it would take about 2 hours. Moreover, the Pokemon wouldn't just live near the lake, as the large number of Pokemon coming to drink water could cause many issues. Therefore, most Pokemon set up their homes about 2 or 3 kilometers from the lake, further expanding the search area. If luck wasn't on his side, he might need to search for another day. Those damned information sellers. In such a large activity area, any kind of Pokemon could show up. Cain cursed silently. He had guessed correctly. The information sellers almost always marked this lake in their Pokemon tracking reports. After all, with such a large ecosystem, who knows what could appear? In fact, the information provided by these sellers wasn't always accurate, only offering a slight advantage over blind searching. Today, Cain had traveled a long way, from Goldenrod City to the first location, the hill where Arbok was found, then to the second marked place on the map, without finding anything. Finally, he reached this lake. Since before the sun had risen until now, when it was beginning to set, Murkrow and Slowpoke had experienced a day full of intense battles. It seemed like they wouldn't find anything today, so Cain decided not to push it. He found a scenic spot by the lake and prepared to camp. The setting sun painted the sky a deep red, reflected on the lake's surface, which looked like a fiery painting. Cain took out a tent he had prepared in Goldenrod City, and with Slowpoke's psychic power, quickly set it up. He used some stones from the lake to build an improvised fire pit, then filled a pot with lake water, added some purification tablets, and set it to boil. Although he had brought some purified water from Goldenrod City, as outdoor life would continue for a while, he decided to save it for emergencies. The water from this lake was very clear, and with the help of purification tablets, it was safe to drink. Additionally, natural lake water contained trace elements and minerals that were more beneficial than purified water. When conditions allowed, Cain always preferred to boil the water before drinking it. Although Pokemon could drink directly, Cain, as a human, didn't have the same resistance, and an illness could be dangerous. In the worst case, he could be temporarily weakened, or he could experience nausea, dizziness, and even fainting. After all, nobody knew what bacteria might be in the lake water, but boiling it would kill 99% of germs, and with the help of purification tablets, the water would be safe to drink. He let a portion of the boiled water cool down and stored the rest in his ring for later use. While waiting for the water to boil, he sent Murkrow to catch today's dinner. Every time it returned, it brought back some rabbits and wild birds. Slowpoke also enjoyed a bath in the lake, occasionally encountering Magikarp, Goldeen, and Poliwag, but without incident. During his free time, Slowpoke also used his psychic powers to catch some fish, adding them to tonight's dinner menu. However, just as Cain and Miltank were preparing dinner, Murkrow returned flying quickly from afar, cawing excitedly. Upon reaching Cain, it began circling in the air, trying to express something. Cain had been training Murkrow for a long time, and their understanding was the best among all his Pokemon. He immediately understood the reason for Murkrow's excitement. "Did you see a Nidoran?" Cain asked. "Caw, caw." Murkrow nodded frantically. It knew that its trainer had been searching for something all day without success, and now, while hunting for dinner, it had come across the Pokémon they were looking for. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Water and Electricity. Slowpoke, who had noticed Murkrow's behavior, left the river early, and Miltank, who always helped Cain with meal preparation, also stopped what she was doing and stood obediently by Cain's side. Cain looked up and saw that the sun was about to touch the horizon. If we're quick, we should be able to return before the sun sets. Let's go. Murkrow, lead the way. Without hesitation, Cain decided to go in search of the Nidoran. This time, the whole team sprang into action. To save time and find the Nidoran before sunset, even Miltank, who usually didn't enjoy battles, joined the group. However, Miltank still couldn't overcome her own nature. At most, she managed to defeat her opponents but never dealt the final blow. Understanding Miltank's situation, Cain didn't pressure her, knowing that her greatest value lay in the support she offered to the team. Murkrow and Slowpoke would also cheer on Miltank from time to time, helping her integrate more quickly with the group. Moreover, it was clear that Miltank was beginning to position herself at the forefront of the team. With her good physical defense and speed, along with her ability to use the move Milk Drink to recover, she began to take on the role of the team's temporary physical shield. This was because she understood that she couldn't contribute much more in battles and decided to use her body to protect the team from inevitable damage. Although Miltank's thick fat ability only reduced damage from fire and ice-type moves, it also had a slight effect on reducing damage from some physical moves. After all, her sturdiness was evident. 10 minutes later, they sped through the forest and arrived at the spot where Murkrow had seen the Nidoran. According to Murkrow's description, relayed telepathically by Slowpoke, Cain learned that when Murkrow saw the Nidoran, it was hunting a pheasant it had spotted. However, upon realizing that its competitor was a Nidoran, Murkrow decided not to engage in the hunt to avoid alerting it. So when they arrived, they saw a bloodstain on the ground and several small holes that had clearly been caused by a poison-type attack. Combining this with Murkrow's description, there was no doubt it was a Nidoran, a poison-type Pokémon. Following the scattered clues and the traces on the ground where the prey had been dragged, Cain gradually approached the area where the Nidoran usually moved. The sky was darkening, and the sun was halfway below the horizon. When the bloodstains disappeared, Cain and his team arrived at a berry forest. The trees were filled with fist-sized berries in colors of red, white, blue, purple, and green, all mixed together. This place seemed to be the favorite feeding spot for the forest Pokémon. Stepping on the ground covered in leaves and berry husks, the sound of crunching filled the air. Cain frowned. Nidoran looked like a light purple rabbit, and its large ears were especially sensitive to sound. With the noise they had just made stepping on the ground, they would definitely be discovered if they moved closer. No wonder the Nidoran chose this place as their home. For them, as long as the enemy didn't come from the sky, any sound on the ground would be instantly detected. And if the enemy came from the sky, it would need to control its body well enough not to make any noise. Additionally, with this berry-filled forest and the husks on the ground that hadn't completely dried, Cain had a strong sense that this was the Nidoran's home. Murkrow, stay alert for any trace of them nearby. Ghastly, you go check as well. Cain thought for a moment and then added, Miltank, return to your Pokeball to rest a bit. Slowpoke, use your psychic power to lift us both so we don't make any noise. Saying this, Cain returned Miltank to her Pokeball. Murkrow and Ghastly nodded and went to look for the Nidoran's trail. Meanwhile, Slowpoke and Cain moved silently, hovering slightly thanks to a thin layer of psychic energy under their feet to avoid making noise on the ground. This also demonstrated that Slowpoke's control over its psychic powers had significantly improved after this period of training. Once the exact location was determined, with Murkrow and Ghastly's mobility, it shouldn't take long to find the Nidoran, as long as it was truly there. And indeed, Cain didn't have to wait long. Ghastly emerged from behind a tree with an excited expression. Seeing its appearance, Cain felt excited. Did you find it? Kakik, Ghastly nodded repeatedly. Under Ghastly's guidance, Cain and Slowpoke arrived at a large berry tree. From the size of its trunk, which needed at least 4 people to encircle it, it appeared to be several hundred years old. Ghastly used its purple smoke to form a hand that pointed at a hole at the base of the tree. This was the place. Cain thought silently. To avoid alerting the Nidoran, no one made any noise. Slowpoke, use water gun and fill the hole with water, Cain ordered, finally breaking the silence. Upon hearing, Slowpoke opened its mouth, and an arm-thick stream of water shot out, quickly filling the hole. Since Ghastly had already confirmed the location and everyone was in position, there was no need for further subtlety. Slowpoke attacked immediately. At that moment, Murkrow returned without having found the Nidoran's trail. Seeing Slowpoke using water gun on a hole, it immediately understood that they had found the Nidoran. Cain saw Murkrow had returned and didn't hesitate to give his command, "Murkrow, use hidden power on that hole." Murkrow's hidden power was electric type, and by combining it with Slowpoke's water, they could significantly weaken the Nidoran before it managed to escape. Murkrow, following the special energy path, created a bright yellow energy sphere in front of its chest. After a period of training, Murkrow no longer needed 3 minutes to gather energy like the first time it used hidden power. In just 3 seconds, hidden power was ready, and under Murkrow's control, the energy sphere flew into the hole. Boom! Not long after entering the hole, the energy sphere exploded, releasing a yellow current with some blue sparks that flowed with the water, filling the entire underground space. Simultaneously, Slowpoke stopped using water gun. In an instant, the underground hole was filled with water charged with electric energy. 5 seconds after Murkrow released its hidden power, several blue and purple figures started shooting out of the hole, covered in mud and occasionally sparking with electricity. They appeared in quite a disorganized manner in front of Cain. 1, 2, 3. In total, 9 Pokémon came out of the hole, and among them was Cain's target, Nidoran. End of chapter. Chapter 124. Total capture Pokémon. Nidoran, dark yellow, gender, male level, 14 type, poison ability, hustle held item, none egg moves, supersonic, poison tail basic moves, leer, peck, focus energy, double kick, poison sting learn moves, helping hand TM moves. None. This was the Nidoran with the best aptitude among all the ones Cain scanned. Out of the 9 Pokémon, its level was one of the lowest. After enduring Slowpoke's water gun and Murkrow's hidden power, it barely managed to escape from the hole before nearly losing the ability to fight. The dark yellow potential already met the requirements for the Hunter Guild's mission. Once Cain captured and delivered it, his mission would be considered complete. Not only would he receive a good sum of money, but he would also earn an equivalent amount of points. What surprised Cain was that this Nidoran had the hustle ability. Although this ability increases attack and reduces accuracy, it wasn't particularly notable at this stage. However, once this Nidoran evolved into a Nidoking, its ability would change to sheer force, making it a true powerhouse. If it were to obtain a life orb, even with dark yellow potential, it could compete against Pokémon with green potential without any trouble. Even so, Cain didn't consider keeping it for his own use. His surprise stemmed solely from the increased value of a Nidoran with the hustle ability. If he found a Nidoran with green or higher potential and the hustle ability, he might have considered it, as a Nidoking with sheer force is incredibly strong. But before capturing this Nidoran, he first had to deal with the Nidorino and Nidorina that glared at him with rage and distrust. Among the 9 Nido family Pokémon, these 2 seemed to be the parents, while the other 7, 3 female Nidoran and 4 male Nidoran, were their offspring. Apart from the 2 Nidorino and Nidorina, the other 7, which were at low levels, were already exhausted after escaping the hole. Smiling slightly, Cain said, "Murkrow, use wing attack on Nidorina. Slowpoke, use Psyshock on Nidorino." Murkrow, already prepared, swooped down toward Nidorina, while Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue, launching a psychic wave at Nidorino. Nido. Although they still had traces of electricity on their bodies, they couldn't move quickly. Though they wanted to dodge, they couldn't. With 2 roars, Murkrow struck Nidorina with its wing without hesitation, pushing her back 3 meters, while Slowpoke's Psyshock, with its type advantage, dealt double damage to Nidorino, leaving him paralyzed on the spot. Murkrow, use feint attack on Nidorino. After repelling Nidorina, Murkrow turned into a black shadow and used feint attack on the paralyzed Nidorino. Nido. Although Nidorina recoiled from the pain, seeing her partner about to be attacked by 2 Pokémon, she launched poison sting from the spines on her back, aiming at Murkrow, who was about to strike Nidorino. Slowpoke, use confusion to block poison sting, and then use Psyshock on Nidorina again. Cain commanded calmly. Nidorina's poison sting was blocked by Slowpoke's confusion, while Murkrow, trusting its companion, didn't stop and hit the recovering Nidorino with feint attack, as Slowpoke's Psyshock hit Nidorina. Nidorino tried to resist by using Fury attack, with its front paws wrapped in white light. But due to the distance, Nidorina couldn't intervene. Murkrow, protect and then use hidden power to finish it. Slowpoke, use Psyshock for the final blow. Nidorino's Fury attack struck Murkrow's protective barrier, shattering it after 5 hits, but the attack itself was exhausted, and the white light on its paws dissipated. Murkrow's electric-type hidden power, charged over 3 seconds, was released just as the barrier faded. Nidorino, still wet from the water, suffered even greater damage due to the electric attack, immediately losing its ability to fight and collapsing to the ground. Faster than Murkrow, Slowpoke's Psyshock hit Nidorina, and with the type advantage, she couldn't hold out either, losing her ability to fight. Cain was the only one who noticed that after defeating Nidorina, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 23. After accumulating enough experience, leveling up came naturally. Seeing their parents lying on the ground, the male and female Nidoran, already weakened, suddenly surged with energy and charged at Cain. Ghastly, use hypnosis to put them to sleep for a bit, Cain said, looking at the little Pokemon. Ghastly's higher level and potential advantage made its hypnosis highly effective. All the small Pokemon trying to attack fell asleep mid-charge, with the last to succumb being the dark yellow potential Nidoran. Cain casually threw 9 standard Pokeballs. For this type of capture aimed at earning Poke Dollars, there was no need to use high-quality Pokeballs. Unsurprisingly, all 9 members of the Nido family were captured. Cain applied a healing spray to the unconscious Nidorino and Nidorina to prevent them from dying before he could exchange them for resources. With that, the main goal of this outing was accomplished. A dark yellow potential Nidoran with the hustle ability would certainly boost the value of Cain's mission, and his rank would rise as well. Additionally, he had captured a light green potential Arbok, which meant that his haul was excellent. Slowpoke, use teleport to return to the camp, Cain said, satisfied, to Slowpoke. Yadin. Slowpoke nodded. The distance to the camp wasn't far, and the battle hadn't been too exhausting. Moreover, after leveling up, Slowpoke felt its control over its psychic powers had improved. Wrapping everyone in its psychic power, and with a slight spatial distortion, Cain and his Pokemon vanished from the berry forest. That night, at the lakeside camp, Cain and his Pokemon sat around a bonfire and began a hearty dinner. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Post-dinner exercise. After Cain and his team returned to the camp, the sun finally set completely in the west, with the last rays of light disappearing. The reddish glow in the sky faded away entirely. The moon, which had risen early in the east, was finally able to show its splendor, gently illuminating the land. The forest outside Goldenrod City embraced its night. At that moment, with Miltank's help, Cain finished cleaning all the ingredients with water from the lake. He took out the cooking tools he had specially prepared from his ring, set up a special grill over the campfire, and carefully arranged a series of condiment jars on the side. He even had Slowpoke use its psychic power to set up a stone bench. Cain carefully placed the wild rabbits and chickens, preparing them with his tools. The ones that took longer to cook were set in the center of the grill, while the ones that cooked faster and could burn easily were placed on the edges. He skillfully used the seasonings, sprinkling cumin and salt in different proportions over the roasted meat. It couldn't be denied that, due to the isolated nature of the area, the meat from the wild animals was truly very tender. Just a bit of roasting was enough to give it a golden hue, with drops of flavorful juice falling from the meat into the fire, making a sizzling sound. As the meat cooked, a delicious aroma began to spread from the camp. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had always been very enthusiastic about food, hadn't lagged behind in gathering ingredients, capturing various animals in the forest, which was as rich in wildlife as it was in Pokemon. What was now on the grill was only a third of everything they had caught. As he watched his Pokemon look at the roasted meat with bright eyes, Cain couldn't help but smile. All of them, except Ghastly, stood still, as if afraid the food would disappear if they moved. The most eager was Miltank. Although she was usually shy and reserved, when it came to food, she became the most vigorous Pokemon on the team. The fact that she was constantly swallowing saliva clearly proved it. However, since Cain hadn't given the signal to eat, none of them dared to move and could only stare at the food. The unluckiest was Ghastly, who, although he could smell the aroma of the roasted meat and see his companions' appetites, couldn't enjoy the food himself. The only thing that comforted him was that, after a day of constant battles, he had absorbed a large amount of residual energy from fallen Pokemon and felt satisfied. Under normal consumption, he probably wouldn't feel hungry again for several days. If he used that energy to train, he could maintain his energy level for an entire day. Since he couldn't eat, Ghastly decided not to watch and focused on his task of keeping guard. Cain, seeing the golden meat that was now fully roasted, decided to fulfill his duty as the cook and tasted a piece to check its quality. With a clean knife, he gently cut a piece of rabbit meat. Under the envious gaze of Murkrow and the others, he brought it to his mouth. He chewed gently, and the succulent juice burst in his mouth, perfectly seasoned, giving the roasted meat an exceptional texture. He nodded with satisfaction. After 2 lifetimes dedicated to honing his culinary skills, Cain had reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve in cooking. Looking at Miltank and the others, who waited eagerly with bright eyes, Cain chuckled and said, "All right, you can start eating now. But remember, don't rush. You can only take more once you've finished what you have in your mouths." Cain knew that, with their huge appetites, the Pokémon could finish all the meat on the grill in one go, which would make it impossible for him to keep up. So he limited their eating speed so that he could maintain the pace of preparation. As he continued cooking, he occasionally took a piece of meat off the grill to eat. With his small appetite, Cain filled up quickly. However, the Pokémon were especially hungry today. After finishing portion after portion of roasted meat, they even ate the fish that Slowpoke had caught during a free moment. Miltank, with her legendary appetite, ate nearly half of all the food herself. Still, as they ate, the aroma of the meat attracted the attention of many Pokémon. A few pairs of red or green eyes began to watch the camp from the forest undergrowth. Cain wasn't worried about these wild Pokémon, drawn either by the smell of the roasted meat or the light of the fire. With Ghastly keeping a close watch, no Pokémon could launch a surprise attack. And if it came to a direct confrontation, the newly fed Pokémon had nothing to fear. In wilderness survival, sometimes just running isn't a viable option. It can even backfire, encouraging ill-intentioned Pokémon to become more aggressive. To survive better in the wild, one must show their claws and instill fear. After a full day of combat, Cain's Pokémon hadn't shown mercy, leaving them with a slight scent of blood and a faint aura of violence. Ordinary humans might not notice it, but other Pokémon could clearly sense the threat emanating from Murkrow and the others. So, even though the smell of roasted meat was tempting, none of them dared to approach. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had been with Cain the longest, had developed absolute trust under his leadership. They were convinced that under Cain's guidance, there was no enemy they couldn't defeat. This had gradually given them an aura of power. Although most Pokémon kept their distance due to the intimidating presence of Murkrow and the others, a few dared to take the risk, especially when the temptation was great enough. Just as they were about to finish the last portion of food, a wild Ariados finally couldn't resist the temptation and decided to attack. It suddenly leapt from a branch, using the gravity of the fall and its silk to launch itself like a red fireball descending from the sky. Its sharp front legs, covered in a purple sheen, targeted Cain directly. It had identified Cain as the weakest of the group. Although his aura was powerful too, its instinct as a Pokémon told it that only by defeating the human at the center could it eat that delicious meat. Unfortunately for it, every move was under the watchful eye of Ghastly. The moment it started its attack, Ghastly had already alerted Cain to be ready. Moreover, Murkrow and Slowpoke, who were eating beside Cain, were also prepared to counterattack. Cain smirked, letting go of the knife in his hand, and said, "Looks like we're getting some post-dinner exercise." Murkrow, wing attack. Slowpoke, hold it with confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 126. Ariados. When Cain saw Ariados appear, the system had already scanned all its information. This Ariados had a very high level, reaching level 27. Although its potential was average, rated as light yellow, compared to the other Pokémon watching, Ariados was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Cain's Murkrow and Slowpoke were not in a good mood after being interrupted during their meal. Although they were almost full, they were very annoyed by the Ariados that dared to disturb them. For that reason, they showed no mercy in their attack. Murkrow soared into the sky, its wings imbued with flying energy, charging directly at Ariados, which was descending from above. Ariados, seeing Murkrow approaching, tried to escape by pulling on its silk thread attached to the tree. However, when it tried to move, it realized it couldn't. Its body was paralyzed mid-air. Boom! Slowpoke had already used confusion to immobilize Ariados, preventing it from moving and causing damage at the same time. In a direct assault, Murkrow struck Ariados with its wings in mid-flight. Ariados, trapped in the air, looked on in horror at the small, dark Pokémon approaching with energy it detested. Yet, it could do nothing to avoid it. The psychic energy surrounding it also caused great discomfort, weakening its strength. So, unsurprisingly, Ariados was thrown even higher into the sky by Murkrow's attack. Slowpoke, confusion again. Murkrow, use repeated peck to finish it, Cain ordered. Hearing this, Slowpoke intensified the psychic energy emanating from its body, launching a devastating mental attack at Ariados, which was still unable to move in the air. Murkrow, with a beat of its wings, followed Ariados' trajectory, repeatedly attacking it with its sharp beak wrapped in flying energy. In less than a minute, Ariados, whose level surpassed Murkrow and Slowpoke's by 5 or 6 levels, was completely defeated. Its still-warm body fell near the camp. Since Ariados was a bug and poison-type Pokemon, it was doubly vulnerable to flying and psychic-type moves. Combined with Murkrow and Slowpoke's superior skills and perfect coordination, it resulted in Ariados's immediate defeat. The lifeless body of Ariados served as a harsh lesson for all the Pokemon watching from the surroundings. When Murkrow returned to Cain's side, most of the eyes peeking from the bushes and trees had already disappeared. The few that remained, seeing Ariados's lifeless body, decided to leave silently. Soon, the atmosphere, which had been eerily quiet, was filled again with the sounds of nocturnal insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ariados's defeat, as one of the strongest Pokemon in the area, made the others abandon any attempt to attack. Wild Pokemon tend to respect the strongest and rarely challenge those with such power, as they know that doing so means death. After Ariados served as a warning, no other Pokemon dared to bother Cain and his team throughout the night, allowing them to rest peacefully. However, Cain did not completely lower his guard. Ghastly remained vigilant all night, alert to any movement around them. As a ghost-type Pokemon, Ghastly is more active during the night. While it rests in Cain's shadow during the day, at night it stays alert to avoid any danger. Time passed quickly, and when Cain closed and opened his eyes, the sun had already started to rise again from the eastern horizon, waking him with its light. Cain had a very precise biological clock, developed in his previous life. Although he had once fallen into laziness, since arriving at the Island of Judgment, he had regained his routine and had no intention of abandoning it. Cain generally woke up around 6 in the morning, just as the sun began to rise. The air was fresh and damp, and the proximity to the lake made the humidity even more intense, while the sounds of birds in the forest started to fill the air. The campfire they had lit the night before had already gone out, but some embers still glowed among the stones forming the base of the fire pit. There were signs of Pokemon activity around, but apparently, none had tried to approach the tent, so Ghastly had not scared them away or woken Cain. However, the body of Ariados, which had been left there the previous night, was now gone. Only a pool of coagulated blood remained. Cain headed to the lake, causing a small commotion among the Pokemon playing in the water, making them all disappear quickly. Cain smiled and shook his head, beginning his morning routine by freshening up with the lake water. His Pokemon started waking up one by one upon hearing Cain moving around. Cain prepared breakfast for his Pokemon. Since he didn't want anything too greasy in the morning, breakfast consisted of Pokeblocks and Miltank's milk. Preparing breakfast was simple. Cain took out each Pokemon's bowls and filled them with their respective Pokeblocks. Miltank, always helpful, assisted Cain by filling the cups with milk and filling a special bottle with milk for the small Skorupi. Cain woke up Skorupi on his shoulder and handed him the bottle so he could drink his milk through a straw. Lately, Skorupi had been sleeping very well, and if Cain didn't wake him, it was unlikely he would get up on his own. However, Skorupi knew that whenever Cain woke him, it was mealtime. After enjoying Miltank's milk, Skorupi licked his mouth contentedly, then, wagging his small tail, nestled against Cain's neck to continue sleeping. Cain couldn't do much about Skorupi's sleepiness, but by checking his data with the system, he could see he was growing well. Although it wasn't obvious at a glance, the system could obtain precise results. In summary, Skorupi was growing healthily, and with the help of Miltank's nutritious milk, when he transitioned from the infant stage to the growth stage, his accumulated physical condition would allow him to develop rapidly. While Skorupi finished eating, Murkrow and the others also completed their breakfast. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Training and Journey. After all the Pokemon finished breakfast, Cain assigned them their morning training tasks. The day's planning begins in the morning, a phrase that is sometimes more than just a saying. Cain discovered that morning training for Pokemon tends to be the most effective of all times of the day. Since they were by the lake, Slowpoke did not go through its usual psychic power training. Although its skill in water-type moves is slightly weaker than its skill in psychic-type moves, it is still an important ability that needs to be mastered, at least so that it doesn't become a weakness. Slowpoke entered the water to train in managing water-type energy. On the other hand, Murkrow was assigned physical training. It usually carried a 15 kilograms weight, which allowed it to stay in good shape with continuous training. However, this weight was not overly burdensome. For this reason, Cain increased the weight to 20 kilograms during its physical training, which would further improve its results. Murkrow's task today was to fly back and forth along the edge of the lake, with each lap covering a distance of about 1,000 meters. In total, it had to complete 20 laps. For Miltank, Cain prepared a weighted vest and had her run on a pebble beach near the lake. As the pebbles are slippery and uneven, Miltank was not only training her physical endurance but also her balance and body control. Since childhood, Miltank had survived alone, so she had not absorbed enough nutrients, making her smaller compared to others of her kind. For instance, the Miltank they met earlier, which belonged to Whitney, was considerably larger. Although Miltank did not enjoy battles very much, she had recently become passionate about training, giving her all in every session and achieving better results over time. Ghastly, who had been on watch all night, was not assigned a heavy training task. Cain only gave it a simple task and allowed it to rest after completing it. Ghastly's task was to practice the combination of rest and sleep talk while trying to control which moves it used during sleep talk. Seeing that all the Pokémon were starting their training with dedication, Cain nodded with satisfaction and took out the psychic training manual from his ring. Based on his recent understanding, he began meditating again. Previously, it took him half an hour to enter a meditative state, but after several attempts and new insights from the manual, it now only took him 10 minutes to reach that state. Of course, the effects of the meditation were not ideal. The system constantly monitored Cain's state, and each meditation session only followed the results calculated by the system. In other words, Cain would need at least 31 years of constant meditation to become a beginner psychic. However, it must be admitted that after each meditation session, his mind felt fully refreshed, more so than after a night's sleep. After 2 hours, Cain led his Pokémon, who had completed their training, into the forest, heading towards Ikritique City, north of Goldenrod City. According to the map, to reach Ikritique City, they had to pass through 2 large forests, which would take about 3 days. Although traveling on foot was much slower than by car, Cain didn't mind, as he planned to take the opportunity for his Pokémon to gain levels. Since leaving the Island of Judgment, the growth rate of his Pokémon had slowed considerably. This was a good chance for his Pokémon to gain some experience. There were many bug and poison-type Pokémon in the forest, making Murkrow's flying-type moves and Slowpoke psychic-type moves very effective. Although Ghastly is a ghost-type Pokémon, it also has the poison-type, allowing it to effectively counter the grass-type Pokémon that were abundant in the forest. In short, the forest was a perfect training ground for Cain's Pokémon, as many of the Pokémon they encountered had types that his Pokémon could counter. As the morning sun gradually rose, the forest Pokémon that had been asleep began to wake up. Under the rays of the sun barely peeking through, the forest was filled with patches of light, and if one looked closely, many Pokémon could be seen in the bushes and on tree branches. They saw a Butterfree collecting morning nectar, a Ledybus sucking sap from a tree, Rattata searching for seeds in a pile of leaves, and a group of Spinarak weaving a web together, waiting for their prey to come. It was a most peaceful scene. But this peace only lasted as long as no more aggressive wild Pokémon, like Beedrill, Spearow, or Ekans, appeared. When these Pokémon showed up, the calm would break, and chases would begin throughout the forest. Unless wild Pokémon attacked them first, Cain did not have Murkrow and Slowpoke fight them, to move through the forest more quickly. However, if they encountered aggressive Pokémon that attacked them, Cain showed no mercy and defeated them without hesitation. Of course, if he found Pokémon with great potential or battle value, Cain did allow Murkrow and Slowpoke to strike first, but he did not necessarily eliminate them. However, throughout the journey, the number of wild Pokémon Cain deemed to have good potential was low, demonstrating how difficult it was to find high-quality Pokémon in the wild. While moving through the forest, they also found some valuable medicinal herbs or rare items, but these things were often guarded by strong Pokémon. Fortunately, Cain had his system, which could scan and provide accurate data. If they encountered a Pokémon they could defeat, Cain didn't miss the opportunity to collect the materials, but if the situation was unfavorable, he withdrew without hesitation, making rational decisions. Although Cain and his Pokémon were quite strong in that forest, it did not mean they could move freely without concern. There were many dominant Pokémon in the forest that Cain could not yet face, which forced him to avoid them. If they came across powerful and aggressive Pokémon, they had to escape quickly. For example, at that moment, they were being chased by a level 35 Ursaring. Ursaring is a normal-type Pokémon, powerful and violent in nature. After Cain accidentally entered its territory, the Ursaring chased them for nearly 5 kilometers as Cain dodged its Hyper Beam attacks. Fortunately, Ursaring was not very agile, and Cain managed to escape using the forest terrain to his advantage. However, the chase was not in vain, as Murkrow, being very cunning, stole some Beedrill honey from Ursaring's territory while they fled. This was the reason why the enraged Ursaring pursued them relentlessly. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Police officer of Ikritique City for 3 whole days. Cain and his Pokémon were in the forest between Goldenrod City and Ikrutik City in the Johto region. Although the Pokémon levels were not very high, their sheer number was overwhelming. Cain and his Pokémon walked for 3 full days to completely cross this forest. Of course, saying the levels were not high refers to the average level, as there were many high-level Pokémon in the forest with great potential and considerable strength. These Pokémon often occupied their own territory, and any Pokémon that entered without permission was attacked. The previously mentioned Ursaring is just a typical example of the attacks Cain and his team faced. Compared to other Pokémon, Ursaring was relatively easy to handle, as it didn't have complicated thoughts. Even when it was enraged, it acted straightforwardly, allowing Cain to find ways to evade it. However, some Pokémon were not only powerful but had intelligence almost equal to that of a human. If it weren't for Gastly's Protect, Move, and Slowpoke's Teleport Move, Cain and his team might not have made it out of the forest. Despite everything, after experiencing different situations and countless battles, Cain's Pokémon saw significant improvement. Gastly, who had started at level 16, reached level 19 by the time they exited the forest. This was mainly because the forest had many low-level Pokémon, and both Murkrow and Slowpoke showed great teamwork by allowing Gastly to participate in more battles. In the end, Gastly was the Pokémon that fought the most in the entire team, resulting in an increase of 3 levels, an impressive growth. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had each leveled up in previous battles, did not experience as much of an increase. However, due to the constant pressure of facing powerful opponents and repeatedly surviving dangerous situations, both managed to level up again. Now, Murkrow reached level 22, while Slowpoke reached level 24. Even Miltank, who did not particularly enjoy battles, improved her level by helping her teammates withstand attacks and restore energy. Miltank had now reached level 21. With this, after completing the journey through the forest, all of Cain's Pokémon, except for Skorupi, who was still very young, experienced significant growth. It could be said that they reaped great rewards. Additionally, Cain also collected many valuable materials in the forest that could be sold for a good sum on the black market. Finally, after 3 days of traveling, Cain and his team arrived at the outskirts of Ikrutik City. After walking for another 2 hours, Ikrutik City finally appeared before them. We finally made it out. Although it wasn't as exhausting as on the island, it wasn't easy. We were chased like dogs, Cain thought as he looked at the clearly visible city in front of him, smiling despite the recent experiences. Ikrutik City is the ancient capital of the northern Johto region, located near Mt. Mortar, between the western plains and the western coast. Ikrutik City is known as a historic and cultural city in the Pokémon world, with traditional Japanese architecture as its distinctive feature. The tallest building in the city is the Bell Tower, which has 10 floors and is said to have once been home to the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. However, besides the Bell Tower, Ikrutik City also houses the Burn Tower, located in the northwest corner of the city. It is said that this tower was destroyed by a great fire over 100 years ago, and that 3 legendary Pokémon were reborn at its base thanks to Ho-Oh's power. Another legend says that Lugia, who was comparable to Ho-Oh, once lived atop the Burn Tower, but after the tower was destroyed, it moved to the Whirl Islands. Another notable building in Ikrutik City is the Dance Theater, built by the city's largest family. Every year, countless people flock to see the performances by the geishas, and many vie for a ticket. It could be said that the dance performances in Ikrutik City are among the top 3 in the Johto region. They attract not only people from Johto, but also from other regions. This is a prominent feature of Ikrutik City. Of course, Ikrutik City is also home to an official Pokémon League gym. The gym here is Ghost-type, and if he had the chance, Cain would like Gastly to interact with him, as it could learn useful techniques. However, his current identity was not suitable for visiting such places. When Cain entered the city accompanied by Slowpoke, it was already 6 in the evening. However, because he had spent a long time in the wild, his clothes were somewhat worn out and emitted an unpleasant smell. Additionally, Cain was a stranger in the city, leading some passers-by to point at him and talk about him. But Cain, being the one in question, paid little attention to it. He didn't care how others judged him. The only thing that truly mattered to him was improving his strength. Only in the company of his Pokémon could he completely open his heart. Fortunately, people only pointed and did nothing more. The religion in the Johto region promotes peace, making people generally quite friendly, especially in Ikrutik City, which is a religious center in Johto, with the Bell Tower being the core of many religious beliefs. Another important thing is that the Pokeballs on Cain's belt, along with Slowpoke by his side, clearly indicated that he was a trainer. Although his clothes were worn out, it could still be seen that he wore a trainer league uniform, so the townspeople didn't view him with hostility, only curiosity. Even so, his presence caused a small commotion, with many people slowly approaching and forming a small circle that followed Cain as he moved forward. Soon, a young police officer on a motorcycle, accompanied by a Growlithe, appeared in front of Cain. "Please show me your league ID card. I need to verify your identity." "If I've been impolite, I apologize, unknown traveling trainer." The young man, with a firm attitude, dismounted from the police motorcycle, showing his badge and indicating his identity to Cain. His sharp eyes reflected a scrutinizing look, and the Growlithe by his side barked authoritatively. As a police officer in Chronicles City, the young man had a keen eye for assessing people. He immediately noticed Cain's presence, which only powerful trainers who had spent a long time surviving in the wild and returned safely had. That's why the officer was quite polite to Cain, although it was necessary to check his ID card as protocol to avoid unnecessary disturbances in the city. "All right, officer. Here is my ID card. Please verify it quickly. I just returned from an excursion and need to rest." Cain took out his league ID card from his ring and handed it to the young officer. End of chapter. Chapter 129. The Jenny family. When the young police officer began checking Cain's league identity card, Cain remained quite calm. Umbra had done an excellent job securing his identity, to the point where even Whitney's grandfather in Goldenrod City couldn't uncover who he really was. In front of him stood only an ordinary league officer, making it even less likely for Cain's true identity to be discovered. The young officer placed Cain's ID card into a slot of an identity verification device. After a beep, Cain's league identity information appeared on the officer's device. After carefully reviewing Cain's information from start to finish, the young officer handed the card back and said, "Everything's fine. Thank you for your cooperation." Cain nodded, took back the ID card, and walked away without saying a word. Since the police had confirmed Cain's identity was legitimate, the surrounding crowd began to disperse and no longer followed him. In fact, Cain's appearance, clearly showing he was returning from a journey, made people regard him as a skilled trainer, which gradually led to them looking at him with respect. The young officer watched Cain's back as he walked away, along with his slowpoke that stayed right beside him, nodding thoughtfully. "This man is a bit strange, though I can't pinpoint exactly why, but in all my years on the job, this was the first time someone gave me such an odd feeling. It was like a dormant volcano." Cain, walking away, did not dwell on the matter. He was just passing through and had no hidden plans, so he could face the League police with complete peace of mind. However, he couldn't help but let the system scan the data of the Growlithe accompanying the young officer. Pokemon, Growlithe, dark green, gender, male level, 20 type, fire ability, flash fire held item, none egg moves, crunch, double kick, fire spin basic moves, bite, roar, ember, leer, odor sleuth, helping hand, flame wheel, reversal learned moves, iron tail, snore TM moves, protect, hidden power, grass, double team, flamethrower. The data was so impressive that Cain couldn't help but feel a bit envious. With such great traits and an array of excellent moves, although it was only level 20, Cain wasn't confident that his Murkrow could defeat it in a direct battle. To become a League police officer, it was likely that the young officer had the support of the Jenny family. The Jenny family controls nearly 70% of the League's police forces. Joining this family or becoming a vassal of theirs is a good choice for anyone wishing to be a League police officer. The resources brought by a great family are truly impressive. After all, this was just an ordinary police officer, yet he already had such an outstanding Pokemon. In his previous life, before Cain reached the quasi-elite level, he once battled a true city leader from the Jenny family. The power of his opponent's Pokemon was so great that it forced Cain to retreat. If he hadn't been that strong, he might have been defeated. The Jenny family is very different from the Joy family. This clan has reached its current position solely through strength. As defenders of the cities, it's essential that they possess considerable power. Cain couldn't wait any longer to reach the Pokemon Center. Although it hadn't bothered him initially, as soon as he returned to civilization, he noticed how sticky and uncomfortable his clothes felt. What he wanted most now was to take a good bath and change into clean clothes. He didn't care about others' looks, but drawing so much attention wasn't ideal either. While he had experienced harsh living conditions, he didn't mind living a bit more comfortably when the opportunity arose. However, having learned from the mistakes of his past life, Cain dared not indulge as he once did. Perhaps he had already experienced it in his past life, so in this life, he wasn't as interested in it. Enjoying it occasionally was fine, but the priority must always be having enough strength. In a Chronicles City, Cain found a hotel that seemed quite luxurious. Under the somewhat hesitant gaze of the reception staff, he paid 3,000 poke dollars for a luxury suite. As the most famous city known for its ancient culture in the Johto region, and with the spectacular performances at the dance theater, Ikrutik City attracts many tourists each year. Therefore, the tourism industry in Ikrutik City is thriving, which also leads to high demand for hotels in the city. With the room card in hand, Cain went straight to the bathroom. Although Cain always carried several changes of clothes in his ring, with outfits for different identities, changing clothes in the wild didn't make sense. His body would still feel sticky and dirty, and changing would only soil clean clothes without making him feel any better. Moreover, in the wild, survival was the top priority, and no one cared about comfort. Anyone newly returning from Challenge Island likely resembled a caveman. He scrubbed himself with water and soap as if his life depended on it, feeling like he was shedding a layer of skin. During the week he spent on Challenge Island, living in the wild, he never felt this way, but since returning to civilization, Cain made sure to stay clean whenever conditions allowed. Sometimes, Cain might not want to admit it, but he was actually a person with high standards for both mental and physical cleanliness. When he finally emerged from the bath, he had regained his usual fresh appearance. Although he was still wearing the human skin mask used for his league identity, overall, he looked much better than before. Now, if he walked down the street, he wouldn't attract as many stares. He called room service and ordered a cart full of food. That was dinner for Cain and his Pokémon. After spending several days in the wild, although roasted meat was fine, hotel food tasted different. His Pokémon enjoyed a big meal, and Skorupi, who had been asleep on his shoulder, woke up to drink 1.5 bottles of milk. Over time, Skorupi's appetite had gradually increased. Although its body didn't seem to have grown, it was evident that its armor had become shinier, and its shell, which used to be a bit rough, was now very smooth to the touch and had a refreshing feel. This is the great effect of Miltank's milk. Since Pokémon in the breeding stage cannot consume overly nutritious foods, as this could lead to premature development and waste potential, Miltank's milk does not cause such problems and, in fact, improves Skorupi's physical condition. Not only Skorupi but also Murkrow and the other Pokémon that had been drinking Miltank's milk regularly had shown physical improvements. The most notable change was their increased stamina. After long training sessions, a cup of milk to regain energy had gradually made their bodies better adapted to fatigue. End of chapter. Chapter 130. The Black Market of Ikrutik City. After a pleasant dinner, tonight was a rare night without training. Cain put all his Pokémon back in their Pokeballs and left the hotel directly. He found a secluded corner and quickly changed into the Team Rocket uniform. Then, he covered himself with a black cloak and put on a human skin mask that identified him as a Pokémon hunter. No doubt, tonight Cain was heading to the Hunter Guild to deliver a mission and sell other Pokémon he had captured. This should earn him a good amount of money. Night had already fallen. Unlike Goldenrod City, the people of Ikrutik City are devoutly religious. Some say they are more serene, but others see it as laziness. Although it was only around 7 or 8 in the evening, there were hardly any people on the streets. This allowed Cain, dressed in his black cloak, to not attract much attention. He moved through some alleyways, taking advantage of the darkness, and arrived at a very discreet shop on the southwest corner of Ikrutik City. He knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern, and after hearing a click, the door opened. This place was a secret contact point for Team Rocket in Ikrutik City. These details had been provided by Umbra before Cain left. Since Cain was working for him, Umbra made sure to provide some assistance, and the password for this place was one of those aids. Cain quickly slipped through the door, which automatically closed after his entry. The shop was arranged very simply, and since it was already closed, there was no one at the counter. The door had only opened due to a special mechanism installed in it, activated when a specific knocking pattern was received. Cain wasn't surprised that there was no one. Although in his previous life he hadn't spent much time in Ikrutik City, he had been here a few times on missions, so he knew the secret points of Team Rocket in the city. In fact, this was not the only secret point of Team Rocket in Ikrutik City. Cain knew of 3 others, but Umbra had only given him the password for this one. He couldn't go to the other 2 locations. Of course, Team Rocket in Ikrutik City didn't have just 3 secret points, but given his identity and rank in his previous life, he had only known about these 3. Once inside, without making any unnecessary moves, Cain went to a room in the back of the shop and placed his Team Rocket identity card into a slot with the team's emblem. With the sound of gears turning and belts moving, a secret door opened. The secret door revealed a small space, with some strange symbols drawn on the floor. Cain entered, and the door closed behind him with a loud thud. By the faint light of the lamps, Cain inserted his identity card into another slot. With a familiar psychic vibration, the secret door's teleportation was activated. 3 seconds later, Cain disappeared from the room. When he opened his eyes again, Cain was in a rock cave. This place was the black market of Ikrutik City. However, unlike the fully underground black market of Saffron City, Ikrutik cities couldn't afford such a luxury. It wasn't that the technology didn't allow it, but the significance of Ikrutik City to the Pokémon League was different from that of Saffron City. Although Saffron City was the largest city in Kanto, it was so full of different people that even the League couldn't fully control it. Sometimes, they even had to make concessions to some dark organizations like Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild. But Ikrutik City was different. The city was entirely under the control of the Pokémon League. Even clandestine organizations had to keep their distance. This was because the Bell Tower and Burn Tower were too important, and the League would not allow any clandestine organization to approach them. Even if they had to try their hardest, they would fully control Ikrutik City. Therefore, since the League didn't make concessions in this regard, organizations like Team Rocket had little interest in facing the League for something that wasn't that important to them. So they relinquished part of their control. As for why Team Rocket gave up on a place with such a special legend, it was because they had found another, more intriguing legend. Compared to the somewhat unrealistic legend of Ho-Oh here, the other legend had almost been confirmed, so Ikrutik City wasn't as important to Team Rocket. However, black markets in every city were still valuable, so the League turned a blind eye and allowed it to exist. Although this black market was smaller, it was still quite comprehensive and was located in empty mortar, outside the city. Cain appeared in the cave, and with the faint light of some worn-out bulbs, he could barely see the path. Cain released a Pokeball to call out Murkrow and ventured into the cave with him. After walking through the long tunnel, his view opened up to a vast underground city. After a brief pause, Cain entered this underground city, the black market of Ikrutik City in empty mortar. It was clear that this black market was considerably smaller than the one in Saffron City, so there were also fewer people. Another special feature was that most people here were covered in black cloaks, and few showed their faces openly. This was because there were not only members of clandestine organizations, but also trainers with League identities, and even some prominent families of Ikrutik City who had stores here. The League had chosen to ignore this. Ikrutik City was the origin of religion in the Johto region, and many old families were established here. To gain their support, the League ceded part of its power, and this black market, created by the families of Ikrutik City, was one such concession. That's right, this black market wasn't run by Team Rocket or other clandestine organizations, but by the families of Ikrutik City. Only, since it was a black market, they didn't oppose the entry of organizations like Team Rocket. Many of the shops in this market had discrete family emblems at the entrance, indicating that they were operated by families from Ikrutik City. Although small, the black market was well organized, with clearly delineated sales areas. Cain, following the signs, arrived at the Pokemon sale area. Here, shops and vendor stalls were mixed, with sellers shouting to attract customers, almost turning it into a bazaar. However, the Hunter Guild shop still stood out for its lack of ostentation, with only a few iron cages at the entrance and no one calling out for customers. Unlike the Hunter Guild in Saffron City, which was more discreet, here they did not hide at all. A large guild emblem hung at the entrance. From time to time, some people passed by. Although all were covered with black cloaks, some had several golden stars on their chests. They were high-ranking hunters of the Hunter Guild. End of chapter. Chapter 131. Mission submission. The hunters registered with the Hunters Guild. Some belong to underground organizations like Cain, while others might be members of the League. The Hunters Guild doesn't care about a registered hunter's identity. The only thing that matters to them is whether that person can capture Pokemon of real value. For this reason, some people make capturing Pokemon their primary occupation. There have even emerged small affiliate groups within the Hunters Guild that focus primarily on hunting Pokemon to gather resources. They then train their own Pokemon, and after improving their skills, they capture even stronger Pokemon, creating a virtuous cycle. This has led to many people feeling very proud to be hunters, and when they don't need to worry about being pursued by the League, they almost always wear their hunter's badge with stars on their chest. Cain barely glanced around and paid no more attention. He went straight into this Hunters Guild building, which seemed much larger than the other shops. Upon entering, he noticed that the entire center of the building was completely empty, but the decor divided the hall into two areas. One area was the Pokemon sales section, mainly for those who wanted to buy Pokemon and choose the one they desired. So most of the hall space was filled with iron cages of different sizes, containing Pokemon that hadn't been tamed. The other area was the Hunters Guild office, which included the registration counter, computers for taking missions, and the mission submission counter. Of course, if someone wanted to exchange points for Pokémon, they could also go directly to the Pokémon sales area and simply swipe their Hunter ID card. Cain headed to the mission submission counter. The 5 main counters were all packed with people, except one, which had a sign that read, "Exclusive counter for hunters with 5 stars or more." In many places in the Pokémon world, people receive different treatments based on their status. The Hunters Guild is no exception. Hunters with 5 or more stars, of course, have their own privileges, and this exclusive counter is just one of them. After all, most of the income of the Hunters Guild comes from these high-level hunters. Mid- or low-level hunters, or even those with no stars, like Cain, can only line up at the general counters and wait for mission submission. Without further thought, Cain got to the end of one of the lines, crossing his arms as he waited. Though he was waiting, he didn't stand idle. His eyes, hidden under the black cloak, were observing the entire hall. The highlight was a person in very striking attire, leaning against a secluded corner of the hall, ignored by everyone around him. Or perhaps no one dared to look at him directly. This was because on his chest he wore a sun-shaped badge, the emblem of a high-ranking member of the Hunters Guild, and the person in charge of the guild in Critique City. He seemed to have sensed something, as his eyes, which had been droopy with sleep, opened a bit. After a quick glance around the hall, not finding anything unusual, he yawned, crossed his arms again, and leaned back against the wall to resume sleeping. Being able to sleep comfortably while standing against a wall like that made Cain feel a little speechless. However, Cain didn't underestimate him. Anyone who could wear the sun badge was at least a quasi-elite level expert. Just one closer look, and he had already noticed him. That kind of hunter's instinct was definitely top-notch, and though he seemed lazy, the fact that he could sleep comfortably while standing showed that he had been through many harsh environments and that, no matter how adverse the setting, he could sleep and regain energy, always staying alert. There was nothing else special in the hall, so Cain stopped observing. Most hunters in the hall were 2-star level. Occasionally, a few 4-star hunters appeared, but he hadn't seen any 5-star hunters. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the front of the line Cain was in. Congratulations on completing the mission. According to your point calculation, you will be promoted to a 5-star hunter. You may proceed to the exclusive counter to receive your 5th golden star, said a mission submission desk staff member with a professional smile. This phrase caused the people behind him to erupt in murmurs. I didn't expect to see a 5-star hunter today. A 5-star hunter, they must have at least 50 million points. What Pokemon couldn't they obtain with that? Idiots. Stop talking. Don't you see the symbol under that hunter's badge? That hammer symbol is the emblem of a group affiliated with the Hunters Guild, the Warhammer Hunters. Upon hearing the words, Warhammer Hunters, everyone behind fell silent and spoke no more. The Warhammer Hunter group may not be famous in other places, but within the hunting profession, it is well known. Among the affiliated hunter groups within the guild, it ranks among the top 5 in terms of power. It's said that their leader personally captured an elite-level wild Pokemon. Although the exact details aren't known, this fact alone brought them great fame. The member of the Warhammer Hunter group who had just been promoted to 5 stars straightened up upon hearing the people behind him talking about his group and walked to the exclusive counter without looking back, as if he was proud of something. After he left, the line moved faster, and 10 minutes later, it was Cain's turn. He sat in the chair in front of the counter. "Hello, please show your Hunter ID card," said the receptionist at the counter kindly. Cain handed over the Hunter ID card he had prepared in his hand. With a simple swipe in the card reader, Cain's data appeared on the staff member's computer screen. "Hello, are you here to submit a mission? If the mission is complete, please place the Pokeball in the compartment next to you. We'll evaluate the Pokemon's quality and other data to determine the mission completion level," said the receptionist, showing no disdain despite Cain being a no-star hunter, simply doing her job mechanically. Cain took the Pokeball containing the Nidoran out of his pocket and placed it in the compartment next to the counter. The receptionist pressed a button on the desk, and the Pokeball disappeared instantly into the compartment. Pokemon Transport Technology. This simple transport technology in the Pokemon world is quite advanced. After patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a data screen appeared on the receptionist's computer, displaying all the information about the Nidoran captured by Cain. "Hello, sorry for the wait. This Nidoran has quite good quality and level. We're offering a price of 100,000 Poke Dollars, said the receptionist with a professional smile. Upon hearing the price, Cain involuntarily frowned. If it were a regular Nidoran, that price would be fair, but the one Cain caught had the special ability Hustle. Once it evolves into Nidoking, it will have the sheer force ability. Please ask your data analyst to check again. This Nidoran has the special ability Hustle, Cain said without showing any emotion. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Mission assignment. Upon hearing Cain's words, the receptionist was slightly surprised, but she nodded with a smile and said, "Understood. Please wait a moment." This time, the wait was much shorter, as the data was already fully recorded and only a more detailed analysis was required. Apologies for the wait. Indeed, it was an error on our part. This Nidoran has the Hustle ability, which doubles its value to 200,000 Poke Dollars, or 200,000 points. If this is acceptable, it will be directly recorded on your identity card. Cain nodded in agreement. A Nidoran with the Hustle ability and a dark yellow potential had a value equivalent to one with light green to green potential without the Hustle ability. This price was within Cain's acceptable range. Once Cain confirmed, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer to log the completion of Cain's mission. Since you've reached 100,000 points, you can now be promoted to a 1-star hunter. Here is your badge. Please keep it safe. With that, she took out a gold star from the counter, engraved with the words 1 star. The stars representing hunter ranks in the Hunter Guild are made with a special technique, making them difficult to counterfeit. Thus, it's unlikely anyone would wear a number of stars that didn't match their actual rank. If anyone tried to forge a hunter's star and the Hunter Guild found out, they would be relentlessly pursued. They would then understand why there's a nickname for guild members, the Sundogs. After all, wouldn't experts who specialize in tracking and capturing rare Pokemon be able to find an ordinary person? Cain accepted the hunter's star, but he didn't immediately put it on. Seeing that Cain didn't leave after completing his mission, the receptionist didn't mind and formally asked, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Cain took another Pokeball out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. Seeing that Cain had brought out another Pokeball, the receptionist understood his intentions. Many hunters from the guild don't just capture the target of their mission. If they encounter a Pokemon with exceptional potential or a rare one, they might capture it to assign a mission in the Hunter Guild. The mission assignment process involves matching the captured Pokemon with a mission that meets the guild's requirements, thus completing the mission and earning points and Poke Dollars. Just as the receptionist was about to speak, Cain took out another Pokeball from his pocket, and then a third, fourth, fifth. Eventually, even the receptionist began to show signs of amazement. Cain took out a total of 10 Pokeballs, and counting the one he had already handed over, there were 11 in total. It's important to note that the Hunter Guild missions require Pokemon to have at least mid-level potential. According to the system's potential classification, this means that only Pokemon with yellow potential or above can be assigned to a mission. For a mission to be assigned, the Pokemon must have at least mid-level potential, i.e., yellow. However, Cain had presented 10 Pokeballs, which meant he had captured 10 Pokemon with yellow potential or above. Among them was a light green Arbok, which was also the highest level Pokemon among them. 8 were from the same family as the previous Nidoran, all with yellow potential or above due to excellent genetics from their parents. The last one was a dark yellow Mankey, which Cain had caught on his way to a Critique City. Its abilities and characteristics were quite decent, so he decided to capture it to exchange for points. Excuse me, do all these Pokemon have mid-level potential? It's important to note that the Hunter Guild requires Pokemon to have at least mid-level potential to assign a mission, the receptionist asked, hesitantly. In this world, there are tools to assess a Pokemon's potential, but they are not accessible to most people. The hunter in front of her, who had just become a 1-star hunter, evidently did not belong to the group of people who could afford those tools. So, could it be that all the Pokemon he captured met the potential requirement? Here is where Cain had the advantage, thanks to the system's function for evaluating Pokemon potential. With the help of this feature, Cain had steady success in his previous life as a hunter, capturing high-potential Pokemon to exchange for resources and using those resources to acquire even rarer Pokemon. Cain was able to progress in a positive cycle that eventually led him to become a powerful trainer. In response to the receptionist's question, Cain nodded, indicating that all the Pokemon had yellow potential or mid-level potential in the trainer's world. Since Cain confirmed it, the receptionist asked no more questions, though she couldn't hide her skepticism. After all, it was 10 Pokemon. Even with mid-level potential, in all her years of work, she hadn't seen many people present that many at once. Do mid-level potential Pokemon really abound in the wild? Or is this individual joking with me? The Hunter Guild offers a free evaluation of Pokemon potential, but if it turns out they don't meet the requirements for mission assignment, the more this happens, the more the individual's credibility will be affected. With low credibility, certain types of missions will be out of reach. Setting aside her doubts, The receptionist focused on her work and proceeded with her duties. One by one, Cain placed each Pokeball into the transfer device, and they were sent to the guild's evaluation area. Since there were many Pokemon, the wait was longer, and those behind Cain in line started to grow impatient. If the Pokemon Cain had captured met the assignment requirements, all would be well. If not, the people waiting were already prepared to teach Cain the price of wasting their time. 20 minutes later, the receptionist, now visibly astonished, saw the evaluation reports appear on her screen one by one. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and, seeing no error, swallowed hard. The reports are ready. All 10 Pokemon meet the requirements. Would you like to assign them a mission? Cain, already knowing the result, showed no reaction. In his previous life, when desperate for money, he had spent a month in a forest and emerged with 20 Pokemon to assign missions at the guild. Since then, the nickname of Joker the Hunter had spread among hunters. Whenever they mentioned his name, they couldn't help but add, "That guy with luck to the limit is a lunatic." Assign them a mission, Cain said calmly. His progress in this life had been far better than in the last, and with the experience gained, money no longer concerned him as much. In the final stages of Pokemon training, only a small amount of money is actually needed. Once Cain gave his approval, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer, and the mission list began to match the Pokemon data, assigning missions that met the requirements. End of chapter. Chapter 133. 2-Star Hunter. All the Pokemon have been assigned to tasks. Altogether, you can obtain 900,000 points. Adding the points from the previous mission, you now have a total of 1,110,000 points. You've exceeded the standard of 1 million points, which qualifies you as a 2-Star Hunter. Here's your badge. Please keep it safe. The receptionist took out a golden star engraved with 2 stars and handed it to Cain through the window. Learning from the previous experience, after analyzing the data, she made sure to check for any special Pokemon, like the Nidoran with the Hustle ability. Fortunately, this time, the Pokemon were fairly standard, and the price calculation went smoothly. A task list was handed to Cain. The light green quality Arbok was purchased for 400,000 Poke Dollars, the 8 members of the Nidoran family for a total of 400,000 Poke Dollars as well, equivalent to 1 Arbok, and the Mankey that Cain caught on the way was worth 100,000 Poke Dollars. Compared to the market sale price, this is a bit lower, but for the guild's purchase price, it's quite reasonable. If Cain were to sell these Pokemon on the open market, he could get a higher price, but he doesn't have that kind of time. Another important point is that when Pokemon are submitted to the guild as part of a mission, you also get the same amount of points as Poke Dollars. So, after completing the mission, Cain received a total of 1,110,000 Poke Dollars and 1,110,000 points from the Hunters Guild. Cain plans not to use these points for now. At the moment, he doesn't urgently need any specific Pokemon, and with 5 Pokemon requiring training, his current resources aren't abundant, so he needs to manage them efficiently. He isn't looking for quantity in Pokemon, but quality. Once his current Pokemon are well trained, Cain might consider purchasing more from the Hunters Guild to form a second team. By selling all the Pokemon to the guild, Cain successfully advanced to a 2-Star Hunter. The biggest difference between a 2-Star and a 0-Star Hunter is that the former can accept up to 3 tasks simultaneously and can take on higher-level missions with better rewards, though also with increased difficulty. He found an available computer, swiped his Hunter ID card, and began browsing the list of 2-Star Hunter tasks. Since he will soon head to Mahogany Town, Cain selected tasks based on Pokemon he might encounter along the way or once he arrives there. The number of 2-Star tasks is significantly lower than that of 0-Star tasks. Cain chose a mission to capture a Swinub and another to capture an Onyx. Mahogany Town, which could actually be considered more of a small village due to its size, has few inhabitants. Surrounded by mountains, some of which are snow-covered year-round, it is home to many Ice-type Pokemon like Swinub. Onyx, being a Rock-type Pokemon, is quite common in the mountains, and due to its size, is easy to spot. After leaving the guild store, Cain had completed his main task for the day at the black market. However, since he'll soon be venturing into the wild again, he needed to replenish supplies such as healing sprays and Pokeballs, as he had used many during his Pokemon captures. After completing the mission, Cain had a total of 2.4 million Poke Dollars, slightly less due to some previous expenses. He went to the Pokemon supply store to buy some wilderness survival materials and restock his Pokeballs, spending only 10,000 Poke Dollars, which for Cain isn't much. Then he visited an information shop in Mahogany City's black market, where he bought information about possible Onyx locations and asked about a meditation jewel that, according to system analysis, could enhance psychic training speed. However, even the information merchants knew nothing about it, making Cain doubt the existence of such a jewel. When Cain returned to the small black room through Team Rocket's transport matrix, no one was present, so he quickly changed back into his original League trainer outfit and put his mask on again. As he left Team Rocket's small shop, the moon was already high in the sky. Under the moonlight, Cain walked along the empty streets toward the luxurious hotel he had reserved earlier. Fortunately, although the streets were deserted, the hotel was still lit up, and the lobby staff was very helpful when Cain entered. Back in his hotel room, Cain released all his Pokémon. If space and circumstances allow, Cain prefers to keep all his Pokémon outside their Pokeballs. It makes everything more lively and helps strengthen their bonds and coordination. While Pokeballs provide a comfortable and spacious environment, they still give a feeling of confinement. Tonight was a rare night without night training. In the previous days, both Cain and his Pokémon had been constantly on guard due to the potential threat of wild Pokémon attacks in the wilderness, so they hadn't rested well. Even with Ghastly keeping watch, he needed to be able to wake them if necessary, right? So today, instead of training, Cain used techniques he had learned in his past life to massage each of his Pokémon, helping them relax and reduce any injuries from training and battles. While Cain was massaging his Pokémon, Skorupi, who was asleep, suddenly woke up. His blue eyes sparkled, and he quickly climbed down Cain's arm. The other Pokémon, worried about hurting little Skorupi, froze as they felt him crawling on them. But Miltank, the only female in the team, understood how to care for little Skorupi. Miltank gently lifted him off Slowpoke's back and offered him a bottle of fresh milk. Skorupi closed his eyes in delight and began drinking happily. With Miltank's warm milky scent, Skorupi felt cozy in her arms. Also, with Cain's familiar scent on the other Pokémon, Skorupi wasn't afraid of them. In this harmonious environment, a comfortable, peaceful night passed quietly. End of chapter. Chapter 134. Arrival in Mahogany Town the next morning. Taking advantage of the quiet hour, Cain took Slowpoke to the bus station in Ikrutik City, where he bought a ticket for the first bus heading to Mahogany Town. Since Mahogany Town is in a rather remote location, deep in the mountains, there aren't many buses from Ikrutik City that go there. Fortunately, the previous night, Cain had asked the hotel staff about the schedule for the first bus. Otherwise, he would have had to wait another day. He bought a seat at the back of the bus using his Alliance ID card, and after hearing the announcement, he boarded. He noticed there really weren't many passengers, perhaps because of the early hour or simply because not many people were interested in going to Mahogany Town. Mahogany Town is a small, remote town in the northern Johto region without much fame. However, Cain was very familiar with it. The reason is that Mahogany Town houses a major Team Rocket base, the largest in the Johto region after the main headquarters, making it the strongest Team Rocket presence in the region. In his past life, Cain spent 3 years at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town, right after leaving the Trial Island, during the first 3 years of his life as a Team Rocket member. It wasn't until he gained the ability to complete high-difficulty missions independently that he managed to fully detach himself from the jurisdiction of the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town. As he watched the scenery recede through the window, a familiar feeling began to surface. The bus had already been on the road for 3 hours and had reached the outskirts of Mahogany Town. Cain was sure they'd be arriving at the village station soon. I can't believe I once swore I'd never return here, and yet in this life, I've come back, Cain said with a hint of nostalgia. Only he knew what he'd gone through at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town in his past life. They say that Trial Island is a hellish place, but in reality, the 3 years Cain struggled to survive at that Team Rocket base were the memories he least wanted to relive. Though Trial Island is known as an extreme testing ground, the 3 years Cain spent fighting at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town were much tougher and harder to bear. Team Rocket's hierarchy system is extremely strict. Cain didn't achieve great results when he finished at Trial Island, and his talent didn't seem particularly remarkable. As a result, he started at the lowest level as a grunt at that base, where he was subject to ridicule and discrimination. When he joined, the Team Rocket grunts were already organized in groups, making it impossible for Cain to integrate. Also, lacking any backing within Team Rocket, he often faced difficulties and disdain from his superiors. He didn't understand the subtleties of social life, nor did he know how to flatter people, which made him even more excluded by members of the Team Rocket base. In his past life, Cain endured an extremely difficult period at that base. However, in this life, returning to that place, Cain had a completely different perspective. After all, he had reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer. Some of the things that once seemed important to him now didn't matter as much. On a general level, he was now receiving orders from the deputy chief of the Shadow Unit within Team Rocket, a powerful elite-level trainer named Umbra. In that base, there weren't many who would dare show him disrespect. 3. On a more specific level, Cain was no longer the inexperienced young man he once was. With the strength of his current Pokémon, he could easily defeat his past self, no doubt. Faced with Team Rocket grunts, he no longer had much to worry about. The bus stopped at Mahogany Town Station, and as Cain got off, he noticed that the air here was noticeably colder than in Critique City. Additionally, compared to a Critique City, Mahogany Town streets were much emptier, and there weren't many people strolling around. The interactions between people were cold and rushed. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Cain shook his head. Team Rocket's influence on this place was indeed strong. Umbra's mission was to send Cain to the Lake of Rage, north of Mahogany Town, to a secret Team Rocket research base, where he had to find a person using a password and bring back an item. However, Cain wasn't in a rush to do that, as he first wanted to head to the mountains east of Mahogany Town to search for the Pokémon in his hunter missions, Swinub and Onyx. Cain wore a baseball cap, lowered his head, and walked quietly toward the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center. Although Mahogany Town is Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region, the influence of the Pokémon League here is also considerable. The fact that a strong figure like Price is in charge of the gym in such a small town speaks volumes. With Price's strength, even champions might find him a challenge. He's a true elite-level trainer and one of the league's veteran figures. If not for his extremely strict character and difficult temperament, he would definitely have a place among the current Elite Four. Though he isn't part of the Elite Four, his strength is undeniable. The league stationed him in Mahogany Town, a small town, to keep Team Rocket in check and prevent them from doing anything too severe. Therefore, Cain didn't dare act openly under his Team Rocket identity. After all, officially, the Johto region is under the Pokémon League's control. Using his Alliance ID card, Cain entered the Pokémon Center without issue and went to the free video phone section, where he took out a communication device and dialed a number. When answered, a lively, adorable young woman with pink hair tied in 2 pigtails appeared on the screen. It was none other than Whitney from Goldenrod City. "Cain, where have you been? I left you messages days ago, and you didn't reply," Whitney said, pretending to be angry. For some reason, Cain felt a slight headache. "It's okay. I was just kidding. Look, the thing is, the supply of poke blocks you left for the family's milk tank is running low. If you have time, could you make some more?" Whitney said this while sticking out her tongue, but then her expression grew more serious. Cain had underestimated the appetite of Whitney's milk tank, but he still didn't expect them to consume the poke blocks so quickly. "I don't have much time, but I made a bit more recently. I'll send it to you now," Cain replied after thinking for a moment. In the days to come, Cain would be quite busy and wasn't sure if he'd have time to continue making the poke blocks Whitney needed. "All right, thanks so much. I'll have Sebastian transfer the payment later." Whitney didn't think too much about it. She knew Cain was busy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to return her call. "All right." They didn't talk much more, as with Cain's personality, Whitney led most of the conversation, which made it not flow as naturally. After hanging up the video phone, Cain let out a slight sigh of relief, though he didn't know why. In the Pokémon Center, there was a special device for transferring items. Besides transferring Pokémon, items could also be sent. Cain sent the pre-packaged poke blocks to the coordinates Whitney had left in the message. Shortly after leaving the Pokémon Center, his messaging device showed a message. "Item received, payment transferred." Those few words appeared on the screen. No doubt Sebastian had already received the items and transferred the money. If it had been Whitney, the tone would surely have been very different. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Why don't you come get it? It was barely noon when Cain finished his lunch at the Pokémon Center and headed toward Route 44, the only road east of Mahogany Town. To the east of Mahogany Town, an imposing mountain could be seen, rising up into the clouds. The peak of the mountain was completely hidden among the clouds, and from halfway up, it was covered in snow. Cain's destination was that mountain. It was said that many interconnected caves lay within it, where the temperature remained constantly cold, a paradise for ice-type Pokémon. Cain hoped to find a Swinub there, and if luck was on his side, maybe even an Onyx. However, before reaching the snowy mountain, he would still have to pass through a large forest. Although the mountain seemed close, as he walked toward it, Cain found that after an hour's journey, it still looked just as distant. Now he was at the edge of the forest. Although the number of people dwindled, he still encountered a few along the way. However, compared to the forests near Goldenrod City, Mahogany Town had fewer residents, but the traces of human presence in the forest were much more numerous. Cain crossed paths with several groups along the way, all in a hurry. Observing them, Cain noticed that many of them were Team Rocket members. Not surprisingly, Mahogany Town housed Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region. This forest had practically become a free training ground for them. Although Cain wore the ordinary attire of a league trainer, his outfit looked somewhat out of place in this area. The Team Rocket members passing by, although not wearing their team uniforms, didn't give him friendly looks. Those who weren't from Team Rocket also kept a slight distance when they saw Cain's clothing. After all, Mahogany Town was an important Team Rocket base, something that wasn't a secret among trainers. However, despite the abundance of resources in the area, Team Rocket hadn't gone as far as to expel everyone who wasn't a member. As long as people didn't provoke them openly and disguise their identities, Team Rocket wouldn't interfere. But Cain's attire was quite conspicuous. While the League held considerable power in Mahogany Town, that influence only extended within the town itself. Once in the wilderness, the territory belonged to Team Rocket. Many League members, upon leaving the town, didn't dare reveal their identity openly, fearing they would attract the attention of those in Team Rocket who hated the League. It wasn't that Cain didn't want to change clothes. He had simply forgotten how things worked in Mahogany Town after being away for so long. Only when he left town and noticed the stares directed at him did he remember how things were here. In his past life, as a Team Rocket grunt in Mahogany Town, he hadn't needed to worry much about these things. But now, as a League member, he found it a bit difficult to adjust. However, since he had attracted others' attention, he had no choice but to show a bit of his strength in the hopes of avoiding unnecessary trouble. "Come out, Slowpoke," Cain said, releasing his Slowpoke. The people watching him discreetly lost interest upon seeing Slowpoke. All of them were experienced field trainers, and with just one look at Cain's Slowpoke, they could tell he wasn't an ordinary trainer. In this situation, it would be unwise to provoke someone like him, as they might end up losing more than they'd gain. Once Slowpoke was out and the gazes on him faded, Cain continued on his way deeper into the forest. Even so, while most people stopped watching him, one or two glances still fell on him discreetly. Not even the presence of Slowpoke had deterred them. After walking for another 2 hours, Cain found himself in an area where no one was in sight and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Suddenly, Cain stopped and spoke coldly. "Come out." After a few seconds of silence, there was no response. Cain smirked and spoke again. "Since when has Team Rocket become so cowardly?" Upon hearing this, two people slowly emerged from behind the trees. One was a tall young man, about 6 feet, wearing a gray jacket. The other had a more ordinary appearance and wore a black jacket. Both looked at Cain with a mix of surprise and mockery. "Kid, how did you know we were there?" asked the tall young man in a sharp voice. Cain chuckled and didn't answer. Should he tell them that their clumsy tracking and camouflage skills were so poor that he had already mastered them in his past life? "Kevin, don't waste time talking. Maybe he just got lucky. Let's finish this quickly and complete the mission," said the other young man with disdain and arrogance. The one called Kevin stared at Cain for a moment. He felt a vague sense of danger emanating from the young man before him. "Kevin, don't wait any longer. If someone else shows up, they might take this from us," said the impatient young man. Kevin raised his hand to stop the young man who wanted to act immediately, and after hesitating a bit, he spoke. "That Slowpoke of yours isn't bad. If you hand it over, we'll let you go." "Kevin, shut up," Kevin interrupted in a tone that brooked no argument. The young man shrank back, showing fear, but there was a mixture of hatred and anger in his eyes, though he hid it well. So they were after Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke didn't have a weak presence, it was clear that its unique appearance as a shiny Pokémon had caught these two's attention. Under the gaze of the two, Cain hesitated for a moment before reaching for a Pokeball on his belt. Seeing his movement, both young men smirked in satisfaction, surprised that just a little intimidation was enough to make him hand over his prized Slowpoke. Kevin, feeling this satisfaction, also reflected coldness in his gaze. It seemed he had overestimated this league trainer. After all, he was just a hothouse flower. The sense of danger he had felt earlier must have been an illusion. At the same time, Kevin pondered whether it was worth eliminating his companion, who had always harbored ill intentions toward him, to keep Slowpoke for himself. Meanwhile, the young man behind Kevin also glanced at him sideways while reaching toward his belt, ready to strike at any moment. But to their surprise, Cain didn't do what they expected. Instead of recalling Slowpoke and handing it over, he smirked and said, "Here it is. Why don't you come get it?" End of chapter. Chapter 136. 1-2. Hearing Cain's provocative words, both men felt their faces flush with rage. A feeling of being mocked flooded their hearts. Almost simultaneously, they pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Ghastly, use hypnosis. While the others were acting, Cain was already prepared. Following Cain's command, Ghastly took advantage of the irregular shadows of the trees and, almost instantly, appeared in front of the two Team Rocket members. However, unlike those who had never fought in the League, Team Rocket members, even if they were mere grunts, had much higher responsiveness in emergency situations. Instinctively, they closed their eyes and tossed out two Pokeballs. Two Coughing, an Arbok, and a Golbat, standard Pokemon for Team Rocket, appeared. As Cain assessed them, he released two Pokeballs, sending Murkrow and Miltank into battle. Although it seemed a lot had happened, everything took place in an instant. When Ghastly failed in its attempt to use Hypnosis and hesitated on whether to attack again, wary of a potential counterattack from the four Pokemon, Cain said, "Ghastly, fall back and use Confuse Ray on Golbat. Slowpoke, Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind and then Hidden Power to attack Golbat. Miltank, use Defense Curl." Cain issued a series of commands in an instant. Each Pokemon listened to the orders and used their respective moves. Ghastly avoided being surrounded by the four Pokemon through the shadows and then used Confuse Ray on Golbat. A small, glowing orb appeared in front of Ghastly, emitting a strange light as it flew erratically toward Golbat. Slowpoke closed its eyes and began using Calm Mind. Cain had trained it to maintain focus in any situation, and although it hadn't reached perfection, it could enter a meditative state almost instantly. "Caw!" Murkrow cried, and a gentle air current surrounded its team. Miltank took the front line, using Defense Curl to boost her defense. While giving commands, Cain quickly assessed the level and quality of the enemy Pokemon. The two Coughing were almost identical, both around level 21, with slight differences in quality. Kevin's Coughing had a yellow quality, while the other young man's Coughing was of slightly lower quality. Golbat was at level 24, with a dark yellow quality, probably Kevin's main Pokemon. Arbok had a yellow quality, but its level was lower, only 22, suggesting it had recently evolved. The two Team Rocket members opened their eyes after Ghastly retreated, their faces showing displeasure. They had underestimated Cain, thinking he was an inexperienced League rookie. But having reacted slower, they were now at a disadvantage. Ghastly's Confuse Ray struck Golbat, causing it to see strange lights and fly erratically. "Golbat, damn it." Coughing, use Sludge. Golbat, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Use Screech, Kevin ordered through gritted teeth. Coughing, use Sludge as well. Arbok, approach Slowpoke and use Bite, the other Team Rocket member said hastily. Both were clearly accustomed to fighting together, and their Pokemon had a certain level of synchronization. Although there was a small conflict between them, they understood they needed to cooperate against a strong opponent. Golbat used Screech, emitting an annoying sound, but due to its confusion, the effect impacted both Cain's Pokemon and those of Team Rocket, hitting everyone equally. Seeing this, the other young man temporarily set aside his resentment, casting a glance at Kevin but without changing his commands. If Arbok managed to get close to Slowpoke, even with its reduced defense, Slowpoke would suffer substantial damage due to the type advantage of Dark-type moves. But Cain wasn't going to let them achieve their goal so easily. Miltank, use Block and stop Arbok. Murkrow, use Gust to blow away the sludge. Slowpoke, give it your all and use Psyshock to attack Golbat. Ghastly, disrupt those Coughing with Hypnosis. Cain commanded calmly. Despite directing four Pokemon, Cain, knowing them so well, had no hesitation in giving the right commands for each situation. Miltank took a large step forward, extending her arms to block Arbok's path. Seeing itself blocked, Arbok didn't know how to proceed, momentarily dazed. The sludge attack from the two Coughing was deflected precisely by Murkrow's Gust, and the few drops that hit their target didn't cause much damage. Since all four enemy Pokemon were Poison-type, Slowpoke was the primary attacker in this fight. After using Calm Mind, it felt highly focused, and its Psyshock hit the confused Golbat in quick succession. The two Team Rocket members, fearing an ambush from Ghastly, didn't dare move the Coughing far, limiting their effectiveness. Arbok, take down Miltank using Bind followed by Fire Fang. Coughing, use Smog. Seeing that Golbat wasn't recovering, Kevin tried to cover it with smoke to give it time to recover. Golbat was his trump card, and losing it would mean defeat. Murkrow, use Gust. Miltank, use Bide, Cain ordered upon hearing Kevin's commands. Cain had Murkrow disperse the smoke before it fully covered the area, allowing Slowpoke to continue its attack. Miltank, on the other hand, prepared to endure Arbok's attack. Not long after, boom, the battlefield changed in an instant. Golbat, after taking Slowpoke's consecutive attacks, fell to the ground, defeated. Golbat, Kevin shouted, his eyes wide with shock. The battle was clearly turning in Cain's favor. End of chapter. Chapter 137. The other side of Miltank, seeing his ace lose combat ability, first left Kevin stunned. Relying on his Galbat's excellent quality, he had stood out among Team Rocket recruits, often attracting those who wanted to curry favor with him. Every time he went on a mission, his Galbat, with its ability to fly and considerable combat ability, always gave him an advantage. But he didn't expect that in this battle, before it had even properly started, his Galbat would be hit by Ghastly's Confuse Ray, with no chance to show its strengths. Damn it! Aren't you going to make your Arbok finish off Slowpoke quickly? If you let that Psychic-type Slowpoke keep attacking, we're done for, Kevin shouted, his face twisted, at the other Team Rocket member. Shut up, you trash. Can't you see my Arbok is being held back? The other young man, who initially seemed submissive, completely changed his attitude and replied without hesitation. Clearly, with Galbat, who he feared most, out of combat, Kevin no longer intimidated him. He had decided that once he defeated the annoying league trainer in front of him, he would keep all the rewards. As for Kevin, who used to boss him around, he and that league trainer could go together. With this thought, his face turned even more sinister, and he shouted, Arbok, use Ice Fang. The Team Rocket member named Kevin, seeing that his subordinate, who usually obeyed him, was yelling at him like this, felt his face flush between green and red but didn't dare say anything. With his Galbat out of the fight, if he wanted to win, he could only rely on him. At the same time, he decided that if he managed to get out of this, he would make that subordinate pay dearly. Cain watched the expressions of both and smiled coldly. Two people who distrust each other. How can they coordinate perfectly? He had already overestimated these two before. Miltank, keep using Defense Curl. Slowpoke, use Confusion on Arbok. Murkrow, Feint Attack, target coughing. Cain focused his gaze on Kevin's coughing. Originally, these two didn't need to be so defensive. With 4 Pokemon against 4 others, even though Cain's Pokemon had better quality, theirs had some advantage in levels. If they had trusted each other a bit more, leaving one coughing to guard against Ghastly, while the other coughing distracted Miltank and Arbok charged at Slowpoke, the battle wouldn't have been so easy. Even if Galbat had been hit by Ghastly's Confuse Ray, if it held out a bit longer, it would have recovered, and during that time, Murkrow wouldn't have been able to defeat it. So, it can only be said that these two failed because of their mutual distrust. Although the battle wasn't over, for Cain, two people as cautious and limited as they were no longer a threat. Defeating them was only a matter of time. Miltank used Defense Curl again, increasing her defense. Although Arbok's Ice Fang move was powerful, Miltank's ability, Thick Fat, halves the damage from fire and ice-type moves. Additionally, with the increased defense from Defense Curl, Miltank could withstand it. Slowpoke's Confusion was the main attack in this battle. Following Cain's orders, it shifted its target to Arbok, and its strong psychic attack made Arbok start to stagger. Murkrow, meanwhile, faced Kevin's coughing. Although it couldn't defeat it in one blow, coughing also had no chance against it. Kevin gritted his teeth, seeing all this. The situation had completely escaped his control, and now he had to worry not only about the league trainer's attacks, but also about his close companion. At this point, the idea of fleeing began to form in his mind. The situation was clearly unfavorable. If things continued like this, even if they managed to defeat the league trainer, he would end up at the mercy of his companion. Slowly, he began to reach for his Galbat's Pokeball, ready to retrieve it at any moment. As for coughing, it would have to be the sacrifice he'd make. Someone had to stay behind, right? However, the other Team Rocket member, who had been watching his movements, didn't plan to let him escape so easily. If Kevin managed to get out of this, his life in Team Rocket would become impossible. As for the league trainer, though he was strong, the young man believed that if he really tried, he could escape, even if it meant abandoning coughing. Poor coughing. Both had become disposable tools for these two. Cain didn't know their thoughts, and even if he had, he wouldn't have taken them into account. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Miltank's endurance reached her limit. With veins bulging on her forehead, she showed the fierce side that females can reach when enraged. Although she was usually shy and calm, Miltank revealed a side of herself that no one knew. Miltank's behavior left Cain astonished. She forced Arbok's mouth open, then grabbed it by the neck and tore it off her body. You must remember, this is an Arbok. Its entire body is composed of muscles, and when it grabs something, it's almost impossible to break free. But Miltank not only tore it off, but she didn't stop there. She stomped its head hard, then grabbed it by the tail and began using it as a whip. And Arbok was that whip. Bang, bang, bang. Under Miltank's furious blows, Arbok had an intimate encounter with the ground. Already weakened by Slowpoke's psychic moves, it lost its combat ability after Miltank's beating. If Miltank hadn't stopped once she let out her anger, Cain truly believed Miltank might have committed her first kill. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Slowpoke and Murkrow, accustomed to the shy Miltank, were stunned, feeling like they were meeting Miltank for the first time. After it all ended, Miltank realized she might have overdone it. Noticing the others' gazes, she shyly lowered her head, her face blushing slightly. Gulp! Suddenly, a swallowing sound broke the silence. The sound came from Arbok's trainer, the young Team Rocket member. He had never imagined that the seemingly weak and chubby Miltank could be so terrifying when enraged. At this point, both Golbat and Arbok, the signature Pokémon of both, had completely lost combat ability. The first to react was Kevin, whose face turned red as he recalled his Golbat into its Pokeball and began running without looking back. Damn it! Seeing Kevin flee without hesitation, the other Team Rocket young man cursed under his breath. Golbat was close enough to be recalled into its Pokeball, but Arbok was too far away. If he wanted to escape, he'd have to abandon Arbok, which would mean he couldn't continue with Team Rocket. But in such a crucial moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He looked deeply at his fallen Arbok before turning and preparing to flee. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Ariana Cain, who had been watching their movements, let out a cold laugh and murmured to himself, "Trying to run now? It's too late." Ghastly. Handle the one who's trying to escape. Slowpoke. Use Psyshock on the coughing that's fighting Murkrow. Miltank. Use Milk Drink. Ghastly, who had been hiding in the shadows, was waiting for the right moment to strike. However, those two were always on guard, and the coughings stayed close to them. Ghastly didn't have the chance to confront the coughings. Sometimes, the invisible enemy is the most terrifying. When Kevin turned around to flee, Ghastly saw the opportunity and, under Cain's order, moved quickly through the shadows and appeared in front of Kevin. With surprise in his eyes, Kevin was hypnotized and fell into a deep sleep. The moves Pokemon use have a significant effect on humans with low resistance. An ordinary person might sleep for over 3 hours under the effects of the hypnosis move. In the battle between Slowpoke and Murkrow, Kevin's last coughing couldn't escape its fate and was mercilessly taken down by Murkrow. The other young man, upon seeing Kevin's fate, chose not to flee. He knew that running would only lead to a quicker death. His only Pokemon was like his last hope for salvation, and he wouldn't let it leave his side for even a moment. His eyes, full of fear, occasionally glanced at Cain, but he didn't dare look directly at him. The original plan was simple. The young man before them wore a standard league training uniform, and they thought he would, at most, be as strong as one of them. Additionally, in their experience, league trainers were like hothouse flowers, inexperienced in real battles. Even if they were a bit stronger, they were sure they could toy with him. But now, they couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless and even slightly clumsy young man could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Had Ghastly not taken Kevin's Golbat by surprise at the start, they wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantageous position so quickly. Cain looked at the young man, who seemed uneasy and nervous, and slowly approached him, refraining from ordering Slowpoke and the others to continue attacking. The young Rocket member noticed Cain approaching from the corner of his eye, feeling panic but also a small spark of hope. As long as they didn't kill him immediately, there was still a chance to turn the tables. If given the opportunity, he would make this league trainer understand what a true battle was. A true battle wasn't limited to Pokemon alone. Slowly, he moved his hand toward the storage compartment on his Team Rocket belt. If he could get close enough, he could pull out a dagger and eliminate the trainer in front of him. If he reacted quickly enough, he could take the Pokeballs from the trainer's belt and trap Slowpoke and Murkrow. Then, he could turn the tables and claim a great reward. With this thought, he felt a little excitement, although he dared not show it. Cain stopped 2 steps away, a smile on his face as he looked at the young man who seemed to have accepted his fate. "I'm going to ask you some questions. If you give me the answers I want, I'll let you go." Upon hearing Cain's words, the young man's eyes lit up for an instant, but he quickly lowered his head, fearing Cain might notice something. He feigned submission and timidly replied, "Ask whatever you want." The young man was a master at pretending to be weak. Cain didn't expose him and continued, "Who's in command at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town?" The young Rocket member was slightly taken aback. "That question? The current Supreme Commander at the base is Lady Ariana. Only Dr. Sebastian is at her level," he replied. Anyone with basic internal knowledge would know this. Ariana? Cain thought. Ariana is one of Team Rocket's 4 executives. In terms of rank, she's at the level of Sabrina. Cain also knew something about Dr. Sebastian, a high-ranking scientist in Team Rocket specializing in Pokémon evolution. Soon, he would begin an experiment at the Lake of Rage base, eventually leading to the Red Gyarados, a priceless asset. How far along are the experiments at the Lake of Rage base? Cain asked another question. The young Rocket member was stunned. The difficulty of the questions had gone from novice to master level. How could he possibly know such confidential information? But he also knew the consequences of not answering. He began to sweat profusely. After 3 seconds of silence, he fell to his knees and repeatedly cried, "I don't know. I really don't know." He wasn't foolish enough to make something up and try to deceive Cain. Anyone who knew that Team Rocket had a research base at the Lake of Rage was no ordinary person, so the first question was likely just bait. In fact, the young man misunderstood Cain. Cain actually didn't know who the Supreme Commander at the Mahogany Town base was in this life. In his previous life, when he arrived at that place, the Supreme Commander had already disappeared, leaving a few officers in charge. Although an executive came later, Cain didn't actually know who was in charge before. He had only asked to confirm whether the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town had been attacked by the League. In his previous life, he had been assigned to that base after the League, led by Price, could no longer tolerate Team Rocket's arrogance in Mahogany Town and launched a surprise attack. That attack inflicted heavy losses on Team Rocket. Although the League suffered as well, Team Rocket had to quiet down for a while. It was then that Cain was assigned to the base. Knowing that the Supreme Commander was still in place meant that a League surprise attack could happen at any moment, so Cain needed to act quickly. As for the second question, Cain had no intention of keeping his promise to let him go. The young Rocket member, now on his knees, hadn't given up resisting. Under Cain's mocking gaze, he drew a dagger from his belt and lunged with a furious expression at Cain, who was only a step away. But as he lunged, he realized his body was suspended in the air. The eyes of Slowpoke, who was beside Cain, glowed with a blue light. It used its psychic powers to lift the young man, having anticipated his every move. Under his terrified gaze, Murkrow didn't hesitate to slash his throat with its claws, and the last coughing had already been hypnotized by Ghastly. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes. The 2 Team Rocket members, who had been full of confidence, now lay before Cain. Probably, even up to the moment of their deaths, they couldn't understand how a young man who looked like a typical League trainer, with his awkward and reserved demeanor, could be so ruthless and handle the battle with such calm. Kevin, who had been hypnotized by Ghastly, also lost his life in his sleep, and the last coughing was quickly taken down by Slowpoke and Murkrow. As for the Golbat and Arbok from earlier, Cain thought they still had some value, so he let them live. End of chapter. Chapter 139. Watched again after collecting the spoils of battle, Cain had Miltank restore the energy of Murkrow and the others. Suddenly, Cain felt as though a gaze was fixed on him. During the fight with the 2, he had that feeling but assumed it was from one of them. However, now that both were defeated, the sensation persisted. He raised his head and looked around, but he didn't notice any movement. Still, the silence was unsettling. Though the fight was over, the area's stillness was excessive. Then, Cain saw a shadow pass quickly between the trees about 50 or 60 meters away. If not for the constant feeling of being watched, he would have thought it was an illusion. After the shadow left, the sensation of being observed disappeared as well, confirming that it was that shadow that had been watching him. Cain frowned, analyzing the situation. Although the shadow had appeared for only an instant, he could deduce a few things. The shadow moved quickly and wasn't large, which indicated it wasn't human, but rather a Pokémon. Additionally, the ability to climb trees with agility suggested it wasn't a large, 4-legged Pokémon, ruling out several suspects. What surprised him most was that Slowpoke, who was the most sensitive to such things, hadn't noticed the presence watching from afar. Cain shook his head, setting the matter aside for now. Since the shadow hadn't attacked, it meant it still held some fear of him and his Pokémon, or it was simply a curious Pokémon with no ill intent. After gathering the remains of the battle, Cain and his Pokémon quickly left the area, aware that the smell of blood might attract other wild Pokémon. What Cain didn't know was that, after he left, the shadow appeared in the battlefield, next to one of the fallen coughing. Without doing anything in particular, the shadow lingered there for a moment before disappearing again. After leaving the battlefield, Cain and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. The sunlight filtering through the trees became scarcer as the forest grew denser, with larger and thicker trees. As they approached the snowy mountain, the temperature began to drop as well. Since almost no people frequented the area, Cain didn't bother returning his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, allowing them to play and train in the open. Since leaving Judgment Island, the training rhythm for his Pokémon had slowed down. Although they had battled a few days in the forest between Goldenrod City and Ikrutik City, their progress hadn't met Cain's expectations. Now that they had to cross this forest to reach the snowy mountain, Cain decided to take the opportunity to train his Pokémon. This forest was more dangerous than the previous one, with higher-level wild Pokémon. This was likely due to the area being more inhospitable and less frequented by humans. For example, at that moment, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Miltank were fighting against a level 30 Persian Pokémon. Persian, yellow, gender, female level, 30 type, normal ability, technician held item, none egg moves, tail whip, foul play basic moves, swift, play rough, switcheroo, scratch, growl, bite, fake out, fury swipes, screech, feint attack, taunt learn moves, iron tail, water pulse, snatch TM moves. None. Although Persian had yellow quality, her level was high, and along with her technician ability, moves like fake out and fury swipes made it difficult for Murkrow and the others to handle her. If it weren't for the constant recovery Miltank provided with the move Milk Drink, they might not have managed as well. Ghastly didn't join the fight as he needed to stay with Cain to prevent surprise attacks from other Pokémon, and his poison-type moves were still underdeveloped. Cain hadn't yet taught him the move Toxic that he had acquired at the casino. Though normal-type Pokémon don't have many resistances, they also don't have many weaknesses, except the fighting-type moves. However, none of Cain's Pokémon knew any fighting-type moves. The battle became tense, as Persian was fast, and her survival skills in the wild made her speed even greater. Fortunately, Miltank used the move Block to prevent Persian from escaping when things got tough. With close cooperation between Murkrow and Slowpoke, under Cain's precise direction, they managed to weaken Persian until she lost her ability to fight. Cain quickly threw a Pokeball and captured Persian. A level 30 Persian with the technician ability was quite valuable, and Cain knew he could sell it at the Hunters Guild for a good amount of money. He received Persian's Pokeball from the enthusiastic Ghastly, shrank it, locked it, and placed it in his pocket. Though Persian had lost her ability to fight from exhaustion, she hadn't taken much damage, so she didn't need treatment. With a bit of rest, she would recover. Just after stowing Persian's Pokeball, Cain asked Miltank to restore everyone's energy. Suddenly, Cain frowned as the feeling of being watched returned. Though he paused, Cain pretended not to notice. Slowpoke, use your psychic abilities to see if there's a Pokémon spying on us, murmured Cain as he continued his actions. Slowpoke blinked in confusion but obeyed, extending his psychic energy around them. However, he detected nothing and shook his head. Cain frowned even more but did nothing unusual. Just as he was about to command Murkrow to search for the observer, the sensation vanished again. If he hadn't felt this same sensation before, Cain might have dismissed it as a mere illusion. However, he wasn't taking it lightly now. Once could be a coincidence, but twice was suspicious. Let's go find a place to prepare dinner, Cain said after a moment of hesitation. After the feeling disappeared, the observer seemed to have left, so doing anything more wouldn't have served any purpose. The sun was setting, and the most urgent task now was finding a place to camp. End of chapter. Chapter 140. Speculations. In the morning, Cain jumped down from a large tree, landing firmly on the dew-covered ground and feeling the cool, fresh morning air. He stretched, making his bones crack with the movement. Seeing this, Cain's Pokémon also began descending from the tree one by one. This forest was different from the outskirts of Goldenrod City. For one thing, the Pokémon levels here were generally higher. To be safe, Cain and his Pokémon spent the night in the trees. Although he didn't feel the presence of the shadow that had observed him the previous day, Cain couldn't completely relax. After a good night's sleep, Cain felt full of energy. After a day of travel, the icy mountain that once seemed so distant now appeared much closer. Through the dense foliage, he could already make out some large rocks and patterns on the mountain. However, as they approached the mountain, the temperature also dropped. After a light breakfast, they continued their journey. Due to the high levels of the Pokémon in this forest, Cain and his team's progress wasn't as fast. This forest had marked territories. Some powerful individual Pokémon occupied large areas, while others did so because of the strength of their packs. But they all shared a common characteristic. They were extremely territorial. The lone Pokémon were easier to avoid. Cain only had to be careful not to invade their territories. In the worst case, they could flee if necessary. But the pack territories were more problematic, as they were often full of Pokémon, making it easy to be discovered and expelled, or even chased. What concerned Cain most were the beedrill. Though native to Kanto, they were also abundant in Johto, albeit not as much as in Kanto. However, if there was one in the forest, their numbers could quickly grow. If it weren't for the presence of many natural predators, Cain believed the beedrill would dominate the Pokémon world due to their rapid reproduction. Fortunately, they had many natural enemies. In their Weedle form, they were a primary food source for Pidgey and Spearow. Once evolved into beedrill, Ursaring and other Pokémon fed on their honey, and various flying species also considered them prey. Despite everything, they remained one of the most numerous species in the forest. A moment ago, Cain and his team had accidentally invaded the territory of a group of beedrill and were quickly driven out. The number of beedrill was so overwhelming that Cain got goosebumps. The group of beedrill in this forest was much larger and stronger than the one Cain had encountered on Trial Island. After Murkrow and the others managed to defeat several beedrill, they enraged the entire swarm, which led to a chase. After finally losing the beedrill, Cain, with his endurance at its limit, was breathing heavily. Miltank offered Cain a glass of fresh milk. Catching his breath, Cain smiled faintly, thanking Miltank as he drank all the milk. After drinking it, he regained his energy. Just as he was about to speak, Cain again felt that strange sensation of being watched. This time, the feeling was stronger, indicating that the mysterious shadow was closer than before. I wonder if what that being is watching is this? Cain looked at the cup he held in his hand, the one he had just emptied. To test his theory, Cain took out an emergency bottle of Miltank milk. Immediately, the feeling of being watched shifted from the empty cup to the milk bottle. Then he remembered the previous times he'd felt that gaze. The first time, after the battle with the two Team Rocket members, when Miltank had given milk to Murkrow and the others to regain strength. The second time was when Murkrow and the others couldn't defeat Persian and had to rely on Miltank's milk to hold on until they won. Putting all the pieces together, Cain reached a conclusion. Is that being interested in the milk? Cain felt a bit puzzled. Though he couldn't deny that Miltank's milk was quite appealing, he hadn't expected someone to watch it so intensely from the shadows, making him think it was a mischievous Pokémon. Knowing that the target wasn't him, Cain felt somewhat relieved. He placed the milk bottle on the ground and signaled to Murkrow and the others not to act unusually. Then, he slowly walked away with his Pokémon, leaving only the Miltank milk bottle on the ground. 10 minutes later, the milk bottle was still on the forest floor, while Cain and his team watched from a safe distance, hidden among the thick branches of a tree. 10 minutes had passed, and the mysterious shadow still hadn't appeared. Just when Cain was about to give up, something changed. In the blink of an eye, a shadow dropped from a nearby tree, grabbed the milk bottle from the ground, and then disappeared again. What was that? Cain had been watching closely in that direction. Although the shadow moved quickly, he could make out some details. He could barely see a red flash and a bit of white light. However, the shadow had its back to him and moved so fast that Cain couldn't fully identify it. Murkrow, follow it, Cain ordered. Since he couldn't see it clearly, he decided to pursue it to find out what kind of Pokémon seemed so obsessed with Miltank's milk. Without hesitation, Murkrow took flight in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Cain, for his part, followed with Slowpoke and Miltank behind him. They were in the forest, so they couldn't focus solely on the chase. They also had to stay alert for possible attacks from wild Pokémon. Whether intentional or not, the shadow had fled in the direction of the icy mountain. Half an hour later, Cain, who could no longer run, stopped to rest by a small lake. He'd had to run twice that day, leaving him exhausted. Not even a bottle of Miltank's milk could help him recover his energy. His body was at its limit. Shortly after, Murkrow returned, embarrassed, using his wings to indicate that the shadow moved very fast and knew the terrain well, so he'd lost it. Don't worry. If it's interested in Miltank's milk, it'll surely come back. I think I already know what it is, or at least what kind of Pokémon it is, Cain said, reassuring Murkrow as he caught his breath. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Sneasel, just as Cain had predicted, during their afternoon rest, that sensation of being watched reappeared. This time, Cain was prepared and had Slowpoke mark the Miltank milk bottle with a psychic signal. As long as it wasn't more than 10 kilometers away, with Slowpoke's current teleportation ability and spatial awareness, he could detect the location of that mark. Although he couldn't teleport directly, he would at least know the location and be able to find it. Cain left the milk on the ground and moved away with Slowpoke and the others to observe from a distance. This time, Cain didn't have to wait long. After having tasted the reward once, that Pokémon appeared almost immediately after Cain and his group had left. Cain freed Murkrow of the extra weight he was carrying, and though the terrain made tracking difficult, at least they'd have a general idea of the location. Once Cain and Slowpoke arrived, they'd surely find it. 40 minutes later, Murkrow returned to Cain, who had stayed behind. This time, Murkrow didn't completely lose the trail. After being relieved of the weight, his speed increased again, and with the help of the Tailwind move, he could closely follow that Pokémon. However, to avoid alerting it, Murkrow returned immediately to inform Cain when the Pokémon stopped. Guided by Murkrow, Cain and the others slowly approached the spot where that Pokémon had stopped. They were already very close to the icy mountain. Cain felt his body shiver unconsciously, and the air he exhaled left a trace of white. Previously, too focused on traveling, they hadn't noticed it. But once they stopped, the cold became immediately apparent. He quickly put on the thick clothes he'd prepared in advance, feeling a bit warmer again. It must be said that the difference between the human body and Pokémon is truly significant. This temperature change didn't seem to affect Murkrow and the others at all. Slowpoke, can you feel it? Cain blew air onto his hands and rubbed them lightly to warm them, as they'd gone numb from the cold, and asked, Yaden. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a blue glow, always using his psychic powers to sense the psychic mark he'd left earlier, and he nodded. To find the Pokémon before it discarded the bottle, Cain and his group avoided battles with other Pokémon along the way, only driving them away or fleeing to avoid delays. As they got closer, Slowpoke's perception became clearer. When pointing in the direction, he did so more quickly, without pausing to feel in detail. In an instant, he knew the location. Clearly, that Pokémon had stopped, and if Cain and the others hurried, they could find it before it left. Though Cain already had a hypothesis, and the result was almost certain, he needed confirmation. If the Pokémon was indeed the one Cain suspected, with that speed, as long as its quality wasn't low, Cain would admit he was somewhat interested. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts for the moment. They hadn't found it yet. There was no rush to think about that until confirming. 10 minutes later, following the bottle's location, Cain realized they'd reached the foot of the icy mountain. Although it's called the Icy Mountain, it's actually a large rocky mountain. Only the visible part from the halfway point up is covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, leading people to think of it as an icy mountain. But if you get closer, you can see parts of the mountain covered by trees exposing the massive rocky outcrops. At the mountain's base, there are many cracks and small caves. According to Slowpoke's perception, the psychic mark came from one of those caves. Upon reaching the cave entrance, a blast of cold wind hit him, and Cain tightened his clothing to stay warmer. The fact that it liked being in this kind of environment made Cain even more certain of what Pokémon it was. As he entered the cave, the air grew colder, and Cain felt himself inhale a puff of cold air that numbed his nose. Although he'd prepared, he hadn't expected the inside of the cave beneath the icy mountain to be this cold. Even Murkrow and the others felt the impact a bit. Although it wasn't much, if a Pokémon wasn't one that enjoyed this type of environment, this cold would be unpleasant for them. The cave wasn't large, barely enough for 3 people to walk in single file. The ground was covered in a layer of ice of who knows how long, and walking on it required great caution, as a misstep could make you fall. Fortunately, Cain had prepared ice-walking boots. Only Slowpoke and Miltank weren't very used to this type of terrain, but after Slowpoke used his psychic powers to create a thin psychic layer under their feet, the situation improved. As they progressed, the space inside the cave grew larger, and the ice layer on the ground began to thin, with more rocky outcrops appearing. Those narrow galleries often caused the air to move rapidly, creating a current known as alley wind. And it was precisely this cold wind that kept the cave entrance permanently covered in ice. However, as they advanced, the wind gradually disappeared. Without time for further observations, Cain carefully controlled the noise of his footsteps, following Slowpoke's directions. Finally, a moment later, Cain saw the Pokémon that had been watching him on several occasions, and that seemed to have a special taste for Miltank's milk. A Pokémon about a meter tall, with mostly black fur except for one ear on its head and the back of its tail, which were red, and limbs ending in white. So, it's this Pokémon. I've really been lucky. Upon seeing the Pokémon clearly, Cain couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and satisfaction. Sneasel. The Pokémon in front of Cain was one of the rarest in the Johto region. Sneasel, a dark and ice-type Pokémon. It was one of Cain's favorite Pokémon when he played video games on Earth, an exceptional dragon hunter in the gaming world. In reality, Sneasel's type combination isn't the best, as being dark and ice-type makes it vulnerable to many types of attacks, often placing it at a disadvantage in battle. It's especially vulnerable to fighting-type attacks, taking 4 times the damage, meaning that if it faces a fighting-type Pokémon of similar level, it's almost certain to be defeated in one hit. Additionally, it's weak to rock, bug, steel, fire, and fairy-type attacks, taking double damage. In total, there are 18 Pokémon types, and Sneasel is vulnerable to 6 of them, making it a Pokémon with a wide range of weaknesses. However, this Pokémon also has its own significant advantages. End of chapter. Chapter 142. An exceptional hunter. First, as a Dark-type Pokémon, Sneasel has the ability to be immune to Psychic-type moves, making it a relentless killer in battles against Psychic Pokémon. Secondly, it has a 2 times advantage over Ghost, Ice, and Dark-type Pokémon, giving it a considerable edge when facing these types. Thus, Sneasel is not suitable to be the main attacker of the team, but against certain specific Pokémon, it's highly effective as a defense breaker. For instance, Psychic-type Pokémon, as well as Dragon-type Pokémon. Sneasel is a born assassin and hunter. High offense, high speed, low defense, and low HP. A typical assassin-type Pokémon. Even after evolving into Weevil, its original advantages will not only be maintained, but will be further enhanced. It could be said that from birth, this Pokémon's growth path is already predetermined. Sneasel's personality is cunning and fierce. It loves to steal wild Pokémon eggs, poking a small hole in the egg with its claw to absorb the nutrients inside. It fixed its gaze on Miltank's milk because the way Cain's Pokémon drank the milk, along with the faint aroma of fresh milk, reminded it of the taste of egg whites flowing from a broken egg. This made Sneasel mistakenly think it was its favorite food. The first time Cain left the milk for Sneasel, it carefully took it, and after tasting it, fell in love with the flavor. It was even better than its favorite egg white. That's why it set its sights back on Cain and his team. However, it didn't dare to get too close. Its cautious nature, developed in the wild, taught it to hide in the shadows, watching silently and seeking weaknesses like any good thief or assassin. This also explains why Slowpoke's psychic perception didn't detect Sneasel's presence. Because Sneasel is a Dark-type Pokémon, naturally immune to psychic powers. The arrival of Cain and his team finally caught Sneasel's attention as it savored the delicious milk. Its ears perked up immediately, and it turned around. Upon seeing Cain, Sneasel quickly hid the milk behind it, adopting a protective stance that almost made Cain laugh. However, Cain didn't underestimate Sneasel because of its appearance or behavior. Pokémon, Sneasel, light blue, gender, male level, 25 type, dark plus ice ability, keen eye held item, none egg moves, bite, ice punch, ice shard, icicle crash basic moves, scratch, leer, taunt, quick attack, feint attack, icy wind, fury swipes, agility, metal claw, hone claws learned moves, knock off, snatch, low kick TM moves. None. Seeing Sneasel's quality and moves, Cain's eyes lit up. Light blue is the highest quality in Cain's team, only comparable to Skorupi's infant stage. However, what impressed Cain the most were the 3 ice-type inherited moves, which indicate that one of Sneasel's parents was exceptionally skilled in ice moves, or both were. This also suggests that Sneasel has an extremely high natural talent for ice-type moves. Sneasel, let's fight. If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon, Cain said excitedly, almost like he was in a movie. But Cain was truly thrilled by how exceptional this Sneasel was, so much so that he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Sneasel is a born assassin and an exceptional hunter. If Cain could capture it, he already had a plan in mind. Sneasel would become his signature Pokémon as a Pokémon hunter. Or rather, Sneasel's evolution would be. Because Sneasel is an ideal Pokémon for capturing other Pokémon. Unlike in the games, where Ice-type moves are just another attack that fades after use in real life, the effects of Ice-type moves are far more significant. The greatest support effect of Ice-type moves is reducing speed. Yes, reducing speed. Ice-type energy can slow down a Pokémon's body reaction speed and nerve transmission speed. If the temperature is low enough, it can even freeze the Pokémon completely. By slowing down the opponent while increasing its own speed, no Pokémon could escape its pursuit. Sneasel, after hearing Cain's words, cried out loudly, full of determination, though its protective stance over the milk almost made Cain laugh. After crying out, Sneasel turned around, ready to escape. Miltank, block its path. Cain had been watching Sneasel's movements carefully, and as soon as Sneasel tried to escape, he ordered Miltank to block its route. Sneasel, about to flee, was met with the imposing figure of Miltank, who spread her arms to close off any chance of escape. With no other option, Sneasel retreated. moving closer to the tunnel wall and hiding the milk behind it to gain a bit of comfort. Surviving in the wild is extremely tough. For any wild Pokemon, food is always the most important thing. Sneasel's protective gesture reminded Miltank of her own past, awakening a sense of sympathy. Sneasel, cornered, watched without Cain taking any direct action. If he wanted to capture it, he couldn't give it a bad impression, much less steal what, for a wild Pokemon, was as vital as life itself. Cain pulled out 2 bottles full of Miltank's milk and, from a safe distance of 10 steps, shook them. Immediately, Sneasel's eyes locked onto the milk bottles Cain was holding. If it weren't for the other strong Pokemon nearby, Sneasel would probably have rushed to steal them. Sneasel, let's fight. If you win, I'll give you these 2 bottles of milk. How about it? Cain said with a smile. Anyone watching at that moment might have said Cain looked like a suspicious adult trying to trick a child. Cain's words made Sneasel pause and thought. It wasn't an ignorant Pokemon. With its exceptional speed, it had visited the human world in search of food before and knew how tamed Pokemon lived. However, having lived in the wild since it was young, it struggled to adapt to that lifestyle, so it returned to the place where it was born, even if it meant going hungry at times. But the 2 milk bottles Cain offered were hard to refuse. It had been a long time since it had tasted something so delicious. Besides, that milk contained a special energy that had restored some of its strength, diminished after days of food scarcity. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Battle against Sneasel in reality. When it comes to fighting this Sneasel, Cain feels a bit concerned. Because Sneasel is a dark and ice type. While it has a wide range of weaknesses, after thinking it over, Cain realizes he doesn't have many Pokemon on his team that can effectively counter Sneasel. Even type attacks that can cause normal damage are scarce. Only Murkrow's flying-type moves, Slowpoke's water-type moves, and Ghastly's poison-type moves can do some damage. And Miltank is the only one without a disadvantage against Sneasel. The psychic moves, in which Slowpoke excels, are completely blocked. Murkrow's dark-type moves have reduced damage, and Ghastly's ghost-type is hardly worth mentioning. Thinking this through, Cain decides he should prioritize teaching Slowpoke the Miracle Eye move. In the original game, Slowpoke couldn't learn Miracle Eye, but this is the real world, not a game. If the right method and technique are found, there's still a chance to learn it. And it happens that Cain had discovered this method in his previous life. In his past life, Cain met a high-ranking trainer who could teach all his psychic Pokemon the Miracle Eye move. Cain paid a high price to learn this technique, intending to raise a powerful psychic Pokemon. However, before he could start implementing his plan, he was killed. So Slowpoke needs to learn Miracle Eye. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to face Dark-type Pokemon. Although he has Water-type moves for attacking, Slowpoke's real strength lies in his psychic abilities. Water-type is only a support for him. This shows that although Sneasel has many weaknesses, it still poses a great threat to trainers whose teams aren't fully developed. Snee. In the end, Sneasel couldn't resist the temptation of Cain's 2 milk bottles. But actually, he had no other choice. Cain had already blocked all of Sneasel's escape routes. Even if he didn't accept the battle, he'd still have to fight, and in this case, at least if he won, he'd get the 2 bottles of milk. Carefully, Sneasel set down the milk he was drinking, closing the bottle tightly. His instinct to protect his food was clearly shown. "Don't worry, I won't touch your milk." Cain observed Sneasel's attitude, and, for some reason, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. In Sneasel, Cain saw a reflection of himself in the past. When he first arrived in this world, Cain was an orphan without parents, and the feeling of being in an unfamiliar environment nearly drove him to collapse. Before being captured by Team Rocket for testing, Cain scavenged through dumpsters for food. Surviving was his only goal, and the idea of becoming a trainer wasn't even a dream for him. But sometimes people came out to compete for food. Back then, his protective attitude towards food must have been very similar to Sneasel's now. It was also during that time that Cain saw the other side of the world, a dark and unknown side, and realized that the beauty of the Pokémon world was nothing more than a utopia. The darkness hidden beneath was the true essence of this world. Cain shook his head to clear the memories. Now was not the time for doubts. If he wanted to control his own destiny, he had to become stronger. And that meant capturing Sneasel, no matter what method he had to use, regardless of whether Sneasel would ever truly join him. Right now, Cain was determined to capture him, at any cost. If Slowpoke alone couldn't defeat him, then he'd try with Murkrow. And if that didn't work, he'd have Miltank join the battle as well. After all, for wild Pokemon, facing multiple opponents at once was nothing unusual. Sneasel didn't trust Cain's words much. After all, Someone who bursts into your home demanding a battle isn't exactly someone to trust easily. Although Miltank had blocked Sneasel's escape route, she tried to explain something. Sneasel interrupted Miltank with a gesture. Although he had no ill will toward Miltank, and even felt some familiarity with her scent, it was clear that Miltank was on Cain's side, so Sneasel didn't want to listen to her. If a fight was necessary, then so be it. Snee. Once Sneasel decided to fight, he stopped paying attention to the milk and slowly walked toward Cain, placing his claws on his chest and staring at him with a cold, emotionless gaze, like a merciless assassin. Murkrow, Slowpoke, attack together, Cain ordered seriously. Sneasel's level and quality were superior to Murkrow and Slowpoke, and he also had the type advantage. In this situation, any single Pokemon he sent out was bound to lose. Even sending two Pokemon together, he wasn't sure if he could win. The only advantage Murkrow and Slowpoke had was their cooperation. Of course, after following Cain for so long and using his Pokeblocks, there were aspects that couldn't be assessed by level or quality alone. Sneasel was the first to move. His claws began to glow with a white light as he rubbed them together, producing a sharp, unpleasant metallic sound. He was using the move Hone Claws, which by sharpening his claws increased his attack and accuracy. Murkrow, use Snatch. Sneasel's original attack advantage was already significant, and if allowed to increase it further, the battle would become even more difficult for Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Murkrow's prankster ability allowed status moves to have priority, and combined with the Snatch move effect, he could steal the benefits of Sneasel's Hone Claws move. Following Cain's command, a dark light surrounded Sneasel's claws. Just as Sneasel was beginning to enjoy the effect of Hone Claws, he felt the familiar sound disappear, as if his move hadn't succeeded. Instead, Murkrow's claws looked much brighter after using Snatch. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. While Sneasel was caught off guard, Cain gave the order to attack. Caw. Murkrow flapped his wings, summoning Flying-type energy. This time, he didn't need to keep the Tailwind effect to himself, so Slowpoke also benefited from the speed boost. Though Slowpoke isn't an agile Pokemon, he felt a breeze around him that made him feel a bit lighter. Following Cain's order, Slowpoke fired a stream of water straight at Sneasel. But Sneasel had already reacted. With a quick movement, he dodged Slowpoke's attack and rushed forward. If Sneasel managed to get close to Slowpoke, the consequences could be disastrous. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Protect is really useful. Slowpoke, control the water gun with your psychic power. Murkrow, use wing attack. Yaden. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a blue glow as it controlled the trajectory of the water gun, making the jet take an unexpected turn. Even though psychic moves can't harm Sneasel, that doesn't mean psychic power has no effect. Sneasel, who didn't expect the attack to curve back, tried to dodge while running, but it was too late and was hit squarely by the water gun. However, since the water gun was manipulated with psychic power, its force wasn't as strong, causing Sneasel only to stumble slightly. Taking advantage of the tailwind, Murkrow charged with its wings cloaked in Flying-type energy, aiming directly at the stumbling Sneasel. Under normal circumstances, a Pokemon affected by a move wouldn't be able to dodge Murkrow's accelerating attack, but this opponent was different. Murkrow's attack, which never missed when speeding up, surprisingly failed. Sneasel disappeared in an instant, turning into that dark shadow Cain had seen before, narrowly dodging Murkrow's wing attack. It was using Quick Attack. Sneasel didn't linger with Murkrow and set its sights on Slowpoke. It could clearly sense an energy from Slowpoke that it didn't like, and based on its experience surviving and fighting in the wild, it knew that if it hit, that little pink Pokemon would take a lot of damage. Cain's expression turned serious. Sneasel's speed was too high. Murkrow's specialty in speed didn't give it any advantage here. Remember, Murkrow was under the effect of Tailwind without anything slowing it down. Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Slowpoke, use Headbutt. Murkrow was taken aback by the command. If it used Hidden Power at that moment, wouldn't it hit Slowpoke too? But trusting Cain completely, after a brief hesitation, Murkrow followed the command. An orb of yellow energy, with sparks of blue electricity, began to form in front of Murkrow. Meanwhile, Sneasel had already reached Slowpoke, opening its mouth to bite with teeth shrouded in black strands. It was the Dark-type move Bite. This Dark-type move could cause significant damage to Slowpoke, who was Psychic-type. However, Slowpoke made no attempt to dodge. Since Cain had ordered it to counterattack with Headbutt, Slowpoke decided to trust its trainer unconditionally. Its pink, soft head began to glow with a thin layer of unfamiliar energy as it launched directly at Sneasel's attack. Bang! The impact made both Pokémon step back a few paces. Yaden. Slowpoke let out a groan of pain. Of the two, Slowpoke took more damage. After all, Dark-type moves are highly effective against Psychic types. Cain kept a serious and emotionless expression. The damage Slowpoke received was within his expectations. He didn't order Slowpoke to use Protect because he had a bigger plan in mind. At that moment, Sneasel, who had also taken damage, recovered. Although its strong teeth had withstood the impact, its head had taken a considerable hit. Recovered, Sneasel lunged again. It knew it had suffered significant damage, but it also knew that Slowpoke had taken even more. But then, Murkrow's electric-type hidden power, which it had been charging in the air, was finally ready. The yellow orb illuminated the cave. Sneasel, having experienced the success of its bite, prepared to use it again on Slowpoke, confident that 2 or 3 more hits would be enough to incapacitate it. Slowpoke, use Protect. Murkrow, fire hidden power. Cain ordered coldly. The 3 Pokémon moved almost simultaneously. Sneasel's bite, Slowpoke's Protect, and Murkrow's hidden power. Sneasel's bite struck the green shield of Slowpoke's Protect. Since Protect lasts a moment, Sneasel couldn't break through immediately. At the same time, Murkrow's electric-type hidden power orb struck both of them. With a resounding explosion, hidden power went off, releasing a flood of yellow and blue electricity. Thanks to Protect, Slowpoke managed to block both attacks without taking any damage. Otherwise, the electric-type hidden power might have dealt as much damage as Sneasel's bite. But Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. It was thrown 3 meters away, right in the explosion's center. Plus, due to the previous water gun, Sneasel was still slightly damp. Since it hadn't dried off completely, the damage from the electric attack was amplified. The small sparks that still ran through Sneasel's body clearly showed the high damage it had taken from Murkrow's hidden power. After taking a short breath, Sneasel recovered from the blow. Without wasting time, Sneasel gathered pale blue energy in its claws, forming small ice chunks the size of fists, then launched them at Slowpoke. Ice-type moves are normally not very effective against water types, but are very effective against flying types. However, Sneasel knew Murkrow could easily dodge with its speed, so it chose to attack Slowpoke. Additionally, Sneasel had noticed Slowpoke had already taken a hit from it before. If it could eliminate one Pokémon, its situation would improve significantly. Otherwise, it might actually lose. But there was something Sneasel could never have anticipated. Slowpoke, use hidden power. Murkrow, use feint attack and engage in close combat. That's right, Slowpoke's hidden power, despite being a water type, turned out to be fire type. Before the ice chunks reached Slowpoke, they were melted by the fire-type energy orb Slowpoke had formed, turning into pools of water. Murkrow, taking advantage of its ability to strike first with feint attack, closed in on Sneasel. Before Sneasel could react, Murkrow had it trapped in close combat. Both Pokémon abandoned specific moves and began to fight as if 2 men were throwing punches. Although Sneasel had an advantage in attack power, Murkrow had gained the bonus from Sneasel's hone claws, which greatly increased the damage from its own claws. Soon, though the fight had barely begun, Slowpoke had finished charging its hidden power. Without hesitation, Slowpoke launched its fireball towards Murkrow and Sneasel. Snee. Seeing the fireball rushing at full speed, Sneasel could feel the scorching heat emanating from it, causing it to panic. But Murkrow, beside it, didn't let it escape, ensuring it had no chance to dodge. Would they both be hit? Would they both get hurt? If Sneasel knew what Cain was thinking at that moment, it might not worry as much. Cain had only one thought in mind. Protect is really useful. End of chapter. Chapter 145. The milk of the goddess Miltank Murkrow, use Protect. With the launch of Slowpoke's fire-type hidden power, Cain ordered Murkrow to prepare in midair. Caw. Murkrow, entangled in combat with Sneasel, felt the intense heat as the energy sphere approached. He cried out and activated his Protect move. Murkrow could feel the rising temperature, and Sneasel, as an ice-type Pokémon, felt it even more intensely. However, while Murkrow had Protect to shield himself from the energy sphere's damage, Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. Almost instantly, the fire-type energy sphere created by Slowpoke's hidden power exploded in the center of the battle between Sneasel and Murkrow. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fire energy dispersed. The fire-type energy, being incredibly intense, raised the temperature throughout the cave after the explosion. All the ice blocks around the blast area melted instantly, and the resulting water at the center evaporated into steam. As the noise echoed, a mist of vapor appeared in the cave. Murkrow emerged unharmed from the explosion's center, flapping his wings to clear away the smoke and steam. Sneasel, however, lay at the center of the blast, his fur singed and unable to move. Cain observed Sneasel lying on the ground and smiled. "Don't pretend to be defeated. I know you're not at your limit yet. Get up." Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think that Sneasel had already lost his fighting ability and approached carelessly, only to be ambushed and suffer serious or even fatal injuries. This kind of last desperate attack is extremely dangerous. But Cain, monitoring Sneasel through the system, knew that while Sneasel was close to his limit, he still had the strength for one last attack. Snee. Realizing Cain had caught on, Sneasel stopped pretending, bracing himself on the ground with trembling hands, and staggered to his feet. Cain, watching Sneasel struggle to stand, smiled widely. He was very pleased and happy to capture a Pokémon with such a strong will. Sneasel's strength was not negligible, but what pleased Cain most wasn't just his power but his intelligence and ability to think strategically in battle. As a Pokémon who had grown up in the wild, Sneasel had learned to use his wits to survive, skills he had clearly mastered in this forest. "Rest a little, Sneasel." Slowpoke, use yawn. Cain didn't want Sneasel to keep fighting until he was totally exhausted. Although he could help him recover later, pushing the body to the extreme would always impact future growth. An oval bubble emerged from Slowpoke's nose, floating slowly until it stopped in front of the staggering Sneasel. Pop! With a soft bubble sound, Sneasel, whose body was already at its limit, felt a sudden wave of fatigue, especially in his eyes, which felt as if they bore the weight of a mountain. Sleep crept over him like a tide, and Sneasel's body began to lean downward. As he fell, his barely open eyes turned toward the half-drunk bottle of milk in the cave's corner. With a hint of disappointment and sadness, he murmured, "My milk?" Thud. Finally, Sneasel collapsed on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Slowpoke's yawn move had been the final blow for the resilient Pokémon. Cain threw a Super Ball at the right moment. For a Pokémon who had fought so valiantly, it was fitting to give him special treatment. After being absorbed by the Super Ball, Sneasel struggled a bit inside, but the red button in the center briefly lit up before going completely still. Instead of asking another Pokémon to retrieve the Pokeball, Cain personally approached the blast area, where the ground was somewhat dry, and picked up the Super Ball containing Sneasel. This battle had been the result of perfect coordination between Murkrow and Slowpoke, under Cain's precise direction. Without Cain's guidance, even if Murkrow and Slowpoke were stronger, facing an opponent like Sneasel, who countered them in type, would not have guaranteed victory. Even so, both Murkrow and Slowpoke had suffered considerable injuries. Miltank, with perfect timing, gave them fresh milk to replenish their strength. Compared to Sneasel, they were in much better shape. Cain also took out various healing potions and applied them to his Pokémon, easing their pain and healing some of the external wounds. He also gave them a few Pokeblocks to restore energy. Miltank's milk restored their vitality, the potions healed their wounds, and the Pokeblocks replenished their energy. With this combination of care, Murkrow and Slowpoke would soon be in top shape again. After tending to Murkrow and Slowpoke, Cain finally released Sneasel from the Super Ball. Back in the cave, Sneasel was already awake, though his wounds kept him from moving much. Seeing Cain and his Pokémon surrounding him, Sneasel's eyes showed a flash of fear and hostility. Cain knelt down without saying anything and, using the best healing spray he had, began to treat the various burns, paralysis, and bruises on Sneasel's body. Snee. Seeing Cain take something out, Sneasel instinctively thought it was dangerous and tried to sit up to resist, but the movement triggered intense pain throughout his body, causing him to fall back down. "Don't move. Stay still," Cain said firmly, beginning the treatment. Sneasel's injuries were severe, and due to his underdeveloped physique, his body was weakened. The only reason he'd been able to keep fighting earlier was his iron will. However, after being captured, that will had faded, and moving again wouldn't be so easy. Cain applied the potion skillfully, helping Sneasel recover faster. Sneasel, who initially feared something bad would happen, soon felt a refreshing coolness on his wounds, as his previously numbed muscles regained sensitivity to pain. The combination of the potion's soothing relief and the returning pain made Sneasel understand what pain and pleasure truly meant. At that moment, Miltank approached Sneasel with a bottle of milk, inserting a straw into it and offering it to Sneasel. Smelling the familiar aroma, Sneasel's eyes widened as he looked at Miltank, who smiled shyly. His thoughts seemed conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, Sneasel couldn't resist the milk's temptation and bit down on the straw, drinking quickly. At that instant, in Sneasel's eyes, Miltank seemed to be surrounded by a sacred aura. 2. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Miltank's persuasion. Sneasel felt quite comfortable having someone treat its wounds and give it milk to drink. But Cain was exhausted. Don't underestimate the methods of breeders. While they use medicine to treat Pokémon, they also apply special techniques that not only speed up wound recovery but also reduce pain and accelerate tissue healing. A Pokémon's body is much more resilient than a human's, so despite having suffered severe injuries, the combination of Cain's massage and medication made some of Sneasel's wounds heal instantly, while smaller ones disappeared completely. After gulping down a bottle of Miltank's milk, Sneasel was able to stand and make small movements once the treatment was done. It was then that Sneasel truly started to pay attention to the human in front of it, who seemed not very strong but acted with calm determination. Sneasel recalled what had happened during the battle. It had seen how Murkrow and Slowpoke managed to defeat it, largely due to this human's orders. It looked at him with a complex expression in its eyes. Without hesitation, Cain returned its gaze and said, "Sneasel, you're already my Pokémon. Whether you admit it or not, you only have two options in front of you. First, become my Pokémon. I will help you grow, fight, and you can enjoy anything you want, like milk, Pokémon tools, and food." Sneasel listened to Cain's words without showing any emotion until he mentioned milk. At that moment, it showed a slight change, though it tried to suppress it. Although Sneasel had strong self-control, Cain could still see it was tempted. Smiling to himself, Cain knew he had a 50% chance of earning Sneasel's loyalty. However, when he mentioned the second option, Cain grew serious, looking at Sneasel with a cold stare. "Second, if you don't want to fight for me, I won't force you. I'll still provide food, but you'll never leave your Pokeball again, for the rest of your life." These two options were essentially a choice between life and something not much different from death, using the Pokeball as a prison and keeping it there forever. Upon hearing that it would be confined forever, Sneasel couldn't hold back. As a wild Pokemon, it loved freedom the most, but now, this human wanted to take it away, which was more painful than death. Sneasel cried out, adopting an aggressive stance. In such a situation, it would rather die than accept this. Seeing Sneasel's movement, Slowpoke and Murkrow also took defensive positions, closely watching Sneasel, afraid it might act recklessly. Cain didn't back down and continued to stare at Sneasel. As a trainer with a strong desire for control, he wasn't willing to yield on this. Cain had noticed Sneasel's excellent potential, not just in combat ability but also in willpower. If it couldn't become an important Pokemon on his team, he would rather imprison it forever than risk it being captured by someone else who might turn it against him. Not even selling it to the Hunter Association was an option for Cain. He would only consider that in extreme financial need. However, if Sneasel was willing to become his Pokemon and fight for him wholeheartedly, Cain would treat it well. It would have the same conditions as Slowpoke and the others. At that moment, amid the tension, Miltank hurriedly stepped in between Sneasel and Cain, waving her hands and trying to show Sneasel that Cain wasn't as they imagined. At the same time, it grabbed the half-empty bottle of milk Sneasel had left in the corner and handed it to him. "Me," Miltank said enthusiastically. Sneasel, with a confused expression, accepted the half bottle of milk while listening to Miltank talk nonstop. Miltank became increasingly animated and, in her excitement, began slapping Slowpoke on the back, who grumbled from the pain but didn't dare to move away. Murkrow, seeing Miltank hitting Slowpoke, recalled the previous battle between Miltank and Arbok, relieved it wasn't on the receiving end. Yadin. Slowpoke endured the hits and, despite the pain, pretended to be happy while trying to convince Sneasel. Sneasel watched as Miltank passionately spoke and hit Slowpoke, who displayed a pained expression. This gave Sneasel a slight satisfaction, remembering how these two Pokemon had teamed up to intimidate it earlier. However, Miltank wasn't aware of this and continued hitting even harder until Slowpoke could no longer endure it. Reaching the climax of her story, Miltank raised her hand high. Slowpoke, alarmed, quickly moved away. Bang! Miltank's hand finally hit the ground, creating a deafening sound and leaving a large crater with numerous cracks on the floor. The area fell silent. Miltank, realizing her behavior, lowered her head shyly as if nothing had happened. Gulp. Two sounds of gulping were heard, one from Slowpoke, relieved it had dodged the hit, and the other from Sneasel, who would never admit it had underestimated Miltank. Cain was also surprised by Miltank's sudden burst of strength. During the battle with Arbok, He had assumed Miltank's power was due to the move bide, but now it seemed Miltank had more power than he'd realized. However, Miltank's words appear to have had an effect, as Sneasel no longer showed as much hostility towards Cain and at least wasn't taking an aggressive stance anymore. There was no denying that, as the only female in the group, Miltank had the ability to ease tensions among these males. After a moment of silence, Miltank, bringing a visibly reluctant Sneasel, led it to Cain. Although Cain didn't know exactly what Miltank had said, she managed to make Sneasel, who previously saw him as an enemy, obediently stand in front of him. Miltank's persuasion had been quite effective. Since Sneasel wasn't resisting, Cain had no intention of following through with his threat to imprison it. That had only been a scare tactic. Cain extended his hand to pet Sneasel's head, trying to relax the atmosphere between them. Snee. But Sneasel turned its head, avoiding Cain's hand. Cain's hand was left hanging awkwardly in the air, but instead of lowering it, he took out 2 bottles of milk from his ring and placed them in Sneasel's arms. Despite Sneasel's complicated expression, Cain finally managed to place his hand on its head, smiling as he petted it. End of chapter. Chapter 147. Finding Swinub with this, Sneasel was finally captured by Cain. Although it's still not very obedient, Cain believes that over time, Sneasel will integrate into the team. Of all Cain's Pokémon, the one with the best relationship with Sneasel is Miltank. It's unclear if this is due to the good impression Miltank left, or simply because of the milk Miltank provides. Sneasel always maintains a certain wariness towards Cain. Though it listens to him, it's clear that deep down, it still holds some resistance. On the other hand, Murkrow and Slowpoke have no reservations and approach Sneasel, despite having been the ones who defeated it before. Initially, Sneasel couldn't tolerate them, but over time and with their persistence, it began to accept them. Cain doesn't give much importance to Sneasel's resistance. After all, he defeated it in battle and even threatened it. So the mere fact that Sneasel has yielded and agreed to join the team is already a significant achievement. Cain doesn't consider himself someone who can command immediate respect. Everything requires a gradual process. After spending the entire day chasing Sneasel, the outcome was positive, despite how difficult it had been. Inside the cave, it wasn't possible to see the sun, but upon checking his watch, Cain realized it was already 7 in the evening and his Pokémon hadn't eaten yet. In the cold cave, Cain began stacking stones to prepare the meal. He took out a large pot, sliced all the meat, and added various ingredients and seasonings. Cain prepared a simple hot pot, accompanied by the intense aroma of meat and vegetables mixed with the seasonings he'd brought. Noticing the food was ready, all the Pokémon gathered around the hot pot. At first, Sneasel didn't want to join, but Miltank forced it to sit by the fire. Eating hot pot in an ice cave seemed like an appropriate choice. Moreover, the group meal helped strengthen bonds among the Pokémon. Even Sneasel, who initially didn't want to socialize, began to enjoy the food and interact more with the others. After a while, Cain joined the meal. The cave, once cold and silent, was filled with warmth thanks to Cain and his Pokémon. After the meal, Cain gave each Pokémon a bottle of milk. They all sat in a row against the cave wall, chatting. Meanwhile, Cain woke up Skorupi to give it some milk. Skorupi was very curious about the new team member, Sneasel, and approached to greet it, which left Sneasel feeling a bit awkward, unsure how to react. That night, Cain set up a tent inside the cave, spending the first night since Sneasel joined the team. Sneasel, you've lived here for a long time. Have you seen any Swinub? Cain asked Sneasel, who was trying to maintain a distant attitude. After resting in Sneasel's cave, the next day, Cain resumed his search for Swinub. The main goal of coming here was to find a Swinub with good qualities and level to complete the Hunter Guild's mission. Encountering Sneasel had been pure luck and, in part, thanks to Cain's determination. Snee, hearing Cain's question, Sneasel thought for a moment and then nodded. It couldn't remember exactly how long it had lived there, but if asked where to find delicious food, it remembered perfectly. Sneasel had a clear impression of Swinub, not only because there were many in the area. Swinub are quite lazy and like to hoard food in one place, so they don't have to move for a long time. Sneasel discovered the existence of Swinub while foraging for food and found them to be a reliable food source. Every time it found a Swinub, it knew it had also found a food stash. It didn't understand how Swinub managed to amass so much food. Swinub aren't pack Pokémon, so Sneasel only encountered them by chance. Some Swinub are quite strong. If you merely pass through their territory without disturbing them, it's fine. But if you try to steal their food, an angry Swinub can be very dangerous, especially in the ice cave, which is their territory. Since Sneasel knew where to find Swinub, Cain didn't have to search blindly, saving a lot of time. Guided by Sneasel, they began the search for Swinub. Inside the ice cave, there were many Swinub, but due to the complexity and size of the place, they weren't easily found, especially those that Sneasel had already visited once or twice. After 2 hours, they hadn't found many, and the few they did find didn't meet the quality or level requirements, so Cain didn't act. Cain didn't complain about not finding a suitable Swinub with Sneasel's help. The caves were so complex that even Cain could get lost, but Sneasel knew the place perfectly. Once Sneasel understood Cain's requirements, it stopped leading them to places where weaker Swinub lived. Finally, after another hour of searching, in an unknown part of the cave, Cain found the first Swinub that met his requirements. Pokemon, Swinub, dark yellow, gender, female level, 22 type, ice plus ground ability, oblivious held item, none egg moves, icicle spear, mud shot basic moves, tackle, mud sport, powder snow, mud slap, endure, mud bomb, icy wind learn moves, stealth rock TM moves, none with a dark yellow aptitude and a level of 22. This Swinub was perfect to complete Cain's mission. Once he found her, Cain didn't hesitate and decided to capture her. Slowpoke, use water gun. For a common Swinub, it wasn't necessary for all the Pokemon to join the fight, especially considering that her ice type countered Murkrow's flying type. Yadin. Slowpoke shot a stream of water from its mouth, aimed at Swinub's nest. The Swinub, who was lazily resting due to her oblivious nature, didn't pay much attention to the humans and Pokemon in front of her, thinking they wouldn't harm her. But she didn't expect them to come straight for her. The water stream entered her nest before she could react, flooding it instantly. Purrin. End of chapter. Chapter 148. Searching for Onyx, the Swinub, which had been calm before, suddenly became enraged. Although her nature is typically lazy and slow, that doesn't mean she's easy to intimidate. In this network of icy caves, her power is not negligible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to guard so much food. With an angry cry, Swinub shot out of the pool of water, her eyes bloodshot, staring at the culprit behind the destruction of her home. Slowpoke. Slowpoke, keep using water gun. Back it up with confusion, ordered Cain, continuing the attack. From Slowpoke's mouth, a jet of water shot out once more. This time, unlike the last, the water was surrounded by a thin layer of psychic energy, speeding up the attack and increasing its power. Moreover, this jet of water had the ability to adjust its direction. Although it couldn't make sharp turns, it wouldn't lose momentum when changing course slightly. Swinub, seeing the water approaching again, felt a natural repulsion to water-type energy. As a ground-type Pokemon, she truly didn't enjoy this energy. Her small tail trembled slightly, all her fur stood on end, and a cold wind with tiny snow particles blew from her mouth. The icy wind move. This cold wind collided with the water gun heading toward her. In this icy cave, where the temperature was already low, ice-type attacks gained 30% more power. You could see that the front of Slowpoke's jet of water began to freeze. At this rate, it would probably reach Swinub with much less power, significantly reducing the water-type advantage. But things didn't turn out as Swinub expected. Slowpoke's eyes shone with an intense blue light, and the psychic energy surrounding the water gun solidified further, accelerating the jet even more. To Swinub's surprise, the water jet hit her head-on, and with the tip already frozen, it was like a sharp arrow that caused even more pain. It seemed her own move had backfired. Purrin. Swinub cried out in pain. However, Slowpoke wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Without Cain needing to remind him, he used his psychic power to launch several consecutive waves of water. Swinub, already slow-moving with average defenses, couldn't mount an effective defense and lost the ability to fight without even being able to counterattack. Slowpoke's water-type moves were doubly effective against Swinub, a ground-type Pokemon, and with the help of psychic energy, Swinub had no chance to defend herself. The battle unfolded without surprises. Since Swinub isn't a Pokemon that lives in groups, facing a Pokemon of her level and quality was no challenge for Cain and his team. Using an ordinary Pokeball, Cain captured her and applied some medicine to ensure that Swinub wouldn't lose her life from the wounds. Sneasel observed everything Cain and his team were doing, and seeing the difference in how Cain treated other Pokemon versus how he treated him, couldn't help but feel a bit happy, though he didn't know exactly why. Perhaps, sometimes, comparisons are inevitable. After successfully capturing Swinub, Cain decided not to go deeper into the ice cave. As they advanced, the temperature became unbearably low. Even with a feathered coat, Cain was starting to feel cold. Moreover, except for Miltank, who, thanks to her thick fat ability, withstood the cold well, and Sneasel, who was already used to this environment. The other Pokemon were also starting to suffer from the cold, especially Murkrow, who already felt like he couldn't move his wings. Cain noticed this but also thought it could be a good training opportunity. Although the ice cave was cold, training in such an environment would consume more energy, but the results would be impressively good and would help Murkrow improve his resistance to ice-type moves. Retracing his steps from the depths of the cave, Cain asked Sneasel if he knew anything about Onix's location, but this time Sneasel wasn't sure. Although he knew the ice cave environment well, beyond his own den in the forest, he didn't have much knowledge of the outside. After all, the area was too large, and he couldn't cover long distances in a single day. Since Sneasel didn't know anything about Onix, Cain decided not to keep searching in the ice cave, as such a cold place probably wouldn't be home to Onix. Once outside the cave, Cain breathed in the fresh air and realized just how cold the previous air had been. After warming up, Cain returned Miltank to her Pokeball and decided to explore the mountain in search of any sign of Onix. The mountain was covered in rocks, so the chances of finding an Onix were quite high. Cain decided to dedicate the rest of the afternoon and the following morning to searching for Onix. If he didn't find it, he would have to abandon the search for now. Umbra's mission was already delayed, and Cain was also worried about a surprise attack by the League on Team Rocket's headquarters. He didn't know the exact date, but he knew it would be soon. He didn't have much time to waste. Climbing up the mountain path, Cain moved between uneven rocks, each step requiring extreme caution. One misstep and he could fall. Murkrow and Slowpoke had nothing to worry about. One could fly and the other could use his psychic powers to move easily. Sneasel, for his part, was very familiar with this terrain and, thanks to his agility, was the fastest in the group. Along the way, they encountered several Geodude and Graveler. They were quite peaceful, and although they noticed Cain's presence, they returned to eating rocks without paying much attention. Besides Geodude and Graveler, they also saw some Diglett and Sandshrew. The Diglett posed no problem, but the Sandshrew were quite mischievous, attacking Cain and his team in groups. However, under the water gun fire from Slowpoke, only a few managed to escape with their lives. The mountain was vast, but Cain found no sign of Onix. Murkrow was sent to scout from the air several times, but found nothing. In theory, Onix, with its large size, should be easy to spot among the rocks. But luck wasn't on their side. Cain could only hope to find Onix in a place Murkrow couldn't see. The sun began to set, and with its last rays, it disappeared below the horizon. Cain found a fairly clean rocky cave and, after a quick cleanup, turned it into his campsite for the night. End of chapter. Chapter 149. An unexpected discovery the next day. Just as the sky in the east began to lighten, Cain was already awake. After preparing breakfast for his Pokemon, he called everyone to get up. Only Sneasel seemed not very used to this routine. In fact, when Cain woke up, he was already awake too, but since the other Pokemon were still asleep, he made no move. However, when Cain called them for breakfast, Sneasel suddenly reacted. Was he slowly starting to fit in? Was he no longer rejecting Cain as openly? Even though a voice in his mind kept telling him that Cain was untrustworthy and that he shouldn't follow him, his body was very honest. For example, when he saw the perfectly arranged breakfast, which gave off a tempting aroma, along with a glass of fresh milk, he couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Seeing that all the Pokemon were sitting in their places, waiting for him to join, Sneasel immediately stood up and hurried to take the spot reserved for him. When he saw his food up close, he couldn't help but swallow and was about to start eating. But since the other Pokemon hadn't started, he also had to hold back. "Go ahead, eat," Cain said with a smile, giving Sneasel a quick glance, who seemed a bit nervous. At Cain's words, the Pokemon began to enjoy their breakfast. Sneasel, who had hesitated a bit to start, soon joined in. The more he ate, the more he enjoyed it. So much so that even when Cain patted his head, he decided to ignore it. His body was being completely honest. After breakfast, they resumed the search for Onix. That day's noon was the last moment Cain had planned to find Onix. If he couldn't find it, he would have to give up. They didn't continue climbing the mountain, but searched at the same height, moving horizontally to ensure they had enough time to return. Along the way, many Pokemon tried to challenge Cain and his team, but they were quickly dealt with by Slowpoke. Most of the Pokemon on the mountain were rock or ground types, which made Slowpoke's water-type moves very effective. Although rock-type Pokemon had high defense, their resistance to water-type moves was very low. After defeating numerous rock and ground-type Pokemon, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 25, matching Sneasel as the highest-level Pokemon in Cain's team. Even if they didn't find Onix, Just leveling up Slowpoke made Cain satisfied. There aren't many training spots like this. They searched for almost 2 hours without finding onyx, not even in places that seemed promising. Just when Cain was about to give up, Murkrow reported that he had found a considerable cave ahead, where there might be an onyx. Cain followed Murkrow to the entrance of the cave, which was as tall as 2 people, and noticed that there were marks of something large that had passed by, similar to what an onyx would leave. Slowpoke, use water gun in the cave to see if there's an onyx. Although the possibility of an onyx being there was high, he couldn't be completely sure, and aside from the marks at the entrance, he hadn't found other signs, which made Cain feel somewhat puzzled. Slowpoke shot a jet of water into the cave. The cave was quite deep, and the sound of the water hitting the ground took a moment to return. After waiting a few seconds, soft, disordered noises started coming from inside the cave. Little by little, the sound approached the entrance, but Cain frowned. Something's not right. If it were an onyx, the noise would be much louder, and this doesn't sound like a Pokemon slithering. It sounds more like wheels scraping against the ground? Cain thought. They didn't have to wait long before a bluish-gray cylinder, resembling a tire, came rolling out at great speed, making a sound similar to a tire sliding on the ground. When Cain saw what it was, his pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Get out of the way!" He jumped to the side, dodging the cylinder rolling out of the cave. His Pokemon also reacted quickly, successfully avoiding it. The bluish-gray cylinder braked abruptly as it exited the cave, stopping after skidding violently on the ground for a few seconds. The marks Cain had seen before at the cave entrance were caused by this. Donphan. The bluish-gray cylinder stopped rolling, revealing an elephant-like Pokemon over a meter tall. 2 thick, white tusks protruded from the sides of its trunk, and from its tail to its trunk, it was covered by a thick, dark blue armor. Its small eyes were hidden under the armor. This Pokemon that had rolled out of the cave was a Donphan, a Pokemon from the Johto region. Cain had mistaken the cave for the possible home of an Onix, but it turned out to be inhabited by a Donphan, the evolution of Phanpy, a ground-type Pokemon. Pokemon, Donphan, light green, gender, male level, 25 type, ground ability, sturdy held item, none egg moves, mud slap, focus energy, body slam basic moves, fire fong, thunder fong, horn attack, bulldoze, growl, defense curl, rapid spin, rollout, assurance, knock off, slam learn moves, iron defense, stealth rock, block TM moves, none A level 25 Donphan with a light green quality, something Cain did not expect. On their way, most of the Pokemon they had encountered had a yellow quality, and now a light green quality Pokemon appeared. Moreover, this Donphan seemed to have evolved recently, at level 25. Cain felt relieved not to have encountered a level 30 Donphan, as they learned the move magnitude at that level. This area move, which depends on chance, could have been disastrous. Even if Cain and his Pokemon managed to avoid the attack, the rocky terrain could have buried them under the mountain. However, since this Donphan didn't know the move magnitude, it became a valuable target for Cain before heading to the Hunter Guild. If he could find a suitable mission, he could earn a lot of Poke dollars and points in return. Donphan couldn't imagine that these intruders who had poured water into his cave already considered him a source of income. Time was pressing, and Cain couldn't afford to waste any more of it. Since this Donphan was of great value, he had to capture it immediately. Slowpoke, Water Gun. Murkrow, Tailwind. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Cain immediately ordered the attack. It was the first time Sneasel fought under Cain's orders. Although his movements were a bit slow at first, he quickly reacted and understood Cain's instructions. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Abandoning the search. Murkrow's prankster ability allows status moves to have priority, which is a concept in the game but functions similarly in real life. The move Tailwind is a status move that affects the entire team, so when Murkrow used it, all the team members felt their bodies become lighter. Slowpoke directly launched the Water Gun move. Sneasel, although a bit slower in his movements, understood Cain's intent. He didn't aim the Icy Wind move directly at Donphan, but instead used it to combine with Slowpoke's move. In this way, it didn't completely freeze the Water Gun, but it also didn't diminish the Icy Wind's effect. Instead, it allowed small ice fragments to appear in the stream of water, blending the Ice-type energy with the Water-type energy. Although the combination wasn't perfect, considering it was their first attempt, it exceeded Cain's expectations. The stream of water, with small ice fragments, hit Donphan directly. Kuba. Donphan, being a ground type, took double damage from the combined water and ice type attack. This attack, blending both properties, caused significant pain, making him cry out and filling his eyes with fury. He had been resting peacefully in his cave, sleeping deeply when suddenly, a cold blast of water woke him abruptly. He thought some enemy Pokémon had invaded his cave, but after looking around, he didn't find anyone. Still angry from being woken up so suddenly, he rolled out of his cave to vent his rage, but just as he was stopping, an even colder blast of water, full of ice fragments, struck his face. Immediately, Donphan's anger intensified. With loud snorts coming from his long trunk, he began stomping the ground with his front legs, raising clouds of dust. Without a word, he curled up in a tire shape, and his heavy armor acted as a protective cover as he rolled, causing small stones on the ground to jump in all directions. The rollout move. The power of the move at the start isn't very high, but as Donphan continues to roll for longer, its power doubles. In the end, it can reach a power of 480 points. If any of Cain's Pokémon were hit at its maximum power, they would immediately lose the ability to fight. Moreover, if the rollout move is used after Defense Curl, the power of the move can increase even more, reaching a total of 960 points, which is truly terrifying. Cain was well aware of Whitney from Goldenrod City, whose family not only specialized in using Miltank but also mastered the use of the rollout move. Usually, it's difficult to stop the rollout move once initiated, but Whitney's family has developed techniques to control it. Once Donphan started rolling, he charged without thinking. Cain was not a fan of these types of Pokémon that relied solely on brute strength without using their brains. And it wasn't just Cain who disliked them. His Pokémon also didn't enjoy facing this kind of opponent, as it felt like intimidating a foolish giant, which left them with little sense of accomplishment. Slowpoke, use your water gun with confusion and trap Donphan in a bubble of water. Sneasel, keep using Icy Wind to slow it down. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse to destabilize it, Cain calmly ordered. Donphan was just starting to roll, so the power of the move wasn't significant yet. Additionally, the faster it rolled, the harder it was to control its direction. Sneasel once again released the Icy Wind move. Previously, to combine it with Slowpoke's water gun move, he hadn't used all his power, but now, to reduce Donphan's speed, he unleashed all the power of his Ice-type energy. Donphan, who wasn't very fast to begin with, started accumulating a thin layer of frost on its surface, further reducing its speed. Murkrow used the Dark Pulse move, not so much to attack Donphan directly, but to strike the ground around him, making the terrain even more uneven, which also contributed to slowing down the rolling. Slowpoke, as the main attacker, used the water gun move followed by Confusion, not to attack Donphan directly, but to wait for his teammates to slow down the rolling. Then, with his psychic power, he enveloped Donphan in a bubble of water. In an instant, Donphan came to an abrupt halt, trapped in the bubble, unable to move, with his small eyes wide open and face reddened, struggling as he couldn't breathe. Sneasel, use Icy Wind again to show him what it's like to be frozen, Cain said, laughing at Donphan's situation. Snee, nodded Sneasel, releasing his Ice-type energy once more, freezing the bubble of water around Donphan, transforming it into a large block of ice. Donphan was trapped inside, completely motionless. If it weren't for the slight movement of his eyes, one might think he was dead. Cain couldn't help but admire Donphan's resilience. Although the ground-type Pokémon was weak against water and ice-type moves, his constitution was remarkable. Despite being trapped in such an extreme environment, he could still move his eyes. After waiting for a while, Cain ordered his Pokémon to break the ice. By then, Donphan had completely lost the ability to move, lying rigid on the ground. If it weren't for his weak breathing, Cain would have thought he was dead. Cain used a Pokeball to capture him. After letting Donphan recover a bit under the sun, he stored him in the Pokeball and sealed the switch. With Donphan successfully captured, Cain, satisfied, resumed his search for Onix. However, now with a different attitude. Once he had captured Donphan, a Pokémon with a light green quality, he knew its value surpassed that of a common Onix. So even if he didn't find an Onix, he would feel satisfied. As expected, after searching for 2 more hours, he didn't see any sign of an Onix. Since he had reached the time limit he had set for himself, Cain decided to abandon the search, hoping to find an Onix elsewhere. Alongside his Pokémon, he began descending the mountain, fully understanding one thing. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. The terrain was full of loose rocks, and although he had been cautious while climbing, now that he was descending, Cain realized how much more complicated it was to go down. Finally, after enduring the slow pace of his descent, he had Slowpoke use the Confusion move to create a flat path, which allowed them to speed up a bit. Cain had avoided using Slowpoke's powers to help himself, wanting to train alongside his Pokémon. Recently, his Pokémon had shown rapid growth, but Cain's physical condition wasn't on par, so he needed to train to not become a burden in the wild. As the speed of their descent increased, Cain began to hear the sounds of battle not too far away, and not just the noise of Pokémon moves, but also what seemed to be a human voice giving commands. A trainer in a place like this? By the sound, it seems like a girl? Cain thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 151. Starting a dispute finding a trainer in such a remote location suggests that this trainer has at least decent skill. Cain, along with his Pokémon, moved cautiously, minimizing the noise of his steps as he slowly approached the source of the sounds. As he got closer, the battle sounds became clearer. There were rumblings, rocks flying, and fragments of stones crashing against the mountain walls. At that moment, a clear voice resonated again. Rosalia, use Stun Spore. The battle scene slowly came into view for Cain. In front of him were two Onyx, the very ones he had been searching for in vain for hours, now appearing all of a sudden. Both Onyx were approximately 9 meters long. As they intertwined, the terrain, which was difficult for Cain to navigate, seemed like a flat surface to them. After the Onyx passed, the ground was left covered in rock fragments, but at least the path was much easier to traverse. However, what caught Cain's attention wasn't the two Onyx but a girl with a red bandana tied around her head, who was accompanied by a grass/poison-type Pokémon, Rosalia. It was a small Pokémon with 3 thorns on its head and a light green body. Green leaves covered its body like a dress, and the leaves on its chest had yellow parts. Its left hand had a blue rose and its right hand had a red rose. After hearing the girl's voice, Rosalia uttered a clear cry and raised its 2 roses above its head. A fine, pale purple powder emerged from the flowers and spread around the 2 Onyx. The Onyx were so large that, although Stun Spore was a grass-type move, its effect was limited, only slightly slowing them down. Despite this, the girl showed no surprise. Seeing the Onyx approach, she remained unfazed. With great agility, she moved across the debris-filled terrain, which was challenging for Cain but posed no problem for her. Rosalia, Magical Leaf. Misdreavus, use Confuse Ray. The girl, while running, continued to give commands. A Misdreavus hiding in the shadows suddenly appeared and launched a small sphere emitting confusing rays at one of the Onyx. Rosalia, following the girl's orders, spun the roses in its hands, releasing a flurry of leaves surrounded by a magical purple glow that struck the nearest Onyx. The grass type is 4 times more effective against Onyx, causing the Onyx to halt its pursuit due to the pain. After Misdreavus confused one of the Onyx, under the girl's commands, it worked with Rosalia to take on the other Onyx first. Meanwhile, the Onyx that was confused began to charge erratically, unintentionally heading straight for Cain. Although the girl had considerable skill, it wasn't enough for Cain to feel intimidated. Onyx was a Pokémon he needed as well, and now that one was right in front of him, he didn't plan to let it get away. Once he made his decision, Cain didn't hesitate. After searching for so long without success, now that 2 Onyx had finally appeared, he wouldn't let the chance slip away. The Onyx that accidentally approached Cain had a yellow quality, and although its level was 23, it met the hunter's mission requirements. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. Ghastly, use Hidden Power. Onyx, being a ground/rock type, is 4 times weaker to water and grass-type moves, so Slowpoke's Water Gun and Ghastly's grass-type Hidden Power were extremely effective. The girl, who was in the middle of the battle, saw Cain suddenly appear and begin attacking the other Onyx. Immediately, her face turned cold as she shouted, "Stop! That's my target." However, she was occupied dealing with her own enraged Onyx and couldn't break free, so she could only watch helplessly as Cain attacked her prey, making her face flush with anger. Cain, upon hearing her voice, let out a scoff but paid no attention and simply ordered Slowpoke and Ghastly to intensify their attacks. Murkrow flew in the air, observing the situation. Although the girl only had 2 Pokémon, no one knew if she had another trick up her sleeve, like Misdreavus, which had been hidden. Soon, both managed to defeat their respective opponents. Cain picked up the Pokeball containing Onyx. The girl was slightly quicker than Cain at defeating her Onyx and skillfully captured it with a Pokeball. She approached Cain, and upon seeing him calmly pocket the Pokeball without hesitation, a wave of anger rose again. She shouted, "Hey, rude. I told you that was my target. Didn't you hear me?" With that, Rosalia and Misdreavus appeared in front of her, looking both adorable and menacing. But Cain, as if he hadn't heard anything, quietly put the Pokeball in his pocket, and then looked at the girl for the first time. Until now, he had only seen her back and knew she wore a red bandana on her head, a blue denim jacket, and slim jeans. Seeing her face, Cain realized she was younger than he had imagined, probably around his age. Cain didn't respond to the girl's question but instead frowned and asked, "Are you a hunter?" Hearing this, the girl was surprised. Although she didn't know how Cain had guessed, she was indeed a Pokemon hunter. A hunter talking about prey? Childish. Without waiting for the girl's response, Cain continued, a hint of mockery in his voice and eyes. Although the girl hadn't admitted it, Cain was 100% sure she was a hunter. Cain's words made her face flush even more, and although she tried to respond, she didn't know what to say. Finally, in a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Humph! You stole my target and still dare to argue. Rosalia, use Stun Spore. Mischievous, use Confuse Ray." Cain let out a cold smile. They were in the wild, and he wasn't one to hold back just because the other person was a girl. In his past life, he had defeated numerous powerful trainers, many of whom were women. Murkrow, disperse the Stun Spore. Slowpoke, use Confusion to break the Confuse Ray. Sneasel, use Quick Attack. Once the decision to battle is made, one must be prepared to completely defeat the opponent. Murkrow quickly dispersed Rosalia's Stun Spore, and Mischievous's Confuse Ray also had no effect. Meanwhile, Sneasel was already approaching the enemy at incredible speed. Although the girl maintained a cautious demeanor, both had kept a certain distance, so Cain's system hadn't been able to register data on her Pokemon. However, from what he had seen in battle, the girl's Pokemon weren't weak, but they also weren't far above Cain's own. Sneasel's Quick Attack would undoubtedly put the girl in trouble, as none of her Pokemon could stop it. End of chapter. Chapter 152. Skarmory, the young woman, coldly watched the Sneasel charging directly at her, realizing that her opponent had lethal intentions. She quickly took a Pokeball from her waist and tossed it into the air. Sneal. Another Sneasel appeared on the field. Cain hadn't expected this young woman to have a Sneasel as well. Upon seeing it, Cain's Sneasel paused momentarily, refraining from launching another attack. It sensed a trace of danger from this new counterpart. Cain frowned as he observed the newly appeared Sneasel, without blaming his own for stopping. Sneasel was still new to his team, and in situations like this, its own judgment took precedence over Cain's commands. This was a matter of trust that required time to build. However, the fact that the young woman also had a Sneasel was surprising to Cain. It wasn't a common Pokemon like Beedrill, but a relatively rare species. And from the reaction of his own Sneasel, it was evident that hers was not weak, as it felt threatened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped. "Return, Sneasel," Cain said with a stern tone. This young woman was clearly a hunter, and if she had made it this far, her strength could not be underestimated. From the way she had directed her Pokemon in the previous battle, it was evident that she was no novice. "Hey, are you also a hunter?" the young woman suddenly asked, still somewhat annoyed, in a voice that sounded like chimes. Cain hesitated for a moment before nodding. In this situation, there was no need to hide it. Besides, even if he denied it, would she believe him? The young woman observed Cain's Pokemon. Another Sneasel as strong as hers, a pale pink Slowpoke, a well-developed Murkrow, and a stealthy Ghastly, powerful Pokemon, all of them. She realized that she probably wouldn't be able to reclaim her Onix. Although she didn't fear Cain, true strength is only revealed in battle. However, from the decisive and lethal way Cain had acted, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. In a fight to the end, there was no certainty of who would come out alive. Cain also hesitated after seeing the young woman's Sneasel. It was clear that she was not like the low-ranking Team Rocket Grunts. She had survival and Pokemon capturing skills, which meant her combat ability was likely not much different. After a brief moment, Cain made a decision: fight. Even if it came at a cost, he had to ensure she didn't get away. If she was already strong now, how far could she go in the future? Though this was just a minor conflict, it could spark a deadly battle in the future. If the power the young woman had shown was all she had, Cain had an 80% chance of stopping her here. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Agility. If they were going to fight, the first thing was to get his Pokemon into their best state. The young woman watched as Cain commanded his Pokemon, with a determined expression. Where did he get the confidence to believe he could stop her here? "Hey, rude. Is it really necessary to risk your life over a single Onix? Are you so sure you can beat me?" she said, exasperated, feeling like the most wronged party. But Cain paid no attention to her words, remaining silent and directing his Pokémon to prepare. As for Ghastly, Cain kept it close, ready for any unexpected danger. The young woman, seeing that Cain was completely ignoring her, felt another surge of anger welling up inside her. But was she really going to fight to the death over an onyx that wasn't worth much? That was not a rational decision. Frustrated, she stomped the ground hard, as if the stones underfoot were the face of that expressionless fool in front of her. After venting a bit, like a deflated balloon, she muttered, "How stupid of me to argue with a madman. What bad luck." Humph. With that, she pulled another Pokeball from her belt and threw it into the air. Cain watched as the young woman tossed another Pokeball, narrowing his eyes. Did she have more Pokemon? Just as he was preparing to strike, a Pokemon encased in silver armor with red wings and a sharp beak appeared. When the Pokemon appeared, Cain immediately recognized its name, Skarmory, a steel and flying-type Pokemon. A Pokemon with extraordinary resistance. It was only weak to fire and electric-type moves, while attacks from normal, flying, steel, psychic, dragon, and fairy types dealt half damage. Bug and grass-type attacks only dealt a quarter of the damage, and ground and poison-type moves were completely ineffective. Out of the 18 types, Skarmory resisted or was immune to 10. Its resilience was not to be underestimated. Cain had no fire or electric-type Pokemon, which meant that a battle against Skarmory would be extremely difficult. What he didn't expect was that the young woman, with an angry expression, would climb onto Skarmory's back. Then, in front of Cain, she withdrew her other 3 Pokemon, muttering, "There's no point fighting a madman." Without looking at Cain, she patted Skarmory's neck, signaling it to leave. But, just before departing, she couldn't contain her anger. Shouting from above, she said, "Humph, you're a madman. I won't stoop to your level. My name is Karen. Next time you hear this name, you better step aside, or I'll bite you to death." 3, and with that, she left, riding on her Skarmory without looking back. She could only regret her bad luck this time. Cain's Pokemon watched as the opponent fled, then looked at their trainer, waiting for instructions. But Cain made no move, simply watching as she disappeared into the horizon. After a while, he murmured to himself, "Maybe I should get a flying Pokemon. It would be really convenient." It was an unexpected thought. As for the young hunter named Karen's escape, Cain saw it, but couldn't do anything about it. They were too far away, and the unexpected Skarmory had surprised him. With that Pokemon, he didn't have many options. If Skarmory hadn't appeared, Cain would have had an 80% chance of stopping her. But with Skarmory present, that probability dropped to 50%, or even less. Since he couldn't achieve it, there was no point in continuing the fight. At least he had captured an Onix, which meant he came out ahead. But the idea of seeking a flying Pokemon for travel remained etched in his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 153. Returned to Mahogany Town after the she-hunter left, Cain didn't linger any longer. He had already captured the Onix, so the main objective of his trip to the Ice Mountain was accomplished. Now, his main goal was to return to the Team Rocket base to obtain the mission items. Cain released the Onix he had just captured, and under the threat of Slowpoke, it quickly surrendered. Although this Onix would be used to complete a mission in the Hunters Guild, using it as a means of transportation first wasn't a bad idea, as in these mountainous paths, it was the most suitable. Cain, along with his Pokemon, climbed onto Onix and descended the mountain at great speed. For Onix, the rugged path was no different from a flat surface. After descending the mountain, Cain didn't return Onix to its Pokeball. He found that moving this way was much faster than walking. Although it attracted many furious attacks from other Pokemon, Cain didn't mind. He saw it as an opportunity for his Pokemon to train. The influence of the young woman he had seen earlier had been significant. He couldn't just focus on what was right in front of him, as there were many young, powerful trainers. Moving without stopping, Onix ignored the smaller trees, only adjusting its direction in front of the thicker ones. They also crossed the territory of many powerful Pokemon, and Onix made so much noise that it was often seen as a provocation. Onix almost wanted to cry. By nature, it would never dare to do something like this, but with an ancestor on its back constantly threatening it, it had no choice. It really wanted to tell the wild, angry Pokemon attacking it that it was being forced not to attack it. However, its worries were unnecessary. Although some powerful Pokemon couldn't be defeated by Cain and his team, they could delay them long enough. Once out of their territory, most Pokemon stopped pursuing. Although there were some who didn't give up easily, with Sneasel's speed-reducing moves, they could shake them off. If they couldn't get rid of them, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel would launch various moves at their pursuers, which was hard to withstand. Thus, the attacks Onyx feared never came, and their path was clear and unhindered. Before the sun set, Cain, riding Onyx, reached the outskirts of the forest, much faster than it had taken him to enter. If it weren't for the increasing number of people, Cain would have wanted to ride Onyx straight to Mahogany Town. He even started considering if he should keep Onyx as a means of transportation for a while longer. After all, it was much more convenient than walking. Having learned his lesson, Cain changed into normal clothes, put on a baseball cap, and with his head down, passed through the crowd and entered Mahogany Town. A more serious atmosphere could be felt in the town, as if a deadly tension enveloped the place. The conflict between the League and Team Rocket is escalating. Better to finish the mission as soon as possible, Cain thought silently. Cain entered the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center, a place that used to be bustling but now felt somewhat empty. Cain didn't even have to wait in line for treatment. He handed the Super Ball containing Sneasel to the Pokémon Center's medical staff, paid, and asked them to check Sneasel's health. Sneasel was a recently captured Pokémon from the wild. Although it appeared to be in good condition, Cain wasn't sure if it had any internal injuries or similar issues. After all, in the wild, Pokémon don't receive proper treatment and, when hurt, can only lick their wounds silently in a cave. After waiting a while, Cain retrieved the Super Ball. He learned that Sneasel was fine, except for slight malnutrition. The medical staff suggested that if Cain had extra resources, he should give Sneasel more nutritious food, like Pokeblocks. Cain smiled and nodded at the medical staff's recommendation. He booked a room at the Pokémon Center. Given the current situation in Mahogany Town, Cain didn't feel safe staying at a hotel. At night, he took some time to visit the black market in Mahogany Town. Due to the presence of the largest Team Rocket base in the Johto region in this town, most of the sellers in the black market were also Team Rocket members. In his past life, Cain was very familiar with the black market here, so he easily presented his Pokémon to the Hunters Guild and received a significant amount of points and money. Cain decided to keep Onyx for now. After all, the mission completion deadline was a month away, and he wasn't in a rush to turn it in, as Onyx could still be useful to him. Swinub earned him a total of 150,000 points, and the light green quality Donphan brought him 500,000. Additionally, Cain had earned 200,000 Poke Dollars for preparing Poke Blocks for Whitney, added to the 2.4 million Poke Dollars he already had. Now, Cain had a total of 3.25 million Poke Dollars. To an average person, that might seem like a fortune, but for someone like Cain, who had 6 or more Pokémon to train, it was an insignificant amount, and that only covered the materials Cain had bought. If he had acquired rare items or TMs, his account would have been emptied instantly. Cain knew he had to save some money for emergencies, so he decided to postpone buying moves for his Pokémon. Unless absolutely necessary, Cain preferred to obtain the moves he wanted through Team Rocket's exchange system. When he left the black market, Cain felt somewhat relieved. It was clear that the atmosphere in the black market was also serious. The usually noisy street vendors barely spoke, and many people were urgently trying to sell their belongings to buy items or materials that could quickly enhance their power. No one was foolish. Everyone noticed something strange while walking through the town. Recently, League trainers were appearing more and more on the streets, and there were many new faces, leading some to guess what was happening. While walking through the streets, few people talked to each other. Most were busy with their own affairs, and if someone did speak, it was only briefly before moving on. Cain didn't stay outside long and returned to the Pokémon Center, where he at least knew he'd be safe, as he still had the identity of a League trainer. Tomorrow, I'll pick up the items and leave. The situation is becoming unsustainable, Cain thought as he lay down to sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 154. The base at the Lake of Rage the next morning. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Cain disguised himself and headed north of Mahogany Town. The Lake of Rage is located to the north of Mahogany Town. Originally, there were some residents around the lake, but due to Team Rocket's invasion of the area, everyone moved to Mahogany Town. Now, everything around the Lake of Rage is controlled by Team Rocket. Cain, dressed in civilian clothes and without carrying any Pokémon, walked north. Previously, many people would visit the Lake of Rage from Mahogany Town as tourists, so the League built a road to facilitate access for residents and visitors. However, now that road benefited Team Rocket. On the way, Cain encountered a few people, most showing subtle signs of being with Team Rocket. Although not obvious at first glance, Cain noticed these details. Without stopping, he continued walking alone to the north. After 2 hours, the path ended at a steel wall, with only one entrance guarded by a gate and several guards stationed there. Cain adjusted his clothes as he slowly walked towards them under their watchful eyes. One of the guards approached Cain, expressionless, and said, "This is a private area. Entry is not allowed without authorization." Without saying a word, Cain slightly lifted his clothing, revealing a belt with Team Rocket's emblem on his waist. He then took out a Team Rocket ID card. Although the guard kept a neutral face, seeing Cain's belt and ID card softened his expression slightly. He took Cain's ID and said stiffly, "Wait here." He then stepped aside and entered the guard booth to verify Cain's identity, while the other guards kept watching him. Cain nodded slightly in his mind. Although corruption was rampant in many other Team Rocket bases, the management system here seemed quite solid. At least the quality of the guards indicated that Team Rocket in Mahogany Town wasn't just a front. After a short time, the guard returned, handed Cain back his ID card, and motioned for him to pass through the gate. This place was only the entrance to the Lake of Rage area, not the research base. Even so, the control was quite strict, likely due to recent changes in Mahogany Town. Cain walked through the gate set up by Team Rocket, with still an hour's walk left to the Lake of Rage. Once past the gate, it was evident that people no longer hid their affiliation with Team Rocket. Everyone wore some emblem of Team Rocket, whether in full uniform or at least a badge on their chest. To avoid trouble, Cain also took a Team Rocket badge from his belt and pinned it to his chest. Then, he tucked in his shirt to clearly display the Team Rocket belt on his waist. After these adjustments, the curious glances around him noticeably decreased. Calmly, Cain adjusted his outfit and released Murkrow from its pokeball. Immediately, the looks around him disappeared completely. Sometimes, it's necessary to show your fangs so that those with ill intentions back off. With Murkrow by his side, Cain headed directly toward the research base at the Lake of Rage. There were more and more Team Rocket members accompanied by Pokémon, and no one paid attention to Cain's presence. He had fully blended in. An hour later, at the entrance of an underground tunnel, 10 uniformed Team Rocket members guarded the entrance, surveying the area and securing the perimeter. Unlike the areas Cain had passed before, the atmosphere here was much more serious. Cain's appearance caught their attention, though they weren't as strict as before. After all, most who reached this point were Team Rocket members whose identities had already been verified. However, this wasn't a place just anyone could enter, so 2 guards approached Cain to stop him. "Kid, you're not allowed to come any closer," said one of them, a fierce-looking man with a menacing smile. His expression was intimidating enough to make a child cry. "I need to see your captain. I have an issue," Cain said, looking at him. The man was at least 2 meters tall, with muscles that looked chiseled out of rock. Compared to him, Cain looked like a child. The 2 guards exchanged glances, then looked at Murkrow on Cain's shoulder. Seeing that Cain didn't seem afraid, they recognized he wasn't a rookie in Team Rocket. "Come with us and don't look around," said the man in a stern tone. They seemed to have recognized Cain's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed just anyone to ask to see their captain without question. They led Cain to the entrance of the underground tunnel, where they presented him to a young, ordinary-looking man. "Captain, this kid wants to see you," the fierce guard said, his voice less intimidating than before. Clearly, he didn't dare be so brazen in front of his superior. The captain, who had been busy with a knife, looked up and examined Cain. "What's your business?" he asked. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my post," said the fierce guard, quickly slipping away like a mouse fleeing a cat. Cain took a black badge from his belt and showed it to the captain before quickly putting it away again. That black badge was the one Umbra had given Cain, representing his status as a reserve member of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit. Although the captain only saw the badge for a second, he recognized what it was, and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Cain closely for 3 seconds before speaking. "I've been expecting you. It's about time you arrived." Now it was Cain's turn to be surprised. What did that mean? Had he been sent by Umbra to wait for him? The captain stood up and said to Cain, "Come, I'll take you inside." Then, he turned to his subordinates. "I'm taking him inside, and you better not slack off while I'm gone." "Understood." The guards, who looked like bulls, trembled at his words and quickly nodded. Satisfied, the captain opened the underground tunnel door and led Cain inside. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Combat Evaluation. The Team Rocket research base at the Lake of Rage was a place Cain had visited countless times in his past life, so he knew the terrain very well. However, the current layout was completely different from what he remembered. Currently, all of Team Rocket's facilities at the base were in perfect condition, untouched by any surprise attacks from the Alliance, which gave the place an entirely new appearance. When Cain visited the base in his past life, it was already in ruins. The facilities were shattered, with battle scars on the walls, the floor, and every corner. At that time, He was tasked with cleaning up the base so Team Rocket could resume its research operations. While he might not be able to boast about much, Cain felt confident that he knew every nook and cranny of the base. Following closely behind the young man, Cain passed through several checkpoints as they ventured deeper into the base. Cain remembered clearly that the base had 5 underground levels, and access to each level required increasingly restrictive permissions. The young man guiding him had reached the 3rd underground level, where entry required at least the rank of a captain. Upon arriving at the entrance to the 4th level, the young man finally stopped and typed a series of numbers into a keypad on the door. Moments later, the image of a middle-aged man with a mustache appeared on the screen above the keypad. "Sir, the person has arrived," said the young man respectfully, addressing the man on the screen. "Oh, bring him inside," the man replied, squinting slightly when he saw Cain behind the young man. The door, which could only be opened with special permissions, immediately unlocked, and the young man led Cain further inside. According to usual access points, the previous door required captain-level permission, and the young man needing to request additional access indicated that he had the rank and authority of a Team Rocket captain. The middle-aged man on the screen clearly held at least the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket, and it seemed that he was the person Cain was actually meant to meet. Senior officers in Team Rocket were typically high-level trainers, with some even being near elite level. In his past life, Cain had reached that level but failed to progress further. To advance within Team Rocket, strength is only part of the challenge. The value of contributions is also a crucial factor. The research base at the Lake of Rage had 5 levels, each decreasing in size like an inverted pyramid. Cain was now on the 4th level, a high-security area. In terms of power, he didn't have the merits to be here. It was all thanks to Umbra's backing. Shortly after, the young man guided Cain to an office. At the center of the office was a large desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man in a white coat with a small mustache, the same man who had granted them access. Upon seeing Cain enter, the man's eyes sparkled. This young man must be the mission target, correct? The young Team Rocket member, with his head bowed, answered respectfully, "Yes, sir. I saw his badge." With this confirmation, the middle-aged man scrutinized Cain from head to toe, paying special attention to the Murkrow on his shoulder. Immediately, Murkrow felt as if a wild beast were watching him, and all its feathers stood on end. The man let out a laugh and pressed a yellow button on his desk. With a click, a wall split in half, revealing a secret room that looked like a training gym. Rubbing his mustache, the man smiled and said, "Milan, test his strength." "Yes, sir," responded the young Team Rocket member, whose name was Milan. A test of strength? Was this part of the mission? Slightly confused, Cain stepped into the secret training room. The room was spacious, equipped with various training tools and a moderately sized battlefield at the center, made of durable material. "Show your strength. If you pass the evaluation, you'll get what you want," said the middle-aged man, sitting comfortably in his chair with a mocking smile as he rubbed his mustache. Test my strength? Wasn't it obvious that the opponent was a captain? Cain felt a bit helpless. How was he supposed to fight against an opponent like that? Such a large power difference wouldn't be interesting. "Milan, use only one Pokémon." "Young man, you may use as many Pokémon as you wish, and there are no restrictions on battle rules. Fight with everything you've got," the middle-aged man said, as if reading Cain's thoughts. Cain narrowed his eyes. He couldn't reveal all his Pokémon, but if the opponent only used one, he still had a chance, especially since there were no restrictions on battle rules. Besides, Cain doubted his opponent would dare to kill him. Despite his lack of power, Cain represented one of Team Rocket's sub-leaders, Umbra, an elite-level trainer. Though Umbra might not stir much trouble over the loss of a subordinate, the middle-aged man wouldn't want to risk creating a poor impression with Umbra either. Milan took out a Pokeball with Team Rocket's symbol on his belt and threw it onto the field, releasing a Golbat. Golbat's information appeared in Cain's mind. Pokemon. Golbat, light green, gender, male level, 32 type, poison plus flying ability. Inner focus held item, none egg moves, gust, faint attack basic moves, absorb, supersonic, astonish, bite, wing attack, confuse ray, air cutter, swift, poison fong, mean look learn moves, snatch, defog TM moves, hidden power, water, shadow ball, sleep talk. Substitute for a Team Rocket captain, it was common to have Pokemon at level 30 or higher. This level 32 Golbat seemed to be one of the weaker ones in his team. The man wasn't using his full strength, partly because he didn't see it as necessary and partly to avoid making it obvious that he was exploiting his advantage, which could harm his career. While Umbra probably wouldn't bother dealing with a member of Team Rocket at this level, A mere hint of Umbra's displeasure could make many want to get rid of him to gain their superior's favor. Since the man had reservations, that gave Cain more room to maneuver. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Milan Golbat, as a poison and flying-type Pokémon, is vulnerable to Slowpoke's psychic-type attacks, which counter its poison typing, and Sneasel's ice-type attacks, which counter its flying typing. However, Slowpoke couldn't be shown openly at the moment, making Sneasel the best choice. Even though that middle-aged man said Cain wasn't limited in the number of Pokémon he could use, Ghastly's level was only 19, making it unfit to face a level 32 Golbat, and Miltank wasn't suitable to bring out at this moment either. Cain threw a Pokeball, and after a flash of red light, Sneasel appeared on the field with its arms crossed and a cold expression. Milan and the middle-aged man showed slight surprise at seeing Sneasel. With their experience, they could discern something. At least by its appearance, it was clear Sneasel had extraordinary potential. Murkrow, Sneasel, this time, both of you will participate, Cain said. Cain had full confidence in Murkrow, but with Sneasel, who had just been captured and hadn't yet developed strong synchronization, the outcome of this battle largely depended on its performance. Golbat, use Confuse Ray on Murkrow, Milan ordered calmly, initiating the attack. As Milan's voice fell, a small glowing orb appeared in Golbat's mouth. Murkrow, use Tailwind to increase speed. Sneasel, use Agility. Although Golbat was strong, at least with Tailwind and Agility, Murkrow and Sneasel would not be slower than it. The Tailwind move sped up the entire team, allowing both Sneasel and Murkrow to increase their speed. In addition, Sneasel used Agility to further boost its speed, making it, at its peak, faster than Golbat. Before Murkrow entered the field, Cain had removed its weights, so now Murkrow was at its limit. The speed of Golbat's Confuse Ray was fast, but since this move was Ghost-type, it had little effect on Murkrow and Sneasel, both Dark types. Although Murkrow didn't manage to completely dodge, the move didn't have its intended impact. Milan wasn't surprised. He had ordered the use of Confuse Ray only to probe the situation. Sneasel, use Taunt, then Quick Attack. Murkrow, engage closely with Wing Attack. Sneasel extended a hand, pointing at Golbat. A dark aura emanated from its body, causing Golbat's eyes to turn red and its desire to attack to increase. In that case, we'll use Wing Attack as well, Milan responded. Taunt is a move that forces the opponent to use only offensive moves for a period, preventing it from using status moves. Golbat lunged at Murkrow, its wings charged with flying-type energy clashing violently. The power difference was evident after the clash. Murkrow was sent flying back, while Golbat barely wobbled and stepped back slightly. After Murkrow was knocked away, Sneasel, having used Quick Attack, launched itself at Golbat with its sharp claws. Sneasel, use Ice Punch, Cain ordered. Right on cue, Cain gave the command, and Sneasel charged its attack with Ice-type energy as it swung its fist. Boom! The Ice Punch connected, and the Ice-type attack's effectiveness against flying types inflicted much greater damage than Golbat had sustained when clashing with Murkrow. Golbat, use Swift, Milan ordered, unfazed by the damage his Pokémon had received. Golbat had several Ghost-type moves, which were ineffective against Dark-type Pokémon, making this battle difficult for it. Sneasel, unable to dodge in time, was grazed by the Swift attack. Before it could launch another attack, it had to pull back to dodge. Cain watched the battle intently, his eyes glinting with thought. The middle-aged man had said there were no rules, but Cain knew it wouldn't be that simple. If the battle continued like this, he wasn't sure he could win. Had he had more time to train Sneasel, it might have been different, but there was still something missing. During the previous attack, when Cain ordered Sneasel to use Ice Punch, although Sneasel reacted quickly, there was still a slight lack of synchronization. If the synchronization were perfect, Sneasel would have anticipated the attack and started preparing even before receiving the command. That way, the Ice Punch would have been ready at the exact moment Cain gave the order, not when it began preparing. Golbat would have taken much more damage. Seeming to understand something, Cain made a decision and said coldly, Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Sneasel, use Icicle Spear, and attack the human. Were there no mentioned rules? Then, was attacking a human also fair game? Attacking the trainer. Would Golbat continue attacking or retreat to defend? Either way, it would be difficult for him, as Cain had two Pokémon. The middle-aged man, who had been watching the battle from the side, stopped rubbing his mustache for a moment and then smiled. Murkrow began to focus its electric-type hidden power in the air, while Sneasel, upon hearing Cain's command, also started to surround itself with a white cold current. Milan heard Cain's command and, after a brief pause, did not get angry but instead cracked a smile. As a member of Team Rocket, one had to be like this, willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Fighting honorably like an alliance trainer would be like playing house, wouldn't it? Quickly, Murkrow's energy orb and Sneasel's massive ice pillar formed and passed in front of Galbot, heading straight for Milan. Boom! The explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Cain frowned as he watched Murkrow and Sneasel complete their attack. He noticed Galbot hadn't returned to defend or launched a counterattack. It had simply stood there on the field. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged man, who had been sitting in an executive chair, stood up, smiling as he applauded. I thought after being off the island for a while, you might have forgotten how to fight. But your instincts aren't bad. It's no wonder Umbra chose you, said the man. Hearing his words, Cain raised an eyebrow. Were they testing if he had the cold-bloodedness to kill? As the dust settled, Milan also approached, accompanied by a wheezing. Clearly, Milan had called out Wheezing to block Murkrow and Sneasel's attacks. Seeing Wheezing, Cain's pupils contracted. According to the data scanned by the system, Wheezing's level was 39, and its dark green potential made it far stronger than Galbot. Neither Murkrow nor Sneasel could defeat it, even working together. Let me introduce your predecessor, a member of the previous generation of the Trial Island, and currently a Team Rocket captain, Milan, the middle-aged man said, patting Milan on the shoulder. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Surprise attack by the Alliance. Upon hearing the explanation from the middle-aged man, Cain felt a slight unease in his heart. A participant from the previous trial? Now he had already reached the rank of captain, which meant that after leaving the test island, he had likely been promoted directly to that level. Team Rocket's test island program lasts 3 months, but there's not always a trial mission every 3 months. The interval between each test varies, but it generally doesn't exceed half a year. Not everyone has the prior experience that Cain, who has been reborn, possesses. Therefore, this man named Milan, who has managed to become a captain in around 6 months, must have exceptional talent and strength. Milan stood aside without saying a word. Those who leave Test Island aren't like students graduating from school, where seniors look after newcomers. Survivors from Test Island are usually extremely selfish and only care about things that benefit them. The middle-aged man didn't provide further explanations. He only mentioned Milan because he worked under his command. He took out a small black box, palm-sized, and handed it to Cain, saying, "This is what Mr. Umbra needs. I've prepared it for a long time. Now I'm giving it to you, and it's your responsibility to ensure it reaches him safely." As he said this, the man's gaze turned severe. Although he usually appeared as a smiling and harmless person, no one achieves the rank of senior officer in Team Rocket without accumulating dozens or even hundreds of lives. Cain took the box seriously and stored it in his ring. He had no right to ask what was inside. His task was simply to deliver it to Umbra. In the Pokémon world, although teleportation methods are highly developed, some items cannot be transmitted due to their high energy content or other reasons. For instance, a high-quality evolutionary stone contains too much energy, preventing teleportation methods from quantifying it, so it cannot be sent. That's why the postal profession still exists in the Pokémon world. Well, if there's nothing else, don't stay here. The situation in Mahogany Town is unstable right now, said the middle-aged man as he handed the box to Cain, signaling him to leave. Yes, Cain responded, nodding. The situation in Mahogany Town wasn't safe at the moment, and a battle could break out at any time. Boom! Just as they finished speaking, the entire base suddenly shook, and countless alarms began to blare. Although it was only a slight movement, the walls of the base began to crack. Damn it! Are they going to attack now? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned grim. Was the Alliance launching an attack? What were the sentries doing? Milan's expression also changed. In a direct confrontation between the Alliance and Team Rocket, even as a captain, he wasn't sure he could survive. Both quickly left the office, ignoring Cain's presence. If the Alliance was really attacking, no one would care about a minor character like him. Cain's face showed concern. If the Alliance launched an attack at that moment, getting out of there would be a problem. He looked at the office door. The two who had just left probably wouldn't be back soon. Slowpoke, set a reference point here, Cain said resolutely, summoning his Slowpoke. Although the Alliance's attack was a disaster for the Team Rocket base, it also represented an opportunity for Cain. Not to mention anything else, the main database of the research center's computer held countless valuable data. If he could access it, the knowledge Cain had accumulated in his previous life might not even compare to what he could obtain now. However, the main computer of the research center was on the 5th level, a place not even Team Rocket's senior officer had access to. Only those who achieved elite officer rank or were key researchers in the center could access those levels. If Slowpoke set a reference point here, Cain might have the chance to return later, though the level of danger would be unpredictable. Cain was determined to act according to the situation. Once Slowpoke set the reference point and Cain returned it to its Pokeball, the two men who had left returned with grim expressions. Seeing Cain still there, the middle-aged man's face turned colder, and with some impatience he said, "Milan, take this kid outside. I have to go transfer the data. Follow me," Milan said as he grabbed Cain by the shoulder, coldly. At that moment, no one cared about a minor character like Cain. The middle-aged man had ordered Milan to escort Cain, which could delay his preparations for the upcoming battle, and he might be injured or even die in the confrontation with the Alliance. Therefore, there was no reason for Milan to treat Cain kindly. Cain frowned as Milan dragged him out of the office, enduring the pain in his shoulder without saying a word, allowing himself to be taken up to the 3rd level. "There's an elevator here that takes you directly to the surface. Go up now and don't head south. The Alliance is attacking from that direction, but the people there should be able to hold them off a little longer." Saying this, he pushed Cain into an elevator, closed the door, and left without another word. Cain remained silent inside the elevator. A few seconds later, he felt the elevator begin to move, ascending rapidly. Half a minute later, when the elevator door opened again, Cain was already outside, under the sun, feeling the warmth on his skin. He heard faint sounds of explosions and saw flashes of fire in the distance, towards the south. "It seems the Alliance is quite determined this time," Cain murmured. After reaching a quasi-elite power level in his previous life, Cain had investigated the reasons behind this Alliance attack. Although his knowledge wasn't complete, he had managed to glean some clues from others' conversations. It appeared that the Lake of Rage Research Center was involved in studies that affected the Alliance's fundamental interests. They were conducting research on Pokémon evolution directions, and although it wasn't clear how far they had advanced, they must have been close to a major breakthrough, prompting the Alliance to act. After leaving the elevator, Cain didn't choose to leave directly. Although staying there was very dangerous, the possibility of accessing that data was hard to ignore. Even obtaining just a small portion could be immensely helpful to him. The system could perform all its functions thanks to the vast amount of data stored in its database. If he could obtain part of that data, he might discover a way to incubate the Larvitar egg or find a reliable method for psychics to increase their power rapidly. Despite the risk, it was worth a try. And if things got really bad, he always had Slowpoke's teleport move as a trump card. 1. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Ariana versus Price in the center of the battlefield, at the point where the two sides clashed. At the forefront of the rocket team stood a woman with a white cloak and fiery red hair. With a grim expression, she petted a Houndoom by her side. Leading the league team was an elderly man with white hair, full of energy, leaning on a cane. Next to him, surprisingly, was a Swinub. However, no one dared underestimate that seemingly harmless Swinub. This elderly man, leader of the league team, was none other than Price, the gym leader of Mahogany Town, an expert in Ice-type Pokémon, especially in breeding and training Swinub to surpass their natural limitations. The leader of the Rocket team was Ariana, one of Team Rocket's 4 executives, and the one in charge of the base at Mahogany Town. "Price, how can you still take part in these fights? What have those league politicians offered you?" Ariana said through gritted teeth. This was her territory. If the league managed to break through their defenses, she would be primarily responsible. Even if it wasn't directly her fault, Giovanni would likely note her lack of performance. "Hee, girl, don't get so nervous. You know exactly what's going on here." "I don't need to explain it to you," Price replied, rubbing the handle of his cane. "I'm here under orders. If you insist on blocking the way, don't blame me for using my power against you." Hearing Price's words, Ariana's expression grew even darker. She knew very well that, while both were at an elite trainer level, the differences between them were notable. Price, being a veteran, was a formidable opponent that she couldn't easily face. However, she couldn't allow them to pass so easily. At the very least, she had to buy time until her team completed the copying of all important data to minimize losses. Otherwise, explaining things to Giovanni would be even more challenging. Resolutely, Ariana unhooked several Pokeballs from her belt. Counting carefully, there were 8 in total. She threw them all at once, and on the battlefield appeared imposing, energetic Pokémon. Price watched Ariana's moves, smiling calmly as he drew 4 Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon onto the battlefield. A great battle was about to begin. However, the difference between Ariana and Price was evident. Although Ariana had a total of 9 Pokémon, including the Houndoom already on the field. Price had only released 5 Pokémon, including Swinub, and both were fighting evenly. This clearly showed who had the advantage. With the start of their battle, the other members of the League and Rocket also began to clash. Here, the difference became apparent. The League trainers, who hadn't experienced bloody battles, showed their weaknesses when facing Rocket members head-on. Often, a Rocket member fighting with all their might could take on 2 League trainers of the same level, and if the latter made a mistake, they could even be defeated. Watching the battles unfold, Price began to frown. He took out 3 more Pokeballs, releasing 3 elite or quasi-elite level Pokemon, tipping the scales in favor of the League. Snow began to fall from the sky, and Price finally unleashed his full power. Ariana gritted her teeth as she saw her side being overwhelmed by Price's Pokemon, unable to do anything. She was now using all her strength to face Price, and in the middle of the battle, she couldn't worry about anyone else. The situation started to become chaotic. After half an hour of fighting, under the fierce assault of Price's Pokemon, the League finally broke Team Rocket's defensive line and led its trainers toward the base. From a safe distance, hidden on the ground, Cain watched, not daring to move. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle between Ariana and Price from his position 2 kilometers away, the small snowflakes reaching there gave him an idea of Price's power. Price's strength was truly terrifying. Simply with the ability to change the weather and make it snow within a radius of over 2 kilometers, it was clear that this was not just an ordinary move, but the manipulation of the weather over an entire region. The power of an elite-level veteran was incredible. When Cain saw the League breaking Rocket's defensive line, he summoned his Slowpoke and changed his mask to one he'd never used before. Placing his hand on Slowpoke's back, he waited for the perfect moment to act. The battle between Ariana and Price was at a stalemate, but it was clear that Ariana was at a disadvantage. Although she had more Pokemon, quantity didn't guarantee quality. Every time she attempted a surprise attack on Price, it was intercepted by the Swinub at his side. The sole purpose of that Swinub was to control the snowfall and protect Price. Therefore, in reality, the battle between Ariana and Price was a 9-on-4 confrontation, yet Ariana was still at a disadvantage. Cain waited until the League pushed the battle line toward the base entrance before starting to move. By that time, several trainers had already managed to penetrate the underground base, and those who entered first were likely exploring its depths. Slowpoke, teleport us to the marked point from before, Cain ordered as he touched Slowpoke's back, communicating telepathically through his Pokemon's psychic powers. Slowpoke's eyes glowed intensely, and, since the distance wasn't very far, it quickly located the reference point they left earlier. Surrounded by a bubble of psychic energy, they vanished from their original spot in an instant. When Slowpoke used Teleport, a League trainer with a psychic Pokemon suddenly frowned and approached Price, speaking in a low voice. "Mr. Price, someone just used Teleport toward the interior of the base." Hearing this, Price's eyes narrowed, and a glint of light shone in his gaze. "Don't worry. Keep tracking. When they try to leave, use the spatial energy wave to stop them." His tone at the end of the sentence was cold. If someone took advantage of the battle to gain an advantage, Price would not let them escape easily. "Understood," the man replied. "The League should not be underestimated. In the Pokémon world, there are many psychics, and a large part of them have been recruited by the League." The man who had spoken to Price was one of them. "Accelerate the attack, enter," Price ordered, his voice not very loud, but resonating throughout the battlefield. Finally, after being on the defensive for so long, Price began directing his Pokémon to launch an assault. When Price changed tactics, the pressure on Ariana increased significantly. However, she continued to wait, hoping that her subordinates would complete the data transfer before it was too late. At that moment, Cain, taking advantage of Slowpoke's teleport move, entered the office where they had been before. End of chapter. Chapter 159. Entering the 5th floor, it wasn't clear how the League had caused so much commotion earlier, but the solid wall of the office now had fine cracks. Cain returned to the place, finding the office empty. With his Slowpoke by his side, Cain left the office. In his previous life, he had cleared both the 4th and 5th floors several times, so he knew the area well. This familiarity was one of the reasons he dared to take advantage of the confusion. The place was completely deserted. The Team Rocket researchers had evacuated long ago, and the fighters were on the upper floors, battling the League. He encountered no obstacles along his way. The doors that usually required authorization opened easily before him. All Cain needed to do was place his hand on the small computer next to the door, and his system would hack it, opening the door without leaving a trace. In less than 5 minutes, Cain reached the entrance leading from the 4th to the 5th floor. Meanwhile, The League members, advancing while fighting Team Rocket members, had only reached the second floor. At this rate, Cain could be miles away before they reached the fifth floor. However, Cain hesitated in front of the fifth floor entrance. He recalled the words of the Team Rocket senior officer. He already had access to the fifth floor and was there to copy and destroy the database. If Cain entered now, he would most likely encounter him, and given that senior officer's strength, Cain would stand no chance. He withdrew the hand that was about to activate the door lock, quickly assessing the situation. Just as he was considering whether the risk was too high and if he should abandon the mission, sounds of battle came from the third floor. It turned out that some League leaders had decided to take a risk. They knew that if they continued fighting like that, by the time they reached the fifth floor, Team Rocket would have already destroyed most of the data. So, a small group decided to force their way in, sending a few to investigate the situation. 2 elite-level League trainers, the first to break in, were on the second floor, trying to open the door to the third. It was clear that Team Rocket had put a lot of effort into constructing these key doors. Even with the combined strength of 2 elite-level trainers, they couldn't open it immediately. Only someone like Cain, who carried a portable system capable of hacking any technology, could advance without obstacles. After a moment of hesitation, Cain decided not to enter the fifth floor. Instead, he quickly struck the alarm switch at the entrance, breaking it instantly. Immediately, alarms sounded on the fourth and fifth floors. After destroying the switch, Cain quickly hid in a small room near the fourth floor entrance, keeping his hand firmly on Slowpoke. If someone tried to enter, he was ready to order Slowpoke to teleport them out of there. With his ear to the door, Cain reduced his breathing to a minimum, a skill he had perfected during his missions with Team Rocket in his previous life. Soon, he heard the sound of an automatic door opening and hurried footsteps, followed by curses. Damn it! Damn it! The footsteps faded away. Cain exhaled slowly but didn't move. He decided to wait. After 3 minutes, the footsteps returned, this time calmer, and stopped in front of the fifth floor entrance. No one? Then who broke the alarm switch here? Cain's heart pounded. He used his psychic ability, forming a thin thread of energy between himself and Slowpoke. This thread would ensure that if they needed to teleport, they would do so in half the usual time. Boom! A loud noise resounded from above. The 2 trainers had managed to break the door connecting the second and third floors, and they were starting to attack the fourth. Damn League! With more curses and hurried footsteps, the intruder moved away again. Phew! Cain let out a long sigh. Finally, the intruder had been distracted. Otherwise, escaping that situation would have been complicated. Without further hesitation, Cain and Slowpoke entered the fifth floor. The place was filled with computers, many with operational keyboards, and there were stands that had once held various items, but everything was gone. Cain quickly approached the main computer and placed his hand on it. System. Analyze the database and collect the information, he ordered mentally. Beep. Task initiated. Analyzing database. Due to the large volume of information, this may take some time. Current progress. 0.1%. Cain knew the database was large, but he hadn't expected it to be this extensive. Even with his system's speed, the progress was extremely slow. Though he was anxious, Cain could do nothing but wait and look around for anything of value. However, he had to admit that Ariana's subordinate had done a thorough job of cleaning the place. Besides the computers, everything else had been removed. The only thing left were some scattered papers on the tables. Finding nothing else useful, Cain focused on the system's progress. 10 minutes later, the system showed 5% progress. Don't underestimate that 5%. It represented a massive amount of data. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally, sounds of battle could be heard outside. The voice of the Team Rocket senior officer who had gone out earlier resonated, trying to coordinate his defense against the 2 League trainers. From his voice, it was clear he was struggling, fighting 2 opponents at his same level. At lower levels, Rocket members could outmatch League trainers, but as the level increased, the League proved to be stronger. In regular battles, elite League trainers could already outclass Rocket members. At this point, Cain knew he couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance to escape once the other trainers entered the fifth floor. Fortunately, the system had reached 15% progress. Although it wasn't much, this data was valuable. Cain could only hope that most of it would be useful. Slowpoke. Teleport. End of chapter. Chapter 160. Interrupting the teleportation as Cain was about to leave, he found a broken test tube between 2 computers, containing a small amount of green liquid, though less than half remained when he discovered it. He picked up the test tube, took a small bottle from his ring, poured the liquid from the test tube into the bottle, then sealed the bottle tightly and stored both the bottle and the broken test tube in his ring. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. After handling everything, Cain placed his hand on Slowpoke's back and spoke. Hearing this, Slowpoke focused its psychic power, closed its eyes, and began sensing the coordinates it had left before. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, located the coordinates of the place Cain had previously marked, and a blue light covered its body. Instantly, it disappeared from the place with Cain. However, what Cain didn't know was that, while Slowpoke was perceiving the coordinates, a psychic from the League fighting in the plaza outside the base sensed Slowpoke's teleportation psychic wave again. He immediately called an Alakazam that was fighting in the distance, placed his hand on Alakazam's back, and connected their psychic powers. A similar spatial wave appeared in both. As if they had sensed something, their psychic waves abruptly intensified, but after a violent flash, everything calmed down. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, approached a man named Price who was fighting, bowed and said, "Mr. Price, the teleportation that previously entered the base just tried to leave, but I stopped it. The location should be near the direction of the Lake of Rage. They shouldn't be able to use teleport again for the next day." Price had been fighting against Ariana for over an hour. Although he hadn't defeated her, the number of her Pokémon had decreased from 9 to 5. However, Price wasn't in the best condition either. Out of his 5 Pokémon, 2 could no longer fight. If he didn't fear a desperate counterattack from Ariana, he would have already given his all to defeat her. Meanwhile, Ariana was anxiously waiting for her subordinate, whom she had sent to handle the 5th level, to return and tell her everything was resolved. At that moment, she wouldn't hesitate to retreat. Hearing what his psychic said about the person who had tried to teleport to escape, Price vaguely remembered them, but he was in the middle of his final battle with Ariana and didn't have time to worry about a small character trying to slip away. Send 2 people to search for him. If someone's teleportation can be interrupted, I'd guess his strength isn't much to worry about. Understood. The psychic thought for a moment and agreed. This was the main battlefield, and the person who teleported to escape was just a minor figure. He assigned 2 league trainers with decent strength to go find that guy. The move teleport is a psychic skill requiring a deep understanding of spatial waves, so not all psychic Pokémon can master it. That such teleportation spatial waves could be detected, or even interrupted usually means that either the user has just learned the move and doesn't master it well, or the user isn't strong enough and was interrupted by a far more powerful psychic. In most cases, it's due to the latter reason. At that moment, Cain and Slowpoke were emerging from the depths of the Lake of Rage. Slowpoke was somewhat confused, not understanding why the teleport move, which had always worked well before, failed this time. While in the spatial wave, it seemed as if someone had pushed it out. Seeing a somewhat dazed Slowpoke, Cain couldn't help wiping the lake water off his face. When they used teleport, they usually closed their eyes and appeared at their destination upon opening them. But this time, before Cain could open his eyes, he found himself completely submerged in water. If it hadn't been for Slowpoke being a water-type Pokémon, who swam him up from the lake depths, Cain might have drowned due to his poor swimming skills. "Slowpoke, what happened?" Finally catching his breath, Cain couldn't help but ask. "Yaden?" Slowpoke let out a sound and explained what had just happened through telepathy. "Someone blocked us? Or they detected us?" Cain reflected as he listened to Slowpoke's explanation. Could it be that someone found out he'd stolen the data? The League or Team Rocket? Did someone know his true identity? Thinking of this, Cain felt he shouldn't stay any longer. League or Team Rocket agents might arrive soon. "Slowpoke, can you teleport again?" Cain asked again. Slowpoke closed its eyes and tried to sense the coordinates it had left before, but found everything in chaos, unable to perceive anything. Sadly, it shook its head. Seeing Slowpoke shake its head, Cain was even more convinced someone had interfered. Then, "Slowpoke, let's get out of here quickly." Cain determined the direction using the sun and the surrounding mountains, then placed his hand on Slowpoke's shoulder and spoke. The most urgent thing was to leave as soon as possible, as the one who had interrupted them might track them down like Sabrina. If he encountered someone of that level, he wouldn't stand a chance. But Cain's worry was unnecessary. No one was paying attention to a minor character like him. Not everyone was as dedicated as Sabrina, nor could everyone perceive Slowpoke's peculiarities. With the help of Slowpoke's water abilities, they moved quickly through the lake water. Although there were many Pokémon in the lake, mostly Magikarp, as long as they didn't encounter a Gyarados, Slowpoke wouldn't have trouble escaping. Cain was worried about running into a Gyarados. It's well known that the Lake of Rage has a large number of Gyarados, many appearing in groups. Often, encountering one means encountering the whole pack. Fortunately, When they were interrupted during the teleportation, they were already near the mountains east of the Lake of Rage. They only needed to cross the misty forest on the lake shore to reach the mountains. Once there, they'd be safe, and no one could guess where Cain was. Slowpoke's swimming speed wasn't very fast. It took them almost 20 minutes to reach the shore, but luckily they didn't encounter any Gyarados on the way. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy to escape. After this incident, Cain decided he really needed a flying Pokémon as a means of transportation. Even if it wasn't a battle Pokémon, it would at least serve as aerial transport. At this moment, if he had a flying Pokémon that could carry a person, he wouldn't have been so passive. He could have flown directly over the Lake of Rage, crossed the misty forest, and reached the mountains, where he'd be safe. End of chapter. Chapter 161. The tracking dew of the misty forest is a grove located east of the Lake of Rage, named for the dense mist that enshrouds it all year round. If an ordinary person enters this forest, they could easily get lost, and finding their way out is no simple task. Some ghost-type Pokémon inhabit the misty forest. If a faint-hearted person ventures in, they might get quite a fright. There have been cases where people who entered the forest came out so terrified they were left dazed. Therefore, the League advises those who lack sufficient strength not to enter the misty forest rashly. The same applies to the Misty Mountains, which are connected to this forest. After getting out of the water, Cain didn't stop for a moment and, along with Slowpoke, headed into the misty forest. Although Slowpoke couldn't use the move Teleport, it could still employ other Psychic-type moves, so Cain wasn't worried about the Ghost-type Pokémon that might inhabit the forest. However, to be safe, he also summoned Murkrow. After walking for an hour deep into the forest, Cain finally decided to stop. He gathered some dry branches and lit a campfire to dry his somewhat wet body. Once he was completely dry, he changed clothes, storing his wet clothes in his ring, as he was on the run and couldn't leave any traces that could be followed. In the misty forest, you can't see the sun, but Cain assumed that, before entering, the sun was already setting. After an hour in the forest, it was surely dark outside by now. Cain decided to prepare dinner for his Pokémon, but suddenly, two figures emerged from the forest mist. Both were dressed as intermediate-level league trainers and were heading straight toward where Cain was. In reality, these two didn't have a clear way to navigate. They had been aimlessly wandering through the misty forest, searching for the person they'd been assigned to track. But seeing a light in the forest, they hurried to follow it. Although they'd been tasked with searching for someone, they hadn't been given any information, not even a description of the person they were looking for, making their search extremely difficult. So the two decided to follow the light, hoping to find someone, though they weren't sure if it would be the person they were looking for. After all, the misty forest is a place where few people venture, but that doesn't mean it's deserted. Cain, on his part, was a bit frustrated. He thought he'd perhaps had too much luck before, resulting in this streak of bad luck now. He had barely settled into camp in the forest when he came across two league trainers looking for him. Although it seemed they weren't certain of his identity, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. What Cain didn't know was that these two had been ordered to enter the forest before him, arriving long before he did. One of the men stepped forward and said, "Hello, young man. Have you seen anyone pass through here?" Cain thought quickly and, pretending to recall, said, "I think I saw someone earlier. He was drenched. He looked a bit threatening, so I didn't approach. Are you looking for someone, gentlemen?" The two men exchanged a glance. Then, the one who had spoken earlier smiled and said, No, we were just curious. It's not common to find someone in this forest, let alone so many people in one day." Cain continued setting up his tent, showing no signs of nervousness at their words. The misty forest is a place where few people venture, as the men had said. Encountering someone here is already rare, and even more so, as Cain had said, encountering 3 people in one day. Yes, usually days go by without seeing a single person, and today we've seen 3, which is unusual, replied Cain as he continued setting up his tent. Seeing Cain's calm demeanor, the two men's suspicions began to dissipate. The young man before them, who seemed so innocent and spoke so openly, didn't look like a criminal. "Are you League members?" Cain asked, pretending not to notice the exchange of glances between them. "Ah, yes, we are," one of the men replied. "Where are you from, young man?" Cain finished setting up his tent and sat by the campfire, extending his hands to warm up a bit. "I'm from Saffron City, in the Kanto region. I recently started my training. I heard in Ikritique City that the Misty Forest is a good place to train, so I came here. But I've been here almost a month now and still haven't found the exit." The two men sat on the other side of the campfire, mimicking Cain to warm themselves. "Saffron City? It's a big city, right?" Well, it's not bad. It's similar to Goldenrod City. But my family is pretty ordinary. I'm the only one in my family who became a trainer, Cain said, pretending indifference. Could you show us your league ID card? One of the men asked Cain to show his ID to confirm if he was one of theirs. It's not that we don't trust you, but you understand we're on a mission. Cain pretended to be a bit uncomfortable and stayed silent for a moment. The men, noticing his discomfort, showed their own league ID cards, trying to gain his trust. However, one of them kept his hand close to his pokeball, ready to act if Cain showed any sign of danger. After seeing the men's ID cards, Cain nodded and took out his own league card, handing it to them. The men examined it carefully, comparing the information with Cain's appearance. They didn't notice any discrepancies and concluded that the card was authentic. Although having a league ID card doesn't guarantee someone is trustworthy, it's much more likely than with the Team Rocket members they'd been fighting that day. Handing the card back to Cain, one of the men apologized and smiled. Don't worry, young man. We were just asking out of curiosity. It's good to have friends when you're out here. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Taking the initiative, Cain smiled innocently and nodded to show his understanding. Would you like something to eat? I was just about to start a barbecue, Cain offered as he took out an assortment of materials and tools. He looked like a trainer in the middle of a survival training exercise, which, along with his league ID card, dispelled 90% of the two men's suspicions. After all, Cain looked quite young, and if they put themselves in his shoes, they wouldn't be so calm in these situations at his age. Haha, now that you mention it, I actually am a bit hungry, one of the men said, touching his stomach and laughing. They had been fighting Team Rocket all day with barely any time to eat. The other man nodded as well, though he was a bit more cautious, knowing it was wise to stay alert in the wild. Cain didn't mind their attitude and began roasting the meat. His Pokémon also showed signs of impatience, making everything seem perfectly natural. The men hadn't called out their own Pokémon but kept their Pokeballs within reach so they could react quickly if something happened. They also positioned themselves strategically so that if Cain's Pokémon exhibited any unusual behavior, they would have enough time to respond and summon their own Pokémon for defense. It wasn't that they felt invincible, but Cain's Pokémon, although not weak, didn't worry them too much. That's why they weren't paying close attention. One reason they hadn't brought out their Pokémon was that they had already fed them after a long day of battling, preferring to let them rest in their Pokeballs. Not all trainers enjoy eating with their Pokémon. For many, they're just pets, and feeding them well is already a great act of care. Some even treat them as mere tools, discarding them after use. It wasn't long before the meat was ready. Cain's skill in roasting meat surprised the two men, and the aroma intensified with a variety of seasonings that soon filled the air. All done. Everything should be just right. Cain cut a small piece from a large roast, tasted it, then popped it into his mouth. One of the men, the one who had mentioned being hungry, couldn't help but swallow as he watched Cain enjoy the golden, crispy meat. Although the other man still had some reservations, his concerns gradually faded as he saw everything being prepared in front of him, with seemingly normal ingredients. The aroma was truly irresistible. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Cain tasted each piece of meat to ensure it was well cooked. Finally, realizing he had been a bit impolite, Cain smiled shyly. Oh, sorry. When I start roasting, I forget everything else. I don't have many hobbies, but I love cooking. Would you like to try my barbecue? It should be pretty good. The men shook their heads to indicate there was no problem. However, the large pieces of meat on the grill made them hesitate, as they didn't have their own utensils on hand. Cain, noticing their discomfort, slapped his forehead and pulled out 2 sets of tools from his ring, offering them to the men. Then he cut a golden piece from the juiciest part of the meat and handed it to the man who had said he was hungry. Thank you so much, the man repeated as he took the meat onto his plate. Unable to hold back any longer, he began eating eagerly. Cain, for his part, cut another large piece of meat and, noticing the eager look of the other man, offered it to him with his knife. But for some reason, the meat seemed to be stuck to the knife and wouldn't fall easily. Growing impatient, the man raised his fork and plate, helping Cain dislodge the meat from the knife. What he didn't know was that as he did this, a cruel and ruthless smile formed on Cain's face, revealing a cold, murderous determination in his dark eyes. Finally, the meat came off the knife, but Cain didn't stop his hand's movement, which was already calculated. The knife's blade gleamed under the light, cutting cleanly into the man's artery with deadly precision. The man's eyes widened, unable to believe that after being alert all this time, just as he relaxed, the knife had turned against him. Cain thought to himself, one down. The other man, still chewing his meat, was momentarily paralyzed with surprise. He couldn't believe that the boy, who had seemed so innocent, had attacked his partner like that. Now, even a fool would realize that the boy before him was the target they had been searching for. But the surprise lasted only an instant. With incredible speed, the man threw his fork toward Cain, trying to take him down before he could make another move. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Even the Pokémon didn't have time to react, and since the man hadn't released his own Pokémon, the quickest option was to end Cain directly. The fork gleamed with a cold glint as it flew straight toward Cain's neck. The space where the three were was tight, so the fork was about to reach its mark. As if he had anticipated the move, Cain didn't retreat. Retreating now would only mean throwing himself straight onto the fork. Using the momentum from his previous movement, Cain leaned forward just a few centimeters, but enough to avoid the fork reaching his neck, hitting his shoulder instead. Before his brain could register the pain, Cain continued with the movement of his knife. The other man tried to pull out the fork, but it was too late. Cain's knife had reached his back. Smack! The 6-inch blade sank completely into his back, severing his spine. Smack! Smack! Both bodies fell to the ground, one after the other. Thus, the two men who had come looking for Cain lay dead. Everything had happened in just 1 or 2 seconds, so quickly that even Cain's Pokémon hadn't had time to react. Although they knew these men had come to cause trouble, and were prepared to act as soon as Cain ordered, he had decided to handle the situation himself. Luckily, the outcome was a success. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Returned to a Krutik city when the two bodies fell, Murkrow barely reacted, quickly running over and positioning himself to attack the lifeless bodies on the ground. Cain gestured with his hand, signaling that everything was over. It was then that the fork embedded in his shoulder caused a sharp pain, affecting his nerves. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he took the pokeballs from the belts of the two men and, after blocking them all, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened occurred so fast that Cain didn't have time to plan anything. In that instant, the action he took was simply the one with the highest chance of success, so he went for it. Both opponents were stronger than him and were constantly on guard. Although he initially managed to deceive them, there were still many inconsistencies. 3 if they had gone to check what Cain had said earlier about seeing someone completely drenched, and if there had been no signs of water in that area, they could have realized Cain was lying. That's why, before the two went searching for that non-existent person, Cain had to get rid of them. If he had let his Pokémon do it, it would have been too obvious, and the two clearly weren't inexperienced. They were always cautious around Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Cain seemed quite harmless and was rather young. He didn't have a strong build, which lowered their defenses. Had Cain been a regular adult, it probably wouldn't have been as easy to eliminate them. Bearing the pain, Cain pulled the fork out of his shoulder. It was clear the person who had attacked him was determined, as the fork was deeply embedded in his shoulder. He threw the blood-stained fork directly into the fire to reduce the scent of blood. From his ring, he took out a bottle of disinfectant, grabbed a stick, and bit down on it, preparing to pour the disinfectant on his wound. At that moment, Miltank stepped forward and stopped Cain, indicating that she would handle it herself. Cain fully trusted Miltank, letting her take care of the wound, as doing it himself would have been challenging. After disinfecting the wound, applying ointment, and bandaging it, everything was basically finished. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at the two bodies on the ground with their eyes still open, Cain murmured to himself, "If I hadn't taken them down, they would have taken me down, so all I can do is ask them to report to the afterlife." Then, without further delay, he took all the spatial equipment and valuable items from the two. With the help of Slowpoke and the others, he buried them in the misty forest. It's likely that before long, 2 new ghost-type Pokémon will appear here. After clearing all traces and storing everything in his ring, Cain and his Pokémon left the area. They paused briefly, and 2 league trainers arrived on the scene. Who knows if more will come later? It's best to leave as soon as possible. This time, Cain had no intention of stopping at all. He even ate on the go. However, after injuring his arm, doing anything became somewhat uncomfortable, and on top of that, there were quite a few wild Pokémon, keeping Murkrow and the others busy. After advancing for another 3 hours, until blood stains began to appear on his shoulder, Cain decided to stop and rest. He found a large tree, and along with his Pokémon, he hurried to rest there for the night. After a tense day, Cain was already exhausted. He left Ghastly on guard and quickly fell asleep. Although Cain fell asleep, his Pokémon didn't drift off as quickly, as they understood very well what had happened during the day. Especially Slowpoke, who had been with Cain through all the day's experiences. What filled them with some remorse was that throughout the day, they hadn't made a big impact, especially against the league trainers. Although they were always ready, awaiting Cain's command to attack. But in the end, Cain had to act personally, resulting in a serious injury. This made his Pokémon feel very guilty. Through Slowpoke's psychic control, the Pokémon reflected and lamented, vowing to train harder in the future to prevent a similar event from happening again. Even Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, though he didn't voice any opinion on what had happened, didn't oppose the proposals of Murkrow and the others. All of this happened without Cain knowing. The next morning, Cain woke up with a slight headache, guided by his biological clock. But when he awoke, he realized his Pokémon weren't around. While he was surprised, he saw Murkrow flying quickly in front of him, practicing his flying skills around the tree. Upon climbing down from the tree, he saw Slowpoke meditating, with his psychic abilities flowing intensely. Ghastly, who had kept watch all night, didn't seem inclined to rest and was training his moves from afar. Miltank was also practicing her hits against the tree, not too big nor too small, causing the leaves to fall like crazy. And Sneasel, who had joined recently, didn't have a specific training direction yet since Cain hadn't assigned him tasks, so he simply did climbing exercises, practicing his agility. It wasn't clear who had taught him, but he had 2 large logs tied to his feet, making his climbing training even more challenging. Cain watched his Pokémon training with great determination, all except Skorupi, who was still sleeping, pushing themselves harder than ever. Once suddenly, as if he understood something, Cain smiled, touching his shoulder wound and thinking, maybe getting injured isn't all bad after all. Miltank, seeing that Cain had woken up, stopped her training and helped him prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Cain continued to correct his Pokémon's training deficiencies, paying special attention to Sneasel, who was joining the training for the first time. 2 days later, riding Onyx, Cain and his Pokémon arrived once again in the Ecruteak City area. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't enter the city looking disheveled. He changed into his league trainer clothes and put Murkrow, Sneasel, and the others back into their Pokeballs, taking only Slowpoke as he walked slowly toward the city. The wound on his shoulder hadn't healed yet, but covered by his clothes, nothing looked unusual from the outside. After another 2 days of survival in the wild and more intense training, his Pokémon had improved to varying degrees. Murkrow, Ghastly, and Miltank had each gained a level, reaching levels 23, 20, and 22, respectively. End of chapter. Chapter 164. Purchase of a flying Pokémon. According to Cain's prior plan, he might have stayed a bit longer in Ecruteak City to see if he could have the chance to interact with some of the city's minor families and learn techniques for training Ghost-type Pokémon, such as specialized combat tactics for Ghastly. Although in his previous life, Cain had his own knowledge to train Ghastly up to Jengar, he was still interested in the unique techniques of certain families. However, due to the incidents at the Lake of Rage Base and the battle in the Misty Forest, he had already been delayed quite a bit. Deciding not to stay any longer, Cain headed straight to the Ecruteak City bus station. Although buses to Mahogany Town ran only once or twice a day, those to Goldenrod City were more frequent, almost every 3 hours. With his League ID card, Cain had no trouble buying a ticket, and after waiting a short while, he boarded a bus to Goldenrod City. To reach Saffron City quickly, taking the magnetic train from Goldenrod City was the fastest option. The 4-day journey that Cain and Murkrow had made on foot now took only 4 hours by bus. Leaving the luxurious Goldenrod City station, Cain headed directly to the city's black market. Previously, on his way to Ice Mountain, Cain had defeated 2 Team Rocket recruits and obtained a Golbat and an Arbok from them, both of good quality. Since he was wary of selling them in Mahogany Town due to potential issues, he had held on to them until now and decided to sell them in Goldenrod City. With his familiar attire, Cain and Murkrow entered the black market. He sold Golbat and Arbok at a Pokemon shop, as the Hunter Association didn't accept tamed Pokemon. For both Pokemon, he got 200,000 Poke Dollars, a considerable sum. Then, he submitted the Onyx mission to the Hunter Association, earning 100,000 Poke Dollars and 100,000 points. Onyx is a relatively rare Pokemon, so although its quality and level were average, the mission reward wasn't low. With this, Cain now had 3,550,000 Poke Dollars and 1,850,000 Hunter points. Thanks to the Swinub mission, he received an additional 150,000 points, and with the capture of the Wild Dawn fan, he gained 500,000 points. Adding these to his original 1,100,000 points and the 100,000 from Onyx, his total points now reached 1,850,000. With this amount, Cain could exchange for a good quality Pokemon, but his current resources were limited, and he couldn't add more Pokemon to his training. Soon, Skorupi would also enter its growth phase, which would mean another large consumption of resources. Currently, aside from Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had learned some moves through TMs, Cain hadn't systematically trained his other Pokemon in moves. Once he completed the Umbra mission, Cain would have some free time, which would be ideal for reviewing and planning his Pokemon's move combinations. What he needed most now was a flying Pokemon for transportation. Although he could exchange for a Pokemon at the Hunter Association, those were not yet tamed, and Cain didn't have time to tame one right now, so he preferred to buy one that was already tamed. He didn't need the flying Pokemon for battles, only as a means of transportation, just like the previous Onix. However, Cain visited several Pokemon shops and found that there were few flying Pokemon suitable as mounts. Of those available, either their level was low, their physical constitution wasn't ideal, or their price was exorbitant. Black market vendors weren't fools. All Pokemon capable of carrying a passenger by air had very high prices. The cheaper ones were underdeveloped Pokemon, unable to carry a passenger for more than 10 minutes. Just as Cain was about to give up, he noticed a sign at a market stall advertising a domesticated flying Pokemon suitable for carrying people. Cain approached the stall, and the vendor warmly welcomed him, describing all his products as if they were the best in the world. Cain ignored his flowery praises and, pointing at the sign, spoke in a raspy voice from under his black cloak. "What Pokemon is it? Can I see it?" "Oh, you've got a good eye. I'm not bragging, but flying Pokemon that can carry people aren't common, and as soon as they're available, they're gone. You're lucky to see the sign just when I put it up. Otherwise, it would have already been sold," the vendor said as he took a Pokeball from his belt and handed it to Cain with an air of mystery. Cain activated his system to scan the data, ignoring the vendor's sales pitch. Pokemon: Fearow, light yellow, gender, male level, 28 type, normal plus flying ability. Keen eye held item, none egg moves, quick attack, astonish basic moves, drill run, pluck, peck, growl, leer, pursuit, fury attack, aerial ace, mirror move, assurance, agility learned moves, tailwind TM moves. None is the evolved form of Spearow. Fearow can grow up to 1.2 meters with a wingspan of up to 3.5 meters, which is enough to carry a 15-year-old like Cain without trouble. If Fearow is well developed and strong enough, it could fly a whole day carrying significant weight. It's like a pack mule among flying Pokemon, specialized in transportation. However, Fearow has one flaw. Its temperament can be challenging, especially when facing its rival, Pidgey, which can trigger uncontrollable rage. Of course, with proper training, Fearow could be an excellent flying tool. In Cain's opinion, this Fearow seemed well developed, with a light yellow quality, which was quite decent for a Pokemon that only needed to fly. However, the price the vendor mentioned was outrageous, 300,000 Poke Dollars. With that amount, one could buy a light green quality Pokemon, even if it wasn't very rare. It was clear the vendor saw Cain as an easy target. 100,000 Poke Dollars, and I'll take Fearow, Cain said, calmly gripping Fearow's Pokeball. Cain's words caused the vendor, who had been talking non-stop until then, to suddenly stop, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. End of chapter. Chapter 165. Stephen Stone, wait. This customer, don't you think that price is a bit low? This is a medium-quality Pokemon, and it's also in its final evolved form. Cain's offer made all of the vendor's flowery words crumble in an instant. Clearly, Cain wasn't just throwing out a random price. He stated exactly what he thought. Cain glanced at him casually and commented indifferently, "Medium quality? It's just a Pokemon that barely reached medium quality. If it were a Pidgeot, I'd even give you 400,000 Poke Dollars, but unfortunately, this is only a Fearow, and it's worth exactly what I said." Although both Pidgeot and Fearow are final evolved forms, the price difference between them isn't small. Pidgeot's base stats are much higher than Fearow's, and Pidgeot is also much more elegant. While appearance doesn't directly affect battle, the difference in style is obvious. Think about it. Both are flying Pokemon, but one trainer is riding a majestic Pidgeot while the other is on a less attractive Fearow. Who would get more attention? Furthermore, Pidgeot evolves from Pidgeotto at level 36, while Fearow evolves from Spearow at level 20. Comparing a 3-stage evolutionary line to a 2-stage line makes the difference in value obvious. Cain directly exposed Fearow's initial medium quality, leaving the vendor with no more arguments. Finally, with a pained expression, the vendor agreed, and Cain paid 100,000 Poke Dollars, storing Fearow in his team. The vendor had tried his best to get Cain to offer a bit more, even just a few thousand more, but Cain held firm at 100,000 Poke Dollars, not budging an inch. This Fearow had been up for sale for quite a while, and although many had inquired about it, everyone rejected it once they found out it was a Firo. Firo isn't exactly appealing, and the vendor's original price was way too high. Cain smiled as he clipped Firo's Pokeball to his belt, satisfied as he left the black market. Others might care about a Pokemon's appearance, but Cain wasn't the type to get carried away by superficial things. For him, utility was what mattered, although so far, most of his Pokemon were actually quite attractive. A temporary transport like Firo, which could be replaced if a better Pokemon came along, wouldn't be a reason for regret. Besides, this Firo was already tamed, so it would only need a bit of training to be usable. Now, when he needed to travel, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself running. Leaving the black market, Cain didn't linger long in Goldenrod City and headed straight to the magnetic train station. Previously, when he met Whitney, he had also taken the magnetic train. Although the ride hadn't been all that pleasant for Cain, the outcome was satisfying. He had secured his first long-term client who would regularly deposit money into his account without worrying about any secrets being revealed. When Cain arrived at the station, he noticed that only 10 minutes remained before the last train of the day. He quickly bought a first-class ticket and boarded the train just as the doors were closing. In the luxury car, just like the previous time, there were 2 isolated seats in a private cabin with excellent service and privacy. When Cain entered, there was already someone seated. The young man, upon seeing Cain enter, smiled politely and greeted him. Cain looked at the young man sitting elegantly and felt a bit puzzled. The young man had a refined smile and wore a suit that reflected a noble air. He wore a red bow tie, very much in line with aristocratic tastes, and his short silver hair made him look strikingly similar to someone Cain remembered. Steven? Steven Stone? Won the future champion of the Hoenn region? The master of Steel-type Pokemon, son of the Devon Corporation president, and young heir of the Stone family? Cain couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter how much he doubted it, he couldn't ignore the fact that the person seated across from him was Steven, though he wasn't yet the champion. Cain, though surprised, didn't let his emotions show on his face. He returned the smile and slowly took his seat. After Cain sat down, the train swayed slightly and then stabilized. The train had begun to move. Is that a Skorupi? Steven broke the silence first. With a confident smile, Steven looked at the blue and purple Pokemon on Cain's shoulder. Though it was phrased as a question, the confidence and certainty in his tone were unmistakable. Yes, Cain replied with a smile, stroking Skorupi on his shoulder. Skorupi, usually asleep, woke up at the touch of Cain's hand. It let out a small chirp, rubbed its cheek against Cain, and then slid down his arm, trying to climb onto the seat's armrest. Perhaps still half asleep, Skorupi failed to grip the armrest's edge and almost fell, but its tail hooked onto Cain's clothing, preventing it from tumbling down. With the help of its tail, Skorupi slowly pulled itself up and, on its second attempt, managed to sit on the armrest. It looked at Steven with curious eyes. "Haha, what a charming little one." Steven laughed, amused by Skorupi's behavior, and clapped his hands joyfully. Cain also smiled and patted Skorupi's back. Thanks to the Miltank milk it had been drinking, Skorupi's outer layer was now very smooth and polished, almost like touching a jade stone. I've traveled to the Sinnoh region before, and Skorupi are more common there. You don't see many in Johto. Are you from the Sinnoh region? Steven, after that brief interaction, had already grown quite friendly. As heir to the Devon Corporation, Steven was skilled at handling social interactions. And given his current position, he had no ulterior motives in talking to Cain, nor did Cain have anything that might interest him. What could the Devon Corporation's heir possibly lack? Although Cain's Skorupi was of good quality, for Steven, the attraction was simply that it was his first time seeing a young Skorupi. No, I'm from the Kanto region, and I found this little one by chance. Cain smiled and shook his head. Well, this little one is lucky to have found you. They're not always so lovely when they're born, but it seems you've put a lot of effort into raising it, Steven remarked, stroking his chin. Although Steven had never seen a young Skorupi before, he was well informed about Pokemon, even those from Sinnoh. He knew that newly hatched Skorupi often had a rougher and duller appearance. Clearly, Cain's Skorupi had received a lot of care. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Medhang, yes, it has taken quite a bit of effort, Cain said with a smile, nodding. No wonder. To prepare Skorupi's food during its infancy stage, he had to specifically buy a Miltank. Although now Miltank has successfully integrated into his team, it can't be denied that he initially bought it solely for Skorupi. Cain took out a bottle of Miltank milk from his ring, inserted a straw, and placed it next to Skorupi. The latter's eyes turned into crescent moons, and it happily hugged the bottle with its pincers, drinking joyfully on the armrest of the seat. As for the unfamiliar person across from it, they were obviously not more important than the milk. Seeing the Miltank milk, Steven's eyes also sparkled. Miltank milk? Did you buy it in Goldenrod City? I ordered quite a bit myself a few days ago, but I couldn't carry it all. They're going to send it to my house. At the same time, he understood why Skorupi was so well developed. Miltank milk was key. No, it's not from Goldenrod City. It's produced by my own Miltank. Here, you can try some, Cain said, taking out another bottle of milk and handing it to Steven. Steven, without any hesitation, took it directly and after unscrewing the lid, drank half the bottle in one go, then licked his lips and remarked, "Why does this taste better than the milk from the Miltank farm?" Cain looked at Steven, who had abandoned all his previous elegance and seemed much more approachable. Cain couldn't help but feel a twitch at his mouth. This was not what one would expect from the heir of an elite family. It's different because I make the poke blocks for my Miltank myself. The Miltank milk is a bit more nutritious. In fact, they've ordered quite a lot from me, but since I'm the sole producer, they can't fully supply it, which is why this has a unique taste, Cain explained. For someone like Steven, heir to a great family, his poke blocks wouldn't hold any special interest, so there was no problem mentioning it. However, what was a casual comment for Cain held more significance for Steven, who quickly asked, "You make them yourself? Are you a breeder?" Cain hesitated a moment, but finally nodded. Steven took out a pokeball and released it inside the train compartment. A metong appeared within. "Could you make specific poke blocks for my metong?" "The price is negotiable," Steven said, stroking metong. "Brother, did I mention what kind of poke blocks I make? Would you accept a basic level one?" Steven's position as the heir of an elite family influenced his perception. For someone like him, advanced poke blocks were what he knew first, and his metong always consumed them. However, Steven had recently noticed that these advanced poke blocks were no longer meeting his metong's needs, which is why he asked Cain for a special blend. It wasn't that Steven's family couldn't hire a high-level breeder. He simply didn't want standard poke blocks. He wanted something customized for his metong that fit his vision and training approach, allowing for perfect growth. Only, finding an advanced breeder with that skill wasn't easy, and the costs were considerably high. Originally, he planned to ask his father to help find one after returning home, but upon meeting Cain on the magnetic levitation train, he spontaneously asked. Seeing Cain's expression, Steven realized he might have spoken too quickly, as Cain didn't seem like someone capable of producing advanced poke blocks at his age, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Haha, what I meant was advanced poke blocks. It's fine. No problem, no problem. With your talent, I'm sure you'll be able to make advanced poke blocks someday. What? Steven was stunned, as if he hadn't heard correctly. I said I can do it. Give me your requirements, and I'll give you a price, Cain said bluntly. Advanced poke blocks? Steven reconfirmed. Cain, a bit resigned, nodded again. I have a mentor who can do it. Given his age, being able to make advanced poke blocks sounded unbelievable, but he didn't want to pass up the chance to connect with Steven. Steven and Whitney were very different. Although both were heirs, Steven's family far surpassed Whitney's. Moreover, in Whitney's family, her grandfather was still in charge, but in Steven's, only his father held more power than he did. As the eldest son and heir, the Stone family took a very open approach to his upbringing, not worrying about every friend Steven made, nor about the training pace of his Pokémon. After all, as long as Steven grew normally, what did it matter if the Pokémon were weak? No problem. They could buy the best Pokémon and use money to train them to an elite level if needed, enough to represent the company. The Stone family saw Steven as the next president of the company, not as a trainer. After all, for the Devon Corporation, a powerful trainer wasn't truly that impressive. And Steven became a champion because he had great natural talent as a trainer, with unique ideas about training and Pokémon battling. With a little help from his family, he became the champion of the Hoenn region. That's why later, Steven handed his champion title to Wallace. For him, being a champion was only a hobby. Yes, for many, a champion position is something they strive for, but for Steven, being champion was only a secondary job. It may sound offensive to many, but it's undeniable. Devon Corporation is that powerful. Don't you see he requested custom advanced poke blocks? Those aren't cheap. Oh, so it's your mentor. You startled me. But, considering your age, being able to make basic poke blocks is already a huge achievement, Steven said, relieved and sounding impressed. Who said I can only make basic poke blocks? Though this misunderstanding wasn't entirely bad, at least it wouldn't attract unwanted attention. At his age, not many could make basic poke blocks. although it wasn't impossible. Many apprentices of master breeders could do it. Stephen probably assumed Cain was an apprentice to a master breeder. Cain turned his gaze to Stephen's Metong, the unevolved form of Hoenn's pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Metagross. This was the first time he had seen it in this life. End of chapter. Chapter 167. The Great Benefactor Pokémon. Shiny Metong, dark blue, gender. None level, 30 types. Steel plus psychic ability. Clear body held item. Akaberry egg moves. None basic moves. Confusion, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Takedown, Pursuit, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye Learn moves. Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt TM moves. Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute. Upon seeing Metang's data in the system, Cain remained silent for quite a while. What is this? Is this the true strength of an heir to a great family? Metong is a Pokémon with rather unique evolution conditions. A Beldum can only evolve into Metong when it encounters another Beldum, and both Pokémon must be at the appropriate level to fuse and evolve into Metong. For Metong to evolve into Metagross, another Metong is also required, making it arguably the most complex evolution process among all pseudo-legendaries. Because you need at least 4 Beldum to achieve it, and each Beldum must meet a minimum quality, or else Metang's quality may decrease upon evolution. But looking at Stephen's Metong, what has Cain seen? Shiny? A shiny Metong is even rarer, as it requires 2 shiny Beldum to evolve. And this shiny Metong is of dark blue quality, meaning that both previous shiny Beldum were also of no less than dark blue quality. What a great benefactor! Even Cain, with all his experience, couldn't help but feel like cursing. It's worth noting that this is only a Metong. When Stephen became champion, he had a Metagross by his side, and it was a shiny Metagross. What does this mean? It means that Stephen had, from the beginning, for shiny Beldum and, knowing Stephen's character, he surely ensured the quality did not diminish. This implies that the 4 shiny Beldum were at least of dark blue quality. Among Cain's Pokémon, the highest quality is his light blue Sneasel and Skorupi. The others, like Murkrow and Slowpoke, are of green and dark green quality, which represents a significant difference. Look at that series of learned moves. Each one holds substantial value. This complete set of moves is worth at least several million. Of course, for someone who has had 4 shiny Beldum, those millions are just a small expense. Cain took a deep breath and reminded himself that all this had nothing to do with him. He just needed to focus on doing his job well. Stephen, noticing Cain staring at his Metong, waved his hand in front of his face and said, I still don't know your name. I'm Stephen, Stephen Stone. Cain, snapping out of it, looked at Stephen with a strange expression before answering. Cain, no last name. Not having a last name implies having no family, which in turn means Cain is just an ordinary person. However, Stephen didn't think much of it. For him, ordinary people and members of small families weren't very different. Hello, Cain. Nice to meet you. He extended his right hand as a formal introduction. Cain shook his hand briefly and sat back down, as he had suddenly stood up in excitement. Stephen also sat beside him and gently stroked his Metong, as if he were touching a precious treasure. The Hoenn region is the only known region in the Pokémon world that is home to 2 species of pseudo-legendaries, Metagross and Salamence. A dragon-type Pokémon being a pseudo-legendary is no surprise, but Metagross has earned this title for its rarity and unique evolution method, combining 4 Pokémon without imperfections, resulting in a high base stat value. What are your requirements? Cain asked, trying to calm himself down. Metong is a Pokémon that could normally grow strong simply by eating enough metal, without needing Pokeblocks. However, although it could grow strong this way, it wouldn't stand out among pseudo-legendaries. After hearing Cain's question, Stephen thought and replied, I'm not a breeder, so I don't understand much, but my goal is for Metong to gain strength without gaining too much weight, and above all, for its toughness to be maintained. This requirement was already a challenge for Cain. What is Metang's weakness? Its weight. Weight is one of its main characteristics, as Beldum start eating metal from birth and continue doing so even after evolving into Metagross, as metal is essential for them. Stephen's demand is for Metong to grow without gaining weight, or even to grow stronger without becoming heavier. To achieve this, one would first need to understand what trace elements Metong needs for growth, which could optimize its development, and which would increase its weight. However, Metong has a very rare hidden ability called Light Metal. This ability has the Pokémon's weight and can only be found in Beldum, Metong, Metagross, and Scizor. Oh, and it can also appear in one of the Regis, Registeel. This hidden ability is more common in Beldum, but it becomes very rare in Metong and almost non-existent in Metagross due to its fusion evolution method. For Metong to have the light metal ability, both Beldum must have it. If only one has it, Metang's ability is random with a 50% probability. Similarly, for Metagross to have the light metal ability, at least one of the Metong must have it. Since Steven's Metong is shiny, obtaining the light metal ability is even less likely. However, Cain knows a method to temporarily change Metang's ability to light metal. Imagine a Metagross that is normally slow but suddenly becomes extremely fast. This would catch any opponent off guard. And if we add speed to Metagross's great strength, this Pokemon could become one of the most outstanding pseudo-legendaries. End of chapter. Chapter 168. Return to Saffron City. Actually, the method Cain mentioned for temporarily modifying Metang's ability is to have a Pokemon that knows both the move's roleplay and skill swap. Additionally, a Pokemon with the light metal ability is needed to make this work. The move roleplay allows your Pokemon to copy another Pokemon's ability, while the move skill swap swaps your Pokemon's ability with that of another. Thus, with a Pokemon that has the light metal ability and another that knows both moves, you can make Metong temporarily acquire the light metal ability. However, having a Pokemon that knows both roleplay and skill swap is very difficult, as these moves are not available through TMs, meaning they can only be learned through tutoring or as egg moves. This is a type of move combination, and Cain doesn't know how many people in this world are aware of this combination, as, from his past life until now, he has never seen anyone use it. So, let's exchange contact information. I need to discuss it with my master, Cain said, inventing a fictional master. However, this was necessary to conceal that he could produce high-level Pokeblocks, and also to make a good amount of money. Since Cain said this, Steven gladly agreed, took out his phone, and they exchanged contacts. After all, Pokeblock production isn't something that can be completed in a day or two, especially high-level custom Pokeblocks, which require extensive adjustment and testing before they're ready to use. I can provide all the materials, and I'll cover all research costs during the process. Once the Pokeblocks are made and meet my requirements, I'll pay you according to the standard market rate, Steven said with a smile. These are the basic conditions when seeking a breeder capable of producing high-level Pokeblocks. All materials and research costs are covered by the client, and the manufactured Pokeblocks are bought at a premium price. Of course, those who can afford to commission high-level Pokeblocks usually aren't strapped for cash. Alright, though given the time, the amount of Pokeblocks I can produce each time won't be large. But don't worry, it will be enough for a single Metong, Cain said, nodding. The normal amount a Metong consumes, at his production rate, won't disrupt his usual schedule. He was worried that Steven, with his vast wealth, would place a bulk order like Whitney's clan did, requesting tens or hundreds of thousands of Pokeblocks. That would be a real problem. High-level Pokeblocks are different from mid-level ones. If it came to that, he'd have no time to do anything other than make high-level Pokeblocks. That wasn't what he wanted. His primary goal was to raise Pokemon. Selling some Pokeblocks was merely a way to get more resources for training his Pokemon. Hearing Cain's words, Steven hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Alright, no problem." His main Pokemon aren't just Metong. He also has others like Aaron, but his current focus is Metong, and Aaron and the others can continue consuming the Pokeblocks provided by his family. I'll contact you when I have some progress in the research. Alright. Thus, Cain managed to establish contact with Steven, a powerful ally. If they keep in regular contact in the future, even if they don't become friends, Cain's provision of high-level Pokeblocks might lead Steven to accept some minor requests. For instance, he could ask Steven for help finding a Dusk Stone to evolve Murkrow. Of course, it would need to be high quality, and Cain would pay the full price. But that's better than searching blindly, right? For now, Cain and Steven only know each other and have a verbal transaction agreement, so Cain won't ask Steven for help immediately, especially for a high-quality Dusk Stone, as Cain couldn't afford it yet. Thinking about this, Cain felt somewhat frustrated. Looking at his Pokemon, he thought about each of their evolution requirements. Murkrow needs a high-quality Dusk Stone, which isn't cheap. Sneasel needs a Razor Claw, which isn't easy to obtain either. And for Slowpoke, if he wants to evolve into Slowbro, that's fine. But if he wants to evolve into Slowking, the rare item King's Rock would be a headache for Cain. So, to evolve his Pokemon, he needs to prepare a lot of money. In comparison, evolving Ghastly and Skorupi seems a bit easier. After this, the two began a smooth conversation, primarily about Pokemon breeding. Though Steven isn't a breeder, his excellent family upbringing has given him good knowledge about Pokemon, especially Steel types, so he could be called its specialist. Cain, with his past experiences and the system's knowledge, could talk about any topic and express his own opinions. This made Stephen, someone from a powerful family, see Cain, a commoner, differently. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon the magnetic train arrived at the Saffron City station. During this trip, Cain once again forgot to enjoy the empty silver scenery, but unlike the previous time with Whitney, this was a much more pleasant conversation, where Cain wasn't just listening. Stephen, having things to do, said goodbye to Cain after getting off the train and quickly left the station. He went straight to Saffron City's airport to catch the next flight back to the Hoenn region. Cain, on the other hand, took a taxi directly to Saffron City's Pokémon Center. He still doesn't know how to find Umbra to complete his mission. However, Cain believes that since he's using the ID card Umbra gave him, with Umbra and Team Rocket's influence in Saffron City, they'll surely know he's arrived. So he doesn't need to search actively. If Umbra didn't give him a contact method, they'll surely send someone to find him. All Cain needs to do is show himself publicly with his league identity and wait calmly. And the Pokémon Center is the most suitable place for that. Cain isn't worried that Team Rocket won't be able to enter the Pokémon Center. He's only a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. Within Team Rocket, his rank is quite low. If he can have an official league identity, why couldn't others? There's no need to overthink it. Team Rocket's infiltration of the league is something probably only Giovanni and a few of the high-ups truly know. Even the league can't imagine the extent of its own internal corruption, right? End of chapter. Chapter 169. Organizing the spoils, Cain entered the Pokémon Center, reserved a room, and locked himself inside with his Pokémon. Previously, at the research base by Lake of Rage in Mahogany Town, Cain had acquired quite a few items, but due to his travels, he hadn't had time to go through them. Now, he could finally settle down and organize everything. The most important thing is that the system managed to obtain 15% of the vast amount of data from the research base. System, organize the data obtained earlier, extract all important information, and discard the disordered fragments into the data pile, Cain ordered mentally. Beep. Task set. Due to the large amount of data, the estimated analysis time is 2 days. Remaining time: 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Although the data acquired is vast, Cain hopes the system prioritized copying the most important data. However, he still doesn't know the final result of the battle between Ariana and Price that day. It's certain that Ariana was at a disadvantage, but as an executive of Team Rocket, she surely had a backup plan to escape, and Cain doesn't believe Price is the type to risk his life for the League. Perhaps he would have for the League of old, but the current League, definitely not. As one of the League's veterans, Price was assigned to a small place like Mahogany Town under the pretext of restricting Team Rocket, but everyone knew he'd actually been sidelined in the power struggle. So, if Price obeyed blindly, that would be strange. Oh, right. Cain suddenly remembered something. He took a small glass vial out of his ring, containing a transparent green liquid. This vial held half a test tube of green liquid that Cain had found on the 5th floor of the Lake of Rage base, just as he was about to leave, stuck between the cracks of a computer. Since his escape, he hadn't thought about this item until he began analyzing the data with the system. System, analyze what this item is. Beep. The system seemed to stall for a few seconds, possibly because it was in the middle of analyzing data, which kept its functions working at high capacity, causing a slight slowdown. Object name: Evolution Elixir. Possible. Function: accelerates the growth of Pokémon. Usage: unknown. Note: this information is an estimation based on data fragments. Due to the volume of pending data analysis, please scan again once data decoding is complete. Seeing the system's response, Cain fell into thought. This half bottle of green liquid was probably the main result of Team Rocket's research at the Lake of Rage base, and it could accelerate the growth of Pokémon. However, the specific effects were still unclear since the system's data had not yet been fully decoded. To obtain detailed information, he would have to wait until the system's analysis was complete and then do a new review. Cain had a vague recollection of this item, as in his past life. After leaving Judgment Island and entering Team Rocket's base in Mahogany Town, this item appeared on Team Rocket's exchange list. The exchange cost was very high, but the effect was quite special. It could catalyze the evolution of some Pokémon that normally evolve slowly or accelerate the growth of others. However, this item wasn't without side effects, and perhaps due to the League's surprise attack, the research was forced to stop, losing crucial data and leaving the project incomplete. Pokémon that used this liquid showed accelerated growth, and even some Pokémon on the verge of evolution could evolve directly. However, as a trade-off, the lifespan of Pokémon that used this catalyst was drastically reduced. For example, a Pokémon that normally lived 100 years could see its lifespan cut to 50, 40, or even 30 years. The amount of life lost depended on the catalyst's effect, though in most cases, lifespan was reduced by half. Initially, Team Rocket researched this catalyst to accelerate Pokémon growth and quickly turn lower-ranking members into effective fighting forces, which would narrow the gap with the League. Also, some Pokémon, like dragon types or pseudo-legendaries, grow very slowly. With this catalyst, they could speed up their growth. But the League caught wind of this development and knew that the potential impact of this drug could destabilize the current Pokémon World balance, so they launched an immediate attack. Although they couldn't acquire the drug, they ensured its destruction. Luckily, the League acted before it was too late. The drug was still incomplete, with unremoved side effects and very high production costs. Eventually, the League left it at that, as the high production cost made it unlikely to affect the global balance. Later, Team Rocket deemed it not worthwhile to continue researching the catalyst and abandoned the project. However, the fact that Team Rocket abandoned it didn't mean the main researchers did the same. Professor Sebastian, the lead researcher of the evolution elixir, didn't give up and continued his research to remove side effects and reduce costs at the Lake of Rage base. This eventually led to the chaos of the Gyarados at Lake of Rage, but that's another story. So this half bottle of green liquid is the original prototype of the catalyst? Cain murmured as he gently shook the vial in his hand. This catalyst had major flaws, and Cain wouldn't use it on his own Pokémon, but that didn't stop it from being extremely valuable. At this moment, he could exchange it with either Team Rocket or the League to obtain a large amount of resources. However, for Cain, this item was problematic. If he brought it to light at this critical moment, it would be as if he were signing his own death sentence. In that case, not only the League, but even within Team Rocket, they'd hunt him down and accuse him of treason, pursuing him until he was dead. Cain returned the vial to the ring. If he wasn't planning to use it, it would be best to keep it hidden. Besides the data obtained by the system and the vial with the drug, Cain's biggest haul was everything he took from the two mid-level League trainers who had attempted to capture him. From both of their storage spaces, Cain acquired items worth close to $1 million. But that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was their Pokémon. In total, there were 10 Pokémon, most with yellow rank potential, although some reached green rank potential, and all were at a decent level, with the highest at level 37 and the lowest at level 29. One could say Cain was quite lucky to defeat both, aided by the element of surprise in his attack. End of chapter. Chapter 170. Future training direction before, due to concerns that selling these Pokémon could attract the attention of interested parties, Cain waited until he left Goldenrod City to avoid taking immediate action. But now he's in Saffron City, and the black market here is Team Rocket's territory, so there's no better place to circulate these Pokémon. However, Cain is in no rush. These Pokémon can wait until he receives a message from Umbra. Instead, Cain begins to think about the future direction of his Pokémon's training. Murkrow and Slowpoke are fine since they were the first Pokémon to accompany Cain. Their training direction has always aligned with what's most suitable for them. They just need a few additional moves to boost their attack capabilities. If specific adjustments are needed, they will probably wait until they evolve. Then there's Ghastly. Ghastly is also one of the Pokémon that joined Cain early on, though it joined the team at a low level. Although its growth has been rapid in this time, it's still one of Cain's less outstanding Pokémon. One reason is that Ghastly hasn't evolved yet, so its combat capacity is quite limited. Another reason is that Ghastly's poison-type nature hasn't been properly developed. Its combat rhythm is still undefined, and Cain won't force it to reach a certain level as the time isn't right yet. In the future, Ghastly could become one of Cain's key Pokémon in training. Ghastly evolves into Haunter at level 25. Currently, Ghastly is at level 20, so it's close. Previously, at the Goldenrod City Casino, Cain exchanged for the move Toxic, which Ghastly hasn't learned yet. Cain plans to have Ghastly develop its Poison-type attribute before learning the move. This way, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves will be greater. Since leaving the Trial Island, Ghastly has been consuming Pokeblocks that have subtly enhanced its Ghost and Poison attributes. In fact, Ghastly's Poison energy level is already quite high, although it hasn't yet met Cain's expectations. When Ghastly masters the moves Rest, Toxic, and Sleep Talk, combined with moves like Destiny Bond, Substitute, and Perish Song, Ghastly, or Haunter, will become one of Cain's toughest Pokémon to deal with. Even if facing higher-level opponents, as long as the level gap isn't too large, Cain is confident they can be defeated over time. Thus, one of Cain's main goals on his black market visit is to find items that increase Pokémon's poison energy. After Ghastly comes Miltank. Originally acquired for breeding Skorupi, this Pokémon, despite its light green quality, has integrated very well into Cain's team. He has never trained Miltank as a main battle Pokémon, so it's only been consuming intermediate-level poke blocks. On this black market visit, Cain will buy suitable materials for Miltank and prepare advanced, customized poke blocks. Although Miltank has always been a support Pokémon, any Pokémon acknowledged by Cain receives the same treatment. Furthermore, Miltank has an important role on the team beyond battle. Outside of combat, it's the most understanding Pokémon in the group, helping Cain with minor tasks and managing the relationships between Pokémon. As the only female Pokémon on the team, her status is very high. Whether it's Murkrow, one of the first to join, or Sneasel, one of the latest, they all respect her. Of course, the event where Miltank fought Arbok is also an important reason for her status. Additionally, Miltank's milk has become an essential part of the team. Sneasel, the Pokémon Cain just captured, is very proud. Although it says it doesn't care, its actions speak differently. Deep down, it still shows some resistance toward Cain, but after a few days together, that resistance is gradually decreasing. However, for it to fully let go of its distrust, it will probably take some time. Sneasel was the highest level Pokémon when it joined the team, and perhaps due to the toughness Murkrow and Slowpoke showed in defeating it, it still has some reservations. Although it doesn't do anything unusual, it can be a bit aloof with Murkrow and Slowpoke. As for Miltank, it might consider Miltank more important than Cain in its heart, which worries Cain. However, Cain believes that with continued interaction, these issues will be resolved. Sneasel's weakness is that it's lived alone in the wild for too long, developing its own combat habits, and it still lacks good battle synchronization with Cain. It doesn't respond to Cain's commands as quickly as Murkrow and Slowpoke do. During battles, it tends to act a bit late. This isn't an issue with weaker opponents, but it becomes a weakness against similarly or higher-leveled opponents. So Sneasel and Ghastly will be the two Pokémon Cain prioritizes for future training. One to develop physical attributes, and the other to develop combat awareness and synchronization. Additionally, Sneasel is still consuming intermediate-level poke blocks. On this black market visit, Cain will also prepare materials to make advanced, customized poke blocks for Sneasel. Murkrow, Slowpoke, Ghastly, Miltank, and Sneasel are Cain's current combat-capable Pokémon. Of course, with Miltank in a support role, Cain effectively has only 4 battle-ready Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke have good coordination, while Ghastly and Sneasel are strong in individual combat. And then there's Skorupi. Though still in its juvenile stage, it has recently been sleeping less. According to the system's scan data, its bodily functions are reaching an almost perfect balance. Cain believes that in a few days, it will reach adulthood. By then, Cain will have one more Pokémon to train. Fortunately, Cain prepared the advanced poke blocks necessary for Skorupi's growth from the start. Also, in the initial phase, Skorupi doesn't need to participate in battles, so its move combination can wait until after defining the moves for the main Pokémon. Finally, there's Fiero. This Pokémon is currently Cain's means of transportation and isn't considered a combat Pokémon or expected to battle. Once Cain captures a flying Pokémon that can carry a person, Fiero will lose its purpose. At that point, either releasing or selling it will be within Cain's options. System, set 2 tasks. Analyze materials for advanced poke blocks suitable for Miltank and Sneasel. Beep, beep. Tasks, task set. The system is becoming increasingly slow, and Cain is really worried that the system might break down due to data overload. If that happens, Cain will genuinely regret not having prepared more. End of chapter. Chapter 171. The Guardian, luckily, his worries were unfounded. The system, though it experienced a slight slowdown, didn't present any serious issues. After all, if you think about it, although the system copied a lot of data at once, compared to the enormous amount of data it already had, what was added this time only represented about 10%. However, the customization of the advanced poke blocks that Steven needed might be delayed a bit. Anyway, Steven is in no hurry. Cain plans to let the system organize all that data before researching the poke block formula for Metong. As Cain was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a few clear knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It sounded in a special rhythm. Hearing that pattern, Cain's expression changed slightly. He stopped his Pokémon from opening the door and waited for the knocking to stop. A moment later, the knocking ceased, and instead of hearing footsteps retreating, a small card was slipped under the door. Cain carefully picked up the card. On it were the words, Psychic Gym. This was probably the meeting place set by Umbra. Although he was prepared to meet anywhere, upon seeing the words Psychic Gym, Cain felt a slight headache and a pang in his chest. Sabrina, the moody psychic queen who had helped Cain awaken his psychic powers, was someone he wasn't sure how to face. He trusted that, with Umbra's presence, Sabrina wouldn't do anything unusual. Thinking of that, Cain let out a sigh of relief. As for how they found him and knew which room he was in at the Pokémon Center, Cain considered it completely natural. Where was he? In Saffron City. It could be said to be a place jointly ruled by Team Rocket and the League. If the League represents the light, then Team Rocket could represent the darkness. They have even infiltrated the League, and much easier would it be to do so in a simple Pokémon Center in Saffron City. Never underestimate the power of Team Rocket, especially in Kanto, the team's origin. After receiving the information, Cain didn't hurry to leave. He waited in his room until lunchtime, when the streets were relatively empty, and only then did he leave the Pokémon Center. Without hiding his identity, Cain dressed like a League trainer, took a taxi, and headed straight to the psychic gym in Saffron City. The driver, looking at him with pity, spared him a few poke dollars and, faster than when he arrived, fled from the gym as soon as he dropped Cain at the entrance. Cain couldn't help but rub his forehead. It seems Sabrina has quite a terrifying reputation among Saffron City's residents. At the large entrance to the psychic gym, there was no one around. Cain pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, he saw quite a few people, and it seemed they all had varying levels of psychic powers, as each one could move objects with their minds to some extent. Cain saw several young children, only a few years old, manipulating objects as large as half their size, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Those kids, so young, could already levitate objects that big, while he, having lived 3 lives, could barely move a pebble the size of a fingernail. Comparing himself to them only led to frustration. Adopting an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude, Cain made his way through the crowd and headed straight for the door leading deeper into the gym. Just as he was about to cross the hall and open the inner door, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The one blocking Cain was a young man wearing a blue jacket, with light blue hair. He looked about 18 or 19 years old, and beside him was a Kadabra. The way he suddenly appeared in front of Cain was probably due to teleport, though it wasn't clear whether the young man or his Kadabra had used it. With an impassive expression, the young man blocked Cain's path without saying a word, simply pointing to a sign beside the door that read, "No unauthorized entry unless you defeat the Guardian." Cain looked at the sign, then at the young man, and calmly asked, "Guardian?" The young man nodded, still silent, but his message was clear. If Cain wanted to enter, he would have to defeat him first. Cain's and the young man's actions attracted the attention of the people in the hall, who stopped their training and began gathering around the entrance. Look, another one trying to challenge Miss Sabrina. Do they really think our psychic gym is a place anyone can challenge? Bah, he's just a muggle who doesn't know his limits. Watch how Brother Azure wrecks him. Wait, this guy seems to have a faint psychic aura. Isn't he a muggle? That's true, but he's very weak. Originally, everyone looked at Cain with disdain, but upon sensing a faint trace of psychic power in him, they began to take him a bit more seriously. Although Cain's psychic powers were extremely weak and anyone there could easily surpass him, awakening those powers set him apart from an ordinary human, allowing him to gain a bit of respect from them, reducing their looks of contempt. Even if he has psychic powers, someone so weak won't be a match for Brother Azure. Actually, I think if someone wants to challenge a gym, this shouldn't be the one. After all, Miss Sabrina. Suddenly, the person speaking was silenced by someone covering their mouth. The person who did it, after cautiously looking around and seeing no one, sighed in relief. Hey, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag us down with you, all right? There are things you shouldn't say so lightly. The one who covered their mouth burst out, clearly upset. The one who spoke out of turn realized his mistake, frantically wiped the sweat off his forehead, and gave a grateful look to the person who had stopped him. Sabrina's temper really isn't something to play with. Hearing the comments around him, Cain smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems everyone had mistaken him for a League trainer who had come to challenge the gym. Of course, it was also possible that this was some kind of test from Umbra or Sabrina. He didn't believe that, with Sabrina's abilities, she wouldn't have noticed his presence the moment he entered the gym. It's possible that, at this moment, Sabrina and Umbra were watching him from some corner. And he wasn't far off in this assumption. It wasn't that they were secretly watching him but openly doing so, standing right beside Cain and the crowd, though no one could perceive their presence. It was as if they were air. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Kadabra, the young man who had previously tried to speak poorly of Sabrina, although somewhat relieved at not being punished, would probably have fainted from fear if he had known that Sabrina was standing right beside him at that moment. In fact, Sabrina had intended to punish the insolent young man, and if it hadn't been for Umbra's intervention, she definitely would have shown him what it feels like to be turned into a doll. Although she refrained for now, Sabrina didn't forget the young man's face. Women tend to hold grudges. Cain assumed that the young man named Azure standing before him was the same person the others were mentioning. This blue-haired young man, dressed in a jacket of the same color, was the one blocking his way. Reflecting on the league's annual tournaments, Cain remembered that very few trainers managed to earn the Saffron City Gym badge. As it wasn't an easy feat, it's likely that those who did earn the Saffron City badge did so in Sabrina's absence, achieving a stroke of luck. In fact, most trainers preparing for the Pokémon League competition tended to skip the Saffron City Gym. "If you want to enter, you must defeat me first," said Azure, looking calmly at Cain. He, too, sensed the faint psychic energy emanating from Cain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to speak to him. "Let's do this," replied Cain, looking at the Kadabra beside Azure. Pokémon, Kadabra, green, gender, male level, 27 type, psychic ability, synchronize held item, none egg moves, barrier, thunder punch basic moves, kinesis, teleport, confusion, disable, psybeam, miracle eye, reflect learn moves, gravity, snatch, ally switch TM moves, protect, shadow ball, light screen. The system, though slowed by the data analysis task, showed no delay in scanning the Pokémon's data. All of Kadabra's information appeared before Cain's eyes. Kadabra is the evolution of Abra and the pre-evolution of Alakazam, a pure psychic-type Pokémon. Among psychic-type Pokémon, Kadabra and its evolutionary line, Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, are known for their immense talent. If a trainer possesses psychic abilities and works in tandem with a pure psychic-type Pokémon like Kadabra, the effect in battle is much more than the simple sum of its parts. Although Cain had Murkrow and Sneasel, Dark-type Pokémon that could be immune to psychic moves, Kadabra is one of those Pokémon that can innately learn the move Miracle Eye, which significantly reduces the Dark-type advantage. The move Miracle Eye allows psychic moves to affect Dark-type Pokémon. Therefore, the advantage of Murkrow and Sneasel as Dark-types isn't as big as it might seem. The crowd surrounding them gradually dispersed, leaving a suitable space for the battle. Azure stood firm at the entrance, clearly expecting Cain to defeat him before being allowed in. A one-on-one battle. "My Pokémon is this Kadabra," said Azure, indicating he would only use Kadabra in this battle. Cain nodded, understanding the rules. Throwing a Super Ball, Sneasel appeared on the field after a flash of red light. Seeing the Dark and Ice-type Pokémon, some of the spectators laughed. It's true that Dark-type Pokémon are strong against Psychic types, but do they really think Kadabra is just any Psychic-type Pokémon? Another fool who thinks he can beat a Psychic type just by having a Dark type. Azure will teach him what true Psychic Pokémon power is. Azure frowned upon seeing Sneasel on the field. His sharp perception allowed him to sense that Sneasel's presence made him feel uneasy. From a corner, Umbra and Sabrina also observed Sneasel. Umbra smiled and commented, "This boy has had some luck recently. This Sneasel has good potential. Bah, he's just a fool with luck. His psychic ability is pathetic, and after so much time, he hasn't shown any improvement." "He's no different from a Muggle," replied Sabrina disdainfully, clearly unimpressed with Sneasel, especially since it's a Dark-type Pokémon. "Ahem." Umbra coughed, reminding Sabrina that she was right beside someone she herself would call a Muggle. Far from feeling embarrassed, Sabrina gave a satisfied smile. Ignoring the comments around him, Cain remained calm, waiting for Azure to be ready. He's not someone to act impulsively. He wasn't about to change his choice of Pokémon just because others looked down on him. Why not take advantage of an edge when you have it? Gradually, the crowd quieted down, observing Cain's calm stance, clearly showing no intention of switching Pokémon. With that attitude, their only option was to watch the battle. Some were right in saying that Kadabra, having mastered the move Miracle Eye, wasn't incapable of harming Sneasel. Furthermore, Kadabra wasn't limited to using psychic moves. Cain hesitated between using Murkrow or Sneasel, but ultimately decided on Sneasel. First, because Sneasel's level was slightly higher than Murkrow's. Kadabra was at level 27, and although Sneasel was at a disadvantage, it wasn't as much as Murkrow. Additionally, Kadabra had a green aptitude, which meant Murkrow wouldn't have a significant advantage. With the Miracle Eye move, Murkrow could be at a disadvantage against Kadabra. Furthermore, Cain had planned to dedicate time in the near future to strengthening Sneasel in battle. After all, Sneasel had been recently caught, and the synergy between trainer and Pokémon was not yet optimal. Both were ready, and the battle began. Sneasel, agility, Cain commanded. Kadabra, Miracle Eye. Facing a Dark-type Pokémon, the priority was to use Miracle Eye. Otherwise, any other move would be useless. Kadabra held its spoon in front of its chest, creating a shining sphere that emitted a multicolored light. A beam of light shot out from the sphere, illuminating Sneasel. Although Sneasel didn't seem affected, for Kadabra, the unsettling aura had disappeared, and now it felt that its psychic moves could be effective. Sneasel, honed claws. Since Kadabra had allowed Sneasel to power up, Cain wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Using Miracle Eye was inevitable for Kadabra, as dodging the beam was difficult. So Cain decided to make use of the available time to enhance Sneasel's speed and attack power. End of chapter. Chapter 173. The Power of Knowledge. Kadabra. Use Kinesis. Kinesis is a move exclusive to Kadabra and Alakazam. By bending its spoon, it can captivate the opponent's attention and, at the same time, lower their accuracy. Azure's strategy was correct. Given that his opponent was trying to increase speed and attack power, if he managed to reduce the enemy's accuracy, their attacks would miss, nullifying the benefits gained from those two moves. This method is effective against most Pokémon. However, upon hearing the command, Cain smiled slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared in his dark eyes. Azure's choice to use this move revealed that he didn't fully understand Sneasel or its ability. Sneasel can have 3 possible abilities, and one of them is Keen Eye. Pokémon with this ability cannot have their accuracy reduced by any means, and any attempt to raise evasion against a Pokémon with Keen Eye will also have no effect. Since his opponent was unaware of this ability, Cain saw no reason to correct him. With a smile on his face, Cain continued, Sneasel, keep using agility, then hone claws. Azure was surprised to hear Cain's command, thinking he was trying to compete in stacking buffs. After all, the additional effects of agility and hone claws are superior to those of kinesis. However, Azure was confident his Kadabra could gain an advantage by using kinesis, as he had defeated several Dark-type Pokémon with that strategy. This time, however, he decided not to give the command verbally. Instead, he used his psychic abilities, communicating telepathically with Kadabra. Azure's eyes glowed with a bluish light as he sent the command to Kadabra. Kadabra, accustomed to fighting this way with his trainer, immediately used kinesis again. Watching the battle, Sabrina opened her eyes in astonishment, noting Azure's confidence. She looked at Cain, who remained calm, and murmured, "Are we watching an idiot fight?" Umbra couldn't help but laugh, his face trembling from restrained laughter, and finally burst into laughter. Ha, 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 ha. It's true. You psychics sometimes rely too much on your abilities. Having been called a muggle earlier by Sabrina, Umbra now felt he had regained some dignity. Sabrina shot him a disdainful look in response to his mockery. The battle continued, but those hoping for a good show began to get bored. With support moves looping, the battle seemed stagnant. Buffs have a limit, and although Sneasel kept stacking benefits with agility and hone claws, Kadabra had reached the limit for accuracy reduction. Azure soon realized something wasn't right. Cain's expression was too calm, showing no concern for the accuracy reduction. In fact, he seemed to be smiling. Deciding not to keep playing this game, Azure made Kadabra's eyes glow again and ordered him to attack. Kadabra raised its spoon to its chest, but this time it didn't bend. Instead, a wave of pink psychic energy emanated from the spoon. As a psychic, Cain could also sense the powerful psychic energy in Kadabra's spoon, and he realized Azure was done playing. Run. Sneasel. With the speed buffs obtained, Sneasel moved quickly, dodging the strange beam that shot from Kadabra's spoon. The psychic-type move, Psybeam. Sneasel ran toward Kadabra, closing the distance between them. But Kadabra, under Azure's telepathic command, continued to move its spoon, using its powerful mental force to track Sneasel. Sneasel, use Ice Shard while running. Since the enemy was so determined to attack, Cain decided it was time to launch an attack too. He'd see if Azure chose to dodge or continue his offense. Ice shards began to form in Sneasel's hands as he ran, throwing them at Kadabra. Just as Cain had predicted, Kadabra didn't stand still to take the hit. Kadabra is a Pokémon with high special power but low physical endurance, so taking multiple hits could be fatal. Teleport. Unlike the long-range teleport move used by Slowpoke, Kadabra can use teleport at short distances almost instantly. Since Kadabra had only known the teleport move since its Abra stage, it had become extremely skilled at using it, to the point of being able to use it in combat. Sneasel. Use Quick Attack. Although Kadabra's teleport was fast, after the speed boosts, Sneasel was even faster with Quick Attack. The battle area wasn't large, and for Sneasel, covering the distance with Quick Attack was a matter of moments. Kadabra had barely finished using teleport to dodge the Ice Shard move when Sneasel, now a black blur, appeared right in front of it. Azure and Kadabra weren't worried about Sneasel's attack, confident that Sneasel's accuracy had been lowered due to the multiple uses of kinesis. However, just as Azure wore a confident smile, Cain smiled too and gave a new command. Sneasel, bite. The sudden strategy change had always been a weakness for Sneasel due to its lack of synergy with Cain, which made executing new commands slower. This time was no different. Sneasel took a moment to react to Cain's command, but it didn't matter this time, as his opponent was already convinced of victory and didn't attempt to dodge. Sneasel's sharp fangs, wrapped in a dark, sinister energy, sank into Kadabra, dealing significant damage. Kata! Kadabra cried out instinctively in pain. Azure, his eyes glowing, ordered Kadabra to use teleport again to get away from Sneasel. Close combat against Sneasel was a death sentence for Kadabra. After giving the command, Azure looked at Cain and then at Sneasel with a look of disbelief. From the shadows, Sabrina slapped her forehead in frustration and said, "Let's go. This is pointless." With a mocking smile, Umbra was teleported out of the place by Sabrina. For them, the battle was no longer interesting, because Cain had already won. This is what the power of knowledge means. End of chapter. Chapter 174. The black box Kadabra teleported again. A single, accurate hit meant nothing. Maybe it was just a matter of luck. Sneasel, use Ice Shard again, then bite. The previous scene repeated once more between Sneasel and Kadabra. Although Kadabra responded quickly this time, launching an attack as Sneasel approached, it was useless. However, Sneasel's Dark-type moves deal double damage to Kadabra, while Kadabra's moves barely cause basic damage to Sneasel. Therefore, the final outcome of the battle was evident. Even though Kadabra had 2 more levels than Sneasel, Sneasel's quality was 2 levels higher than Kadabra's. While a Psychic with a Psychic-type Pokemon greatly amplifies their power, and their cooperation is much smoother, the synchronization between Sneasel and Cain was clearly better. But it wasn't enough. The crucial mistake was allowing Sneasel to gain so many skill enhancements. Otherwise, the battle's outcome might have been different. Because the combination of a Psychic and a Psychic-type Pokemon is not simply a sum of parts. By the time the battle ended, Azure was still stunned. But the fallen Kadabra in front of him indicated that he wasn't dreaming. Cain didn't withdraw Sneasel but instead headed directly toward the door with him, completely ignoring the astonished, surprised, curious, and scrutinizing looks of those around him. As he passed by Azure, he was still in shock. "Move aside," Cain said calmly. Hearing Cain, Azure reacted, lowering his head and stepping aside, leaving the door clear. However, his expression showed that he wasn't entirely satisfied. Still, he had been defeated, and the result was that Cain could go through that door while he remained as the loser. Cain noticed his expression and slightly raised his eyebrows, but had no intention of explaining why the battle ended the way it did. It must be understood that, as Cain always said, in the world of Pokemon, the most valuable things aren't those rare Pokemon, or rare items, or even pseudo-legendary or legendary Pokemon. The most valuable thing is knowledge. Knowledge changes power. It's not just a saying. This battle was the best example of that. Cain gently pushed the door and entered under everyone's watchful gaze. The Psychic-type gym was large. The lobby occupied less than 1/10 of the total area. Cain walked down the hallway behind the door for a long time before finally emerging. After crossing the hallway, he entered an equally enormous room filled with all sorts of dolls, some shaped like Pokemon, others like humans, and even some like furniture. Directly across the room was a large raised platform with a giant chair made of dolls, although it was empty at the time. In the center of the room, a man and a woman sat, staring intently at Cain as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. These two were Sabrina and Umbra, who had previously watched the battle between Cain and Azure in the lobby. Now, they sipped their tea calmly and chatted leisurely. When Sabrina saw Cain enter, she casually gestured for him to approach. Cain gave a wry smile. He couldn't ignore Sabrina's order, so he quickly approached their table and respectfully greeted them. "Mr. Umbra, Miss Sabrina." At this, Sabrina's expression changed, while Umbra smiled. "Hey, who gave you permission to address him first?" Sabrina said, frowning as she looked at Cain. Cain was taken aback for a moment. You lost again. "Remember to pay me later," Umbra said, chuckling after taking a sip of tea. "Are they so idle that they're betting on who I'd greet first?" Umbra's words made Cain understand the situation. Sabrina and Umbra had bet on who he'd address first. That's why, when Cain had just entered, Sabrina had gestured for him to approach, intending for him to greet her first. Cain was speechless to see these two powerful figures entertaining themselves with something so trivial. And they actually enjoyed it? Cain couldn't interfere in the bet between Sabrina and Umbra. When these high-level figures spoke, anything he said would be wrong. Your name is Cain, right? You just made me lose 200,000 poke dollars. Later, you'll have to pay him, Sabrina said angrily, pointing at Cain. Cain gave a wry smile and nodded. This was an unexpected disaster, losing 200,000 poke dollars for nothing. Cain didn't understand why Sabrina was against him, but Umbra did. It wasn't just because Cain made her lose the bet, but also because Cain had easily defeated Azure. This made Sabrina look bad in front of Umbra. Although Azure wasn't Sabrina's disciple or relative, he was still someone from Sabrina's gym, and losing so disastrously without even understanding why left her looking bad. That's why Sabrina wanted Cain to pay that 200,000. If Cain knew this, he'd probably feel even more aggrieved. Umbra gestured to indicate there was no problem. Then, his expression turned serious, and he asked, "Did you bring what I asked for?" Seeing Umbra's serious expression, Sabrina also stopped joking. She liked to have fun, but that didn't mean she didn't know when it was time to be serious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become one of the 3 main leaders of Team Rocket. When Umbra finally brought up the matter, Cain sighed in relief. He really didn't want to face Sabrina, someone so unpredictable that she might get angry at any moment without reason. I brought it. Cain took out the black box that the middle-aged man with a mustache had given him at the research base by the Lake of Rage. He had his system scan it, but only obtained information about the materials of the box without being able to figure out what it contained. He carefully placed the black box on the table. Upon seeing the box, Sabrina immediately stood up and stared at it intently for a moment. Then, Cain felt a powerful psychic energy emanate from her. Sabrina must have been using her powers to check that the box had no issues. After her confirmation, Umbra extended his hand, which only had 2 fingers, and slowly dragged the box toward him. In front of the box's numeric keypad, he entered a password, and it automatically opened. A click was heard as the box opened, and the outer casing, made of a sturdy material, crumbled into dust, revealing its contents. Seeing the transformation of the box, Cain felt truly relieved. Initially, when he saw the numeric keypad, he had considered using his system to try to crack the code and see what was inside, but he feared some kind of trap, so he decided against it. Fortunately, he hadn't given in to curiosity at the time. Otherwise, he might have lost his place in Team Rocket. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Evolution Elixir. When the black box disappeared, it revealed a transparent case made of an unknown material. Inside the transparent case, there were 6 test tubes. Seeing those 6 test tubes, Cain couldn't help but feel his pupils contract slightly. Because the tubes clearly contained the evolution elixir, something Cain had scanned preliminarily with the system that very morning. Was this what Umbra had asked him to bring? The primary research result from the Lake of Rage base? Cain was a little stunned. Do they work? Sabrina broke the silence, looking seriously at the 6 test tubes in front of Umbra. She knew very well what the liquid in those tubes was, and was also aware of its side effects. Umbra nodded slightly and touched the transparent case, which opened on its own, revealing the test tubes. He took one and smelled it gently. Are you sure you want to use this? I've heard the side effects are quite severe, Sabrina doubted. Clearly, although the evolution elixir had significant effects, Team Rocket's higher-ups were already aware of its dangers, they just hadn't found a way to mitigate them. I've spent nearly half my savings on these 6 test tubes, so of course, I'll use them. Umbra's voice held a hint of resignation but also unshakable resolve. What Cain didn't know was that when Umbra went to the trial island, he was already seriously injured, and his body had suffered significant damage. If he wanted to quickly regain his strength as a mid-level elite trainer, his Pokemon's growth would be a major obstacle. That's why, as soon as he learned of progress at the Lake of Rage base, he left the island and sent Cain to collect these elixirs. Part of the purpose was to train Cain, but more importantly, he urgently needed these elixirs. Each of these tubes contained enormous energy, and the production cost was extremely high, so they couldn't be transported easily. Thus, the only option was to retrieve them personally or send someone trustworthy. But because Umbra's strength had waned, a real battle might not be favorable for him, and the League was always monitoring his movements. If he dared to appear alone in the wild, the League would send a group of powerful trainers to take him down. Moreover, even within Team Rocket, there were people who didn't like him and could take advantage of the situation. Therefore, he couldn't go to retrieve the elixirs himself. The only option was to send a trusted subordinate. Since the information about his previous encounter had been leaked by someone within Team Rocket, he didn't trust his members at that time. That's why he brought Cain out of Trial Island. Cain had a clean and clear record, allowing Umbra to use him without worries. Additionally, Cain's identity and power were relatively low, which wouldn't raise suspicion. These details Cain did not know, and Umbra wouldn't reveal them to him. However, Sabrina, who was in the same group within Team Rocket, knew the situation thoroughly. That's why, when Sabrina first met Cain, although her initial intention was to take his slowpoke, she decided not to when she saw the reserve member badge Umbra had given Cain. Did you really think that a reserve member badge from the Shadow unit held that much value? For Team Rocket higher-ups like Sabrina, that badge meant nothing. Sabrina decided not to act against Cain because she understood the role Cain played in Umbra's plans and his importance to him. Although, in the end, helping Cain awaken his psychic powers was something unexpected. But if you use these elixirs, it will be difficult for you to continue advancing, Sabrina said. Although the evolution elixir could accelerate Pokémon growth and help Umbra regain his strength, the Pokémon that used the catalyst would see their lifespan halved. The Pokémon that had barely reached the elite level would see their lives shortened drastically. At that point, trying to advance further would be almost impossible due to their limited lifespan. Umbra sighed, "If I don't use this now, I may not even live long enough to worry about advancing." After a pause, he added, "I'll only use 3 of the elixirs and will raise some Pokémon with good potential as successors. If resources are sufficient, they should be able to keep up." These words sounded like he was trying to reassure Sabrina, but they also seemed like a way to console himself. After all, having reached this level, and not being so old, anyone would want to continue advancing. Sabrina nodded and tried to comfort him. "There's still hope, although this will speed up the consumption of your already scarce resources. That's why I'll start accepting missions again. This time, I've accepted the Trial Island mission," Umbra said calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Cain, who was listening, didn't dare to say a word. Although these two didn't avoid speaking in his presence, which could be interpreted as a sign of trust, it also meant they were tying him even more to their side. In that case, it wouldn't only be difficult to join other factions within Team Rocket, but if he tried to distance himself from Umbra and Sabrina, he'd be crushed or even eliminated. Unless his strength grew enough, and under Umbra and Sabrina's protection and support, he established his own faction. However, even if he achieved that, his relationship with Umbra and Sabrina's faction would remain an alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have helped him. Cain was thinking about the future, although at that moment, he was barely a Team Rocket soldier, or not even that. However, listening to the conversation between Sabrina and Umbra allowed him to understand some things. For example, the reason why Umbra needed the evolution elixirs to regain his strength quickly. Cain suspected that the wound on Umbra's hand, which he saw the first time he met him, was related to the loss of his strength. And something that worried him even more was that Umbra had said he accepted the Trial Island mission. What did that mean? It meant that the trial on Trial Island wouldn't be easy. If a mid-level elite trainer with limited resources accepted this mission to recover them, it could only mean that the mission was extremely lucrative or that there were great rewards to be gained. Either way, that wasn't good news for Cain and the other trial participants. No wonder Umbra had warned him that the trial wouldn't be simple. The Trial Island mission? Huh? That doesn't sound fun. I won't be joining you this time. Take care, Sabrina said, clearly showing her lack of interest in the mission. End of chapter. Chapter 176. The depth of Trial Island. In fact, Sabrina isn't much older than Cain. She's only a few years ahead. However, due to her immense talent and rapid advancement in strength, many people tend to overlook her age. Moreover, Sabrina has possessed very powerful psychic abilities since she was young, which led her to develop a peculiar and capricious personality, as few people could go against her wishes. However, as she's grown, she has begun to understand the nuances of interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, with only her strength, she wouldn't have become one of Team Rocket's top 3 executives. Her relationship with Umbra is good because he doesn't flatter her for her power. Instead, he helps her make more mature decisions, shaping her character to some extent. For this reason, Sabrina sees Umbra as a mentor, friend, and brother. This is why Sabrina cares about Umbra's matters. However, this time, she has no interest in the mission on Trial Island, as it's rather complicated, and she feels no need to get involved. Umbra gestures with his hand, indicating it's fine. This mission on Trial Island is like a whirlpool of trouble, and if Sabrina chooses not to participate, it's for the best. If he could, he'd also avoid getting involved. Then, Umbra looks at Cain seriously and says, "As I told you on Trial Island, this time the trial will not be easy." Cain listens carefully, without interrupting, waiting for Umbra to continue. This time, Team Rocket has invested more resources than ever in the trial, and it has been more selective with the participants, because this trial is directly related to the team's expansion into other regions. Cain can't help but wonder, expansion into other regions? Umbra continues, as you already know, Team Rocket is the largest underground group in the Kanto and Johto regions, but these are only 2 of the 7 regions recognized by the League. Our leader has bigger ambitions. He won't settle for being just the king of the underworld in these 2 regions. Expansion is inevitable, but in other regions, even the League doesn't have full control, much less us. Each region has its own underground organizations that are very protective of their territory. We can't just enter with force. They'd kick us out immediately. That's why some of the team's higher-ups have proposed infiltrating new recruits who pass the trial into other regions. The idea is for them to infiltrate gradually, take root, and when they are firmly established, Team Rocket can strike from inside and out to take control of the region. We may not dominate all underground organizations, but at least we want to have some influence. This is the first time Umbra has spoken so much to Cain. After taking a sip of tea, he continues. Among you, those participating in this trial, there are many who have been placed here by orders from their superiors. Surely, you've noticed that some of them have considerable strength, and several officers in Team Rocket are using this opportunity to build their own power in other regions. Hearing this, Cain finally understands why some people on Trial Island seem strange to him. Xander is just one of those who don't hide their true identity. Others are probably doing the same, hiding both their identity and true power. You've stood out as a surprise in this trial, but if you don't align with a faction, you might not leave Trial Island alive. So, are the executives just standing by? Cain finally dares to ask, raising the question that intrigues him the most. Umbra laughs coldly and responds, how could they just stand by? Some executives are eager to send their men to expand their influence. But our leader has decided that the top 3 in the trial and the best 5 subordinates from the executives will compete to decide who will be sent to other regions. The top 3 from the trial against the best 5 from the executives? That's a big disadvantage from the start, Cain comments. The difference is obvious, but do you think the officers aren't investing resources? The leader is allowing them to face the executives because he wants the officers to challenge them. Some have become too arrogant lately. The exact battle rules haven't been defined yet, but it's clear that each one will have more than one Pokémon. Although Trial Island encourages training a single Pokémon, those with power behind them have already been training other Pokémon in secret. You're not bad. Your Pokémon have good potential, though they lack some strength. If you work hard, you might have a chance. Umbra's words make Cain reflect deeply. It turns out this trial is much more complicated than he had imagined, with at least 5 executives involved and implications for Team Rocket's direction over the next few years. Even Giovanni might be paying attention, which means that those who perform well could gain his favor. Giovanni is the type who, if you have skills, will give you a chance, even if you have your own ambitions. He trusts his ability to control others. That's his charisma. However, Cain suspects that Team Rocket's plans aren't as simple as they seem. They wouldn't send someone with so many resources without taking precautions. What if that person developed their own ambitions? After all, resources are so valuable they can sustain a faction. Even the most loyal could be tempted to disobey. Cain doubts the simplicity of all this, even when it comes from Umbra. But perhaps this is also an opportunity for him. Could it be feasible to take advantage of the situation to establish his own faction? He doesn't know what Umbra is thinking, but Umbra probably senses Cain's thoughts too. Alright, I've told you enough about the mission. Now let's talk about the reward for helping me complete the task. Umbra stops Cain before he can refuse and continues, don't be so quick to turn it down. This reward might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Saying this, Umbra slowly stands up and, with great solemnity, takes out a black badge from his clothing. This badge is very similar to the Black Cloud badge that Cain received before, but it has one difference, an additional line that Cain's reserve member badge did not have. End of chapter. Chapter 177. Recruitment. This is the official badge of a member of the Shadow Unit. One line on it represents an entry-level member, which is equivalent to having the rights of a Team Rocket captain. However, you haven't completed the trial mission yet, so you haven't been assigned subordinates. You can choose to recruit them yourself, or simply continue on your own. Umbra handed Cain the badge that recognized him as an official member of the Shadow Unit, then collected the reserve badge he had before. With this, Cain officially became a member of Team Rocket, and he wasn't starting at the very bottom. He hadn't yet finished his time on Trial Island and already held the rights of a Team Rocket captain. It's likely that, in Team Rocket's records, Cain's status had changed from a simple soldier to captain. Although the captain rank is still one of the lower levels in Team Rocket, at least he was no longer at the very bottom, right? Furthermore, By rule, a captain should have 5 subordinates assigned, but Cain only had the rights, not the benefits. If he wanted subordinates, he'd have to recruit them himself. For others, this might be troublesome, but for Cain, he preferred to recruit his own subordinates rather than accept those assigned by the organization. In fact, he felt more comfortable with this option. After all, on Trial Island, Cain already had a small force waiting for him. Can I recruit the trial participants on Trial Island? Cain wanted to confirm, since Team Rocket had invested significantly in this generation of trial participants. Umbra looked at Cain with a meaningful expression and replied in a deep tone, "You can?" Cain knew very well what he had done on Trial Island, and Team Rocket's commander-in-chief, Viper, was also one of Umbra's friends. On Trial Island, some of the youths had formed alliances, reflecting the internal situation of Team Rocket. As long as there was a strong figure with power and authority, others only dared to conspire in the shadows, without acting openly. Cain also had a group of subordinates on Trial Island, but how many of them would still obey his orders after his long absence? However, this generation of trial participants had been carefully selected by Team Rocket. Excluding those brought in by the officers, even the selected common citizens exceeded the previous generations in talent, like Cain. Additionally, the starting Pokémon granted on Trial Island were of higher quality. In previous generations, orange quality Pokémon were the most common, while this time, the starting Pokémon were yellow quality, and a few lucky ones received green quality Pokémon, like Cain. In short, the participants of this generation had great potential. If Cain managed to recruit them under his command, in a few years, they could take on important responsibilities. If Cain achieved first place in the end, recruiting some of the top trial participants, and formed his own force in a new location, he would have a near-perfect setup. The only requirement was having enough strength. Now your information in Team Rocket has changed, and you also have access to the mission system of the Shadow Unit. If you're interested, you can take a look, but make sure to act within your limits. Right now, your priority should be strengthening yourself and winning the final trial. Cain nodded to show he understood. Umbra was right. Although he could complete many missions and earn many rewards, compared to receiving Team Rocket's support and establishing his own force in another region, everything else was trivial. Besides, Cain didn't plan to accept difficult missions. If something convenient came up, he might consider it, but if the mission cost him days or even a week, it could backfire. After all, only a month and a half remained for the final trial on Trial Island. Time is gold. And the reward for first place on Trial Island? Cain hesitated a moment before asking about what interested him most, the starting Pokémon for first place. Umbra looked at Cain with an enigmatic smile and said, "Do you have the resources to train another Pokémon from scratch now?" Today, Cain had used a good quality Sneasel, but it was clear the Pokémon had been recently caught and didn't have enough synchronization with its trainer. "If you want it now, I can advance the Pokémon to you, but if you wait until the final trial ends, the Pokémon's quality may be even higher. The choice is yours." Umbra presented Cain with a choice. Receive a good quality starting Pokémon now, or wait a month and a half to potentially get one of higher quality. In truth, Cain didn't need to decide. He already had enough Pokémon that required training. In a few days, his Skorupi would enter its growth phase. If he added another starting Pokémon just beginning its growth phase, by the end of the trial, neither Skorupi nor the starter Pokémon would be very useful. It was better to focus his resources on training Skorupi. With a bit of luck, in this month and a half, it could catch up. With the addition of Miltank, Cain would have 6 main Pokémon, enough to face any situation. So, Cain shook his head slowly, indicating he didn't need to choose. It was a question with an obvious answer. Even if Cain already knew the answer, he had to ask, because, after all, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? Once seeing Cain's refusal, Umbra nodded in satisfaction. Not everyone could resist the temptation of a starting Pokémon, but at least Cain's strategic vision left him satisfied. Since the last time Umbra was ambushed by the League and barely escaped with his life, he had lost most of his subordinates. Those who survived were either seriously injured or no longer trustworthy. Although Cain wasn't especially strong, Umbra had some confidence in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told him so much today. He wanted to recruit him under his command, and that was one of the purposes of this meeting. The conversation between him and Sabrina hadn't been hidden from Cain, and he was sure that someone as astute as Cain would know what choice to make. "Well, I've told you a lot today. I just want you to know that you should train well in the time that remains and prepare for the final trial. The reward will exceed your expectations." With these words, Umbra concluded the conversation with Cain. Once he finished speaking, Sabrina, already a bit impatient, waved her hand and used her psychic powers to teleport Cain out of the gym. After teleporting him, Sabrina looked at Umbra seriously and asked, "So, he's your choice? Although he has good instincts and cunning, his strength is a bit weak. It doesn't seem like your style." Umbra smiled mysteriously, without directly answering Sabrina's question. "He's quite good. And you? Won't you send someone to stir things up a bit?" Sabrina shook her head and said, "I don't care what they do. If they want to, let them handle it themselves. I won't give them any support." End of chapter. Chapter 178. Re-entry into the black market. Cain was teleported by Sabrina and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared from the psychic gym. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unknown alley. After leaving the alley and observing his surroundings, he realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place, though he was glad he was still in Saffron City. He asked a passerby to find out where he was and learned he was in the southwest of Saffron City, while Sabrina's gym was in the northeast of the city. Remember, this is Saffron City, not a small town like Mahogany Town. Sabrina could teleport him here with a simple gesture, and if she wanted, she could send him to a forest outside the city in the blink of an eye. In a common forest, it wouldn't be a big problem, but if he appeared in a forest with many species and groups of Pokémon, even if he managed to escape, he'd probably come out quite injured. He couldn't help but shiver. These psychics with such powerful abilities were truly terrifying. To withstand their abilities, one would need either a strong enough Dark-type Pokémon, at least capable of resisting the psychic abilities of an elite-level Pokémon, or improve one's own psychic ability. However, thinking of his own psychic ability, Cain shook his head in resignation. It seemed that training his Pokémon was the more reliable option. Hopefully, with a Pokémon like Murkrow, Sneasel, or Skorupi, one of them could reach elite level and offer decent resistance. He took a taxi and headed to the nearest entry point of the black market. In a secluded corner without people, he changed clothes, put on an identity mask, and a wide black cloak before re-entering Saffron City's black market. Like a raindrop in a lake, Cain's arrival had no impact on the black market of Saffron City. First, he went to the Pokémon sales district, where he sold the 10 Pokémon he had obtained from league trainers at a low price. For a while, he had been worried they might attack him if he released them, so he hadn't fed them, which also reduced the price. The 10 Pokémon, which were neither low quality nor low level, were ultimately sold for 1.5 million Pokédollars, a fairly low price. However, this was Cain's biggest income since he sold the geocentric cleansing milk during his first visit to the black market. As the saying goes, killing and stealing are worth it. These kinds of criminal activities are the most profitable. Although Cain got lucky by taking down 2 mid-level league trainers in a surprise attack, he still felt pain in the wound on his shoulder. This opportunity was rare, and if he could choose, he would rather not earn that money and avoid facing 2 league trainers. The fact is, in that situation, any mistake on his part would have been fatal. Fortunately, the outcome was relatively good. Adding the 3.45 million Pokédollars he already had and the 1.5 million he just earned, and after selling some miscellaneous items to restock survival and combat supplies in the field, Cain now had exactly 5 million Pokédollars. For an average family, 5 million Pokédollars might be a fortune they'd never see in their lifetime, but for a Pokémon trainer, or for those with big ambitions, it's just a small part of their path to success. A drop in the ocean. This money could almost only meet Cain's current needs. After listening to Umbra's explanation about the trial mission, he felt a certain urgency. No wonder he hadn't felt anything in his previous life. Back then, his ranking in the trial was only around 30th, and his sole goal was survival. Truly feeling the pressure was a sign of trouble. In this life, he was almost destined to be in the top 3 on Trial Island. His opponents could be the subordinates of Team Rocket's strongest officers, or the chosen ones of the organization's executives. Although the officers hold a lower status than the executives, there are still many well-trained subordinates. Whatever the case, they would always have more advantages than Cain. What does Cain have now? Besides being an entry-level member of the Shadow Unit and holding the title of Team Rocket Captain, he has no real benefits. Although Umbra hinted that he might recruit him, he didn't provide any resources. Apart from occasionally using Umbra's name to his advantage, everything had to depend on himself. Therefore, every Pokédollar Cain had, if he could, he'd split it in 2 to make it last. Thinking about how to use this money, Cain entered the Pokémon food store he had visited before. Like last time, he didn't look at the medium or high-level Pokeblocks, coveted by others. Instead, he focused on the materials needed to make high-level Pokeblocks. The formulas for the custom Pokeblocks for Miltank and Sneasel had already been decoded by the system. He only had to purchase the necessary materials according to the formulas. Although Miltank is a normal-type Pokémon, The ideal materials for her high-level Pokeblocks aren't the same as those for other normal-type Pokemon. According to the system, the best materials for her were leaves and roots rich in grass-type energy. These, when ground and incorporated into the Pokeblocks, were more suitable. So Cain bought some roots and leaves of plants with abundant grass-type energy. For Sneasel, he bought some anti-ice blocks decades old. Although they weren't very useful when worn, incorporating them into the Pokeblocks could provide a great amount of ice-type energy. Additionally, he bought some dark-type Pokemon remnants, similar to the materials for Murkrow's Pokeblocks. According to the system, Sneasel's talent in Ice-type exceeded his Dark-type, so for Sneasel's Pokeblocks, he would adjust the proportion of Ice-type materials over Dark-type ones, making it higher. Sometimes, balanced development can make a Pokemon stronger overall, but in most cases, it leads to the Pokemon not excelling in any area, ending up as just another face in the crowd. Therefore, when Cain trains his Pokemon, he always supports maximizing their strengths. As long as strengths are maximized, weaknesses are minimized, and with some additional adjustments, they won't be a fatal weak point. The purchase of these materials cost him 600,000 Poke Dollars, covering only the cost of making Pokeblocks for 1 month. So yes, training Pokemon is hard, and making sure they're well trained is even harder. End of chapter. Chapter 179. Move purchase. Upon leaving the Pokemon food store, Cain still had 4.4 million Poke Dollars. Suddenly, he had spent 600,000 Poke Dollars, so the 5 million wasn't really enough for Pokemon training. This is considering that Cain can make high-level Pokeblocks himself. If someone had to buy them, the cost would be even higher. Of course, civilians can't afford high-level Pokeblocks. Medium-level Pokeblocks are their limit. As time goes on as a trainer, the gap between civilian trainers and the league's elite trainers or the nobility only widens. Without stopping due to the expense, Cain was prepared to spend all his money before entering the black market. He went straight to the Pokemon Attribute Items store. It was the first time Cain had entered this kind of store in this life, and it sold items that enhance Pokemon attributes, like different types of anti-ice of various years, which are extremely expensive. Cain's goal was to buy one or several items to enhance Ghastly and Skorupi's poison-type moves. After browsing the entire store, Cain chose a Poison Gas from a quasi-elite Weezing and a full Venom Sac from a quasi-elite Arbok. Both items contain extremely potent poison. Anyone who comes into contact with them, even with an antidote, would die in less than 5 seconds if the antidote isn't used in time. Because these two items are important parts of quasi-elite Pokemon remnants, their value is quite high. Both items cost a total of 1 million Poke Dollars. These items are for prolonged use and cannot be immediately digested by Ghastly or Skorupi. The poison is too potent for any Pokemon, so they will be in contact with these poisons over the next month. Thus, Cain had already spent 1.6 million Poke Dollars, leaving 3.4 million. After leaving the Pokemon Attribute Item store, he headed to the Pokemon Move store. Before, in Goldenrod City, Cain had obtained a TM for the Move Toxic and 2 TMs for the Move Protect thanks to his system, which he had yet to use. That had saved him a fair amount of money. Now, in Cain's team, apart from Fearow, which is used as a tool, the rest of the Pokemon that hadn't learned the Move Protect yet were Miltank, Sneasel, and Skorupi. So he only needed to buy 1 TM for the Move Protect. Fortunately, the Protect TM is quite common outside Trial Island, and its price isn't high. Each Protect TM costs 150,000 Poke Dollars. The Move Protect is essential for every Pokemon, as long as the levels aren't too different, as it's almost like a temporary immunity move. Besides Protect, the move Hidden Power is also almost essential because Cain's team lacks specific type moves in some areas. So the move Hidden Power, which is somewhat like a skill gamble, has become a key move. Cain has used it several times in battle and has had good results. Even if he doesn't get a suitable type, Cain will still have his Pokemon learn the move. So, except for Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Ghastly, the rest of the Pokemon need a Hidden Power TM. Each Hidden Power TM costs 200,000 Poke Dollars, and 3 of them add up to 600,000 Poke Dollars. Thus, 1 Protect TM and 3 Hidden Power TMs amount to a total of 750,000 Poke Dollars. Then Cain started selecting specific moves for each Pokemon. First, for Murkrow. As the first Pokemon to join Cain, it has learned more moves through TMs than the others. The additional move requirements are also lower. Only needs to learn a Taunt TM to round out its moves. The Taunt TM costs 250,000 Poke Dollars. Next is Slowpoke. Slowpoke is a Water and Psychic type Pokemon, but it can also learn moves of other types, like Fire, Ice, and Ground. Since he already has Sneasel for Ice-type moves, that can be set aside for now. Cain originally planned to teach Slowpoke a fire-type move to cover the type deficit in his team. However, the only fire-type moves Slowpoke can learn through TMs are Fire Blast and Flamethrower, and both TMs are quite expensive. Cain decided not to spend on them for now due to his limited budget. So he spent 300,000 Poke Dollars to buy a ground-type TM called Bulldoze to cover the team's deficit a bit. Then there's Ghastly. First, Cain bought the Weezing's Poison Gas, which will enhance Ghastly's poison attribute. Fortunately, he already has the expensive Toxic TM, and Cain also decided to give Ghastly a Taunt TM to handle other Pokemon better in battle. The Taunt TM cost another 250,000 Poke Dollars. Lastly, for Miltank. Miltank hadn't used any TMs before. In addition to the Protect and Hidden Power TMs purchased previously, Cain chose Substitute and Brick Break for Miltank. Miltank, being a normal-type Pokemon, can learn moves of various types, but given the limited budget, Cain chose Substitute for 200,000 Poke Dollars and Brick Break for 350,000 Poke Dollars. Substitute pairs well with the move Milk Drink and can nearly negate Substitute side effects. Brick Break is a move that complements Miltank's close combat style and fills a gap in the team, as none of the current Pokemon know fighting-type moves. In total, Cain chose moves that align with each Pokemon's combat styles and aim to cover the team's deficiencies. There's a month and a half left, and he no longer has time to look for more Pokemon, so he has to rely on his Pokemon's moves to cover the gaps. End of chapter. Chapter 180. Empty Pocket. After finishing the setup of Miltank's moves, Cain had only 1.3 million Poke Dollars left. Truly, spending money like water is exactly what Cain is doing right now. In just 2 hours, he has spent 3.7 million. He still has 2 Pokemon to set up, and it seems this money won't be enough to complete the setup for both of their moves, so he'll only be able to choose a few key moves for them to learn first. After Miltank, it's Sneasel's turn. Sneasel can already use 4 Ice-type moves, but being able to use them doesn't mean they're fully mastered. So Cain decides not to add more Ice-type moves until Sneasel has completely mastered those 4. Thus, for now, Cain sets aside Ice-type moves for Sneasel. Cain had also planned to buy a TM for the move Taunt for Sneasel, but he suddenly remembered that Sneasel already knows this move innately, which also saved him some money. Finally, Cain bought a Fighting-type TM, Low Sweep, for 300,000 Poke Dollars, considering Sneasel's advantage in close combat against certain Pokemon. The move Low Sweep directly targets the legs of the enemy Pokemon. If the attack force is sufficient, it can reduce the opponent's speed. Since Sneasel is known for its speed, reducing the opponent's speed will further increase its advantage. In addition to Low Sweep, Cain also bought the Dark-type move Dark Pulse for 350,000 Poke Dollars. Although Sneasel is a Dark and Ice-type Pokemon, with a higher affinity for Ice-type moves, it still needs to master some Dark-type moves. Previous Dark-type moves were all close combat moves, while Dark Pulse compensates for Sneasel's weakness in long-range Dark-type attacks. In total, Cain spent 650,000 Poke Dollars on 2 TMs for Sneasel. This leaves only 650,000 Poke Dollars for Skorupi. Skorupi is a Poison and Bug-type Pokemon, but when it evolves into Drapion, its types change to Poison and Dark. Additionally, Drapion has a high sensitivity to moves of various types, as seen by its ability to automatically learn Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, and Ice Fang after evolving. Skorupi is the Pokemon with the greatest potential among Cain's, even slightly better than Sneasel, as Sneasel joined Cain halfway, while Skorupi has received the best resources since it hatched from the Pokemon Egg. In addition to Skorupi's sniper ability, Cain has high expectations for it. To maximize Skorupi's Poison-type potential, Cain made a significant purchase, buying a Venom Sac from a quasi-elite level Arbok that had died. So Cain also leaned toward Poison-type moves when purchasing moves for it. Finally, Cain spent 350,000 Poke Dollars on the Poison-type physical attack move Poison Jab, a move that will allow Skorupi to leverage its close combat capabilities. He then bought the move Taunt for Skorupi for 250,000 Poke Dollars. And with that, he finished the move shopping for his Pokemon. Cain was almost bankrupt again, with only 50,000 Poke Dollars left in his pocket. And this was just a basic replenishment of moves for his Pokemon. Excluding essential moves like Protect and Hidden Power, each Pokemon learned only about 2 additional moves. Cain is far from reaching his goal. So, while 5 million Poke Dollars sounds like a lot, when spent, it disappeared almost instantly. Under the admiring gaze of the Pokemon Move store employees, Cain paid with his card, then stored the numerous TMs in his ring before disappearing into the crowd with his hood on. Cain's actions in the Move store, splurging money like water, naturally drew the attention of several interested parties. So, after Cain left, some people began following him one after another. For these people who harbored ill intentions toward him, Cain showed no mercy. After weaving through the streets and alleys of the black market, he managed to shake off most of them. As for those who stayed close, Cain led them to some secluded corners and took them out when he had the chance. These people weren't very strong. They relied on their tracking skills to be bothersome, thinking no one would notice them. If it had been the old Cain, he probably wouldn't have acted against them, but since the current Cain is almost bankrupt after spending so much, he decided to act. By taking out 3 of his followers, Cain obtained 100,000 poke dollars in cash, plus some miscellaneous items that, when sold, would give him another 100,000 poke dollars. This allowed Cain to recoup some money, increasing his balance to 250,000 poke dollars. It's no wonder people say that easy money comes from shady activities. After dealing with these 3, Cain earned 200,000 poke dollars, making him consider whether he should return to the black market a few more times to buy more moves for his Pokemon. Though this was just a passing thought, as his primary goal right now is to increase his strength. The quick handling of these followers in alleys, to avoid trouble, didn't allow the Pokemon to learn moves or gain experience. After eliminating all those following him, Cain left the black market without any issues. After changing into a League member's clothing, Cain took a taxi back to the Pokemon Center. Earlier, to save time, Cain and his Pokemon only ate a few emergency rations for lunch. Now that evening had fallen after leaving the black market, it was time to prepare dinner. Luckily, since he was staying at the Pokemon Center, it had a specialized dining room, so Cain paid a considerable amount to reserve a private room in the dining hall. He ordered a table full of food for his Pokemon, satisfying their appetites. During dinner, Skorupi woke up again. Seeing the other Pokemon enjoying the food, it couldn't resist the temptation and, for the first time, tried something other than Miltank's milk. Surprisingly, it was impressed by the taste. Soon, Skorupi joined the others for the meal. Although it didn't eat much, it eventually drank a bottle of milk before feeling satisfied and snuggled back onto Cain's shoulder. However, it was clear that Skorupi was about to enter its growth phase. When Skorupi snuggled onto Cain's shoulder, he clearly noticed its weight had significantly increased. According to the data scanned by the system, it could also be seen that Skorupi's indicators had stabilized. Probably tomorrow, or at the latest the day after tomorrow, Skorupi will officially enter its growth phase. At that point, its comfortable life will be over. End of chapter. Chapter 181. Skorupi's capture as expected. When Cain woke up the next morning, Skorupi, who originally fit in the palm of his hand, had grown to the size of a basketball. Scanning it with the system, Skorupi's data had also changed. Pokemon. Skorupi, light blue, sex, male level, 5 type. Poison plus bug ability. Sniper held item. None egg moves. Screech, agility, poison tail, pursuit basic moves. Bite, poison sting, leer, knock off learn moves. None TM moves. None. Skorupi had gone from level 1 to level 5, officially becoming a battle-ready Pokemon. When Skorupi woke up, it wasn't used to its new body. It looked at Cain's shoulder, then at itself, and realized it no longer fit there. Cain crouched down, petted Skorupi's shell, and asked with a smile, "Skorupi, from now on, you'll start fighting. Are you ready?" Skorupi felt so comforted by Cain's petting that it quickly forgot the odd feeling of having grown. When Cain took out a Super Ball, Skorupi willingly approached and touched the center of the Pokeball, being absorbed by a red light. There was no resistance. With a soft ding, Skorupi was officially captured by Cain. After releasing it again, Skorupi officially became a battle Pokemon, one of Cain's primary Pokemon, no longer a growing baby. It's undeniable that bug-type Pokemon have a very short growth cycle. In such a short time, Skorupi had passed its infancy phase. If it were another Pokemon, the infancy stage would have lasted at least a month. However, compared to Pokemon like Beedrill or Butterfree, Skorupi was already evolving more slowly. Cain remembered selling a Weedle egg to Umbra on Challenge Island. In just a week, that egg became a Beedrill, though Umbra had sped up its growth. The growth rate of bug-type Pokemon is truly impressive, but Beedrill reaches its final evolution at level 10. In the wild, it could even evolve at a lower level. Skorupi, on the other hand, will only evolve into Drapion at level 40. This pace is considered extremely slow among bug-type Pokemon. As far as Cain remembers, aside from Drapion, only Armaldo and Volcarona evolve after level 40, and both Pokemon are incredibly powerful after evolving. Especially Volcarona, which in parts of the Unova region is revered as a deity and considered the embodiment of the sun. Its power is undeniable. Although a Pokemon's evolution doesn't necessarily become better if it happens at a higher level, It's undeniable that those that evolve at higher levels often experience a greater power transformation. The most typical example is the pseudo-legendary Pokémon of each region. None of them reach their final evolution before level 40, and their power is undeniable. Therefore, although Skorupi is a bug-type Pokémon, its potential is considerable. After capturing Skorupi in its growth stage, Cain felt he had resolved an important concern. With Slowpoke, he left the Saffron City Pokémon Center. Since Umbra had instructed him to strengthen his power without assigning specific missions, Cain decided to make the most of the month and a half he had to boost his Pokémon strength as quickly as possible. Since the rules of the challenge were unclear and not limited to a single Pokémon, Cain couldn't focus on training only one or two. He would have to train all his Pokémon to be ready for the final challenge in a month and a half. Cain devised a suitable plan and divided that month and a half into 3 15-day phases. During the first 15-day phase, Cain planned to train his Pokémon to reach a uniform level, with Skorupi and Ghastly as the primary training targets. Of course, being primary targets doesn't mean the other Pokémon will be ignored, just given slightly less attention. During the second 15-day phase, Cain planned to take his Pokémon into the forest for a survival exercise in the wild. Only by facing unexpected situations could they develop agile responsibilities. Moreover, in society, situations that represent life-threatening danger are few. Only by getting his Pokémon accustomed to fighting on the brink of survival could they be ready for Team Rocket's challenges. In the third 15-day phase, Cain planned to face many Pokémon trainers so his Pokémon could get used to battles against trainers. If Team Rocket's final challenge involved a rotating battle format, this would give them an advantage. However, this was only Cain's preliminary plan. He was open to adjusting it if unexpected situations arose. For now, he would follow this plan, and Cain decided that his destination would be Malville City in the Hoenn region. It's said that Malville City in the Hoenn region has a large number of fighters and various Pokémon trainers. Trainers from all regions gather there to engage in Pokémon battles. This fit with the third phase of Cain's plan, so he decided to head there. To reach Malville City, there were two ways to do it. One option was to take a plane directly from Saffron City Airport to Malville City. This would save time and be a safe journey. The other option was to head first to Vermilion City in the Kanto region, then take a boat to Slateport City in the Hoenn region, and finally head to Malville City. Slateport City is the 9th largest city in the Pokémon world, a very developed city only slightly smaller than Saffron City in the Kanto region. Once in Slateport City, Cain would need to travel north, passing through a stretch of forest to reach Malville City. For Cain, taking a plane wasn't an option, as it didn't provide any training opportunities. Thus, Cain decided to travel on foot to Vermilion City and then take a boat to Slateport City. This solo journey would not only protect his identity but also allow him to train his Pokémon specifically, achieving two goals in one. Cain packed everything he needed into his storage space. This time, Cain had prepared a lot of supplies in his ring, nearly filling up his 5 cubic meters of storage space. He didn't know how long he'd be away before returning to a big city with a black market, so he decided to be well prepared. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Cain took a taxi to the southern end of Saffron City, at the intersection with Route 6. Passing by the famous Pokémon daycare, Cain chose not to enter and continued onward. Perhaps his previous trick on the young woman had already been discovered by her grandparents, and to avoid awkward situations, Cain decided to go around the daycare and continue on Route 6. End of chapter. Chapter 182. Diglett Cave. In reality, there are two paths from Saffron City to Vermilion City. One is Route 6, the option most people are familiar with. Though it passes through a forest with many wild Pokémon, it also has a road specifically built by the Pokémon League, and its safety is routinely maintained. Buses traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City usually take this path, as it's quick and safe. The other option is a more natural path, or rather, a tunnel. Between Vermilion City and Saffron City, there is a large number of Diglett and Dugtrio. These Pokémon are peaceful by nature and love to be near humans. They often dig in the ground, bringing various mineral elements to the surface that benefit plant and animal growth. For this reason, both trainers and the community highly appreciate Diglett and Dugtrio, to the point that even Pokémon hunters and trainers from the Dark World avoid harming them. Disturbing a group of Diglett or Dugtrio could cause landslides or, in the worst case, alter the area's topography. Thanks to these adorable, mostly non-aggressive Pokémon, a tunnel has been dug between Vermilion City and Saffron City. At first, few people dared to use this tunnel. But, as always, someone ventured in first, and after the first person successfully crossed from Saffron City to Vermilion City, more and more people began taking this route. Over time, People started calling it Diglett Cave as a way of thanking the Diglett for their help in making the journey between the two cities easier. Inside Diglett Cave, there is a main tunnel and many branches, all dug by Diglett. Except for them, no one really knows how many caves are underground. As Diglett Cave became more accepted, the Pokémon League stepped in to ensure the tunnel's stability. They built numerous support pillars inside and set up a hut at the cave's entrance, officially establishing the entrance to the tunnel and placing Diglett Cave on the maps. However, human curiosity is limitless, and soon people began exploring beyond the main tunnel, venturing into the branches. This led to the emergence of explorers known as diggers. Some returned within a day without encountering any danger, but others got lost in the complex network of tunnels and encountered wild Pokémon, some of which could be aggressive. The worst case was a person who got lost in the branches of Diglett Cave for 2 months. They exhausted all their supplies and had to face hostile Pokémon, surviving only by eating soft dirt. Literally, they survived by eating dirt. It's said that when they finally made it out, they were so thin they were practically skin and bones, and their Pokémon were suffering from malnutrition. After this incident, the Pokémon League began warning trainers not to venture recklessly into unknown tunnels, and gradually, the number of explorers decreased. Of course, there are still those who ignore these warnings and continue to take risks. In these cases, the League takes a do-what-we-can approach. After all, they can't restrict personal freedom. Cain intended to travel through Diglett Cave and, if the opportunity arose, explore some of the uncharted branches. Unlike others, he had the ability to use Slowpoke's teleport, which would allow him to return safely. After Slowpoke established a psychic reference point at the Diglett Cave entrance, Cain and Slowpoke entered the underground tunnel. The tunnel was lit by a row of old yellow bulbs hanging overhead, and the ground, somewhat soft, was a bit more comfortable to walk on than a paved road. In Diglett Cave, there's a common phenomenon. No trainer has to worry about losing their belongings, because if something falls to the ground, a Diglett or Dugtrio will pick it up and return it to the owner. Of course, they don't just return lost items. If someone litters, the Diglett will pester them until they pick up their trash. After several unsuccessful attempts, trainers stopped littering in the cave, helping to keep it very clean and natural. In Diglett Cave, it's common to encounter other trainers, as well as some explorers equipped with large backpacks and tools like shovels and pickaxes, ready to enter unexplored branches. These explorers wear helmets with flashlights to light the dark tunnels. Although the cave is mainly inhabited by Diglett and Dugtrio, that doesn't mean there aren't other Pokémon. Cain saw some Zubat and Rattata scurrying around, but these Pokémon showed no aggression and quickly disappeared. Cain, along with Slowpoke, continued further into the main tunnel of Diglett Cave. At first, there were few branches along the sides of the main tunnel, but as they went deeper, the number of branches increased. Some of these branches were also lit, and at the entrance of some, there were signs indicating their function or purpose. For example, some branches led to small markets where trainers gathered to trade, which eventually led to the formation of an underground market. Although not as diverse as a black market, these markets offer valuable materials or tools trainers use on their journeys, similar to a large bazaar. Sometimes, you can find good products. The underground market in Diglett Cave is well known among trainers traveling between Saffron City and Vermilion City. Many vendors, concerned about the black market atmosphere, prefer to walk a little farther to sell their goods here. Unlike the black market, the items sold in these markets are legal and legitimate. You won't find anyone selling Pokémon illegally. It's, so to speak, a flea market in broad daylight. Some smaller branches have been occupied by people who have turned them into their underground homes. Although occupying public space in this way isn't something people appreciate, they haven't faced much rejection either. After all, if someone has no choice but to live underground, they're likely not in a good situation. Most people prefer to look the other way in these cases. End of chapter. Chapter 183. Skorupi's growth. 3 hours later, Cain had been walking through Diglett Cave for exactly 3 hours, passing an underground market and countless unknown branching tunnels. After buying a large amount of food at a restaurant specially built underground, Cain and Slowpoke ventured into one of those unknown tunnels for the first time. Cain held a torch specially designed for cave exploration. This metal torch could burn indefinitely with just a little fuel added. Even a breeze couldn't extinguish it, making it an excellent outdoor lighting tool. After walking for 15 minutes in the tunnel's darkness, Cain released his Pokémon to enjoy lunch. Skorupi, who had never spent so much time in a Pokeball before, jumped onto Cain as soon as he was released, refusing to get off. If not for the lure of food, it would have been hard to convince him to climb down. Lunch passed in a cheerful atmosphere. Cain decided not to return his Pokémon to their Pokeballs and continued venturing deeper into the tunnel. Earlier, he had Slowpoke mark a psychic coordinate at the entrance of the branching tunnel, which would allow them to return to the starting point in case of an emergency, either through the teleport move or by simply following the signal. So, Cain felt no pressure. He wasn't sure if it was luck or something else, but the first branching tunnel Cain chose seemed endless, so he decided to keep walking. As they advanced, they got further away from people, and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Most of them were Zubat and Rattata. Due to the lack of natural light, Cain was the first to bring light to this place, which startled the wild Pokémon, causing them to attack. The system detected that these Pokémon were not very high level, ranging between level 8 and 15, which made them perfect targets for Gastly and Skorupi to train. Although Skorupi was only at level 5, his quality advantage exceeded that of the wild Pokémon, so the battle wasn't one-sided. Plus, Gastly assisted him, allowing Skorupi to hold his own quite well. This was Skorupi's first battle, so sometimes he reacted slowly. After receiving an order from Cain, he would hesitate for a moment before executing the attack correctly. Sometimes, his slow reaction caused the wild Pokémon to hit him. Fortunately, Cain had brought plenty of potions, along with Miltank's milk for energy replenishment. As long as he wasn't defeated in one hit, Skorupi could gradually wear down his opponents. If necessary, Gastly would step in, ensuring victory. However, the first time Skorupi was attacked, he nearly cried from the pain, as he had been protected by Cain and the rest of the team since birth and had never been hurt. But when he tried to seek comfort from Cain, he only saw his stern face, with no hint of consolation. With comfort from Slowpoke and Miltank, Skorupi managed to hold back his frustration, channeling all his anger toward his opponent. That's how Skorupi defeated his first Pokémon, a level 9, low-quality Rattata, a fairly weak rival, but the victory filled Skorupi with joy for a good while. After the battle, Cain immediately treated him and praised him for his effort. Skorupi, who had held back his tears, almost burst into tears again, but this time from happiness, feeling all his frustration melt away. From that moment, Skorupi understood that during battles, his trainer Cain would show him no mercy or compassion, and only by fighting with all his effort would he receive Cain's approval and the comforting hands that healed and massaged him. Skorupi, already a battle-loving Pokémon, showed an even greater desire to fight, knowing that if he defeated his opponents, he would gain Cain's recognition and could fight alongside the other Pokémon on the team, something he longed for. Especially when, after defeating an opponent, he leveled up, Skorupi became even more addicted to battles, showing a passion for fighting even greater than Murkrow, who had always been quite combative. "Bite when you get close," ordered Cain, directing Skorupi's battle from the side. In just 1 hour, Skorupi, who didn't have to worry about injuries or stamina, threw himself into battle frantically, defeating a level 13, yellow-quality Rattata with a strong, dark energy-boosted bite until the opponent was completely incapacitated. After defeating this Rattata, the system showed that Skorupi had leveled up again, reaching level 9, and learned his first bug-type move, Pin Missile. There's no denying that Skorupi's talent for battles, with his light blue quality, was incredible. In just 1 hour, he was able to react almost as quickly to Cain's orders as Sneasel, just a bit slower. That's impressive for only 1 hour of combat. Given a whole day, he would probably surpass Sneasel, who would become the Pokémon with the slowest reaction time on the team. Sneasel watched all this, and though he kept his typical cold expression, his eyes showed a bit of worry. Unfortunately, the Pokémon they had encountered so far were too weak, not even strong enough for Sneasel to use for training. Almost all of them fell to Skorupi's attacks, and very few made it to face Gastly, let alone Sneasel, who was stronger than Gastly. He had no choice but to hold back his impatience and wait for a more powerful wild Pokémon to appear. "Skorupi, that's enough. Take a break. Let Gastly handle the next ones." Cain called Skorupi over after defeating Rattata. Gaining 4 levels in an hour was a huge advancement. Even his body, which initially was the size of a basketball, had grown to almost the size of 2 balls, marking significant progress. However, such rapid advancement isn't always good, as it could lead to losing control over his own body, especially for a growing Pokémon like Skorupi. The increase in size was already causing some lack of coordination in his body. For example, during one of his attacks, Skorupi nearly failed to control the force of his bite. Had he not applied more pressure in time, Rattata might have escaped from his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 184. Training in battle. Cain called Skorupi over, as this moment wasn't suitable for him to continue with high-intensity battles. With his body growing, What he needed now was to get familiar with the changes in his physique. Since Cain hadn't allowed Ghastly and Skorupi to use the two newly purchased poison-type items, he also hadn't made them learn the corresponding TM moves. Sometimes, learning too much can be counterproductive, making it difficult to assimilate everything. Many of Cain's Pokémon still hadn't mastered the moves they already knew well. For example, Sneasel, who had recently joined the team, still hadn't fully mastered his Ice-type moves, even though they were his specialty, which made his title of Dragon Hunter seem undeserved. Miltank had just recovered from the aftermath of her life in the wild, and still hadn't had systematic training for her moves. Skorupi, who had just entered his growth phase, had incredible combat talent, and his battle experience was growing rapidly, but his training time had been very short. There were still many moves he couldn't master skillfully, such as the pin missile move he had recently learned upon reaching level 9. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Ghastly were the only ones who had completely mastered one or two moves. For this reason, Cain decided that before reaching Vermilion City, his Pokémon needed to master the moves they had recently learned. Although it might not be possible for all of them to master them completely, they should at least have a solid grasp of their main battle moves. From that point on, they began a routine in which the Pokémon would go out to battle in turns. Cain didn't forget his main goal of training Ghastly and Sneasel, so they were the ones who most frequently faced the wild Pokémon. Additionally, the moves they used were ones they normally didn't employ, making it a good exercise for practicing their less common moves. Compared to training without targets, though the wild Pokémon weren't very strong, training with real targets proved much more effective. As they delved deeper into the tunnel, the level of the wild Pokémon increased. Occasionally, small groups of wild Pokémon appeared. With the exception of Miltank and Skorupi, who stayed by Cain's side, the other Pokémon would throw themselves into battle. At those times, the narrow tunnel filled with energies of different types, which occasionally made Cain worry about the tunnel possibly collapsing. However, those concerns proved unfounded. The Diglett and Dugtrio had built the tunnels with great solidity, so not even explosions caused by the hidden power move caused deformations in the tunnel, which reassured Cain. Skorupi stayed by Cain's side, not participating in further battles. A weighted vest was placed on him, and after feeding him some advanced poke blocks specially designed for him, Cain put him to train to become familiar with his body. Miltank, who was familiar with this type of training, helped Skorupi, giving him advice on what he should keep in mind. The tunnel seemed endless, and after an hour of advancing, it still showed no signs of ending. Although the tunnel didn't change, the level of the wild Pokémon did, reaching up to level 20. Some Raticate and Golbat appeared in the cave. These already evolved Pokémon were often accompanied by other Pokémon in earlier stages, forming small, low-power family groups. At that moment, Cain and his team encountered a small group of Raticate, with around 13 or 14 members, among which there were two level 20 Raticate, a male and a female, who were clearly the parents of the other Rattata or their descendants. Disturbed by the light from Cain's torch, the Raticate attacked immediately. Ghastly, use Fire Punch on the male Raticate. Sneasel, use Hone Claws and then Ice Punch on the female, Cain ordered without delay. Murkrow and Slowpoke, take care of the smaller Rattata. Ghastly and Sneasel, as the primary training targets, were the first to move. Although Ghastly knew the Fire Punch move, he had almost never used it, while Sneasel still hadn't fully mastered Ice Punch, making these Raticate perfect targets for practice. Ghastly formed a hand using the purple gas surrounding his body and, by rubbing it against the air, sparks appeared, transforming into a fist engulfed in flames, which he launched at the male Raticate. It was clear that Ghastly had very little practice with this move, as it took him 3 seconds to execute it. If it weren't for the fact that Raticate didn't know how to perform energy-based moves and normal-type moves were ineffective against Ghastly, he would have taken multiple hits by now. Fortunately, Ghastly was immune to the normal-type moves of Raticate, allowing him to train his moves without worry. Sneasel, on the other hand, was more direct. After sharpening his claws, he launched the Ice Punch move, freezing the female Raticate in one hit. However, without waiting for Cain's order, Sneasel continued using Ice-type moves, throwing them one after another at the frozen Raticate. Perhaps due to Skorupi's influence, Sneasel showed a much greater desire for battle in his encounters with wild Pokémon, and his synchronization with Cain was improving quickly. Sometimes, even without Cain giving the order, Sneasel was already anticipating his next move. There's no doubt that real combat is the best form of training. Cain's Pokémon competed with each other healthily. Each of them was a standout figure within the group, and none wanted to be outdone, which motivated them to try harder in battles and training. Except for Miltank. What made her happiest was being able to help her teammates. Seeing them quickly regain their energy thanks to her milk made her feel very happy. Soon, the group of Raticate fell to Cain and his Pokémon. After defeating the male Raticate, Ghastly leveled up to 21, narrowing the gap with Murkrow and Miltank and nearing his evolution into Haunter at level 25. Upon reaching level 21, Cain finally decided to give Ghastly the residue from a quasi-elite level Weezing he had bought, so he could further develop his Poison-type energy and prepare for his evolution into Haunter. Ghastly might be Cain's first Pokémon to evolve. End of chapter. Chapter 185. Absorbing poisonous gas. Murkrow, keep watch on the surroundings. Ghastly, come closer. Cain instructed Murkrow to monitor the area to prevent any interruptions to Ghastly's first attempt to absorb the poisonous gas. Since it was his first time, there could be some risk. After all, this gas contained different types of toxins, so an adverse reaction was possible. However, as long as Ghastly could endure it, everything should be fine. If a strong Pokémon suddenly appeared to attack Ghastly during absorption, he could be in danger, unable to defend himself properly. Fortunately, the level of wild Pokémon in this area wasn't very high, so even if there were a surprise attack, Murkrow and the others could handle it. Even so, taking precautions was necessary due to the risk involved. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel surrounded Cain and Ghastly, forming a protective barrier. Miltank and Skorupi stayed close to Cain, ready to react to any unforeseen situation. Cain took out a device from his ring, a completely black vial containing the residual poisonous gas extracted from the quasi-elite level coughing. This residual poisonous gas was one of the most valuable components left from the coughing. It was loaded with a large amount of poison-type energy, but Ghastly couldn't absorb it all at once. Cain planned to release only a small amount, so that Ghastly could develop an initial resistance. With everything prepared, and seeing the determination in Ghastly's eyes, Cain slowly turned the lid of the vial. This vial was specially designed to contain the poisonous gas. Otherwise, any other material would have been immediately corroded by its toxicity. Carefully, Cain pressed a button at the base of the vial, releasing a small amount of pale purple gas that began to float slowly. Immediately, a strong, foul smell filled the air. Cain frowned, feeling a slight stinging on the exposed skin of his hands, as if the corrosive gas was approaching. Once the gas was fully released, Cain quickly closed the vial and put it away. Ghastly, already prepared, moved toward the poisonous gas as soon as it was released. The small amount of gas was instantly absorbed by the gaseous mass surrounding Ghastly's body. With the gas absorbed, the foul smell in the air began to dissipate. Suspended in the air, Ghastly closed his eyes, his unique face showing a mix of emotions: happiness, joy, discomfort, and pain. Aside from Skorupi, who showed slight unease at sensing the poisonous energy, the other Pokémon didn't react much and didn't seem uncomfortable. Being a poison-type Pokémon as well, Skorupi sensed the poisonous energy contained in the gas, and something in his instincts told him that if he could absorb this gas, he might become even stronger. Cain calmed Skorupi but couldn't help frowning. If this gas was strongly appealing to Skorupi, it was likely it would also attract other poison-type Pokémon. Pokémon are much more sensitive to the energy in the air than humans. The fact that Cain didn't sense much didn't mean other poison-type Pokémon wouldn't notice it. In this cave, poison-type Zubat weren't scarce, and there might even be some Golbat around. As if to confirm Cain's suspicions, sounds of flapping wings began to echo in the distance, approaching rapidly and growing more numerous. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Sneasel, use Hone Claws. While calming Skorupi, Cain gave orders to the others. It was best to be prepared. This way, even if many wild Pokémon showed up, with all his Pokémon at full strength, they could handle it. Slowpoke closed his eyes and began to meditate. Now, due to his familiarity with this move, he could enter meditation even while walking. Although doing so affected his efficiency, this progress was significant, bringing him closer to Cain's goal of meditating in motion. Murkrow, meanwhile, channeled flying-type energy around, increasing everyone's speed with the Tailwind move. Thanks to his prankster ability, Murkrow had a natural advantage with status moves, and he almost instantly completed the speed boost. As for Sneasel, he remained calm, emitting a sharp sound while sharpening his claws, entering a state of extreme calm. Perhaps due to his ice-type nature, Cain noticed that, although Sneasel's synchronization with him wasn't as high as Murkrow's, he always maintained a cool head during battles, allowing him to adapt quickly. Lately, his synchronization with Cain had improved notably, and the small barrier in Sneasel's heart toward him had begun to fade. With time and Cain showing sincerity, Sneasel would probably open his heart completely. Soon, the swift Zubat appeared in front of Cain. By then, Ghastly had barely managed to open his eyes slightly, looking at Cain with an apologetic expression. If he had been able to absorb the poisonous energy more quickly, he wouldn't have caused so much trouble for Cain and the others. Cain smiled and reassured him. Ghastly, don't worry. Focus on absorbing the energy. These Pokemon are a piece of cake for Murkrow and the others. They haven't had a chance to unleash their full power, so now they can blow off some steam. To confirm Cain's words, Murkrow let out a powerful cry. Though Murkrow wasn't the strongest on the team, surpassed by Slowpoke and Sneasel, his position in the group was indisputable. He wasn't intimidated by his lesser power, nor did he consider himself the most important simply for being Cain's first Pokemon. Instead, Murkrow fulfilled his duty as a leader in his daily actions and in battles, without expecting anything in return, simply dedicating himself silently to the team. He did everything he could to help Cain. For example, when Sneasel joined the team, he was initially reluctant to cooperate with Murkrow and Slowpoke. Murkrow, knowing that such tension wouldn't benefit future battles, took Slowpoke to apologize to Sneasel, seeking his forgiveness. Thanks to this, Sneasel's reluctance toward them lessened, and now they could fight together. End of chapter. Chapter 186. Snow Tornado. It's precisely because of Murkrow's selfless spirit that, even though he isn't the strongest on the team, he has earned the respect of all the Pokemon, becoming the undisputed big brother of the group. Murkrow took the lead in comforting Ghastly, urging him to absorb the energy without worries. Slowpoke and Sneasel, of course, didn't fall behind, also offering their support as they looked at the approaching Zubat with a smile that hinted at a touch of cruelty. Among the crowd of Zubat, a few Golbat were hiding, occasionally letting out cries that seemed to coordinate the mini Zubat to attack. Cain let out a cold laugh. A bunch of trash thinks that quantity matters? Just what we needed to gain more experience. Both Zubat and Golbat are poison and flying-type Pokemon. Slowpoke, with his psychic type, has an advantage over poison types, while Sneasel's ice type is effective against flying types. These two would be the main attackers, while Murkrow would handle support and eliminate any that managed to escape. Slowpoke, use Confusion freely. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them up first. Murkrow, use Gust to help Sneasel with his Icy Wind. In front of the crowd of Zubat, at least 100 strong, the tunnel was so full that any attack would hit several at once. That's why the Golbat hid among the Zubat, hoping they would absorb the first impact before intervening. After a round of meditation, Slowpoke's psychic energy was at its peak, almost overflowing. Slowpoke's ability to maintain an almost infinite amount of psychic energy is something Cain has never fully understood. It might be one of the special reasons Sabrina mentioned. With the first line of Zubat under Slowpoke's control, Sneasel rushed forward and exhaled a gust filled with snow, an intense cold that enveloped all the Zubat and Golbat. Since they were in a tunnel, Sneasel's Icy Wind move wasn't wasted at all, maximizing its effectiveness. The Icy Wind move, already highly effective, intensified when Murkrow used Gust, creating two small snow tornadoes that began to slowly advance on all the Zubat. Murkrow, use Gust again. Sneasel, keep up with Icy Wind and then use Ice Shard. Let them feel what a snowstorm is like. Slowpoke, don't worry about the Zubat. Focus on the Golbat. Use Psyshock. Now there were two snow tornadoes in the tunnel, but Cain had no intention of stopping there. He ordered Murkrow and Sneasel to increase their power further, aiming to take down all the Zubat at once. The Golbat, though their bodies had hardened from the cold, weren't as fragile as the Zubat. Still, Slowpoke's constant psychic strikes had them cornered, unable to do anything to stop the snow tornadoes. A few seconds later, tornadoes loaded with snow and hail surged through the tunnel, completely surrounding all the Zubat and Golbat. Cain smiled with a hint of cruelty and added, Murkrow, give them a bit more flavor. Use Hidden Power. Murkrow's hidden power was Electric type, which amplified its damage against the flying-type Zubat. While Slowpoke and Sneasel continued their indiscriminate attacks, Murkrow quickly formed a sphere of electric energy and launched it at the center of the storm. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, causing the tunnel to shake slightly, though there were no signs of collapse. After the explosion, the storm dissipated, leaving only a few Zubat and Golbat staggering in the air, clearly unable to continue. Only then did the Golbat realize the mistake they made in following the alluring scent. Did they think their numbers gave them an advantage? In the end, just a few attacks were enough to leave only a few standing. The Golbat, being more cunning and having survived in the wild for so long, knew the situation was bad and tried to escape. You think it's that easy to flee now? Sneasel, use quick attack followed by ice punch. Slowpoke, keep up your Psyshock. Murkrow, finish off the remaining Zubat. Cain said with a cold snort as he saw the Golbat attempting to escape. Snee, he responded coolly as he moved at a lightning-fast speed, appearing before a Golbat and hitting it with his powerful Ice Punch move, defeating it in one strike. Though the Icy Wind and Ice Shard moves hadn't defeated the Golbat, combined with Gust, they managed to partially freeze their wings, making it difficult for them to fly. There were 4 Golbat in total. Slowpoke focused on 2 of them, and with continuous psychic attacks, they were beginning to fall, unable to hold out much longer. They couldn't escape or attack. If they tried to attack, they'd be eliminated before reaching their target. If they tried to flee, they'd expose their backs to Slowpoke and Sneasel, as demonstrated by the Golbat defeated by Sneasel in one strike. Sneasel, after taking down one, immediately pounced on another, using Ice Punch with one hand and Metal Claw with the other, defeating it after a combination of attacks. This Golbat was stronger than the previous one and only fell after taking 2 rounds of attacks. But the result was the same. None could withstand Sneasel's consecutive attacks. After Sneasel eliminated the 2 Golbat, Murkrow had also finished off the remaining Zubat. After all, it was an easy task for him. Soon after, the 2 Golbat under Slowpoke's control also fell to the ground, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, indicative of the brain damage caused by Slowpoke's psychic attacks, finishing them off. Thus, all the Zubat and Golbat that followed the scent trail fell to the ground, with none managing to escape. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Grimer suddenly, Cain realized that this method for luring enemies seemed much more efficient. At the very least, after traversing the tunnel, they would probably no longer encounter Zubats and Golbats, or if they did, it would likely be a long distance before seeing them again. Just as Cain was about to call back Sneasel and the others, a nauseating stench suddenly flooded the tunnel. It wasn't the smell from the gas that Ghastly had previously absorbed, but a distinct odor, as if something was rotting or mold was growing, filling the entire tunnel with its foulness. The stench slowly spread throughout the tunnel, causing Cain to frown, unable to contain his disgust. There was no other way. The smell was simply too strong, and in such a confined space, it became even more intense. Not only did Cain notice it, but Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Sneasel also found the odor unbearable, covering their noses with their hands. Miltank even firmly covered its nose with its front hooves. Except for Skorupi and Ghastly, who seemed immune to the smell, all the other Pokémon were affected to some extent. Soon, 2 purple sludge piles came into Cain and the others' view. It was evident that the stench was coming from them. As the closer they got, the stronger the odor became. Is it a Grimer? Cain observed the amorphous sludge piles and remembered the name of a Pokémon. Who would have thought that in this underground tunnel, he would encounter Grimer? It's known that Grimers feed on garbage, and most of the time, they're found in large city dumps. While they get their food, they also help humans dispose of waste. As the 2 Grimers approached, Cain's system scanned their data. Both Grimers had fairly high levels. Pokémon, Grimer, Dark Yellow, Gender, Male level, 24 type, Poison ability, Sticky Hold held item, None egg moves, Swallow, Lick basic moves, Pound, Poison Gas, Harden, Mud Slap, Disable, Sludge, Mud Bomb, Minimize learn moves, Snore TM moves. None this was the higher level and better quality Grimer of the 2, while the other Grimer had a yellow quality and level 22. It was clear that both Grimers, being poison types, had been attracted by the earlier poisonous gas. Their movement speed was slower, so they arrived later than the Zubats. As they crawled forward, they didn't forget to absorb the bodies of Zubats they found along the way. Being poison type and flying, Zubats and Golbats were a feast for these Grimers, who absorbed them even if they were already dead, as Grimers can extract energy even from garbage. Cain frowned as he watched the 2 Grimers. Gradually, he understood why the tunnel had no garbage, but did have Pokémon like Grimer that feed on waste. It was because these 2 Grimers fed on the bodies of other Pokémon in the tunnel. They hadn't stopped absorbing the Zubats' corpses, and now, they were beginning to swell due to the amount they had consumed. They had even forgotten the poisonous gas that had originally attracted them, as the dead Zubats and Golbats were a much greater temptation for them. Cain didn't stop them. After all, although Grimer is not the most pleasant Pokémon to see or smell, its existence is extremely useful for humans. Without them, trash heaps would be a huge problem. Thanks to Ghastly absorbing all the poisonous gas and beginning to integrate it into its body, becoming resistant to poison, Cain knew that in the future, Ghastly would be able to absorb such gases more quickly, strengthening its poison-type moves. So, with the elimination of the poisonous gas that had attracted poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi, who needed Cain's calm to stay still, finally returned to normal. After the Grimers finished absorbing the Zubat and Golbat corpses, they turned to leave. Cain decided to ignore them, partly because the Grimers no longer showed any intention of attacking, but also because they really were too smelly. Too smelly. Even after being there so long, the smell in the tunnel only grew stronger, and there was no way to get used to it. It was no surprise that not even Slowpoke and the others had the slightest desire to fight. However, just as the Grimers were slowly moving away, Cain, almost instinctively, used his system to scan their data again. Suddenly, he realized something astonishing. The Grimer that had originally been of yellow quality, after consuming all those Zubats and Golbats, its quality had started to deepen, becoming more intense. Cain thought he had made a mistake, but after carefully comparing with his system, he realized it was true. The other Grimer, which had initially been of dark yellow quality, had also shown a slight improvement in quality, although not as noticeable as the first. Can Grimers improve their quality by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon? Or is it only possible with poison-type Pokémon? Is it an exclusive ability of these two Grimers, or is it something all Grimers can do? In the Pokémon world, it's known that a Pokémon's quality isn't immutable, but improving it is extremely difficult and costly, perhaps more so than training a Pokémon to be a formidable fighter. For example, on Test Island, Cain had sold a Weedle egg to Umbra that initially had a light green quality, but when he saw it again, it had already become a green quality Beedrill. So yes, Pokémon quality can change, but the cost is extremely high. Now, these two Grimers had caught Cain's interest. If, after digesting the Zubat and Golbat corpses, the pale yellow Grimer's quality improved, it would be quite valuable. After all, in terms of Pokémon, both Grimer and its evolution, Mook, are quite good. But what if the ability of Grimers to improve their quality has no clear limit? Who knows if they could continue improving beyond just one level? Suddenly, Cain began to breathe more heavily. If Grimer can improve its quality simply by absorbing the corpses of other Pokémon, could it do so indefinitely? Even if it can improve indefinitely, what if it can raise its quality a few more levels? That would make its value skyrocket. After all, each time Cain had defeated the wild Pokémon that approached him, he always left the corpses behind, wasting them in the wild. End of chapter. Chapter 188. Absorption completed. Since some things can't be guessed, it's best to capture the two Grimer and study them more closely. Although they're quite smelly, when it comes to something that could yield great profits in the future, the bad smell becomes less important. Slowpoke, use Confusion and control the larger Grimer. Sneasel, Icy Wind, freeze them. Murkrow, Dark Pulse. Determined, Cain gave the order to attack. At that moment, the coordination among the Pokémon became clear. Slowpoke and Murkrow, the instant Cain gave the command, stopped covering their noses, despite the unpleasant odor, and didn't let it affect their performance in battle. Sneasel, although it didn't question why Cain decided to attack, hesitated for half a second before acting. Cain noticed this but said nothing more. After all, the synchronization with Sneasel wasn't perfect yet. However, he was confident that with a few more days of training, they'd achieve full coordination. Slowpoke enveloped the two Grimer with the Confusion move, focusing mainly on the larger Grimer, which had higher potential. Sneasel quickly followed with Icy Wind. After a full day of training with Ice-type moves, Sneasel had improved considerably, showing signs that it was about to fully master the moves. Since Sneasel had a natural talent for Ice-type moves, its previous lack of mastery was due to the fact that, in the ice cave where it lived, Pokémon had strong resistance to Ice-type moves, leading Sneasel to not pay much attention to those moves. For this reason, despite its high potential, Sneasel didn't have an easy life in the ice cave. Murkrow took to the air, flapping its wings forcefully, as if wanting to completely disperse the bad smell. Murkrow, who had already perfectly mastered the Dark Pulse move, launched a powerful attack at one of the Grimer. Glug! Both Grimer let out a cry as they were attacked. Originally, these two had been attracted by an extremely tempting scent. However, being slower, the Zubat and Golbat arrived first. By the time the Grimer finally reached the area, they could hardly detect the aroma that had initially lured them. But, upon seeing the piles of Zubat and Golbat corpses on the ground, they found something much more appealing than the initial scent. So the two Grimer forgot about everything else. They didn't even notice they were being watched while they fed. It wasn't until they were attacked that they remembered the original purpose of their presence there. However, they were already slow, and after eating so much, their bodies swelled, making it difficult for them to even turn around, let alone fight. Soon, under the double pressure of Slowpoke's psychic powers and the successive attacks from Murkrow and Sneasel, both Grimer fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. From a safe distance, Cain threw 2 ordinary Pokeballs, capturing both Grimer. Only after capturing the Grimer did the strong stench in the tunnel begin to dissipate. Murkrow flapped its wings wildly toward both sides of the tunnel, trying to speed up the dispersion of the bad smell. Slowpoke used the confusion move to return the Pokeballs with the Grimer to Cain's side. During the brief time the battle lasted, Cain noticed through his system that the Grimer that initially had a yellow potential had improved a bit more. These changes were subtle. Without a system, most people wouldn't notice them, but Cain could clearly perceive that the Grimer's potential was improving, and its overall stats were gradually increasing, though very slightly. At that moment, Ghastly, who had absorbed some of the toxic gas, finally fully recovered from the daze. Although it wasn't very noticeable, it was possible to see that the purple gas around Ghastly had darkened a bit more. In the data scanned by the system, Cain could also see that Ghastly's poison-type affinity was slowly increasing. Cain was sure this process would continue until Ghastly fully absorbed the gas. "How are you feeling, Ghastly?" Cain asked gently after storing the Pokeballs with the Grimer in his pocket. "Kakeek." Ghastly floated around Cain, showing that it felt great and full of energy. Seeing Ghastly's energy, Cain nodded with a smile. It seemed that Ghastly had already developed a resistance to these toxic gases. Next time he uses them, he won't have to worry as much, as long as he doesn't exceed a certain amount. Skorupi, who had been under Cain's constant watch, looked at Ghastly with a hint of envy. As a poison-type Pokemon, Skorupi had found that smell extremely enticing. If it hadn't been for Cain's calming presence, it probably would have had difficulty resisting the temptation. Cain noticed Skorupi's expression and, amused, patted its head, jokingly saying, "Little glutton, don't worry. I have something prepared for you too. But first, you need to get used to your body and grow as fast as possible." Upon hearing Cain's words, Skorupi's eyes lit up, and it nodded enthusiastically. It even made a gesture as if doing push-ups, indicating it was in perfect condition. Its playful behavior made Cain, already in a good mood, burst into laughter. Cain and his Pokemon continued moving deeper. The appearance of the 2 Grimer had brought a great advantage. They no longer had to worry about clearing the Zubat and Golbat corpses on the ground. As they advanced, after a brief encounter-free period due to the battle, some Pokemon began to appear again. Among them were the active Rattata and Raticate, as well as some Sandshrew that suddenly appeared. All the Pokemon that attacked were defeated by Murkrow and the others. If Cain found a particularly weak Pokemon, he had Skorupi fight. With its training vest on, Skorupi was quickly getting used to its body. Although it could get injured in battle, it endured bravely. After all, for bug-type Pokemon, injuries like dislocated or broken joints are quite common. These Pokemon have a high regeneration capacity, and, with enough resources and energy, they can recover in a relatively short time. Moreover, Cain had plenty of medicine to heal injuries, along with Miltank to restore energy. Other Pokemon were also nearby, ready to intervene if the situation became dangerous. Cain was fully confident that, with one command, his Pokemon would save Skorupi from any danger. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Post-battle practice. An hour later, Cain and his companions moved forward through the tunnel for another hour, finally reaching its end. This tunnel was clearly one of the deepest among the various branches of Diglett Cave. He gathered his other Pokemon, leaving only Slowpoke. He instructed Slowpoke to use Teleport to return to the previous entry point. As they exited, they didn't draw anyone's attention. Cain dusted off his clothes and continued deeper into Diglett Cave's tunnel. Today's exploration of Diglett Cave's branches had been sufficient, and the number of battles for the Pokemon was also considerable. What they needed next was to assimilate what they had learned and experienced in today's battles. By doing this, they wouldn't forget the lessons they had gained in the next battle. They continued a bit further into Diglett Cave until Cain began to feel hungry. Cain chose a small, already explored tunnel and placed a sign at the entrance, indicating that this tunnel was temporarily occupied as a camp, warning that entering without permission could result in an attack, and that the consequences would be on whoever attempted it. These small explored tunnels were commonly used by passing trainers as temporary camps. Many tunnel entrances had signs like these. So, very few trainers dared to enter. After all, no one knew how strong the trainer inside might be. If they could win, all good, but if not, the trouble would be on them. Therefore, among trainers who visited Diglett Cave, there were some unwritten rules. First, no littering, which is very important. Second, If a tunnel is already occupied as a camp and has a sign at the entrance, you must not enter without permission, or the consequences are your own responsibility. And there's a third. Don't attack other trainers in the tunnel, among other things. Although they aren't official rules, everyone accepts them as such. So, after choosing a branch of the tunnel and placing a sign, Cain went in directly. These explored tunnels that could be used as camps generally had some old light bulbs installed on the ceiling, like in Diglett Cave, so it wasn't completely dark. Moreover, these tunnels were fairly shallow, and most wild Pokémon had already been driven out, so there was no worry about encountering unexpected Pokémon. However, if one did dig its way in, that would be another story. Inside the tunnel, Cain took out some fine wires and small bells from his ring, tying them to the tunnel's entrance. Anything that touched them would make the bells ring, immediately alerting Cain and his Pokémon. After setting these small traps, Cain and Slowpoke went inside the tunnel. Cain took out camping tools from his ring. When he released his Pokémon, they all started working on their tasks. Slowpoke and Murkrow set up the tent. Miltank helped Cain prepare the ingredients, while Sneasel and Ghastly took care of the campfire and other small details. Only Skorupi, being in a growth stage, wasn't given any tasks. However, he didn't sit still. He knew his companions were looking out for him, so he went to the side to train his body, aware that his rapid growth had decreased his control over his own body. It couldn't be denied that Skorupi's progress was remarkable. In the hour of post-battle training, he leveled up twice, reaching level 11. Since he was always fighting against stronger opponents, the experience gained was considerable, resulting in rapid growth. Cain had already decided that if Skorupi didn't manage to fully master his body, he wouldn't let him participate in more battles for a while. Sometimes, growing too quickly isn't a good thing, as it can cause an unstable foundation, slowing future progress, or even reducing potential. When Skorupi understood this, he trained tirelessly, making the most of advanced level poke blocks and Miltank's milk for recovery. As long as he had energy, he kept training. Seeing Skorupi's dedicated attitude, Cain couldn't help but smile. Soon, the camp was ready, and Cain and Miltank had finished preparing the ingredients. Knowing they would be spending some time in Diglett Cave, Cain had stocked his ring with a good amount of fresh ingredients. Since they were stored in a space where they wouldn't spoil, he didn't mind bringing plenty. However, once the Pokémon finished their tasks, Cain didn't allow them to relax. Except for Miltank, who continued assisting him, the other Pokémon were assigned to training. Only after completing their training tasks could they eat dinner. Murkrow, with added weight equipment, had to fly back and forth across the tunnel. Slowpoke, on the other hand, was instructed to combine its psychic abilities with water-type skills, ensuring that psychic control over the water wouldn't reduce the power of its attacks, allowing it to twist and change direction while attacking. Ghastly, who had absorbed a small amount of poisonous gas but hadn't fully assimilated it, was sent to the end of the tunnel, where it had to try controlling the purple gas around its body to see if it could corrode the walls. Sneasel was assigned to train its control over ice-type energy. It had to form an icicle without throwing it, holding it in its hand and expanding it until it became a ball of ice. As for Skorupi, without needing Cain to say anything, he knew what his task was. He stayed to the side doing simple but intense exercises to strengthen his body. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat filled the cave. If not for the training tasks, the Pokémon would have run toward the grill, eagerly waiting for the meat to be fully cooked. Cain, smiling, waved a small fan, fanning the coals to increase the heat. The golden exterior of the roasted meat began to release drops of fat, which fell onto the coals with a sizzle, raising the temperature even more. Soon, Murkrow, having finished its training, appeared by the grill. Although it was breathing heavily from the intense exercise, its desire for food hadn't diminished. However, it didn't start eating immediately. Instead, it restrained itself, waiting for the other Pokémon to finish their training so they could eat together. Some training tasks were indeed challenging, like the one given to Slowpoke, which clearly couldn't be completed in just one day. So, seeing it was enough for now, Cain called his Pokémon back. The training could continue later. His intention was simply to ensure that, while their bodies were still warm from the battle, they wouldn't forget what they had learned from that recent fight. End of chapter. Chapter 190. Database reorganization. After the meal, the Pokémon rested to the side. Beep. Data analysis complete. Database reorganization finished. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Cain's mind. Cain was surprised to hear the voice and then remembered that, 2 days ago, he had ordered the system to start analyzing the data obtained from the Lake of Rage research facility. Apparently, it was time for the analysis to be completed. System, what's the percentage of useful data? Cain asked. The rate of useful data is important because, although the system copied 15% of the data from the Lake of Rage research base, not all of it would necessarily be useful. There would surely be some useless data. That's why Cain wanted to know what percentage was truly valuable. Useful data percentage, 78%. The system provided a figure. Cain was surprised to see that the percentage of useful data was so high. It seemed that the Lake of Rage research base stored a significant amount of valuable information. Unfortunately, it was now impossible to obtain more. Does the data include information related to the previous missions? Cain had been concerned about several missions: the rapid evolution of a psychic type, the incubation of the larvitar egg, and the specific effect of that half bottle of Pokémon Catalyst. Mission analysis beginning, missions resetting, estimated time. 1 day? The system would need to analyze the new data in relation to the missions, which would take another day. Cain thought that the system wasn't as smart as it seemed. Fortunately, this time it only needed to analyze the new data, so the estimated time was relatively short. In 1 day, Cain would have the results. System: establish a new mission. Simulate the creation of advanced Pokeblocks for Metong, with the goal of not reducing its growth speed and minimizing weight gain. Cain still remembered the special Pokeblock recipe for Steven's Metong. If he could replicate it, he might gain a steady source of income and, perhaps, make inroads with the powerful Devon Corporation. Beep. Mission established. The system responded mechanically, indicating that the mission had been registered, though it didn't provide an estimated completion time. This was a considerable challenge, and the system wasn't sure if a formula meeting those requirements existed. Cain set these matters aside temporarily and took out his Pokeblock crafting set from his ring. Since he had already prepared Pokeblocks for Murkrow and the others, which he wouldn't need for a while, he hadn't taken out the tools in quite some time. The main purpose of bringing out the tools this time was to prepare advanced Pokeblocks for Miltank and Sneasel. Since leaving the black market, he hadn't had time to do it, so he decided to take this moment to prepare the advanced Pokeblocks for these two Pokemon. Pokeblocks are something that gradually enhances Pokemon growth, so it's best to start using them as soon as possible. Cain began by preparing the advanced Pokeblocks for Miltank. He first ground some basic materials and placed them in separate containers. These materials are essential components for advanced Pokeblocks. Their main function is to improve Pokemon's physical constitution, allowing them to gradually improve their health and accelerate their stamina recovery to some extent. These are the basic effects of advanced Pokeblocks, and even mid-level Pokeblocks have these benefits, although to a lesser degree. Then, Cain added the key ingredients for Miltank's exclusive formula. Some herbs that only work when combined, berries that enhance flavor and effectiveness, and most importantly, an adequate amount of powder made from leaves and roots rich in grass-type elements. Under the system's guidance, Cain added the ingredients in the correct order to the largest container, measuring each amount precisely down to milligrams. After adding each ingredient, he had to control the mixing speed and time, as this would affect the final effectiveness of the Pokeblocks and the material utilization rate. This is one of the main challenges in crafting advanced Pokeblocks. Many breeders who can make mid-level Pokeblocks get stuck at this step when attempting advanced Pokeblocks, sometimes for a long time. After adding the ingredients in the right proportions, the mixer combined all the materials, beating at a constant speed for a set amount of time. Then, Cain poured the mixture into the separator and turned it on to begin the separation process, a crucial step. Over-separating could cause the materials to break down excessively, resulting in an unbalanced mix that would drastically reduce the effectiveness of the Pokeblocks. On the other hand, under-separating could waste materials. That's why, to produce high-quality advanced Pokeblocks, the creator must closely observe the mixture and use their experience to control the separation time. However, Cain didn't have to worry about these details, as the system handled the precise calculations. This way, the resulting Pokeblocks were almost identical to each other, with uniform effects. Once the impurities were separated and the mixture rested for a moment, Cain poured it into pre-prepared molds, stacking them to solidify. Then, he repeated the process to transform all remaining materials into Pokeblocks. Unlike the rudimentary and inefficient tools he had used on Judgment Island, his current equipment allowed him to work much faster. In a little over an hour, Cain finished making all of Miltank's Pokeblocks. The first Pokeblocks he had poured into the molds had already solidified, taking on a crystalline green hue. Even in the dim light of the cave, you could see the broken bulb on the ceiling through the Pokeblocks. Cain handed one to the eager Miltank. After she ate it, a look of delight appeared on her face. This was very different from the mid-level Pokeblocks she had been eating before. Although those were also specially prepared for Miltank, they weren't made to suit her personal tastes. But now that Cain knew Miltank better, He had prepared the advanced poke blocks according to her preferred flavors. The look of satisfaction on her face said it all. Cain smiled as he stored the solidified poke blocks in a special container and, under Miltank's eager gaze, returned the container to his ring. With Miltank's poke blocks done, it was Sneasel's turn. Having seen Miltank's delighted expression after eating the poke blocks, Sneasel could no longer wait and sat patiently to the side, waiting for his to be ready. Different ingredients required different processes, so the preparation of Sneasel's poke blocks followed a completely different method. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Theory on Grimer's potential. Sneasel's poke blocks were also quickly completed. After letting the eager Sneasel try one, Cain stored all the poke blocks and tools. Checking the time on his phone, he realized that a full 3 hours had passed in the creation of those two types of poke blocks. Cain took out the pokeballs containing the two Grimer, and after scanning them with the system, he found that during this time, both Grimer had slightly improved their potential. However, the improvement was not very noticeable, likely due to the digestion speed. Suddenly, Cain had an idea. System, track the improvement speed of these two Grimer's potential and analyze the possibility of unlimited growth. Is it possible for their potential to continue improving indefinitely? Cain thought that if, after every battle, he let the two Grimer absorb corpses, could their potential keep improving? If that were feasible, then Cain would have found a way to make a significant amount of money. Imagine if he could raise a Grimer with green potential and then sell it. Although Grimer isn't a popular Pokemon, if its potential is high enough, it would surely attract many buyers. After all, not everyone is swayed by appearance. Many are pragmatic. If Grimer is strong enough, it wouldn't be a bad Pokemon. However, Cain had no plans to use Grimer or Mook on his team, unless he found one with green or higher potential, for instance, one with blue potential. In that case, Cain wouldn't rule it out, as his priority is strength. But for now, it's unnecessary. It's not just because of Grimer's unpleasant appearance or smell. It's also because Cain already has Ghastly and Skorupi, both poison type, so he doesn't need to add another poison type Pokemon at the moment. Moreover, both Grimer and Mook are pure poison type Pokemon. While single type specialist can be stronger in that attribute, in Cain's current team structure, there's no room for another poison type Pokemon. Perhaps in the future, after training his other Pokemon, he'd consider it. For now, these two Grimer represent a possible large source of income, so Cain decided to monitor them closely. Of course, if in the future he recruits suitable subordinates who are interested in these improved Grimer, Cain would have no issue assigning them. After all, both Grimer and Mook are useful Pokemon, even if they're a bit slow and smelly. Following Cain's orders, the system established an analysis task, where the most important focus was the improvement speed of Grimer's potential and whether there was a possibility of unlimited growth. Soon after, by gathering some data on potential fluctuations, the system was able to calculate Grimer's potential improvement speed. A complete analysis chart and data wave graph appeared before Cain. According to the system's analysis, a Grimer with yellow potential could increase to dark yellow potential in 3 days. As for the Grimer with dark yellow potential, it could improve to light green potential in 5 days. However, whether they can continue evolving, the system couldn't provide an exact answer. Nevertheless, the system's calculations indicate that even if indefinite evolution were possible, the resources required would be too much for Cain to support. By that time, it would be more productive to train other Pokemon. Furthermore, the system yielded another result. The Grimer with yellow potential had absorbed 49 Zubat and 2 Golbat, which should be enough for its potential to improve to dark yellow. However, the Grimer with dark yellow potential, which had absorbed 52 Zubat and 2 Golbat, wouldn't meet the evolution standard. It would only meet 1/3 of the requirements. This means that the Grimer with dark yellow potential would need triple the resources to evolve to light green potential, compared to what the yellow potential Grimer needed to evolve to dark yellow. If this continues, each evolution would require 3 times more resources. For a Grimer with light green potential to evolve further, it would need thousands of Pokemon corpses. Of course, the energy converted from common Pokemon and high-level, high-potential Pokemon would differ, but the number would be roughly that. That's terrifying. Although Cain is determined and ruthless, he's not a typical killer. After a while, the data obtained by the system wasn't just that. Based on its calculations and analysis, the yellow-level Grimer's potential limit would be light green, while the dark yellow-level Grimer's limit would be green. Of course, these are just preliminary results, and the process could vary. This would need to be observed over time. However, the system also guessed the reason behind Grimer's potential improvement. Grimer is special because it has an organ that can decompose ingested waste and extract its energy, forming special crystals within. These crystals have already been discovered by human researchers, but so far they haven't managed to decipher how they are generated or what their function is. If scientists could solve this mystery, they could completely resolve the waste degradation problem. The system detected that the xebec consumed by Grimer were also decomposed by this organ, forming those unknown crystals. However, during the decomposition process, some energy is released, which allows Grimer's potential to improve by enhancing the quality of its sludge. With the improvement in its physical condition, Grimer's potential would naturally improve as well. As to why no one had discovered before that Grimer could improve its potential by consuming Pokémon corpses, there are several key reasons. First, Grimer and Mook have always been associated with garbage. Even if they occasionally come across Pokémon corpses in dumps, these aren't enough to make a significant difference. Even if someone tested Grimer's potential before and after it consumed corpses, with the current technology in the Pokémon world, potential can't be measured that precisely, so this hadn't been discovered. Moreover, Grimer isn't a popular Pokémon. Not being despised is already a big achievement. In short, Cain had discovered a new way to make money. During his time in the wild, Cain would come across wild Pokémon corpses, which he used to simply bury. Now, he could make better use of them. After all, these are Pokémon that attack or provoke him, and Cain feels no sympathy for them. End of chapter. Chapter 192. The middle-aged man. The next day, Cain took Slowpoke back to the main tunnel of Diglett's cave. Although traveling from Vermilion City to Saffron City takes only a few hours by bus, walking the whole way could take several days. After all, there are many wild Pokémon along the path. If he went through Diglett's cave, he could save a day or half a day of travel. However, with Cain exploring each tunnel branch, the time extended considerably. Especially after discovering that the slight amount of toxic gas Ghastly had absorbed attracted a large number of poison-type Pokémon in the cave, Cain greatly enjoyed exploring these unexplored branches. He led all his Pokémon out to battle the poison-type Pokémon that were attracted, allowing Ghastly to absorb more toxic gas, increasing its affinity with the poison type. It was a win-win situation all around. The night before, Ghastly had already learned to control the gas around it, allowing it to create a slight corrosive effect on the tunnel walls. Although it required time, it showed that Ghastly's poison-type energy was increasing. Meanwhile, Skorupi was in his element. As he was already getting familiar with his body, Cain allowed him to join some battles, helping him better understand his own anatomy. After a day full of battles, Skorupi was more than happy, as with his sniper ability, those low-level Rattata couldn't withstand a single attack from him. As for the other Pokémon, they all improved in mastering their moves. The Pokémon they encountered tried to extend battles as much as possible to maximize their training, avoiding defeating their opponents too quickly. The day passed quickly, but the Pokémon's progress was very noticeable. Murkrow once again managed to adapt to the increased weight. He could now battle at a weight of 25 kilograms. Slowpoke continued refining his combination of psychic and water energy, managing to maintain 80% of his water-type moves' power with more agile and flexible maneuvers. He would soon reach Cain's goal of 100% power, and in the future, it's likely he'll further enhance his water-type moves. Ghastly, on his part, absorbed 2 more threads of toxic gas during the day, further developing his poison-type affinity. With a couple of poison-type moves, his ability to sustain long battles would become the best on the team. Miltank didn't progress as much as the others, but Cain never expected her to be a big fighter. Her role was to keep the others' energy up and occasionally use Heal Bell. However, Miltank wasn't easily content. After receiving Cain's approval, she started training her physical condition in her spare time, preparing to learn more moves in the future. Sneasel showed the most progress, apart from Skorupi. Sneasel and Cain had already established an almost perfect bond. Whether it was the new poke blocks or competition with Skorupi, Sneasel quickly adapted to Cain's commands and battle style. Lastly, there was Skorupi. Although he only gained 1 level during the day, reaching level 12, he had become so familiar with his body that tomorrow he could likely fight at full strength. When Cain recalled his Pokémon and was looking for a place to camp in a branch of the tunnel, he encountered an unexpected situation. A middle-aged man, with a hiking backpack, a shovel, and a pickaxe, blocked the entrance of the tunnel Cain had chosen to rest in. With a seemingly friendly smile, the man positioned himself in front of the tunnel entrance, preventing Cain from entering. Initially, Cain had no problem giving up the tunnel, as he had only chosen it randomly as a camping spot. However, Cain noticed a faint scent of blood on the man. It was a very faint smell, barely noticeable, but Cain, in both his previous life and this one, had killed enough people to be extremely sensitive to this type of scent. It wasn't the kind of blood from a Pokémon, but from a human. Cain always cleaned the smell of blood after dealing with someone with ill intentions toward him, to avoid being detected by people with a sharp sense of smell. This middle-aged man, though he had tried to cover the scent with some dirt, had clearly done it hastily and hadn't concealed it well. For most people, it might have gone unnoticed, but for Cain, it was like a beacon in the dark, impossible to ignore. Haha, sorry, young man. This tunnel is where I've been staying. I went out during the day. Would you mind finding another tunnel? I'm really sorry, the middle-aged man said with a smile, while subtly moving his foot to block Cain's view of the tunnel's interior. This movement seemed casual, but to Cain, who was already paying attention, it seemed even more suspicious. Cain's dark eyes sparkled intensely. This man definitely had something to hide. Or perhaps, this tunnel branch concealed something. With a smile, Cain replied, "So this tunnel was already occupied by you, sir?" "I didn't know. I'm very sorry." Hearing Cain's words, the middle-aged man seemed to relax a bit. He scratched the back of his head and smiled in an apparently innocent way. "Haha, it's fine. It was my fault for not leaving a sign at the tunnel entrance. Sorry for the inconvenience. Would you mind?" The man pointed to other tunnels with light in the distance, suggesting that Cain should find another place to camp. "No problem, no problem. I'll look elsewhere." Cain's response made the man relax even more, and his smile grew more genuine. "But..." Cain's words made the man's face tense slightly. Cain gave a cold smile. "But I left some tools inside earlier. I need to go retrieve them. Is that okay?" This phrase was a test. Cain had never entered the tunnel. He just wanted to see how the middle-aged man would react. The man's smiling face turned serious as he observed Cain carefully. After a brief exchange of looks, the man forced a smile, though his expression was hard to read. "Why don't we go together then?" "Agreed." End of chapter. Chapter 193. Interrogation. As the middle-aged man led Cain inside, he intentionally looked down at the ground and noticed there were no footprints from Cain, making it clear what Cain was implying. The middle-aged man, realizing this, said nothing, but when he glanced at Cain from the corner of his eye, he no longer showed any emotion. Both continued walking toward the end of the tunnel, each with different thoughts. After 10 minutes of walking, neither stopped, and the middle-aged man didn't ask Cain why they hadn't found the tools he had mentioned. It seemed they had reached a tacit agreement. They wouldn't speak, but the distance between them kept growing. Gradually, the two, who had been walking side by side, moved apart, each to a different side of the tunnel. After walking another 10 minutes, almost reaching the end of the tunnel, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped, and the friendly smile disappeared from his face. With a grim look, he stared at Cain. "Brother, we're almost at the end. Where are the tools you talked about?" As he spoke, he took a pokeball from his belt, ready to summon his Pokémon at any moment. "Heh, here it is. What you're looking for is my tool." Cain let out a cold laugh. In truth, at any point along the way, Cain could have had his slowpoke take care of this middle-aged man, but he hadn't acted. He wanted to know why this man had killed someone. If Cain wasn't mistaken, he probably knew the person he killed. Perhaps they were even friends. In reality, Cain didn't care who he had killed. What interested him was the motive. To kill someone for the first time and remain so calm is rare, even in Team Rocket. He wouldn't be a bad subordinate, of course, as long as Cain could keep him under control. "What do you know?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing Cain, grew even more grim, his face darkening, his eyes beginning to fill with blood, on the verge of losing control. Cain looked at him and smiled mysteriously. "You look very strong, but your steps are clumsy, as if you're trying to hide it. However, the red veins in your eyes give you away, and the faint scent of blood on your body shows that you tried to clean the traces, but you didn't quite succeed. This is your first time killing, isn't it? And you killed someone you knew?" Cain's words were like daggers, slowly stabbing into the middle-aged man's heart, hitting each of his weak spots. "What do you know?" the middle-aged man roared, immediately throwing his Pokeball to summon his Pokémon. A Graveler appeared in the tunnel. Pokémon, Graveler, dark yellow, gender, male level, 26 type, rock plus ground ability, sturdy held item, none egg moves, block, endure basic moves, tackle, defense curl, mud sport, rock polish, rollout, magnitude, rock throw, smackdown, bulldoze, self-destruct learn moves, stealth rock, snore TM moves. Take down. Cain ignored the appearance of Graveler, seeing that his Pokémon was a Slowpoke, yet sending out a Graveler, that was unheard of. Cain continued, "It seems I was right in my assumptions. Is the item here in this tunnel? Buried deep down?" The fact that he waited until they were so far into the tunnel to act suggests two things. First, that here the battle noise wouldn't attract attention, and second, that the item he's looking for is here, and he wants to make sure no one has taken it, neither Cain nor anyone else. From his reaction, it seems no one has taken it. He took out another Pokeball. Since Cain hadn't responded to his question, he began to lose patience and decided to use force. Although Cain's Slowpoke was a water and psychic-type Pokemon and seemed somewhat special, it should be easy to defeat by combining his other Pokemon. He hadn't even considered whether Cain had more Pokemon. From his appearance, Cain looked like a rookie trainer from the league, and given his young age, he was probably someone who had just started his journey. Slowpoke might be his only Pokemon. It was understandable that he would think this way. After all, a person's social environment influences their perspective. Given that Cain, at his age, only had Pokemon of such a low level, this indicated that he didn't have much talent as a trainer, which likely meant that the people he associated with didn't either. So, from his perspective, it made sense that Cain only had one Pokemon. Moreover, he had easily defeated several friends he believed to be on his level, which inflated his confidence. After a flash of red light, a Beedrill appeared in the tunnel. A yellow quality, level 22 Pokemon, quite strong for an average trainer. No wonder he could defeat his friends. Having 2 yellow quality Pokemon is rare among average trainers. However, he didn't stop after summoning Beedrill. He took out another Pokeball, and this time, without hesitation, threw it again with bloodshot eyes. Eradicate, another yellow quality Pokemon, level 21, appeared. In reality, these 3 Pokemon were fairly average, but what really concerned Cain was Graveler's self-destruct move. In such a narrow tunnel, even if he relied on Diglett's work, a collapse might be unavoidable. Have you summoned them all? Cain raised an eyebrow as he asked. Evidently, all his assumptions were almost correct. This man was acting this way because it was his first time killing someone. The stress of the murder, combined with the pressure Cain exerted by exposing all his hidden actions, had brought the man to the brink of collapse. Cain didn't hesitate and took out all his Super Balls. He summoned Murkrow, Sneasel, Ghastly, Miltank, and Skorupi. When it comes to the number of Pokemon, Cain has never feared facing anyone. If necessary, he could also bring out his Fearow and the 2 Grimer he had in reserve. The middle-aged man saw Cain's Pokemon appearing one after another, and upon feeling their powerful presence, his face paled. He finally understood that he had underestimated this young man, who, though he seemed friendly and easygoing, turned out to be far more dangerous than he had imagined. End of chapter. Chapter 194. Dispute. After summoning all his Pokemon, Cain asked again with seriousness. Well, now you can tell me what you've hidden and why you did it. Cain looked at the middle-aged man, who now seemed desperate. This man was definitely killing for the first time, and in his current state, it seemed the murder had left a deep shadow over him. What kind of object would be valuable enough to make him take such a drastic action? If it was all simply about competing for resources, Cain would have no problem accepting it. After all, this is a world where the strongest survive. Avoiding a fight might not mean death, but it won't lead to success either. For ordinary people, achieving a high status in the league is the ultimate goal. Tell you what, damn it. Graveler, use Stealth Rock. Beedrill, focus energy. Raticate, use Swords Dance. The man, his face pale and eyes bloodshot, clearly planned to trap Cain there. But he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still maintained basic battle strategies. The move Stealth Rock could hinder fast Pokemon, while Beedrill and Raticate would use power-up moves. Especially Raticate, who, if successful in using Swords Dance, combined with its Hyper Fang move, could potentially defeat one of Cain's Pokemon in a single hit. Murkrow, use Snatch on Raticate. Slowpoke, control your Water Gun with your Confusion, aim at Graveler. Sneasel, use Icy Wind. Since his opponent showed no intention of talking, Cain could only resolve the situation by eliminating the 3 Pokemon first and then continuing the conversation. Cain was wary of the boost Raticate might get from Swords Dance. However, with Murkrow's prankster ability and its Snatch move, any power-up the opponent attempted would be ineffective as long as there were no significant level differences. Raticate was enveloped by Murkrow's dark energy, nullifying the effect of Swords Dance and empowering Murkrow instead. Slowpoke's Water Gun, enhanced with Confusion, struck Graveler with great speed. The combination with Confusion made the Water-type move even more effective, and Graveler, being 4 times weak to water, couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, Sneasel used Icy Wind, taking advantage of the closed tunnel, which forced the opponent to endure the move with no way to evade it. Graveler, use Rock Throw on Slowpoke. Beedrill, fly up and use Fury Attack on Slowpoke. Raticate, Use Hyperfang after quick attack on Slowpoke. The man, realizing the threat posed by Slowpoke, tried to eliminate it quickly. Graveler, his strongest Pokemon and the one he had trained the hardest, was completely neutralized by Slowpoke. If the battle continued like this, he would have no chance of winning. But he forgot that Cain didn't just have 3 Pokemon. Ghastly and Miltank were also ready to join the action. Cain wasn't planning to fight fairly. This was a life-or-death battle in the wild. If you lost, you risked dying. They were both killers, so what was one more? Ghastly, use Fire Punch on Beedrill. Miltank, use Endure, then block to stop Raticate. Slowpoke's second water gun hit Graveler, leaving it on the verge of collapse. Beedrill was brutally taken down by Murkrow, who used Wing Attack, boosted by Swords Dance. Ghastly took advantage of Beedrill's vulnerability, hitting it with Fire Punch, knocking it to the ground before it could do anything. Raticate tried to use Hyperfang on Slowpoke, but Miltank, enduring the first attack, blocked its advance, nullifying the special effect of Hyperfang. Then, Sneasel relentlessly attacked Raticate with Ice Shard while Miltank held it captive. Finish them, Cain said coldly. The battle was clearly one-sided. Even if Cain hadn't given orders, his Pokemon would have handled the situation with ease. Graveler and Raticate soon fell, lifeless. The man had tried to use Graveler's self-destruct to take out Cain, but Cain stopped him before he could act. Now, can you talk? Cain approached, looking at the man with disdain. The man, with a vacant stare, collapsed to the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Forgive me, forgive me." He finally understood that to advance as a trainer, to gain power and resources, one must fight, compete. This world is brutal. Only the strongest survive. Cain knew this well. End of chapter. Chapter 195. Regret. Cain no longer paid attention to the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Now, he seemed like a stray dog, utterly useless. At first, that man seemed to have some courage, and it was understandable that he would be a bit confused after his first time killing someone. However, during the battle, Cain realized the man was beginning to regret his actions. But Cain wasn't looking for his regret. What he truly wanted to see was if the man had the ambition to keep improving, which might have made him consider recruiting him. After all, someone who could remain apparently calm after killing for the first time could thrive in Team Rocket. As for the possibility that this man might turn against him once he gained strength, Cain wasn't worried. Giovanni, Team Rocket's leader, wasn't afraid of elite-level powerful trainers, so Cain didn't fear a small-time trainer. The man had no chance of surpassing Cain, and Cain was confident he could keep him under control forever, just as he had with the other participants on Trial Island. But this middle-aged man, who had already lost the will to fight, likely had no more useful information to offer. Cain ordered his Skorupi to eliminate him. Why Skorupi? Cain didn't explain, but all the other Pokemon understood perfectly. Cain activated his system to scan the surrounding area. In a corner of the tunnel, the scanner detected something in the ground. Skorupi, having fulfilled Cain's command, headed to the corner and started digging with its claws, revealing a small package wrapped in silver foil. Skorupi, proud of its find, picked up the package and excitedly ran toward Cain, trying to hand it to him. But Skorupi realized that it was a bit short, and Cain couldn't quite reach it. After examining the package and looking at Cain's shoulder, Skorupi tilted its head, wondering if its weight and size were still manageable for its trainer. Cain, seeing Skorupi's thoughtful expression, smiled, crouched down, and patted its head, taking the package from its claws. Skorupi, happy for the praise, spun around, playing with its tail like a little puppy. Cain weighed the package in his hand. It wasn't very heavy, but the contents felt quite solid. He slowly opened it, revealing what was inside. "Is this a moonstone?" Cain murmured upon seeing the contents. There weren't just one, but 3 moonstones in the package, each emitting a soft glow that made the light in the tunnel more subdued and relaxing. Curious, Cain scanned the 3 stones for more information. Name, moonstone quality, initial description. A mysterious stone that can evolve certain Pokemon. It shines like the moon at night. Effect, can cause a Pokemon to evolve, but does not enhance its quality. The 3 moonstones were of initial quality. They could evolve some Pokemon, like a Nidorino turning into Nidoking. However, being stones of initial quality, they wouldn't improve the Pokemon's quality after its evolution. Cain still had an intermediate quality Dusk Stone he had found on Trial Island, which could slightly improve the quality of the Pokemon that used it. Cain's Murkrow could evolve into Honchkrow using that Dusk Stone, but Cain knew it wasn't the right time yet. Murkrow hadn't reached its physical limit, and Cain felt that even an intermediate quality dusk stone wouldn't meet his minimum expectations for Murkrow. Currently, Murkrow was green level quality, putting it on the lower end of potential among Cain's Pokémon. But Cain didn't plan to abandon it as he had in his previous life. His minimum goal was to find a high-quality dusk stone that might raise Murkrow's quality to light blue level. Of course, a high-quality dusk stone is not the limit. There exists a supreme quality, but it's extremely rare. In his past life, Cain had only heard of them but had never seen one. It's said that a supreme quality evolution stone could sell for at least tens of millions of Poke Dollars, although they are so rare that they are almost never available on the market. Cain stored the 3 moon stones in his ring. The price of an initial quality moon stone generally ranges between 300,000 and 500,000 Poke Dollars, and if demand is high, the value could be even higher. It's no wonder that the middle-aged man decided to attack his own friend. 3 moon stones, even of initial quality, would be worth over $1 million Poke Dollars. For an ordinary citizen, $1 million Poke Dollars is a fortune. With such a figure, they could buy 2 green quality Pokemon. If they planned carefully, they could buy a green quality Pokemon that was easy to train, like a Beedrill, and then work a little harder to advance to the next level. Therefore, for a humble trainer, that $1 million Poke Dollars could be the ladder to the top. How could they not fight for it? If that $1 million Poke Dollars were divided among 3 or more people, it's likely that none of them would experience a significant change. Surely, that's what the middle-aged man thought. Cain looked again at the man lying on the ground, remembering his last whispers of regret. Probably, if not for that opportunity for progress offered by the moon stones, the man wouldn't have made such a drastic decision. In the end, it was Cain who benefited, which explained the man's final regret. As for where they found those moon stones, or why they hid them instead of taking them when they fled, Cain didn't know, nor did he care. Cain released a dark yellow quality mook and ordered it to feed on the bodies of the 3 fallen Pokemon. As for the man's body, Cain still didn't want to see his Pokemon devouring human remains, so he ordered Slowpoke to bury him with its psychic powers. Mook, having been well fed the night before, had already digested most of its meal. When released again, it once more brought with it a terrible stench, making Cain and his other Pokemon feel uncomfortable. The space was already quite small, which intensified Mook's horrible smell. However, Mook seemed to understand that it was now under Cain's control and showed no signs of resistance. Having food and a place to sleep was much better than staying in the dark tunnel. Mook slowly absorbed the bodies of the 3 Pokemon into its sludge body, then stood still, waiting for Cain to return it to its Pokeball while it continued digesting the accumulated energy. These 3 Pokemon were much stronger and of better quality than the Zubat and Golbat Mook had consumed before, so even though there were only 3, the amount of energy they contained was considerable. Cain, seeing that Mook was behaving, returned it to its Pokeball and quickly left without looking back. That smell really was unbearable. End of chapter. Chapter 196. The hatching method. Originally, Cain intended to find a tunnel to spend the night in, but after encountering this situation, he couldn't help but feel melancholic. This is not a utopian world like the one in cartoons. Man devours man is just one of the ugly truths behind this seemingly beautiful world, and it's not even the ugliest part. After leaving the secondary tunnel, Cain found another one. Only after confirming that there were no issues, he set up traps and made camp inside. Starting a fire, cooking, training, all repeated like a loop from a recording. Beep. Mission analysis complete. Displaying detailed information. After dinner, while the Pokemon trained in Cain studied the Psychic Power Manual, the system chimed again. Yesterday, after restructuring the database, Cain asked the system to analyze 3 tasks. The first was to reanalyze the conditions for a rapid psychic advancement. The second, to analyze the hatching method for the Larvitar egg, and the third, to analyze the evolution elixir. For rapid advancement in psychic powers, Cain, after all, is a psychic. Although he may be the weakest among them, he's still a psychic. If he didn't have powers, it would be a different story, but since he has psychic abilities, Cain doesn't want to stay at the lowest level. He wants to improve, even if just a little. At least, not to be the worst, right? However, the previous information from the system didn't include data on psychics, and the results of the analysis remained the same as before. A lot of unknown factors, with no clarity on whether they come from fictional data or if they're too advanced for Cain's current level. Of course, Cain didn't have high expectations regarding the requirements for psychic advancement, as the Team Rocket research base mainly focused on Pokemon. The Larvitar egg had been with Cain for quite some time, always under Ghastly's watch. However, after multiple examinations, it hadn't shown many changes. All information indicated it was in perfect condition, yet it simply wouldn't hatch. With the recent expansion of the system's database, Cain had renewed hope. Seeing the data provided by the system, Cain was surprised. Did the system really offer a solution? Was there truly information in Team Rocket's data on how to hatch the larvitar egg? Suppressing his excitement, Cain continued reading. However, the more he read, the more his expression became indifferent. Yes, the larvitar egg does indeed have a hatching method, and in fact, Cain already has part of what's needed. The evolution elixir. It's the half bottle of evolution elixir obtained from the Team Rocket laboratory, also brought by Umbra from the same place. According to the system's calculations, about 3 full doses of the evolution elixir are needed to hatch the larvitar egg, though the success probability is not 100%, it's 50%. Additionally, larvitar might be born with some unforeseen defects. Of course, these are just the system's results, whose accuracy is hard to gauge at the moment. Still, the system's calculation has a considerable basis. According to the scan results, the main reason why the larvitar egg isn't hatching is due to 2 causes. The first is that shortly after being laid, the egg suffered a crack due to the side effects of a battle, causing the vital energy within the egg to rapidly dissipate. Although Tyranitar sealed the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the loss of vital energy caused an irreparable decline in the embryo's qualities, resulting in larvitar's congenital deficiencies. The second cause is also related to the geocentric cleansing milk. Geocentric cleansing milk is a milky liquid formed by the concentration of rare elements in mountains and land. One of its biggest benefits is extending life. By sealing the crack with geocentric cleansing milk, the flow of vital energy from the larvitar egg was halted and even partially regenerated. However, some losses can't be compensated. Additionally, due to prolonged storage, the geocentric cleansing milk has formed an energy mineral membrane on the egg surface, fully merging with the eggshell and doubling its hardness. A larvitar with congenital deficiencies and a reinforced egg are the reasons larvitar cannot hatch normally. If it weren't for the geocentric cleansing milk that significantly enhanced larvitar's vitality, it would have already perished inside the egg, and Cain would never have obtained a perfectly preserved pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg. As for the system's analysis, the idea that the evolution elixir could help larvitar's hatching has some grounds. The evolution elixir can accelerate Pokémon growth. If larvitar receives it, its development would speed up, allowing it to face the eggshell not as a fragile newborn but potentially even break it. It could also happen that larvitar, after using the catalyst, grows and forms within the egg. In that case, Cain could break the shell externally without significantly affecting the fully developed larvitar, although it might be born somewhat weak. Of course, the hatching probability is still only 50%. There's a chance that the evolution elixir, being unstable, could cause larvitar's sudden death inside the egg, forever losing the chance to hatch. And that's not even the main issue. What truly matters is that Cain doesn't have access to that much evolution elixir. Umbra mentioned he traded half of his belongings to obtain 6 doses of the evolution elixir. For an elite-level trainer, half his wealth is unimaginable, even for someone like Cain, who has seen quite a bit in his previous life, where he had much less than he does now. Therefore, Cain can't even afford to gamble. 3 full doses of the evolution elixir? Where would he get that much? However, Cain thought about his half bottle of evolution elixir and, since it's not being used, why not give it a try? System, calculate the possible effect of using the half bottle of evolution elixir. Is there a chance of harming the larvitar egg? 2 minutes later, the system completed the calculations and gave Cain the results. Essentially, using the half bottle wouldn't have a significant effect nor harm the larvitar egg. If Cain wants to try it, he can. With this result, Cain sighed in relief. As long as it wouldn't harm the larvitar egg, it was fine. Even if larvitar doesn't hatch, at worst, Cain could always trade the egg for a large amount of resources. After all, even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg that can't hatch is still a pseudo-legendary and worth far more than common Pokémon. Of course, that would be the worst-case scenario for Cain. If possible, he certainly wants it to hatch, as it would be a great asset for the future. End of chapter. Chapter 197. 75 years. Cain took out the half bottle of green liquid from his ring and carefully unscrewed the cap. According to the system's analysis, if an ordinary Pokémon were to consume this liquid, its lifespan would decrease by 30%, but its growth rate would increase by 20%. However, in the case of the larvitar egg, it wouldn't have a major impact, only increasing its growth rate by 5% to 10%. Moreover, it wouldn't affect larvitar's lifespan at all. The system provided an explanation for this, which Cain found very logical. Geocentric cleansing milk has longevity properties, and considering that the larvitar egg has been submerged in it for an indefinite time, it's reasonable that its lifespan would be longer. Cain asked Ghastly to bring out the incubator with the larvitar egg. Observing the date displayed on the incubator, he slowly opened it. He tilted the bottle slightly, letting the green liquid flow out slowly. According to the system, he only needed to pour the liquid into the crack in the larvitar egg. I hope this works, Cain thought as he carefully poured all the precious evolution elixir over the crack in the egg. Upon contact, the liquid was instantly absorbed. Cain, worried that the liquid would spill and be wasted, stayed alert with his limited psychic ability. After emptying every last drop of the green liquid, Cain watched and waited in silence. 5 minutes passed, and nothing happened. 10 minutes passed, and still, there was no change. Did this work or not? Even if it's just half a bottle, there should be at least some sign, Cain said, frustrated as he saw no changes in the larvitar egg. Beep. Scan result. Larvitar egg activity has increased by 7%. At this growth rate, it is expected to hatch in 75 years, announced the system in Cain's mind. 75 years? Cain was speechless. It seems these matters always involve decades or centuries. First his psychic ability, and now the larvitar egg. At least Cain felt relieved knowing that the evolution elixir had some effect on the egg, and that he didn't need to keep blindly searching for solutions. However, remembering how rare the elixir was, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Even if the elixir appears on Team Rocket's reward list, Cain wouldn't be able to redeem it right away. Plus, he was worried his interference might have altered the Lake of Rage research base, since in his previous life he hadn't heard of such a fierce battle. At least on the 5th floor of the base, which he had cleared before, no such severe damage had been seen. Even if the evolution elixir became available, Cain wasn't sure if it would appear again on Team Rocket's list. If not, perhaps Umbra would be the only one who had one. Thinking about the elixirs Umbra had, Cain felt a slight temptation, but quickly dismissed any wild ideas when he remembered Umbra's strength. When choosing between his life and a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Cain would choose his life without hesitation. It's not the right time yet. He should at least wait until he can prove his worth, and maybe then he could get something from Umbra. Besides, even if he managed to hatch Larvitar now, Cain, who barely had resources, wouldn't have a way to train a Pokémon that consumed so many resources. A pseudo-legendary Pokémon can become extremely powerful once it reaches its full potential, but the resources needed to raise it would deter most people. For example, Steven's shiny Medong. The value of 2 shiny Beldum alone is incalculable, not to mention the high-level Pokeblocks it consumes daily, which Cain now specifically makes for it at a huge cost. Only someone with Steven's unlimited resources could afford such luxuries. Cain returned the Larvitar egg to the incubator, which showed no signs of change. The incubation date now displayed, time remaining until hatching, 27,375 days. Cain was speechless at this calculation and decided to hand the incubator to Ghastly, choosing not to look at it anymore. After tending to the Larvitar egg, Cain spent a while reviewing the psychic skill training manual and then entered a meditative state. Now, meditating before bed had become part of his routine, using meditation to replace part of his sleep time, only lying down when he could no longer hold on. The next day, he even felt more alert than if he'd slept all night. For now, this was the greatest use of his psychic abilities. The night passed without incident. Another day passed, and Cain had already spent 2 days in Diglett Cave with his Pokémon. By his calculations, if everything went well, he should be out of the cave before sunset today. Under normal conditions, an average walker could cross Diglett Cave in about a day and a half. But since Cain often stopped to seek battles with his Pokémon, his time doubled. However, Cain had an advantage. He could walk faster than most. In the forest, where branches and underbrush obstructed the path, Cain could walk normally. On the flat, soft terrain of the cave, it's no surprise he was faster. Given his plan, Cain didn't venture into deep tunnels today, but chose a few at random. If he didn't reach the end within 40 minutes, he released Weezing's gas to attract Pokémon, defeated them, and then had Slowpoke use teleport to change location. Surprisingly, this turned out to be more efficient, gaining more experience in less time than when he wandered through tunnels aimlessly. On his journey, Murkrow managed to level up, reaching level 24. Shortly after, Cain encountered a light green Sandshrew, which he captured. Yellow-quality Pokémon were no longer of much interest to Cain as a hunter, and if it weren't for completing some tasks, he wouldn't actively seek them. However, if he encounters any green-quality Pokémon, Cain will try to capture it to complete missions, or at least sell it to make money. At the end of Diglett Cave, the last rays of sunlight filtered through the exit. With Slowpoke by his side, Cain slowly climbed out, breathing in the fresh scent of grass. After so much time underground, Cain hadn't noticed, but upon emerging, he realized he was drenched in the smell of earth. Outside Diglett Cave, Vermilion City unfolded before his eyes. Without wasting any time, he headed toward the city. End of chapter. Chapter 198. Video call. Upon returning to Vermilion City, Cain felt that everything was completely different. The last time, he had left Challenge Island accompanied by Umbra, burdened with a considerable mission, and hadn't yet left the killing environment on the island. Every time he saw someone, there was a latent coldness in his heart. But this time, Cain no longer felt so much pressure. When one possesses a certain level of strength, their perspective changes. Although Cain's strength still doesn't compare to Umbra's, to someone with such power, Cain isn't much different from an ordinary person. Now, Cain has 5 main battle Pokémon, 1 for support and 1 for utility. His strength has grown tremendously since leaving Challenge Island. Not only has the number of Pokémon increased, but their strength has also improved. For example, Murkrow and Slowpoke are now much stronger than before leaving the island. Although their levels haven't significantly increased, their mastery of moves is incomparable to back then, and both their awareness and combat techniques have improved remarkably. The one who has changed the most is Ghastly. Not only has he improved considerably, but he's also started developing his Poison-type attribute. Ghastly is now at level 24, and only needs an opportunity to evolve into Haunter with the next level increase, which will bring his combat power to a new level. Every time he absorbs poisonous gas, Ghastly experiences some improvement, even leveling up faster. Cain took a taxi directly to the largest port in the Kanto region, Vermilion Port. Since he had decided to travel by ship to the Hoenn region, Cain hoped to board a luxury cruise ship, like the SS Aqua or the SS And. These ships are like small floating cities, often rented by millionaires to host events and competitions with prizes. If a cruise of this caliber set sail in the next few days, Cain wouldn't mind spending a bit more. Thanks to the driver's effort, Cain arrived at Vermilion Port an hour later. It was Cain's first time visiting this port. When he returned from Challenge Island, he traveled on a cargo ship that docked at the freight port. Looking at the luxurious cruise ships lined up at the dock, Cain couldn't help but be amazed. Having money really changes everything. A ship this large could probably be traded for several pseudo-legendary Pokémon. This world is full of millionaires. What delighted Cain the most was seeing an imposing and luxurious cruise ship that stood out among the rest, with the name SS and in large letters. At the ticket counter, Cain learned that the SS and would set sail in 2 days for Sunnyshoire City in the Sinnoh region, but would make a stop in Slateport City in the Hoenn region. However, due to the SS And's fame, basic tickets were already sold out. If Cain wanted to board, he could only purchase a luxury ticket. Of course, the price would be considerably lower if he disembarked in Slateport City. Upon learning that the ticket price was 100,000 Poke Dollars, Cain was shocked. Even for a luxury pass, did it have to be so expensive? 100,000 Poke Dollars is roughly the annual income of an average family. But there was no other option. The next cruise to Slateport City would arrive in 3 days and set sail a week later. Moreover, it wouldn't be as luxurious or large as the SS And. According to the seller, the luxury pass included a private suite with a spacious, comfortable room and even a training area for trainers. Finally, Cain paid the 100,000 Poke Dollars with his card and bought a luxury pass. Earning 100,000 Poke Dollars wasn't a problem for Cain, who could make it back at any time. Traveling comfortably and having a training area on board during several days of sailing is essential to keep his Pokémon from relaxing too much. After buying the ticket, Cain headed to the Pokémon Center. Vermilion City is a port city imbued with a subtle scent of the sea. The entire city was built around the coast, with the economic center near the sea, and the Vermilion City Gym also located by the water. The Pokémon Center, therefore, wasn't far from the port. Cain and Slowpoke walked for about 20 minutes to get there. Using his League ID card, Cain entered and sat in the public phone area with video calls. First, he called Whitney, who had been pressuring him every few days. Her Miltank ranch was too large, and the poke blocks Cain made barely covered the demand. Cain had considered selling the poke block recipe to Whitney's family, but he knew he wouldn't get a fair price with his current position. Poke block recipes, especially those with special effects, aren't something that can be bought simply with money. Moreover, Whitney's grandfather seemed to be a shrewd negotiator, and given the disparity of power and position between him and Cain, a fair deal wasn't possible. However, with someone like Steven, the story would be different. Cain reassured Whitney and sent her all the poke blocks he had made recently. Now even Miltank was using advanced poke blocks. Cain decided to send the entire stock along with the new ones, totaling around 300,000 poke dollars, a rather modest amount for Whitney's family. They often mix these poke blocks with others to extend their use, sacrificing some effectiveness but ensuring enough supply. Shortly after, Cain received a message confirming that the money had been transferred. Cain had already decided that if he managed to connect with Steven, he would ask him to help sell the intermediate-level poke block recipe. Although making them was simple, it took time, and now more than ever, Cain needed money. He had to do everything possible to strengthen his Pokémon before the final trial on Challenge Island. After ending the call with Whitney, Cain dialed Steven's number from his mobile phone. After waiting for a moment, when Cain thought Steven wouldn't answer and was about to hang up, the video call connected. "Hello, Cain. What brings you to call me? Have you made any progress with the recipe?" Steven said, receiving a towel from a servant and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Millionaire." Cain looked at Steven in his comfort and couldn't help but silently curse. However, his face remained impassive as he smiled and said, "The recipe is almost ready. My mentor is working hard on it. Although there are still a few details, you can start preparing." Upon hearing Cain, Steven's eyes lit up immediately. "That fast? It's no surprise that an advanced breeder capable of teaching a genius like you has achieved it. Most would have told me they'd need at least half a year of research without guaranteeing success and at exorbitant prices." End of chapter. Chapter 199. Imagination limited by poverty. Cain couldn't help but frown. "You, with your excessive wealth, still worry about money? For you, isn't it just a number?" Steven continued. "Tell me, what materials do you need? I'll prepare them." Cain nodded and replied, "Soft gold and silver powder, which is the material used to make metal coatings. Both are quite valuable and hard to get. Also, you know that your requirements are, let's say, demanding, so these materials are necessary." Steven touched his chin, nodding thoughtfully. He wasn't ignorant on these matters. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, he wasn't easy to fool. Although he wasn't a Pokemon breeder, he knew the basics, especially concerning Steel-type Pokemon, his favorites. And honestly, Cain and he had only met once. Although they got along well, sometimes you can't fully trust people you've just met. Who knows if he would vanish with the valuable materials? It's worth noting that these two materials together are worth around 2 million poke dollars, something only someone like Steven could afford. Cain suspected that Steven might be concerned about this, so he said nothing more and patiently awaited his response. Sometimes, trust between people can't be measured by words alone. "What if I don't have?" They both spoke at the same time and paused, looking at each other and smiling. Cain laughed first. "You go first." Steven also smiled and, not bothered by the small interruption, continued, "I was thinking that I don't have any silver powder left. Would refined silver powder work for you?" Silver powder is the basic material for making metal coatings and is of the lowest quality. Using it can result in a Pokemon's evolution not reaching its maximum potential, similar to low-quality evolution stones. Refined silver powder is a higher quality material. Although both are powders, refined powder contains more steel-type energy, and its weight is significantly higher, equivalent to a small pile of ordinary silver powder. If you want to use refined silver powder, that's fine with me, but the manufacturing cost will increase quite a bit. No problem. A few days ago, my Metong ate the last of the silver powder, so I only have the refined one left. If you hadn't asked me today, it would have eaten it tomorrow anyway, Steven said with a carefree gesture. It seemed that for him, both silver powder and refined powder were mere snacks. Cain realized that talking with Steven had been a mistake. If he had known, he would have just sent a message requesting the materials without worrying about whether a millionaire feared being scammed. Truly, poverty has limited my imagination. Cain wasn't wrong. Nobody fully trusts someone after just one meeting. Steven wasn't a naive boy. He was the heir to the Devon Corporation. He knew perfectly well who to trust and who not to. Steven simply saw potential in Cain as a breeder and, above all, in the supposed mentor figure behind Cain. If there really was a high-level breeder behind Cain, he wouldn't see a problem in investing a little to win his favor. For a businessman, this is an investment. Steven is investing in Cain, or more specifically in the mentor behind him. Besides, for Steven, the materials Cain had mentioned really weren't that costly. These details were unknown to Cain, who had never had contact with a corporation the size of Devon Company. He couldn't even imagine its power, and poverty became a real barrier to his imagination. Then, Steven disappeared from the screen. Cain managed to overhear him giving instructions to his servants to prepare the materials. What Cain described as hard-to-get materials were nothing more than common reserves for Stephen. Moments later, Stephen reappeared on the screen. All set, Cain. I've sent you everything you need. Next time, if you need more materials, just call me. I'll be home most of the time, and even if I'm not, a servant will answer the call. I've already given them instructions. Hearing Stephen, Cain wondered if it would be possible to ask for a superior quality evolution stone when Stephen wasn't around, and if his servants would hand it over without question. Of course, he only thought about this since he knew Stephen's servants wouldn't be foolish. Cain stored the materials in his ring. By the way, do you need me to transfer the research funds now? Not for now. When my mentor finishes the research, I'll let you know. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll leave you. I have a meeting shortly. Stephen didn't insist, understanding that research funds aren't a small sum and that Cain would want to consult his mentor. What Stephen didn't know is that Cain didn't have a mentor, nor did he need research funds. He simply wasn't sure how much to charge for his services. He had a figure in mind, but after seeing Stephen's attitude, he decided to reconsider. He felt that even a high amount wouldn't affect Stephen, which made him rethink how much to ask. Actually, there's a small thing I need your help with. Cain hesitated before speaking. Oh, really? Tell me. Stephen, who was about to end the video call, stopped his hand and asked. I'll get straight to the point. You know I developed an intermediate-level poke block that increases Miltank milk production, and that I've been selling it to the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City. So far, I've been making them myself, but the number of Miltank is so high that I can no longer keep up. And producing these poke blocks consumes a lot of my time. That's why I want to sell them the recipe, and I'd like you to help me as an intermediary. I previously declined their offer, and you know I don't have connections. But didn't you mention you have a mentor? Stephen suddenly asked. Advanced level breeders are highly respected in the league. Even the Miltank farm in Goldenrod City wouldn't want to offend one. Wait, did you say it's an intermediate level poke block? Not a basic one. Did you develop it? Stephen realized another key detail. During their conversation on the magnetic train, Stephen had assumed that Cain produced basic poke blocks. An intermediate level poke block completely changes the value of the recipe. End of chapter. Chapter 200. Finding something to do, yes, because my mentor isn't aware of this. He still doesn't know that I can already make mid-level poke blocks on my own. Cain nodded. Until now, Stephen had finally realized what was going on. He'd been wondering how a basic level poke block could have those effects. But if it was an exclusive mid-level poke block, it made sense, as their effects are much better than basic level ones, and their price is quite affordable. Many trainers, even those with some resources, prefer to choose mid-level poke blocks. Are you sure you want to sell the recipe for the mid-level poke block? Wouldn't it be more valuable if you kept it to yourself? Some breeders value poke block recipes above all else, as they are directly tied to their income. If they're disclosed, their recipes could become common, eliminating their profits. Yes, I'll sell it. After all, it's only intended for Miltank, and you know Miltank isn't a very common Pokemon among trainers, so... Cain didn't finish the sentence, but his intention was clear. Since few trainers have a Miltank, there isn't much money to be made. After all, supply and demand rule, and if there's no demand, no matter how valuable it is, it's meaningless. That's true as well. All right, I'll see if I can help you with that and give you an answer within 3 days, Stephen responded, understanding Cain's perspective. For Stephen, helping Cain with this request was simply a matter of passing along a message. Although Cain was using his influence, Stephen also saw it as an opportunity to establish a connection with the supposed advanced breeder behind Cain. Especially after learning that Cain could prepare exclusive mid-level poke blocks, Stephen was even more willing to invest in him. Considering that someone outstanding among advanced breeders might be behind Cain, and Cain himself being someone who could make mid-level poke blocks, then with the right resources and training, he could easily become a mid-level breeder. Furthermore, Cain was still young. Stephen estimated, based on his height and voice, that he was younger than him, probably around 15 or 16, just at the start of his physical development. This made Cain's talent even more impressive. Imagining Cain in the future, Stephen saw the possibility of a collaboration with 2 advanced breeders, and he wasn't even sure if Cain's mentor was the only influential person behind him. The more he thought about it, the more certain Stephen became that it was worth building a relationship with Cain. He could also tell from Cain's Pokemon that he had great skill in raising them and a good relationship with them. In Stephen's opinion, a trainer who could get along well with his Pokemon couldn't be a bad person. He trusted his ability to judge people. Of course, Stephen was aware that Cain had secrets, but he didn't ask further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? As for why Cain asked for his help, it wasn't hard to understand. His father was the current president of Devon Corporation, something anyone with a bit of resources could easily find out. Cain was undoubtedly aware of this too. After finishing the call, Cain went to the registration counter at the Pokémon Center to request a room. After paying the fee and receiving the room key, he headed straight there. Although Vermilion City isn't particularly large, its coastal location allows its economy to be quite developed. The Pokémon Center here is one of the best Cain has visited, only surpassed by those in Saffron City and Goldenrod City. Moreover, the dining area at the Pokémon Center offers a delicious selection of seafood, which was a real feast for his Pokémon, allowing them to enjoy different flavors. After dinner, instead of returning to training, Cain decided the Pokémon deserved a break. The last few days had been a whirlwind of intense battles during the day and training at night. Although the Pokémon showed no signs of exhaustion, Cain knew it was important to give them a break to avoid long-term issues. Training isn't just about working hard. Sometimes, relaxing a bit can lead to better results. Cain spent that night giving massages to each of his Pokémon, except for Ghastly, who couldn't be touched due to its gaseous nature. All the others enjoyed a relaxing massage that helped them release tension and fall asleep. Thanks to this, the next day, his Pokémon would wake up in their best shape. Ghastly, being a Pokémon without a physical body, doesn't experience the same kind of fatigue, as long as it has enough ghost energy and its gas doesn't dissipate. After all his Pokémon were asleep, Cain immersed himself in his meditation practice. Once he felt tired enough, he lay down to rest. The next morning, all his Pokémon, except Skorupi, woke up almost simultaneously. Since the incident with the mid-level trainers from the league, his Pokémon had become more diligent, adjusting their biological clocks to wake up alongside Cain. It was still very early, so Cain and his Pokémon did some basic exercises inside the Pokémon Center. Recently, Cain had noticed that his body was entering a phase of accelerated growth. His voice was beginning to change, and he was growing quickly. Even with his daily physical exercise routines, he no longer tired as easily as before. The constant intake of Miltank milk and nutritious foods had helped him overcome the malnutrition he suffered on the trial island. If he continued this way, his physical condition would keep improving until he reached a qualitative change. One after completing his morning training and enjoying a breakfast with his Pokémon provided by the Pokémon Center's dining area, Cain changed clothes and, accompanied by Slowpoke, left the Pokémon Center. The SS and wouldn't set sail until the next day, meaning Cain would have to spend one more day in Vermilion City. So, how to spend this day became important. Cain walked to the beach in Vermilion City. Watching the vast ocean, he felt small before the immensity of the sea and decided that today he would spend it fishing. While training was important and time was of the essence, Cain, like his Pokémon, needed a break. Since he had been reborn on the trial island, his life had been a constant marathon, making use of every minute as if he had 36 hours in a day. Thanks to this intensity, he had progressed quickly, leaving many of his peers behind, but his body was starting to show signs of fatigue. So, taking advantage of today's good weather, without sun or wind, Cain decided it was the perfect time for a relaxing day of fishing. End of chapter.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.